Chapter 1. The Straw Hat Crew's Arrival. Rogue Town. Revered as the town of beginnings and endings, it lies within the East Blue, near the entrance to the Grand Line. It is here that the infamous pirate king, Gold Roger, was born and ultimately met his demise. Afternoon. A contingent of Marines appeared, led by a bespectacled female chief petty officer, her katana sheathed at her waist, seemingly awaiting the arrival of a superior officer. "Chief Dasky, who are we here to greet?" One of the Marines inquired, perplexed, gazing at Dasky with a mixture of admiration and respect. Her subordinates recognized her as a paragon of integrity, strength, and bravery, a beloved figure among many of the men. She was known for her forthrightness and composure, never flinching in the face of adversaries, boldly confronting and vanquishing foes. Under the leadership of Chief Dasky and Captain Smoker, the Marines had managed to instill fear in the hearts of the most nefarious pirates, rendering Rogue Town a far more peaceful place than ever before. However, the recent surge in pirate activity had kept them exceedingly busy. Rumor had it that just days prior, the notorious Dragon Pirates, led by the infamous Captain Dragon, who boasted a bounty of 20 million berries, had been bested by a crew of pirates known as the Straw Hat Pirates. Notably, the Straw Hat Pirates had allegedly set foot in Rogue Town, with their captain, the Straw Hat Kid Monkey D. Luffy, being offered a staggering bounty of 30 million berries, the highest in the East Blue to date. "We are here to receive the esteemed Major Wilton," Dasky stated, adjusting her glasses with a finger, her countenance turning slightly serious and solemn. "Major?" Some Marines behind Dasky swallowed hard, aware that this was a major they might never encounter again in their lifetimes. Even their own Captain Smoker held only the rank of colonel. In Rogue Town, he was already the highest-ranking Navy officer. Indeed, according to Colonel Smoker, Major Wilton is from headquarters and has come to Rogue Town on a mission. "We must remain alert," she instructed. "Understood." The Marines nodded earnestly in response. Moments later, in just 10 minutes' time, "They're here." Dasky's gaze fixed on the ordinary warship approaching from the horizon, its sails adorned with the Marines' Jolly Roger and another flag emblazoned with a dumbbell motif. As the warship docked, a gangplank extended to the shore, and a line of Marines disembarked, standing rigidly on either side of the path, their expressions serious and unwavering. The sunlight was somewhat blinding. Instinctively, Dasky turned her gaze toward the vessel, where a tall, muscular figure emerged. As her vision adjusted, an atmosphere of tension enveloped her. The Marines held their breath, standing as straight as arrows. Dressed in a fitting, heavy yellow hooded sweatshirt with the word "Justice" emblazoned on the back, the figure stood over 3 meters tall, his robust physique evident even beneath the garment, showcasing impeccable muscles and contours. He wore black, form-fitting gym shorts and gripped 2 enormous black dumbbells, diligently training his arms and biceps. Another vibrant day. A cheerful, exuberant voice rang out as Major Wilton leaped into the air, executing several spins before landing gracefully before Dasky, striking various bodybuilding poses with the weights. He leaned forward at a 45-degree angle, flexed his biceps and glutes in place, and even broke into a moonwalk. It was quite the spectacle. This display left Dasky momentarily stunned. After all, the first impression of the Major was that of a jester, despite his undeniably sunny and handsome appearance. "Major Wilton, I am Chief Petty Officer Dasky, serving under Colonel Smoker. Due to the recent surge in pirate activity in Rogue Town, Colonel Smoker has gone to address the situation, and I was sent to welcome you." Dasky regained her composure, offering a formal salute. The Marines behind her mirrored her actions. "Waha, no worries." Wilton was unfazed by Smoker's absence, well aware of his reputation for being a free spirit. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been relegated to a post in Rogue Town, far from the action. Moreover, he was merely here to fulfill a duty. In truth, he had only met Smoker once. Their familiarity was limited. Smoker had connections at headquarters, and Wilton was not one to harbor grudges or be overly sensitive. "Colonel Smoker was quite eager to be here. It's just that he has been rather occupied with work," Dasky explained, demonstrating her steadiness compared to Smoker's more brash demeanor, even though Wilton paid little mind to her words. "That's fine. Please lead me to the Marine base in Rogue Town." Wilton continued his muscle training with the dumbbells, pondering the need to upgrade to heavier weights, as these Threaten dumbbells were no longer sufficient for his needs. "Certainly," Dasky nodded, taking the lead as they set off toward the Marine base. However, just as they exited the street, calamity struck. Boom! An explosion erupted nearby, thick smoke billowing into the air, accompanied by the sounds of chaos, shouts of battle, and the screams of civilians. It was evident that pirates were causing mayhem. "Major Wilton, there's an emergency. I must attend to it immediately. Allow Corporal Yale to escort you to the base." Dasky's expression turned grave. Retrieving her gaze from the explosion, she resolved not to allow any pirates to harm the innocent. But where was Major Wilton now? Dasky blinked in surprise, realizing that Wilton had vanished, leaving only her and her fellow Marines. Turning around, she noticed only the fleeting shadow of Wilton sprinting away at the end of the street. Chief Dasky, Major Wilton has likely gone to join the fray. He will return once the commotion settles. One of Wilton's subordinates offered with a nonchalant tone, casually heading toward the source of the explosion, unfazed by the urgency. After all, their commander relished in such excitement. Even if it were merely two dogs squabbling, he could watch for hours on end, inevitably jumping into the fray and imparting a lesson on the concept of mutual destruction. We must hurry. Dasky's expression was tinged with urgency, fearful that every moment wasted could result in more innocent lives being harmed. A few streets away from the port lay Rogue Town's renowned Weapons Street, a customary stop for pirates arriving from the East Blue seeking to venture into the Grand Line. Weapons were indispensable for survival. At that moment, two groups of pirates were embroiled in a fierce skirmish, their numbers nearly even at around 20 each, while nearby residents screamed in panic, some fleeing, others caught in the crossfire, and a few merely spectating or hurling insults. It was utter chaos. "Luffy, we need to get out of here." Among the crowd, 5 figures were engrossed in the spectacle, but one man and one woman appeared particularly anxious to escape Nami and Usopp, who were eager to avoid the crossfire. Their captain boasted a bounty of 30 million berries, making him quite the valuable target. And with the presence of a Marine colonel guarding Rogue Town, it was likely that reinforcements were already en route. If they were spotted, it would spell trouble. "Nami, Usopp, just a little longer," Luffy protested, his arm being pulled by Usopp, yet he remained stationary until Nami delivered a sharp punch to his forehead. With a yelp, Luffy hunched over, cradling his head as tears welled in his eyes. "Idiot! With all this commotion, the Marines are bound to be alerted. If we stay here any longer, we will attract attention." Nami, exasperated, placed her hands on her hips like a fierce mother hen. After delivering her reprimand, she yanked Luffy's hair as if dragging a lifeless dog, swiftly turning to leave. Without her, this pirate crew would surely flounder. Aside from herself, none possessed a rational intellect. But just as they had taken a few steps, they abruptly halted, with Luffy springing up, his expression suddenly grave. Zoro instinctively placed a hand on the hilt of his sword. Sanji furrowed his brows, his demeanor serious. Even Usopp, typically timid and apprehensive, swallowed nervously, while Nami's earlier bravado faded, retreating discreetly behind Luffy, Sanji, and Zoro. Approaching them was a towering figure, gripping 2 enormous dumbbells that dwarfed Nami's posterior, casting a surprised glance in their direction. This is bad. Truly, one fears what one dreads. The frighteningly large dumbbells bore the word justice inscribed prominently, clear enough for even the most myopic to discern. It was evident that this imposing presence belonged to a Marine. The Straw Hat Pirates. Watching Luffy and his crew confront Wilton was hardly unexpected. His presence in Rogue Town stemmed from an order issued by Rear Admiral Dalmesia to escort the notorious captain of the Dragon Pirates, known as the Evil Dragon, to impel down. Such a task was typically beneath him. It was akin to using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. However, given the Evil Dragon's connections to the Warlord of the Sea, Jinbe, and Fishman Island, Dalmesia deemed it prudent to assign him currently navigating the Grand Line and relatively close to the East Blue Edo the task. Thus, the likelihood of encountering the Straw Hat crew in Rogue Town was considerably high. "Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, we cannot afford to be delayed here. We must leave at once," Nami urged, her anxiety palpable. Fortunately, they faced only this one Marine. If they could swiftly resolve the situation, they could escape. It was all too evident that a larger contingent of Marines awaited them, and any delay could lead to their capture amidst overwhelming numbers. "They'll handle this, big guy. You all go ahead," Luffy declared with a spark of intelligence in a critical moment. Without a moment's hesitation, he charged towards Wilton, gum pistol. As Luffy surged forward, his right arm elongated behind him, coiling like a spring before he unleashed a rapid punch towards Wilton. The elasticity amplified his strength significantly. No justification was necessary for their confrontation. Their identities as Marine and pirate sufficed. With a resounding crash, Wilton remained steadfast, unfazed, as Luffy's fist collided with his broad chest, which was as solid as iron beneath his loose hoodie. The impact echoed with a dull thud, akin to striking a wall, sending a jolt of pain through Luffy's fist, causing him to cry out in agony. Dumbbell charge. Before Luffy could retract his aching arm, Wilton swung a hefty dumbbell downwards with unassuming simplicity. In that instant, the world seemed to fall silent. A tremendous shock wave emanated from the colossal dumbbell, cleaving through the ground and engulfing Luffy before he could react. The resulting explosion reverberated outward, toppling a nearby structure and sending a cloud of dust and debris skyward. Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji, who had yet to escape, widened their eyes in horror, while Nami and Usopp's faces drained of color. The dumbbell charged an ordinary manifestation of armament hockey unleashed. Damn it! Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji rushed forward, knowing Wilton was advancing toward the dissipating dust. Should another dumbbell charge occur, Luffy would be in grave peril. With a swift motion, Zoro activated his two-sword style, while Sanji delivered a powerful kick. As they brushed past one another, Wilton halted, glaring at the damaged hoodie that clung to his torso, his resolute face marred by displeasure. Hey, that cost me a hefty sum of 100,000 berries, and I've only worn it for 10 days. He turned, his gaze shifting towards Zoro and Sanji, a sinister glint forming in his eyes. Meanwhile, Zoro and Sanji paled, with Sanji's right leg shifting nervously, betraying his pain. Unbelievable. Zoro's heart sank. His previous strikes had merely torn the fabric of Wilton's hoodie. Leaving him perplexed, it felt as though sparks ignited where his blade met flesh. What in the world? Is this behemoth made of steel? We're in deep trouble. Sanji lit a cigarette. His right leg seemingly fractured. That last kick felt as though he had struck a steel plate. Had he not mitigated some of his force at the last moment, he might have found himself incapacitated. Wilton, with a decisive motion, tore off his hoodie, revealing a form-fitting red and white tank top that showcased his perfectly sculpted physique. The broadness of his chest and the symmetry of his eight-pack abs could not be concealed. In an instant, a fierce and intimidating aura filled the air. Muscle is the aesthetic of justice, sweat is a man's medal. 3 words, knock them all down. With a powerful stomp, the hardened ground fractured, creating a 3-meter crater as Wilton appeared behind Zoro and Sanji, his enormous dumbbell raised high. Zoro, Sanji. Time seemed to freeze. Nami and Usopp's faces contorted in terror. So swift. It was impossibly fast. Zoro and Sanji felt a chill run down their spines, and before they could react, an unparalleled force descended upon them, reminiscent of 2 freight trucks colliding. The earth within a 20-meter radius erupted. Visibly, Zoro and Sanji soared into the air like marionettes caught in a tempest, blood spraying as they hurtled through the air, ultimately disappearing into a cloud of dust. Zoro, Sanji, struggling to rise from the shattered ground, Luffy clutched his chest, blood oozing from his 7 orifices, his face contorted in pain. In that brief exchange, he realized Wilton was far stronger than the evil dragon. They were not even on the same plane. Despite not being struck by a blade, the damage inflicted upon him was devastating. Coughing violently, Luffy swayed, unable to suppress the blood that spilled from his lips. His pallor was ghostly, but his gaze remained resolute. He had yet to reach the Grand Line, let alone claim the title of Pirate King. He could not afford to be apprehended here. Moreover, this brute had harmed his comrades in an unforgivable act. I will send you flying. Gum Gum Gatling. With a roar, Luffy gritted his teeth, leaning back as he unleashed a flurry of punches at the approaching Wilton. The rapid succession created an illusion of a machine gun, firing relentlessly. The collisions were solid and powerful. Wilton, clutching the dumbbell, advanced leisurely, his chest impervious to Luffy's barrage, as if the strikes bore no weight. He didn't even flinch. Luffy's punches failed to disrupt his stride. Ridiculous. His confidence in his ironclad defense and hockey was unwavering. With his unique abilities, he felt invincible, capable of navigating the seas without a trace. Luffy roared in frustration, unable to fathom the ineffectiveness of his attacks. He hastened his efforts, yet the reality remained unchanged until Wilton towered above him. Is it a tickle you're giving me? Wilton's expression was grave, devoid of any pretentiousness, for Luffy's assault upon him felt merely like a tickle. It is noteworthy that he had yet to employ his armament hockey, not to mention the formidable abilities of the legendary hero, Cheng Yaojin, from the game Honor of Kings. At this juncture, Luffy was as feeble as a block of tofu. Previously, that single dumbbell lift had nearly sent him to meet his maker with just a modicum of effort. Were he to unleash his full strength, Luffy might very well find himself bleeding on the ground. Regrettably, he still lacked the necessary strength, needing to be wary of Monkey D. Garp and the possibly present Monkey D. Dragon in Lobetown. Otherwise, he would have had no qualms about extinguishing this rowdy group of second-generation heirs in the novice village. This group was far too unruly. How could they be so resilient? Luffy was somewhat bewildered. His full-force attack had seemingly had no effect whatsoever. What manner of creature was this? Was his body forged of steel? Yet, surrender was not in his nature. Rubber gyration. Luffy's right hand clenched into a fist, stretching backward before twisting his entire arm into a spiral shape and propelling it forward at astonishing speed towards Wilton. Unfortunately, no miracle transpired. Wilton effortlessly tossed the dumbbell from his right hand, swiftly seizing Luffy's fist, leaving him no opportunity to react. With a powerful kick, he struck Luffy in the abdomen. The impact was apparent. Luffy's face contorted in agony as he hunched over, his eyes bulging with pain, veins pulsating visibly at his temples. As Wilton released his grip, Luffy instinctively clutched his stomach, staggering backward step by step, blood seeping from his mouth and nose. With a thud, his body succumbed entirely, and he fell to his knees, his face crashing to the ground as his eyes rolled back, losing consciousness. Wilton deftly caught the dumbbell descending from the sky. Luffy, this is inconceivable. Luffy's body is made of rubber. He is impervious to harm except from sharp strikes. Nami and Usopp were filled with terror. How could a mere kick from a marine inflict such grave injuries on Luffy, rendering him unconscious? It is well known that Luffy possesses formidable willpower. The crew was annihilated. In the distance, amidst the ruins, Zoro and Sanji, though not yet unconscious, had completely lost their fighting spirit and could not rise. A single blow had brought them to their knees. Deadly move, Smoke Star. Nami, at this critical juncture, and Usopp did not falter. Rather, they exhibited remarkable synergy. Usopp pulled out his slingshot and launched a smoke bomb, attempting to obscure Wilton's vision. Nami swiftly advanced, grasping Luffy's hair and dragging him along like a lifeless dog. Miraculously propelled by some hidden strength, while Usopp, having discharged the smoke bomb, replicated the action of hastily pulling Zoro and Sanji to safety. Blood gushed forth, splattering 3 feet high. After barely making a few strides, Nami and Usopp coughed up blood as though struck by a speeding cruise ship, and were immediately sent crashing to the ground, blood staining the earth as they cried out in agony. Nami, Usopp, the gravely injured Zoro, and Sanji struggled to their feet, summoning every ounce of strength to rush to Nami and Usopp's side. Not far away, 2 heavy dumbbells crashed to the ground, embedding themselves into the hard earth, a testament to their weight. Just then, Dashki and a group of Marines arrived, breathless, surveying the chaos strewn about. Along with the prone forms of Luffy, Nami, and Usopp, and the clearly injured Zoro and Sanji, who were preparing to resist with unwavering determination. Wilton nodded in acknowledgement. Do not move. A group of 7 or 8 Marines, well acquainted with their task, brandished their flintlock rifles, their gazes sharp and unwavering, ready to fire at the slightest provocation from Zoro and Sanji. Lieutenant Dashki, this is the Straw Hat Pirates, who recently triumphed over the Don Quixote Pirates. One of the Marines recognized Luffy and his crew, his expression tinged with excitement. This was a notorious pirate with a bounty of 30 million berries. Capturing him meant they could share in a portion of the glory, akin to a pie falling from the sky. However, Major Wilton's prowess was undeniable, effortlessly subduing a pirate with such a substantial bounty. The most formidable corpses lay in Rogue Town at the naval base. Wilton and his companions have returned. Previously, Zoro and Sanji attempted to resist, but were swiftly suppressed and are now imprisoned within the confines of the base. The 2 factions of pirates that instigated the chaos have also been apprehended by Dashki. Throughout the journey, Wilton maintained a taut demeanor, though it was not readily apparent. Unexpectedly, upon their arrival at the base, Monkey D. Dragon has yet to make an appearance. Perhaps he is still in Rogue Town. Or perhaps he deems that Luffy is not in imminent danger and thus refrains from intervening. Faced with such a formidable figure, even combined, he and Smoker fall short of being a match. The prospect of rescuing Luffy seems almost trivial. There is little to be done, for the opponent is indeed a powerhouse, brimming with raw strength. Captain Wilton, I have established contact with Colonel Smoker. He is en route back. In the reception room, Dashki set down a cup of tea on a nearby table, her gaze fixed on Wilton, who was engaged in an energetic warm-up. He rhythmically leaped back and forth, his upper body and head swaying in harmony with the rhythm, radiating sheer enjoyment. Occasionally, he executed a one-legged stance while spinning or performed one-handed push-ups and sit-ups, each movement flowing seamlessly into the next, creating an experience that was both exhilarating and aesthetically pleasing. The gleam of sweat adorned his form, and with a single finger supporting his robust frame, he performed handstands while his feet, as nimble as a circus monkey, deftly maneuvered the dumbbells, producing a rhythmic thumping akin to helicopter blades. Dashki's cherry lips parted slightly as she observed, unsure if it was merely a figment of her imagination. But it appeared as though Wilton was on the verge of taking flight. This was her first encounter with such an intricate training technique, truly exceptional. Colonel Dasky, life is about movement. Would you be interested in joining my team? I can teach you fitness. The gust of wind surged through the reception room. And under Dasky's astonished gaze, Wilton indeed began to levitate while in a handstand, his feet skillfully rotating the dumbbells, defying everything she had previously learned. At that moment, the door to the new world swung open, delivering a jarring blow to Dasky's perception. How about it? If you join my ranks, you will be promoted to the same level as Colonel Smoker immediately. Seeing Dasky in a daze, Wilton exerted force with his legs, causing the spinning dumbbells to hover momentarily. He then flipped back to his feet, his hands accurately grasping the whirling dumbbells once more, and with a fervent twist of his body, he ascended from the ground anew. At first glance, it was astonishing. Wilton is akin to a human-shaped propeller. Those unaware might mistakenly believe he has consumed the Superman-type spin fruit. Major Wilton, my sincerest apologies. When questioned once more by Wilton, Dasky quelled the shock within her, her expression turning grave as she shook her head and continued. I am not inclined to change jobs at this moment. What a pity, he replied. You have missed the opportunity to dance with me. Wilton did not impose any demands. He merely spoke casually. General Wilton, is this truly how you practice? After a moment of hesitation, Dasky could no longer contain her curiosity. She had witnessed various training methods before, ranging from push-ups and pull-ups to weighted exercises, yet nothing seemed quite as absurd as Wilton's approach. The notion of spinning dumbbells in midair with both hands and even utilizing his feet was bewildering. This was not merely training, it was fitness in an entirely different realm. Wilton ceased his rotation, extending his right hand before Dasky, his bicep astonishingly rolling back and forth along his arm. Dasky's eyes widened and her mouth fell agape, as if she had witnessed something truly extraordinary, her mind buzzing with disbelief. She dared to glance upward at the dumbbell that spun endlessly in the air, never descending, and fell into a contemplative silence. Perhaps the exuberant man before her was a veritable anomaly. Fitness? What on earth is fitness if not this? How about it? Would you care to join me in this pursuit? Grant me a year, and I assure you, you shall emerge as the most stunningly fit woman in the world. After showcasing his biceps, Wilton raised his right leg to display his thigh muscles, shoulder muscles, and back muscles, even his gluteal muscles, which rivaled those of the most renowned figures in fitness. Remarkably, those muscles pulsated with an impressive rhythm. To be candid, Dasky found herself yearning for a posterior identical to Wilton's. No, perhaps not. Dasky resolutely averted her gaze, her delicate features once again assuming a serious demeanor. She realized she could no longer linger here, for her heart was truly stirred. The essence of bodybuilding seemed trivial compared to those excessively perfect contours. Major Wilton, I must attend to certain matters. I kindly ask you to wait here for a moment. Colonel Smog should return shortly. Ha. Off you go. Wilton exudes a cheerful and open demeanor as he continues to engage in a variety of outrageous fitness routines. Recently, with the surge of pirates in Rogtown, Dasky, as the captain, undoubtedly finds herself exceedingly busy, and she need not accompany him. Over the years, loneliness has never plagued her, for whenever she has a moment to spare, she immerses herself in exercise. A single day without it leaves her feeling utterly discontent. It can be said that her devotion to fitness has reached an almost obsessive level, complemented by weights and the dual colors of hockey. If she were to have a passion, it would unequivocally be this, a pursuit that never grows tiresome, filled with novelty and enchantment. Should Major Wilton require anything, he can simply call upon his colleagues outside. For now, she will attend to her duties. Dasky breathes a sigh of relief. She is a principled individual who values action over flattery. Instead of idly waiting, she prefers to capture more pirates, resolve disputes, and safeguard the populace. Furthermore, Major Wilton does not strike her as a petty or pretentious man. On the contrary, he radiates a sunny and magnanimous spirit, imparting a warm and inviting aura. His vibrant energy, particularly his remarkable enthusiasm, inspires her greatly, filling her with vigor and resolve. All is well. As Dasky departed, the reception room was left with only Wilton, who found himself immersed in a whirlwind of thoughts while engaging in physical training. 5 years prior, he had inexplicably transitioned into the life of a young man named Wilton, an obscure figure in the Grand Line, fortuitously sharing the same age of 20. At that time, he felt utterly devastated, for this incarnation of Wilton was in dire straits, towering at 3 meters yet emaciated to the bone. He was besieged by the excruciating pangs of hunger, a sensation so dreadful it felt akin to a living death. It was beyond Wilton's comprehension how a strapping young man of 20 could be reduced to such a pitiful state. After all, he was not incapacitated, surely. He could have found work, scavenging or engaging in menial labor, rather than nearing starvation. However, this was the pirate world. And he quickly came to understand the harsh realities that beset common folk, particularly in lawless regions. The fact that the original Wilton had not been sold into slavery was, in itself, a stroke of good fortune, neither particularly fortunate nor unfortunate. Initially, Wilton was filled with trepidation. As a modern-day underachiever, beginning life in such a dire situation, he believed it was only a matter of time before he met his demise. Before his transition, he had been burning the midnight oil, playing as the formidable warrior Cheng Yaojin in a mobile game, fervently striving to ascend to the rank of king. Cheng Yaojin, his favorite character, though not the most formidable in combat, possessed an insidious charm and excelled in sustaining himself through relentless skirmishes, making him notoriously difficult to vanquish. He was even heralded as the mightiest of corpses in the entire canyon. In pursuit of this character's glory, he had squandered a considerable sum on a coveted skin. Upon reflection, it dawned upon him that he might have succumbed to a fatal heart attack from overexertion, such a tragic end for one so young. Perhaps in a previous life, he had indeed incurred the wrath of the divine, leading him to this extraordinary pirate realm. Most astonishingly, he discovered that he possessed the abilities of Cheng Yaojin, albeit not in the same capacity as the character from the Vietnamese server, an unfortunate limitation. His skills included a passive ability, sacrifice and forget, a primary skill known as explosive dual axes, a secondary skill termed intense heat spin, and a third skill called justice potential. He also retained the fundamental abilities of returning home and self-healing. During his initial trials, he wielded healing spells, specializing in frustrating opponents with his tenacity and relentless harassment. Upon acquiring this remarkable ability, Wilton's desolation transformed into exhilaration, for these powers were not augmented through leveling up or skill points but were instead innate, capable of being enhanced through rigorous training. He envisioned the six forms, particularly the iron block and armament hockey, alongside the potential of Zoan-type devil fruits. With these capabilities combined with Cheng Yaojin's skills, he would be virtually invincible. Although the Navy was rife with formidable adversaries, many had succumbed to the iron block, and Wilton did not consider himself among them. With armament hockey and the justice potential, alongside healing spells, he was eager to test his mettle against the iron block. Moreover, he was not foolish. The pursuit of the iron block and armament hockey stemmed from his singular understanding of Cheng Yaojin's abilities. Invulnerability did not equate to invincibility. He lacked defensive equipment such as reflective armor or the Eye of the Phoenix. Thus, to attain both durability and resilience, he had to delve into the iron block and armament hockey. Additionally, the life return and Zoan-type devil fruits presented further avenues for enhancement. In light of these considerations, he resolved to master the iron block and other six forms, recognizing the Navy as the most expedient path. Within the ranks of the Navy, a sufficient display of strength would afford him considerable freedom, as exemplified by figures like Monkey D, Garp, and Smoker. Furthermore, he could lean on the decaying yet formidable branches of the Navy and the world government, thus mitigating unnecessary complications and accelerating his development. Ultimately, after facing numerous challenges and investing substantial time, Wilton successfully enlisted in the Navy. Through his prowess and valor, he earned considerable accolades within a mere year, fortuitously finding himself under the command of Rear Admiral Dalmatia, a Zoan-type devil fruit user who could maintain a hybrid human-dog form. The next 4 years awaited him. Wilton has consistently served under Dalmatia, demonstrating remarkable bravery and fearlessness in battle. He is always at the forefront when engaging with pirates, and his audacious demeanor has inspired his fellow sailors, significantly enhancing their combat prowess. Consequently, Dalmatia has repeatedly promoted and relied upon him. Throughout this period, Wilton has exchanged his military achievements for the mastery of the six forms. Additionally, with Dalmatia occasionally providing him with special training, he has managed to learn iron body and both observation and armament hockey over the past 4 years. He has also made initial strides in the other techniques of the six forms, Saru, Jeppo, Rankyaku, Shave, and Finger Gun, but his innate talent is regrettably lacking, rendering his efforts rather pitiable. To put it in gaming terms, he has allocated all his skill points for learning the other six forms solely to iron body and the 2 types of hockey, as he simply lacks aptitude in that area. Wilton harbored no resentment. Rather, he was filled with joy. Specialization, he understood. It was merely a matter of drought leading to demise and flood bringing ruin. Moreover, with a little ingenuity, he could substitute other abilities for the remaining 6 styles. Sometimes, one can be overwhelmed by the desire for more. Since the iron block and the two-color hockey possess superior potential, why not devote all his time to mastering them? If one is to specialize, then let it be pursued to the utmost, achieving extreme excellence. One could still thrive with a singular skill. As for the other 6 styles, he would casually explore them when time permitted, hoping to strengthen them, though it mattered little if they remained weak. Subsequently, he earned the moniker of a naval tough guy. Relying on the unique characteristics of his golden finger, along with his formidable and mysteriously confident iron block and armament hockey, his combat style was one of mutual destruction. His strategy revolved around seeing who would falter first. It was unavoidable, as his limited proficiency in the other 6 styles constrained his combat approach. The simplest and most effective tactic was to endure an enemy's assault, absorb a blow, and then retaliate. Otherwise, engaging in a prolonged struggle with the adversary would surely lead to his demise. His arrival in Logtown was at the behest of Vice Admiral Dalmesia, tasked with escorting the notorious dragon for a mission to advance into the city, as the individual was linked to the warlord of the sea, Jinbei, and Fishman Island. To avoid complications, a rear admiral was dispatched to the East Blue for this seemingly straightforward task, which Dalmesia had secured for Wilton. It was a commendable achievement, albeit modest. Soon, after approximately 10 minutes, Wilton continued his physical training in the reception room when a tall figure entered. Even before he arrived, the scent of cigar smoke wafted into the room. It was Smoker, with his slicked-back white hair and a coat emblazoned with the word justice. He wore windproof goggles around his neck and carried weapons made of sea prism stone, which were particularly effective against devil fruit users. True to the original narrative, Smoker appeared unyielding, with 3 cigars clenched in his mouth, seemingly indifferent to the health risks. Rear Admiral Wilton, despite his rebellious nature and disregard for authority, Smoker displayed the respect due to his superior, saluting as he observed Wilton still engaged in his workout. Sweat, after all, is a badge of honor for a man. Wilton paused, wiping away non-existent beads of sweat from his forehead. Such simple warm-up exercises had become as effortless for him as quenching his thirst. It was merely a way to pass the time. "Smog, take a seat," he commanded, as if he were in his own office. He lifted the tea that Dasky had prepared earlier and drank it in one gulp, then settled into the main chair, casually placing 2 dumbbells on the floor. Smog remained silent, merely sitting in a nearby chair, puffing on his cigar. He had heard some rumors about Major Wilton but paid them little mind. As a user of a natural-type devil fruit, he possessed a sense of superiority and pride. "I trust you are already aware of the purpose of my visit to Roguetown." Wilton got straight to the point. The malevolent dragon was currently imprisoned in the naval base of Roguetown. His task was simply to escort the creature to Impel Down. "Indeed. I have received orders from headquarters. The dragon is presently at the base. Then make the necessary arrangements. I shall escort the dragon to Impel Down first thing tomorrow morning." "Is the Major General in such a hurry?" Smoker was momentarily taken aback, genuinely surprised that Wilton had only just arrived in Roguetown and was already set to depart the following morning. Such swiftness in execution was rather unexpected. A man of resolve ought to act decisively, and besides, this place was exceedingly dull, far removed from the vibrant chaos of the Grand Line. Wilton twisted his neck, still yearning to traverse the Grand Line, or perhaps to stealthily plunder the strongholds of certain pirate factions. Primarily, he was eager to visit the world's foremost prison, Impel Down, and witness it for himself. Very well, let us discuss this for a moment. Wilton strolled leisurely through the base, casting a glance at the fearsome dragon imprisoned within, as well as the unconscious Luffy, whose life hung precariously in the balance, alongside the gravely injured Zoro, Sanji, Nami, and Usopp. Should any of them perish, it would merely be a consequence of unfortunate luck. If Monkey D. Dragon were to ultimately fail to appear, Wilton would not hesitate to escort the Straw Hat crew to Impel Down. After all, they were destined to enter eventually, and it would be far more enlightening to experience that existence ahead of time. The threshold set by Monkey D. Garp likely hinged on Luffy's survival. Sending him to Impel Down or leaving him in a half-dead state would probably not provoke the old man's wrath against him. Moreover, he occupied the moral high ground. As his actions were justified, capturing or eliminating pirates was inherently the duty of the Navy. Yet, it was evident that his strength remained insufficient. If he possessed the requisite power, there would be no need for such trepidation. He envisioned a reformation of the complicity-ridden Navy, a complete overthrow and reconstruction of the world government, purging the tyrannical celestial dragons and the pirates who perpetrated massacres and annihilations. A sweeping elimination of all obstacles would greatly facilitate the unification of the world. Even if this path was destined to be fraught with universal enmity and extreme difficulty, and required unfathomable carnage and bloodshed to traverse, he would advance with unwavering resolve. The world must be unified, with a singular voice, a unified will, and an ordered existence. To illuminate the world, one must pierce through the darkness. This encapsulates his sense of justice, an unrelenting sweep towards global unification. It is also his ambition to become the sovereign of the world, commanding the heavens. His word shall manifest into law, and none shall dare defy his decree. All beings shall bow beneath his feet. Having traversed this realm, if one must play, let it be on a grand scale. The titles of Pirate King and Navy King are too trivial. Only the ambition to unify the world and reign as its king embodies the true romance of a traveler. A singular planet. With myriad languages and countless kingdoms, does this not signify division, a betrayal of Mr. Win? For words, all must be toppled. Weapon Street. Due to the previous unrest, the streets were relatively devoid of pedestrians. Wilton, leaving the naval base, carried a dumbbell on his back while exercising his biceps with another in his left hand, thus engaging in a form of weight training. In his right hand, he held 2 skewers of takoyaki, savoring their delightful taste. His purpose for visiting was to check for fitness equipment or perhaps upgrade his weaponized dumbbells. Originally, he intended to customize weapons within the Navy once he accrued enough merit, such as a pair of pure sea prism stone dumbbells. These implements are notoriously hard and heavy, effectively restraining the abilities of devil fruit users. With such a duo of dumbbell weapons, confronting those with powers would become significantly easier. While dual axes would be more suitable and he could wield them, he found himself inexplicably drawn to using dumbbells as weapons, a mere personal preference influenced, perhaps, by the Glory Collection's Vitality Assault skin. Suddenly, before Wilton could enter a weapon shop, a great explosion resonated from a distance, swiftly followed by a thick plume of smoke rising into the air, accompanied by a cacophony of noise. He soon witnessed a throng of civilians fleeing in a panic. Indeed, this was Free Rogue Town, where chaos reigned daily without respite. As the last bastion of defense in the East Sea, anyone, be they pirate or otherwise, seeking passage to the Grand Line must traverse this place. Despite the East Sea's reputation as the weakest of seas, it is fraught with a myriad of monstrous entities for the common folk. Those causing the disturbances were surely unfortunate. With his observation hockey expanding, it quickly enveloped several streets, rendering everything within his grasp. Exploding dual axes, Wilton slightly crouched, then suddenly leaped, causing the ground to tremble violently as it collapsed, forming a 10-meter-wide pit resembling a spider's web. Like a meteor shooting upwards, his speed was astonishing, leaving a graceful arc in his wake, reminiscent of a missile soaring over one street after another, striking with pinpoint accuracy wherever he directed his skill. At that moment, in a particular street, 2 factions were engaged in a fierce gunfight, one comprised of pirates, the other of gangsters. Various blades and firearms exchanged fire, and many had already fallen in the chaos. The acrid scent of blood permeating the air, with innocent bystanders caught in the crossfire. A protective barrier formed amidst the chaos, while the clowns flying daggers whirled through the throng. Among the combatants, 2 figures stood out distinctly. One was a man clad in clown attire, his pronounced red nose drawing attention, and the other, a man with a grass-green mohawk, a distinctive eye tattoo beneath his right eye, and a face that resembled a demon. Additionally, a stunningly beautiful woman with exceptionally smooth skin gracefully maneuvered through the crowd, evading the attacks of the gangsters with effortless agility. As knives and bullets slid harmlessly past her, it was as though she moved in a realm untouched by conflict. These 3 individuals were not without renown. They were the infamous clown Buggy, the iron rod Eureka, and the cannibal Bartolomeo, each possessing formidable devil fruit abilities. Just as the battle intensified, a sudden sound of something piercing the air broke through, prompting everyone to instinctively look up. A shadow, resembling a missile, crashed heavily into the crowd, unleashing a circular shockwave that spread without mercy. The ground within a 50-meter radius cracked and collapsed, the center of the chaos heaving upwards. A massive cloud of dust mixed with debris shot forth like bullets, sending both factions flying, some meeting their demise before they even touched the ground. Only Buggy, Eureka, and Bartolomeo remained standing, with Buggy dodging the flying shards, Eureka gliding smoothly, deflecting attacks effortlessly, and Bartolomeo forming a transparent protective barrier with his fingers interlaced, blocking all incoming threats. What the hell was that? It scared me to death, one exclaimed, while another laughed heartily. The 3 kept their gaze fixed on the dissipating dust, as a tall, robust shadow began to emerge, heralding the grand entrance of a true man. Wilton grasped the dumbbells with both hands, his feet naturally apart. He elevated his arms, bending his elbows to shoulder height, and then clenched his fists with palms facing downward, contracting his biceps and engaging every muscle in his body. It was an impeccably executed front bicep pose. The air was thick with tension as the dust settled. The expressions of the three men from the Navy grew somewhat serious. For the dumbbell weapon and the prominently displayed muscles did not resemble mere flashy showmanship. Moreover, the characters for justice inscribed on the dumbbells, along with the red and white tank top bearing the same word, clearly indicated the identity of this man who had seemingly descended from the heavens. It was truly an unexpected delight. Wilton was somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated encountering these three individuals all at once. However, considering that the Straw Hat crew had appeared in Logtown, the presence of the clown buggy and the iron club-wielding Alvida was quite logical. Had he not captured the Straw Hat crew, under normal circumstances, Buggy and Alvida would likely have apprehended Luffy, bringing him to the execution platform, where he would have faced near execution. As for Bartolomeo, he was born in Logtown and had yet to set sail. Yet he had already established himself as a powerful figure in the underworld, ruling over 70 to 80 towns, possessing both authority and wealth. In the future, his influence would undoubtedly expand to encompass 150 towns. His involvement in organized crime was grave. How could these three come to blows? It seemed that the original narrative did not account for this. Unbeknownst to them, the conflict stemmed from one of Buggy's subordinates, who had been investigating the Straw Hat crew's whereabouts on the underworld's turf and ended up swindled out of 100,000 berries. Given Buggy's avaricious nature, he could tolerate insults, elimination, and mockery, but he would never allow anyone to covet his riches. Thus, as tensions mounted, a clash ensued, eventually drawing Bartolomeo's attention. As leaders of their respective factions, it was only natural for them to defend their subordinates and reclaim their honor. Otherwise, how could they maintain their standing in the criminal world? It all traced back to Wilton, had he not captured Luffy beforehand. Luffy would undoubtedly have made his way to the execution platform, akin to a beacon in the night, making it nearly impossible to evade the vengeful Buggy's crew. However, with Wilton apprehending him, Buggy's faction would naturally seek to investigate. Consequently, the conflict erupted. There was only one Navy officer present. Initially, the three were cautious, but upon realizing that only Wilton was present, they collectively exhaled a sigh of relief in their hearts. Their objective was Monkey D. Luffy, and there was no need to squander time here. The Navy colonel stationed in Logtown was Smoker, a formidable user of a Logia-type devil fruit. Buggy and Alvida decided to withdraw. As for the individual named Bartolomeo, his influence appeared substantial. They could seek him out at a later time. For now, they would let the Navy and their adversaries engage in a dog-eat-dog scenario. Retreat. Buggy commanded his subordinates decisively. The directive was clear: knock them all down. As Buggy and Alvida prepared to leave, Wilton suddenly exploded into action, vanishing from his original position. When he reappeared, he was hovering above Buggy, his hands gripping a terrifyingly heavy dumbbell, ready to strike down with a force reminiscent of creation itself. The explosive dual axes were unleashed. An unimaginable force descended. Buggy's hair stood on end as his body instantly fragmented into countless pieces scattering in all directions. At first glance, he knew he had encountered a formidable opponent. Boom. A deafening explosion erupted, causing the ground within a 40-meter radius to violently rupture, forming concentric shockwaves that expanded outward. Buildings collapsed one after another as Alvida and Bartolomeo, caught off guard, were sent flying and slammed onto the ground, their faces frozen in shock. Even Buggy, whose body had shattered into fragments, was not spared, yet something eerie occurred. His scattered pieces moved as if under the influence of the slow fruit, their speed abruptly halved. 6. Countermeasures against the barrier fruit explosive twin axes. Cheng Yaojin's first skill, a mighty leap toward a designated target, followed by a devastating dual-axe slash. Upon impact, the strike creates a shockwave that slows all enemies within range for 1 second. Blazing whirlwind. Before anyone could react, Wilton gripped his dumbbells and spun violently on the spot. In an instant, 2 circular slashing waves erupted, slicing through the air in a 360-degree radius with no blind spots. At the last possible moment, Alvida and Bartolomeo dropped flat to the ground, feeling only a chilling gust above their heads. Silence. Everything in all directions was cleanly severed. Pirates and underworld thugs with poor reflexes were bisected at the waist, their blood gushing forth like fountains in a grotesque display. The thunderous collapse of tilted ruins and shattered walls continued without end, kicking up clouds of dust that choked the air. The combination of armament hockey projection and the second skill, blazing whirlwind, proved devastating, truly adding wings to a tiger. A pity it wasn't the Vietnamese server version. Wilton had scanned the surroundings with his observation hockey and found no sign of any civilians, which meant he could unleash chaos at will. Whoosh! A bullet shot forth with lightning speed, striking Wilton squarely in the forehead. The sheer force of the impact caused him to instinctively tilt his head back. It was the gun of Machi, the first mate of the buggy pirates. Typically, he rode his beloved lion, Ricky. Success. Well done, Machi. Buggy, having narrowly escaped death, gasped for breath as his dismembered body began to mend, a triumphant grin spreading across his face. Just a mere navy who had just frightened him to death. Wait, Buggy. Flee. Eureka, initially exhilarated, soon grew tense, for from her vantage point, it was evident that the bullet had not penetrated the Navy's skull. It appeared that things were about to get serious. Wilton raised his head, shaking off the bullet that clung to his forehead, and turned to Buck and his companions with a radiant smile, for mere ordinary bullets and blades could no longer pierce his ironclad defense. With a dumbbell in hand, he lifted it high above, then swiftly brought it down, unleashing a formidable shockwave resembling a 10-meter-wide dark blue dumbbell, relentlessly surging towards Buck, Yarlita, and Machi. Damn it! Quickly evade. There was no time to react. The three nearly lost control of their bladders in fear. With a thunderous roar, the ground trembled as the dark blue shockwave advanced unyieldingly, completely engulfing the trio, pushing them aside with devastating force. Everywhere it passed, streets shattered, and countless buildings crumbled into ruins. As the dust settled, Wilton found himself standing before a broad avenue, measuring 50 meters in length and 7 to 8 meters in width, devoid of any trace of Buck and his companions at its end. In the realm of observation, Bartolomeo, unbeknownst to him, had slipped away, blending into the underworld and rising to prominence. It required a keen eye to navigate such treacherous paths. Suddenly, a blast erupted beneath his feet. Wilton leaped into action, soaring through the air with a sound reminiscent of a missile slicing through the atmosphere, hurtling towards Bartolomeo, who had already sprinted 5 streets away. The speed was astonishing, almost beyond belief. This is bad. A protective barrier. Upon hearing the ear-piercing whoosh, Bartolomeo's expression shifted to one of urgency. Without a moment's hesitation, he conjured a transparent shield, just as an overwhelming force descended upon him. With a thunderous crash, the ground beneath him fractured like a spider's web, collapsing rapidly. Bartolomeo found his feet sinking into the earth, forcing him to retreat and maneuver sideways. Fortunately, his barrier was invincible. The tension in his heart eased. What a troublesome ability indeed. Wilton gazed at the visibly shaken Bartolomeo. The barrier fruit was renowned for its absolute defense, nearly impervious to any means of destruction. Capturing Bartolomeo would require alternative methods. With a dumbbell charge, Wilton raised the heavy dumbbell high with his right hand and swung it down effortlessly. This time, he was resolute. A colossal shockwave, far greater than before, surged forth, mercilessly advancing towards Bartolomeo. Nothing along its path could withstand such force. Good heavens, Bartolomeo exclaimed, his face contorted in terror, his legs trembling as he exerted all his strength to steady the barrier before him. At that moment, the barrier was his sole source of solace. A chilling explosion ensued, sending a cascade of dust and debris into the air. Although the barrier remained unbroken, Bartolomeo was uncontrollably propelled away, crashing through building after building. While the barrier fruit could thwart any attack, it could not suppress the invisible force behind it. Before Bartolomeo could catch his breath, another shockwave from the dumbbell hurtled towards him, as unstoppable as the last, sending him flying once more. Once, twice, 5 times. Gradually, Bartolomeo found himself akin to a turtle retracting into its shell, repeatedly hurled by Wilton's brutal force, drawing ever closer to the surface of the sea. Wilton's intentions have become abundantly clear. He aims to force Bartolomeo into the sea. For anyone possessing the powers of a devil fruit, falling into the ocean signifies certain demise. You wish to push me into the water? Bartolomeo realized the peril he faced as he gazed upon the distant waves, his heart sinking. He pondered why this formidable naval officer persisted in his futile assault against the barrier, clearly aware that it could not be breached. The truth dawned on him. The objective was to cast him into the depths. Should his adversary succeed, his fate would be sealed. Yet, he found himself powerless. The defensive capabilities of the barrier fruit were indeed extraordinary, but he could only adopt a passive stance, enduring the blows without any means of escape. The only way for his opponent to conquer him was through sheer attrition. Dumbbell charge. Another colossal shockwave emanated from a massive dumbbell, and Bartolomeo's anxious visage turned visibly pale. With a thunderous crash, he was sent hurtling backward, eventually landing upon the tumultuous surface of the sea. It was over. The once mighty underworld lord was destined to perish here today. The water splashed tumultuously as Bartolomeo, devoid of strength, plunged into the ocean, his limbs flailing helplessly. The more he struggled, the deeper he sank, the frigid water enveloping him with the chilling embrace of death. A wave of terror swept through his very soul. He yearned to breathe, yet all that filled his nostrils and throat was seawater. Gradually, his consciousness began to fade. However, a sudden splash broke the surface as Wilton, calculating the time, dove into the sea, swiftly reaching Bartolomeo's side. Like a lifeless dog, he grasped Bartolomeo's hair and dragged him toward the shore. "Naval officer, release our boss. Otherwise, we shall open fire." At that moment, a horde of underworld thugs emerged from the shadows, some with fierce expressions, others seething with rage. A diverse assembly of height and girth, none appearing benevolent. There were no fewer than 40 of them. Engaged in illicit activities, their malevolence rivaled that of pirates. As Bartolomeo faced the 20 or so dark, menacing barrels aimed at him, Wilton realized these were not innocent civilians, and immediately raised his left hand. "Be cautious. Open fire." The sight of Wilton's posture instilled both tension and anger among the thugs. They had previously observed the battle between this imposing naval officer and their leader through binoculars. The adversary was preparing to strike. It was a matter of striking first to avoid calamity. They resolved to eliminate him without hesitation. With an unfounded confidence, the thugs unleashed a barrage of gunfire, the air filled with the crackle of bullets. In an instant, they opted for a preemptive strike, and the air erupted into a storm of gunfire. Faced with such overwhelming firepower, survival seemed impossible. Previously, only their leader had managed to endure such onslaughts. Wilton's chest swelled with confidence. With his robust and perfectly sculpted physique, he felt impervious to the relentless barrage of bullets. Even a carpet of gunfire seemed trivial to him. Should he falter, he would unleash his full power, transforming once more into a formidable figure. The sound of bullets ricocheting against him was akin to metal striking steel. And perhaps it was merely an illusion, but sparks seemed to erupt, leaving the assembled gangsters wide-eyed in disbelief. This was the first occasion they had witnessed anyone, apart from their leader, enduring gunfire with only flesh to protect them. It was utterly absurd. "Open fire! Open fire!" A thug screamed in desperation. And from the crowd emerged a burly man wielding a rocket launcher, aiming directly at Wilton. The ensuing explosion enveloped the area in a thick cloud of black smoke. Before the smoke could clear, Wilton, grasping a dumbbell in one hand and seizing Bartolomeo by the neck with the other, spun on the spot. In an instant, 2 waves of slashing force radiated outward without mercy. In that moment, silence fell upon the world. The gangsters surrounding him were cleaved in two, their entrails strewn across the ground, and the acrid scent of blood permeated the air, rendering the scene a veritable hell on earth. Wilton showed no mercy to these pirate thugs. With fervent intensity, he executed iron block, a technique that imbued his well-conditioned body with the hardness of iron, rendering him impervious to bullets and blades at a certain level of mastery. This principle involved accelerating blood flow to enhance muscle movement. However, this technique came with a caveat. During its execution, he became a stationary target, much like a living bullseye. Yet, in the original narrative, the CP9 member Gabra was an exception. He could freely attack even while in the iron block state. Now, Wilton had joined this rare echelon. He dedicated an immense amount of time and effort to mastering iron block, enduring pain and hardship that could only be described as a bittersweet struggle. Ultimately, his perseverance bore fruit, allowing him to move and fight while in this state. This was the foundation of his unshakable confidence. Upon entering iron block, he was no longer a mere target. Instead, he augmented his attack and defense, bolstered by his ultimate move, Justice Potential, which provided recovery and healing. Hence, who could blame him for his unwavering self-assurance? As for just now, with one hand wielding a dumbbell and the other controlling Bartolomeo, he was able to utilize his second skill effortlessly, as these abilities did not have stringent prerequisites. Even a barehanded Wilton could unleash all his skills. With the keen insight of observation hockey, he accurately sensed the fleeing group, led by Buggy. Wilton secured a dumbbell on his back, grasped another with his left hand, and with his right, he propelled Bartolomeo upwards, launching them into the sky. In the distance, Buggy and Yarlito were desperately fleeing, each of them gripped by fear. They had narrowly escaped death, grateful that the burly Navy officer had pursued Bartolomeo instead. Damn Navy, I won't forget this, Buggy muttered as he ran, harboring a grudge against Wilton. Beside him, Yarlita, barefoot as if gliding on invisible ice skates, appeared far more graceful compared to Buggy's frantic escape. From time to time, she executed intricate skating maneuvers, embodying the allure of a mature woman, a true winner in life. This was truly unfortunate. Not only had they failed to locate Monkey D. Luffy, but they had also provoked the notorious underworld overlord of Logue Town, and that brutish Navy officer lacked any semblance of chivalry. Navy, await my vengeance. Suddenly, a powerful sound of air being ripped apart echoed ominously, drawing their attention skyward. The once venomous expressions of Buggy and his companions transformed into sheer dread. Explosive twin axes. In Buggy's terrified gaze, Wilton raised the dumbbell and Bartolomeo high, resembling a missile poised to strike. With a thunderous roar, the ground erupted around them. A tremendous shockwave rapidly expanding as Buggy was sent flying in pieces, accompanied by agonizing screams, and Yarlita met a similar fate. As for Buggy's crew members, Machi and Kabaji, along with a lion, crashed to the ground, losing consciousness, barely clinging to life. This devastating blow bore the mark of Wilton's armament hockey. Damn, that hurts. This is armament hockey. Unlike many other pirates in the East Blue, Buggy understood the implications well. He was once a trainee pirate under the Roger Pirates. He realized they were in serious trouble. My leg. Most crucially, his lower leg was nowhere to be seen. With his gaze fixed on the dissipating dust, he found his calf trapped beneath a dumbbell, struggling futilely to free himself. Run. Yarlita was genuinely terrified. She swiftly rose from the ground and fled into the distance. Her alliance with Buggy was merely a partnership aimed at eliminating Monkey D. Luffy. When disaster struck, it was only natural for each to fend for themselves. She had no intention of sacrificing her life. This formidable marine was far too powerful for her and Buggy to contend with. It would be far more prudent for Buggy to expend his remaining strength to buy her time for escape. On this day each year, she would reminisce about Buggy for a fleeting moment, perhaps even burn some paper in remembrance. Hey, Yarlita. Upon witnessing Yarlita's hasty retreat, leaving behind no words, Buggy's resolve instantly crumbled, his mindset unraveling. What a cowardly woman. Is the bond of our collaboration so fragile? Buggy thought, Yarlita, I shall avenge you in due time. You hold him off. Better one perish than two. As Yarlita glided away rapidly, her voice grew fainter. Foolish woman, we still had a chance together. In mere moments, Yarlita vanished from sight, and Buggy's calls dwindled. He cast a glance at the unconscious Machi and Kabaji nearby, gritted his teeth, and resolutely turned to flee. A mere leg, a couple of subordinates, what mattered most was preserving his life. He could always procure a prosthetic or recruit more followers. Buggy the Clown would rise again. The sea was indeed merciless. Quietly apologizing to himself, Buggy summoned every ounce of strength he possessed. To his surprise, his retreat was remarkably swift and decisive. Observing Buggy and Yarlita fleeing in opposite directions, Wilton was momentarily taken aback, then sprang into action, determined to apprehend Buggy first. Explosive twin axes. Why don't you pursue that woman first? Feeling the rush of air behind him, Buggy quickly turned, his head instinctively ducking, even if the foe were a woman. A flying kick could still deliver a devastating blow. A resounding explosion erupted. Buggy was sent scattering from the dust, drenched in sweat, like an ant on a hot skillet. Exclaiming, wait, though I am a pirate, I have committed no heinous acts. If you let me go, I shall mend my ways immediately. If that does not suffice, I can even offer you my treasure map. Buggy's dismembered form flailed about, perceiving Wilton charging towards him like a lustful rhinoceros, wielding a heavy dumbbell that was terrifying just to behold. If struck, he would surely see stars and suffer grievous injury. I, Buggy the Clown, can both rise and fall. Perhaps you should just go to prison and seek redemption there. Wilton arrived like a bolt of lightning, raising a dumbbell to shield the sunlight, completely enveloping Baki in shadow, resolutely determined to send him to prison. After all, this fellow had committed numerous offenses. Despicable. Do you truly believe I fear you? Baki, exasperated, suddenly broke into a sinister smile, and with a flicker of thought, two hands appeared behind Wilton, stealthily thrusting a short sword towards his back. He had been diverting his opponent's attention all along, orchestrating this ambush. Die. A sudden strike. Clang. The anticipated bloodshed did not materialize, and Baki's arrogant expression froze. What was happening? Why did it not penetrate? Was this fellow's body made of stone? Trouble. In his line of sight, the colossal dumbbell loomed ever closer, utterly unavoidable. It was evident that Baki's entire face was about to collide with the dumbbell. His red nose quickly squished into a pancake, while his clown-like visage contorted grotesquely. An explosion resonated. As the dust gradually settled, Baki lay bloodied, his eyes rolled back, deeply embedded in the ground, having been knocked unconscious by the dumbbell. With effortless ease, Wilton leaped, transforming once more into a missile, precisely locating the retreating Yalida. In a thunderous roar, Yalida was hurled away by the shockwave. Useless Baki, rising from the ground. Yalida's beautiful visage was marred by tension. Baki had proven utterly inept, and this was barely within a minute. What to do? Was today truly the day she would fall here? As the dust cleared, Wilton emerged from the shadows, observing the vigilant Yalida, who brandished a spiked club. With his hands gripping a pair of dumbbells, he struck a bodybuilder's pose and counseled, "I am an unwavering advocate of gender equality. In the name of justice, I shall not hesitate to employ a flying kick, even against a female adversary, and I certainly will not show mercy or tenderness. To spare yourself from bodily harm, I advise you to surrender unconditionally." Wilton kindly offered advice to Yalida. The despicable Navy sought to compel her surrender, but that was an impossibility. Unsurprisingly, Yalida declined. Aware that escape was futile, she resolved to fight back with all her might. Summoning her courage, she launched the first attack, executing a sliding tackle towards Wilton with remarkable ease. Wilton evaded his pass, just as Yalida swung her spiked mace menacingly towards Wilton's head, the timing and angle utterly impeccable. A block of iron. Wilton's strike came without any forewarning. The spiked club met her head with a jarring force, leaving Yalida feeling as though she had collided with solid steel, nearly causing her to lose grip on the weapon. What kind of head is this? Now it is my turn. This is not good. A chill surged through Yalida's very core as Wilton displayed a ruthless disregard for her well-being, his right foot, enveloped in hockey, swept menacingly at her slender waist. Useless, for I am the smooth human who has consumed the slippery fruit. My skin is impeccably smooth, offering little friction, rendering most attacks ineffective against me. Yalida feigned composure, suppressing the turmoil within, for only an explosion could pose a genuine threat to her. With a sudden sound, Yalida felt as though a mountain had collided with her. Although some of the force had dissipated, a significant portion still bore down upon her, unleashing a long-forgotten pain that coursed through her body. Unable to contain her anguished scream, blood erupted from her mouth, spraying 3 feet high. As Yalida's form bent into a C-shape, propelled like a cannonball through several houses, ultimately landing in another street. The wondrous slippery fruit, alas, has yet to be fully harnessed. At the moment of impact, Wilton too sensed the slickness, which mitigated some of his force. Otherwise, that kick would have surely shattered Yalida's waist. He had indeed employed hockey. Yet the notion of zero friction remained far from reality. With a sudden leap, he advanced. Wilton descended from the heavens, crashing down near Yalida. His first skill, the explosive dual axes, served not only as a means of assault but also as a means of travel or retreat. Why then must he persist? Gazing upon Yalida, who lay on the brink of death amidst the rubble, one must question the essence of his proclaimed belief in absolute gender equality. Why endure such physical torment? Gurgling sounds escaped her as crimson fluid flowed ceaselessly from her ruby lips. Yalida, with her disheveled hair and pallid visage, appeared frail and weak for the first time. Her devil fruit ability failed to deflect all incoming attacks. Moreover, the Navy truly fought with lethal intent, cursed to remain single for a lifetime. Wilton strapped 2 dumbbells to his back, his large hand gripping Yalida's neck. He crouched slightly before leaping into the air, tracing a graceful arc before ultimately landing beside the unconscious Baki and Bartolomeo. Like stacking bricks, he piled the individuals together, supporting them with one hand before leaping once more, this time targeting the naval base. He nearly traversed over 40% of the area of Rogue Town, all within the range of his observation hockey. His ability, dual axis explosion, could be deployed at will, indicating that as Wilton's observation hockey expanded, so too would the landing area of his skill. The prospect of repeatedly hopping between islands was no longer a mere dream. Notably, his speed surpassed that of flight, and his skill would grow stronger in tandem with Wilton, enhancing both his leap velocity and the impact of his landing, akin to a meteorite strike, resulting in an explosion reminiscent of a nuclear detonation upon contact with the ground at the naval base. Wilton descended with the gravitas of a celestial being, striking the ground with such force that a cloud of dust was raised. Many of the Marines initially mistook this for an enemy assault, but upon realizing it was General Wilton, they all adopted a solemn demeanor and rendered military salutes. Confine these pirates to a cell. Tomorrow I shall escort them to impel down, commanded General Wilton. Furthermore, locate their pirate vessel and liquidate all assets belonging to their syndicate. The entirety of their treasures shall be allocated to repair the damaged residences or for humanitarian aid. Wilton casually tossed Buck, Arleta, and Bartholomew to the ground, brushing his hands together as he prepared to continue his leisurely stroll. Perhaps he would encounter some pirates or nefarious ruffians along the way. Such individuals, upon being apprehended, would invariably be sent off to serve their time in prison. Wilton firmly believes that the elimination of even a single malevolent individual equates to the salvation of a person, or even an entire family. After all, such acts are merely trivial endeavors. Currently constrained by his limited capabilities, he considers the eradication of one more wrongdoer a victory. In the future, when his power expands, he aspires to unify the world under his governance, fostering peace. Moreover, he consistently strives to minimize civilian casualties during battles, utilizing the spoils acquired from pirates to repair or compensate for any damage inflicted upon civilian structures. Such acts are but trifles, yet they significantly enhance his public persona and provide greater opportunities for the realization of his ambitions. In the prison cell, Buggy, Eureka, and Bartolomeo were carelessly tossed upon the ground, while opposite them were the Straw Hat crew, with the dragon lurking nearby. At that moment, Luffy had regained consciousness, demonstrating an admirable resilience characteristic of Zoan-type mythical beasts. When Wilton first learned that the rubber fruit had transformed into the mythical Nika fruit, his mind was overwhelmed with disbelief. If this were the case, he could leave behind an endless legend, and anyone who later consumed a Paramecia-type devil fruit could potentially inherit the mythical Zoan-type Wilton fruit. It was utterly perplexing. With a resounding crash, something fell heavily to the ground, startling Buggy and the others awake, leading to an intense exchange of glares, followed by a heated quarrel. Buggy and Eureka attributed all their misfortunes to Luffy, asserting that had they not sought revenge against him, they would not have encountered the Navy and ended up captured. This verbal skirmish persisted for 2 or 3 hours, with Buggy dominating the tirade, while Luffy, amidst the bickering, gradually succumbed to drowsiness. Throughout this time, a steady influx of criminals was ushered into the cell, comprising pirates, gangsters, and even mountain bandits. Upon inquiry, it became evident that they had all been apprehended by the muscular Navy officer. The base soldiers outside were in a frenzy. One particular thug had been incarcerated merely for making advances towards an elderly lady, unfortunate enough to be caught in the act. Not only did he endure a severe beating, but he was also sentenced to 3 years in confinement. He was utterly bewildered by the prospect of such a lengthy punishment. 3 years? It is nothing short of tyrannical governance. He has protested and pleaded for mercy, yet all he received in return was a righteous beating. In the blink of an eye, the entire jail in Rog Town was overcrowded, leading Smog to stand outside the cell with Dasky, contemplating the cacophony of noise emanating from within. The sense of justice exhibited by this general appeared to be even more profound than they had anticipated. Early the next morning, upon Dasky's awakening and after her morning routine, she prepared for her daily tasks. Passing by the training ground, she stumbled upon Wilton engaged in his rigorous exercise regimen, a staggering ton of weight stacked in layers. While he performed handstands, balancing with a single finger, executing each movement with remarkable precision. The visual spectacle was striking. Sweat cascaded down his perfectly sculpted physique, and every action seemed meticulously choreographed, as Wilton maintained a consistent rhythm throughout. "Good morning, General Wilton," Dasky greeted as she approached. Following the incredulous display of fitness in the reception room previously, she was momentarily taken aback by Wilton's current workout, though it did not seem as absurd as before. "Good morning, Dasky Chow," he responded. Wilton continued with a finger. "Did Major General Wilton not rest last night?" Dasky recalled that Wilton returned quite late. Yet, judging by his current demeanor, he must have risen early to engage in his training. Such diligence is commendable. It is no wonder he has ascended to the rank of Major General at such a young age. Clearly, I need to exert myself more. Indeed, I cannot believe that a mere night or two without sleep would lead to collapse. Dasky, Captain Chow, please inform Colonel Smoker that I shall escort the prisoners to Impel Down in an hour. Our next meeting may very well be in the Grand Line or the New World. I have just a few more sets of exercises to complete, which should take approximately 30 minutes, followed by a 10-minute bath and 20 minutes for breakfast. I will be ready to depart for Impel Down in an hour. Very well. Dasky nodded, her face reflecting admiration and respect. Major General Wilton not only fulfills his duties with great responsibility but also diligently trains. He apprehended numerous criminals from day to night yesterday. His sense of responsibility greatly inspired her. If the world had more individuals like Major General Wilton, perhaps the seas would be less tumultuous, and the world would be a more peaceful place. By the way, could you please prepare breakfast for 50 people? Additionally, I would like to take a bath. I will prepare it immediately. Dasky was unfazed by the request for breakfast for 50. On occasion, she could consume 5 servings of food after her training. An hour later, at the port, the evil dragon, Buggy, Yarlita, Bartolomeo, Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, Nami, and Usopp were all handcuffed, escorted by a contingent of Marines onto the warship. Nami and Usopp were weeping and wailing. They had been captured before even leaving the East Blue, condemned to endure an eternity of imprisonment, their freedom, treasures, and dreams now lost. The thought of this filled their hearts with sorrow and despair. Gazing at the vast, tumultuous sea, the others wore expressions of dejection. Even Luffy hung his head low, while only the evil dragon continued to shout defiantly, and Buggy vociferously cursed. Ha ha ha. I have heard that Impel Down is the world's foremost prison. Once you enter, escape is impossible, more terrifying than death. Are you prepared? The evil dragon, handcuffed, wore an expression of rebellious pride, casting a look of schadenfreude towards Luffy and Nami. He had not expected to see them again so soon. Their reunion was a delightful surprise. In just a few days, they found themselves together again, being escorted to Impel Down. If he were alone, his spirits would not be as high, but now he could only think of the thrill of it all. In some respects, the Straw Hat crew could be considered as companions in this demise. Serves them right for meddling. Hey, that Navy officer named Wilton. Will you truly not consider letting me go? If you spare me, I can provide you with a treasure map, a genuine treasure map. In a desperate attempt to save himself, Baki sought to bribe his way out. He was well aware of the world's most notorious prison. Having heard tales of its existence, since its inception, only the formidable Captain Roger had managed to escape, and even then, it cost him dearly, losing 2 of his legs. Lacking the prowess of the Golden Lion, Baki knew that if he were to be imprisoned, his dreams of treasure hunting would be irrevocably dashed. The mention of a treasure map caused Nami, who had previously worn a mask of despair, to widen her eyes in sheer excitement. However, upon glancing down at the handcuffs binding her wrists, her hope wilted, leaving her as deflated as a frostbitten eggplant. Meanwhile, Wilton, engrossed in conversation with Smoker, waved his hand dismissively, instructing his subordinates to swiftly escort the captives onto the warship. The scope of his observation hockey had already spread to its maximum extent. What was amiss? Dragon had yet to make an appearance. Was he truly unwilling to rescue his own son? Deep down, Wilton understood that sending Luffy to Impel Down was a futile endeavor, especially with Dragon present in Logtown. However, a flicker of hope remained within him. What if, through the flutter of his small butterfly wings, he could alter the course of the narrative? After all, if Dragon dared to remain absent, Wilton would not hesitate to deliver Luffy into captivity. Take care, Major Wilton, he was advised as their conversation concluded. Dasky and the surrounding Marines saluted him, their expressions solemn. Though they had only interacted for a single day, the overcrowded cells in the base spoke volumes about the grim reality they faced. Wilton exuded an unwavering vigor, and his infectious enthusiasm was capable of uplifting the spirits of those around him, an embodiment of positive energy. Indeed, Smoker, Dasky, the East Blue is far too small. I hope to encounter you again in the Grand Line or the New World, for it is there that justice is most desperately needed. Wilton diligently trained his biceps with dumbbells, firmly believing that Smoker and Tashigi were commendable individuals. Within the Navy, he recognized the necessity for supportive voices. The world's most notorious man is making his entrance. I shall venture into the New World, Smoker exclaimed, taking a deep drag from his cigar, his tone calm yet resolute. He could not remain in Logtown indefinitely. As Wilton had articulated, the stage of the East Blue was far too limited. It was the Grand Line and the New World that truly demanded justice and order. His enlistment in the Navy was not merely to pass time. He harbored his own dreams and sense of justice. Tashigi adjusted her glasses and nodded earnestly, resolute in her commitment to embrace hardship. Fearlessness in the face of failure and setbacks. She vowed to train harder than ever, to become stronger, and to courageously vanquish foes in the name of justice. Their convictions were not merely a result of Wilton's influence. From the moment they joined the Navy, they had resolved to uphold justice, protect the vulnerable, and diminish the suffering in the world while increasing its happiness. Farewell. Wilton turned to approach the warship. However, upon boarding, the previously clear skies abruptly darkened, and the once tranquil sea became tumultuous under the onslaught of fierce winds, causing the ship to rise and fall relentlessly. Suddenly, Raindrops the size of beans began to fall. Within just a couple of minutes, the weather transformed dramatically. While such rapid changes might be commonplace in the Grand Line or the New World, they seemed rather peculiar in Logtown. What could be the cause? This weather was decidedly unusual. Smoker gazed up at the stormy sky, thick with clouds and crackling with lightning. As he inhaled his cigarette, his brow furrowed in concern. A strange, intangible pressure weighed heavily upon his shoulders, a sensation that felt almost like an illusion. Logtown's weather was typically very stable. Tashiji, too, was perplexed. The abruptness of the weather shift was eerie. With no prior indication, just a sudden surge of thunderous winds and inexplicable rain. Be cautious, a formidable presence is approaching, she warned aboard the warship. Wilton's expression was grave as he sensed a subtle presence, turning his gaze toward the left side of the sky, where, unbeknownst to him, a figure cloaked in a dark green coat had materialized. When did it appear? Smoker, Tashiji, and the other Marines, along with the dragon, Buggy, and Luffy on the deck, followed Wilton's gaze, their faces marked by astonishment and disbelief. Despite the figure exuding no discernible aura, an inexplicable tension enveloped the group, with some individuals swallowing hard instinctively. This silent arrival, coupled with the change in weather, signified that this mysterious person was indeed a formidable presence. The intangible air of authority was almost suffocating, with a palpable sense of pressure. Wilton, the stalwart Marine, truly lived up to his reputation as the most valiant soldier under Vice Admiral Dalmatia. Luffy was indeed unfortunate to encounter him. A voice, somewhat domineering and rough, resonated. The dragon gazed at Wilton, who was gripping dumbbells. He had heard of him through a fortuitous encounter, for the Revolutionary Army was in rebellion and thus kept a keen eye on the world government and the Marines. Some troublesome commanders, if the opportunity arose, would certainly be pursued with great effort, in hopes of finding like-minded allies. Haha. I never expected the esteemed leader of the Revolutionary Army to appear here. Wilton raised an eyebrow. Indeed, this individual had made his appearance. As a rear admiral in the Navy, the extent of his power was beyond the comprehension of an ordinary person. Furthermore, the intelligence regarding formidable adversaries from opposing factions was an essential part of a naval officer's education. What? The leader of the Revolutionary Army? The entire assembly gasped in astonishment, casting incredulous glances at the figure of dragon suspended in the air. It is widely recognized that there exists a faction seeking to overthrow the world government upon these seas, the Revolutionary Army, a mysterious and formidable organization. The leader of the Revolutionary Army has been classified by the world government as the most nefarious criminal in existence. Unlike pirates, who are often disorganized and scattered, the Revolutionary Army is a cohesive force, united by a common purpose and meticulous planning. Most pirates, save for a few exceptionally deranged and powerful individuals, do not entertain the notion of toppling the world government. What a jest! Why would the world's most notorious criminal be present in Logtown? Hey, did that guy just mention Luffy? Nami and Sanji exchanged instinctive glances, both perceiving the confusion reflected in each other's eyes. Luffy, on the other hand, appeared utterly perplexed, inquiring about the Revolutionary Army, clearly intrigued by the formidable reputation of the world's most wicked criminal. Might I kindly request to take them with me? A tempest stirred. The deep green cloak atop dragon billowed dramatically, revealing a fierce visage devoid of eyebrows, with unkempt black hair cascading loosely behind him. The audible gasps from Buggy and the others echoed in the air. Dragon's appearance was so menacing, radiating an aura of ruthless malevolence, further intensified by a suffocating presence that penetrated to the very marrow of their bones. No. A direct refusal was imperative. Wilton's expression was unprecedentedly grave as he rhythmically bounced in place while gripping a dumbbell, his upper body swaying with a certain cadence. He was warming up. Perhaps today's battle would be the most arduous he had faced in 5 years. Even though he knew his opponent would not be formidable, he still yearned for a confrontation. With so many spectators present, he could not afford to remain idle. The valiant and fearless persona he had cultivated over the past 4 years needed to be further reinforced. Simultaneously, he wished to gauge the gap between himself and the elite, hoping to glean insights from this encounter. This is troublesome. I must rescue Luffy, Dragon remarked, a hint of frustration evident in his demeanor, having anticipated this predicament. Luffy was indispensable, after all, being his own blood. As Dragon spoke and cast a glance at Luffy, nearby, Buggy and the evil dragon were rendered speechless, their eyes nearly bulging from their sockets, overwhelmed by disbelief and anxiety. Are you joking? The Straw Hat crew has ties to the world's most notorious man? They thought. Exasperated, Damn it, why didn't this fool mention it during the fight? With such a background, was there truly a need for combat? Couldn't they simply sit down for tea instead? Now, everyone seemed like enemies, their enmity palpable, creating an awkward atmosphere. Buggy and the evil dragon could hear their own heartbeats. Perhaps Leto was unaware of the gravity of the Revolutionary Army's connection to the world's most fearsome man. But the two of them were well versed in such matters, and even Bartolomeo had heard whispers. This was no jest. Had Luffy disclosed his ties to the Revolutionary Army and the world's most dangerous man, they might not have acted so impulsively. Instead, they could have negotiated first. They might have even forged a friendship. Was this not a cruel twist of fate? The reason for the deep-seated trepidation in the hearts of the evil dragon and Buggy was due to the unwavering declaration made by the most fearsome man. He must be taken away. And that was unequivocal. The connection was evidently extraordinary. You wish to take them away? You shall have to overcome me first. Despite facing the world's most notorious figure, Wilton displayed no signs of fear. He was resolute in his determination to conquer this reputational challenge. Dragon fell silent, his aura intensifying, enveloping the entire harbor with an oppressive force that, while not suffocating, became palpable the moment he fixed his piercing gaze. An indomitable will surged forth, fierce and commanding. As dark crimson lightning began to crackle ominously in the turbulent sky, this was Conqueror's Haki, a power possessed by only one in a million. Yet this formidable will was directed solely at Wilton, leaving the evil dragon and others completely oblivious. He was eager to bring his opponent to his knees. In a fit of rage, Wilton struck fiercely. Wilton found himself unable to restrain his regression, his face flushed crimson as he clenched his teeth. His mental resolve ensnared in a quagmire. The boundless darkness surrounding him assailed him relentlessly. Kneel down. Surrender to slumber. You are but an ordinary individual. Your life ought to be unremarkable, akin to chives or ants, destined to submit, finding solace merely by lying down. Denial, temptation, collapse. Wilton's will was being shattered. As if he beheld a sovereign of lofty stature demanding his submission. The ruler of his life, enslaving his soul, rendered him powerless. Confronted by an oppressive force that suffocated his very essence, Wilton fell to one knee, palms on the ground, drenched in sweat and gasping for breath. The weight of it was immense, and his consciousness began to wane. Major Wilton, what was happening? To the outside world, it appeared as though he had inexplicably knelt. Panting heavily and soaked in perspiration, as if subjected to some unspeakable torment. His body was slick with cold sweat, his face a mask of terror and dread. The overwhelming presence was palpable. In terms of experience and wisdom, it was Baki who immediately discerned that Wilton was enduring the mental assault of the world's most formidable man. It was a straightforward confrontation, one-on-one. Surprisingly, this individual named Wilton not only resisted losing consciousness at the onset but fought back with remarkable tenacity. Damn it, even in a past life, I possessed a fierce spirit. We all bear our burdens on our shoulders, and if provoked, we would face annihilation together. After finally traversing into this new existence, aspiring to rise above, they dared to impose upon me. Such audacity was intolerable. Wilton felt as though his chest were about to explode, a fierce defiance surging within him. His heart roaring in protest. Just as his other leg was about to kneel, a sudden revelation struck his mind like a thunderclap. It was as if a chain had been broken, releasing a sliver of freedom. His ambition was to become the sovereign of a world where his every command would be law, a ruler to whom all would bow without question. How could he possibly be intimidated into submission by something as trivial as the color of a tyrant? As a traveler from another realm, endowed with extraordinary abilities, he embodied the archetype of a destined ruler. He possessed unwavering confidence and undeniable superiority. Damn it all. One word. Fight. Where there is oppression, there shall be resistance. A cornered rabbit will bite, and a mere man's fury can spill blood in 5 steps. We are all human, all possess a single life. By what right, then? Should one be subjugated? Wilton, consumed by rage, let out an expletive that alleviated the weight upon him. The dual axes erupted with power. The entire warship sank slightly as Wilton gripped the dumbbell and propelled himself forward with unyielding determination towards the dragon, unleashing his full strength from the very outset. Unlike when he dealt with Luffy, Buggy, and Bartolomeo, where he had held back his might, this time it was evident to the naked eye. Wilton hoisted the dumbbells aloft, and towering phantoms of the weights materialized above him, each an imposing 100 meters high, shrouded in a dark, menacing aura. The very air seemed to be on the verge of rupture. With a swift motion, Long raised his right arm, enveloped in a protective haki, effectively blocking Wilton's colossal dumbbells. His fierce expression underwent a subtle shift before transforming into a projectile that soared toward the port. Explosions erupted incessantly, plumes of smoke billowing into the sky. He had not anticipated that Wilton could withstand his conqueror's haki and possess such formidable strength, far exceeding the capabilities expected of a rear admiral from the Navy headquarters. The dumbbells charged forth, tearing through the air. A shockwave, the size of a 100-meter dumbbell, was unleashed by Wilton, hurtling directly toward Long, who emerged unscathed from a previous devastating attack. Not even the slightest bruise marred his skin. "Your strength surpasses that of a rear admiral," Long mused. In an instant, he vanished from sight, only to reappear behind Wilton, leaving behind a massive crater where he had once stood, debris and gravel scattered in his wake. Fortunately, the area was devoid of bystanders. During their earlier confrontation, Smoker had already dispatched Marines to evacuate the crowd. Now he furrowed his brow, puffing on 3 cigars, taken aback by Long's unexpected presence. The battle intensified, spiraling into a fierce maelstrom. Wilton did not respond to the dragon. Instead, he swiftly pivoted in place, unleashing 2 colossal waves of slashing energy that radiated outward in all directions, their force reminiscent of a mighty tsunami. In response to this onslaught, the dragon's reaction was brutal. With his muscular arms enveloped in a layer of haki, he forcefully blocked the attack and, in the blink of an eye, vanished, reappearing above Wilton like a block of iron. Wilton was enveloped in iron, his arms and head adorned with the formidable haki. As he lifted the dumbbells, in the next instant, a devastating strike from the dragon's right foot descended upon him. The immense force caused the dumbbells to slip from his grasp, transforming into a streak of light that hurtled down the street, unrelenting as it pierced through building after building, ultimately resulting in a broad thoroughfare at its conclusion. Coughing and choking on dust, Wilton rose, shaking his head to dispel the dizziness and disorientation. That blow was far from pleasant. Fortunately, his resilience was considerable. Among the countless formidable Navy warriors, many succumbed to the iron. There was a reason for this. In dire circumstances where one must resort to iron, one's speed inevitably lags behind that of a stronger opponent. In situations where evasion is impossible, employing iron may allow one to survive, while foregoing it could lead to immediate demise. Moreover, there exists a distinction between iron and haki. One could assert that iron fortifies foundational defense, enhancing the body's capacity to absorb damage, utilizing one's physique to withstand attacks. In contrast, haki serves as a shield. The shield absorbs the blow first, and only when it is breached does the body endure the impact. Iron fortifies from within, while haki protects from without. Both can be synergistically combined. Suddenly, the air erupted with a deafening explosion. Wilton's expression momentarily tightened as he rolled away in a desperate maneuver, narrowly evading the dragon's right foot which had plunged deep into the ground, causing the surface around him to crack and rise rapidly. Upon witnessing Wilton evade the strike, the dragon immediately launched itself forward with a ground-hugging flight, spinning with intense heat. Propelled by his left hand, Wilton swiftly flipped to his feet, his right hand gripping the remaining dumbbell, executing a circular motion that unleashed another wave of slashing energy, radiating outward without a single blind spot. The approaching dragon remained as ferocious as ever, its hands enveloped in seething haki, forcefully twisting the area of effect strike. In the blink of an eye, it appeared before Wilton. The deafening sound of tearing air accompanied the dragon's seemingly ordinary kick, yet to Wilton, it bore the weight of immense pressure, the atmosphere visibly distorting around them. Faced with the imminent threat, Wilton's resolve only intensified, his blood surging with fervor as he gripped the remaining dumbbell tightly and swung it down with all his might. In an instant, the ground within a 500-meter radius collapsed, an invisible shockwave cascading forth with overwhelming force. At the moment of impact, the dumbbell slipped from his grasp, and Wilton felt a tingling pain coursing through his hands, a testament to his unyielding state of iron. Fortunately, the explosive dual axes had a decelerating effect. Even a brief second provided Wilton a moment to breathe, averting a dire outcome. It appeared he had underestimated his opponent. The dragon, astonished, gazed back with wide eyes, never anticipating that Wilton could withstand his assault. Moreover, the peculiar nature of Wilton's attack seemed to affect his speed, a remarkable phenomenon. Seizing the opportunity, the dragon spun around to deliver a side kick. Wilton hastily crossed his arms in defense, yet the force was overwhelming, akin to a mountain crashing down. Unable to absorb the impact, Wilton's arms collided with his chest, producing a dull thud, before he coughed blood and was sent sprawling through the air. Buildings crumbled, and several streets were once again torn apart, leaving no respite for Wilton. The dragon swiftly followed up with a powerful punch, but this time, Wilton evaded using his observation hockey, narrowly escaping the blow. Once more, he activated his second skill, unleashing 2 waves of slashing energy even in his barehanded state. The dragon, resembling a humanoid beast, aggressively pressed forward, its massive foot wrapped in hockey aimed directly at Wilton. In a critical moment, he raised his hands to intercept, embodying the essence of a life-or-death struggle. Was that iron block? As Wilton was hurled backward, spitting blood, Long swiftly followed suit, executing a series of powerful kicks. Each strike was deftly blocked by Wilton, yet even with the aid of his iron body and hockey, his hands grew swollen and trembled uncontrollably, as if his bones were fracturing. Coughing violently, Wilton managed to rise from the rubble, spitting out the blood that had filled his mouth. He was gravely injured. Yet it was fortunate he had the iron body and hockey. Otherwise, he would have already succumbed. His passive skill, life or death, was fully charged. The more grievously he was hurt, the greater his attacking power became. He fought with increasing fervor. The corpse with the highest attack power in the canyon was not merely a boast. Among the ranks of rear admirals, he was the first I had encountered to hone his iron body to such an extent. In a moment of distraction, Long appeared before him, his words filled with admiration for Wilton. It was not merely bravado. If it were any other rear admiral or even a typical vice admiral, they would have fallen to the ground under the first onslaught of Conqueror's hockey. Yet this man not only withstood the hockey, but also exchanged blows with him, showing no signs of despair, but rather a growing tenacity. Explosive twin axes. Wilton bellowed, his fist clenched as he brought them crashing down. Long, however, effortlessly blocked the attack with a single arm, denying Wilton any chance to evade. With a powerful left hook, he struck Wilton squarely in the chest. Blood gushed from Wilton's mouth and nose as he bent over, a massive shockwave erupting from him, tearing through the ground and extending for hundreds of meters. In his 5 years of experience, this was the first time Wilton felt utterly powerless. He was completely outmatched by Long, who maintained an unyielding pressure throughout the encounter. Was this the pinnacle of combat prowess upon the seas? White Fist. Smoker, who had been watching from the sidelines, charged forward, enveloped in a cloud of white smoke, his right hand coalescing with power as he struck at Long. In that moment, Long stepped back, glancing at Wilton, who was curled up on the ground, before vanishing in an instant. Oh no! Smoker's instincts flared as he looked up to find Long reappearing before him, delivering a swift and powerful punch that sent him flying, disappearing at the far end of the street. This was the world's most formidable man. On board the warship, the faces of the evil dragon, Buggy, Bartolomeo, and Yarlita were all fixated in awe. They had previously considered themselves strong, but now, before the most fearsome man, they felt utterly inadequate. Much like how they had felt in front of Wilton, crushed from head to toe. My apologies, but I shall take my leave with him, Long stated, turning his back on Wilton as he strode toward the warship. I have not fallen yet, Wilton managed to call out, barely managing to stand. Behind him, an agonized voice echoed as Long turned to see Wilton shakily rising, a brilliant green light radiating from him, signaling a resurgence of power. A devil fruit user? Long furrowed his brow. He initially believed that the other party was merely a master of physical combat, but to his surprise, he was also a wielder of a devil fruit, potentially possessing abilities related to healing injuries. It seemed to be of the paramecia type. He took a deep, heavy breath. Wilton has just employed a restoration technique, regaining a modest 5% of his vitality, which encompasses stamina, injuries, and various adverse conditions. This implies that Wilton can still tenuously continue the battle, albeit in a severely wounded state that paradoxically amplifies his offensive capabilities compared to normal circumstances. However, this enhancement proves inconsequential against the dragon, as the disparity between them remains insurmountable. With a thunderous explosion, he leaps forward, fervently launching his assault. His fists, clenched with determination, rain down ferocious blows upon the dragon. As a tempestuous gale swirls around him, the dragon, with its flowing ebony mane, stands imperiously, and the ground beneath them erupts in violent bursts. At this moment, the dragon exudes an aura of dominance, effortlessly parrying Wilton's attacks with a single arm, rendering all of Wilton's amplified strength utterly ineffective. Wilton moved swiftly, spinning rapidly in midair, unleashing a wave of AoE slashes. However, the dragon effortlessly blocked it with one hand, and then swiftly retaliated with a kick directed at Wilton. The air erupted with force. Wilton swiftly evaded and leaped 10 meters away, but before he could react further, Long appeared behind him in an instant. In the next moment, Wilton spewed blood, transforming into a stream of light that pierced through the extensive ruins. ultimately collapsing amidst the rubble not far from the harbor. Once again, he was defeated, utterly powerless to retaliate. It was over. Long harbored no belief that Wilton would rise again. Even the sailors on the warship, including Buggy and Daz, recognized this truth upon glancing at the still-prone smoker. A single encounter had rendered him incapable of standing. After all, he was a user of a Logia-type devil fruit. A true man never knows fear or surrender. Just as Long took a couple of steps forward, a pained voice from behind broke the silence. Amidst the gazes of all present, Wilton, bloodied and battered, propped himself against a nearby stone and stood up. His entire being radiated a brilliant green light, extending to a radius of 10 meters. Soon, his aura began to warm rapidly. Healing technique. It restored 15 of his own and nearby allies' health and movement speed. This technique differed from mere recovery. While recovery could only mend his own vitality, the healing technique could restore both himself and his nearby comrades. Originally, the range was 1 meter. But over the past 5 years, Wilton had refined it to 10 meters. Moreover, both recovery and healing techniques had cool-down periods, usable only once a day. The realization struck that he was also a devil fruit user. The onlookers immediately associated this with the powers of the devil fruit. For how else could one explain the green light emanating from Wilton's body? His injuries and aura were rapidly revitalizing. It was undoubtedly linked to a recovery-type devil fruit. Yet, something was amiss. He could not possibly be a user. Bartolomeo recalled vividly that after being defeated and falling into the sea, it was that large fellow who had swum in to rescue him. Though his consciousness had been hazy at the time, he was certain it was Wilton. He was undeniably a user. Buggy, Luffy, Eureka, and Nami all contested this notion. Did they truly believe their eyes were deceiving them? How could one's body emanate green light? They questioned the very reality of experiencing a tangible recovery. What else could achieve such a feat besides the mythical treasures of the sea or a devil fruit? Bartolomeo, declaring with conviction, also felt an inner turmoil. If that individual was not a user, how could one explain the scene before them? If he was a user, then why could he still swim? In an instant, contemplation enveloped the group. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions reverberated throughout the crumbling ruins as Wilton and Long clashed once more. Even with the aid of iron blocks and hockey, Wilton was pushed back relentlessly. Yet, he fought with increasing ferocity, and his attacks grew ever more potent as he continued to cough blood and retreat. Wilton was being mercilessly battered by the dragon, akin to a punching bag, utterly devoid of any capacity for retaliation due to the dragon's astonishing speed of attack. Yet, even in the face of such relentless assault, he did not yield an inch. As the battle raged on, both the dragon and the figures aboard the warship, including Luffy, gazed on in silence and admiration, while the Marines, their faces flushed with intensity, clenched their fists tightly. Undoubtedly, to some, Wilton appeared foolish. However, to others, he embodied nobility and grandeur. If there existed a true man upon the seas, it would undoubtedly be Wilton. With a forceful resolve, he continued to stand tall. Even as he repeatedly succumbed to the ground, bloodied and battered. Gradually, the dragon too received his share of blows. Another thunderous clash echoed as Wilton descended from the heavens, crashing down upon the earth, causing the ground within 100 meters to cave in, his body sinking into the soil as he coughed up blood incessantly. "I'm not here to kill. I merely wish to save," he proclaimed. The dragon landed at the edge of the crater, a fierce countenance now tranquil, revealing a man far more resilient than anticipated. Surely, he could not rise again. With a hint of admiration, the dragon turned to stride back towards the warship, where Buggy and the others craned their necks to observe the vast pit. "Major Wilton! Major Wilton! Major Wilton!" Dasky, who had long been denied the chance to engage in battle, gazed tearfully at the pit, her fists clenched as she began to shout. Profoundly moved by Wilton's indomitable spirit and fearless perseverance, a throng of Marines behind her echoed her sentiments, rallying in support of Wilton. "He is beyond recovery." The dragon shook his head, convinced that Wilton would not rise again. He was acutely aware of the severity of his own strikes. While they would not claim the man's life, they would surely render him incapacitated for days, if not weeks. Yet, before he could finish his thought, a resounding cadence of footsteps emerged from the pit. Turning back, he beheld a robust figure, panting heavily, eyes filled with agony, yet surrounded by a shimmering aura of green light. Despite the grievous injuries that marred his visage, the figure exuded an indomitable spirit, unyielding and defiant. Justice unleashed. At that moment, Wilton unleashed his latent potential, radiating with fervent zeal for justice. enveloped in a cascade of life-giving light. No matter the extent of his injuries, as long as he drew breath, he could resurrect with renewed vigor. In later stages of his training, he could even revive fully, akin to the power of the phoenix, granting him a second chance at life, albeit, regrettably, only once per day. He has risen once more. What manner of creature is this, to withstand such grievous wounds? Buggy and the others were left in profound shock. Any other individual would have succumbed after the first blow. Yet Wilton not only rose once but continued to rise a second and third time. Major Wilton. The faces of Dasky and his fellow Marines flushed with excitement, as they regarded Wilton's figure as towering and majestic, akin to the everlasting sun that illuminates justice and heralds the future. This unwavering resolve is neither foolishness nor folly, rather. It embodies a noble bravery that commands admiration. Wilton, as ever, embraced death with unwavering resolve. After concluding his grand maneuver, he surged towards the dragon with renewed vigor. Propelled by the activation of his righteous potential, which not only restored 50% of his vitality, but also enhanced his mobility by 30%. The air was rent asunder. The dragon raised his hand to intercept the oncoming fist, but as he prepared to retaliate, his brow furrowed in surprise. Wilton executed a swift horizontal kick that struck him squarely in the waist. In an instant, billowing clouds of smoke mingled with explosive blasts, sweeping across 5 streets. From the ruins, the dragon emerged with a calm demeanor, regarding the sharp-eyed Wilton with newfound respect. This naval officer exuded an aura that suggested he was a formidable adversary, evoking the impression of battling a general, despite maintaining a dominant position, even to the point of overwhelming force. The opponent's spirit and determination were qualities that even some of the ocean's most elite warriors might lack. This was indeed a remarkable sight. Luffy, I hope this confrontation proves fruitful for you. The dragon instinctively glanced at the individuals aboard the battleship, each one displaying expressions of shock and disbelief. True strength is not solely defined by formidable combat prowess. A genuine powerhouse possesses not only exceptional fighting capability, but also extraordinary will, charisma, ideals, and aspirations. This was a silent lesson, descending from the heavens. Wilton transformed into a colossal barbell, his fist clenched and swung down with tremendous force, exuding an overwhelming aura of strength even before the clash. The earth trembled and the mountains quaked as Long, with his feet deeply embedded in the ground, unleashed a punch, bracing himself against Wilton's assault. In an instant, a shockwave radiated from the two, and Wilton, after merely 3 seconds of stalemate, was uncontrollably sent hurtling away. The disparity between them remained largely unchanged. The heat of battle intensified. In this fierce encounter, Wilton poured forth his fervor, his spirit soaring higher yet his condition deteriorating. Yet he persevered. Such is the essence of a true man. The relentless emphasis on iron fortitude and the power of armed color manifested splendidly, fulfilling his lofty confidence, especially when complemented by restorative spells and the passive skill of self-sacrifice, alongside his ultimate ability, justice potential. Should he consume a Zoan-type devil fruit, or perhaps a fitting Paramecia type, would he not soar to new heights? With a series of fluid and seamless strikes, Wilton became akin to a punching bag, enduring Long's every blow. Each one as formidable as a mountain, and even his defenses crumbled under the onslaught. Blood continued to spurt forth. This was an unequal battle, yet Wilton epitomized persistence, embodying the spirit of a hard man and the essence of justice, albeit with a hint of folly. Lie down. Long's knee crashed heavily into Wilton's abdomen, the immense force erupting from behind, momentarily shattering the thunderous sky. This was akin to the final straw that broke the camel's back, as Wilton, bloodied and battered, knelt on the ground, unable to control his hands clutching his belly, coughing up blood, feeling as though every ounce of strength had been siphoned away. He had exhausted all his means and was utterly outmatched. Little did he know, to onlookers, it was nothing short of a miracle for a major general to withstand such ferocity from the world's most fearsome man for this long. After all, even an admiral might not secure any advantage in such a scenario. They watched in rapt attention. Wilton observed as Dragon took Luffy and his companions away. Once he regained his composure, he realized that standing was unnecessary. Should Dragon grow impatient, he might indeed eliminate him. Such a risk was not worth taking. It was wiser to retreat gracefully. Moreover, his efforts were evident, and he trusted that the Navy headquarters would refrain from criticism upon receiving detailed intelligence. He was merely a rear admiral, after all. Yet, the performance must continue. With a sorrowful expression, he watched Dragon depart, then closed his eyes and collapsed heavily into the pool of blood. For the moment, Feigning unconsciousness was the most suitable course of action. The following day, as the sun rose, a ray of light ascended from the horizon, illuminating the entirety of Rogue Town. The shattered and fragmented port was undergoing repairs, fortunately. This battle had only inflicted damage on the structures and had not harmed any innocent bystanders. At the naval base, in the infirmary, Wilton lay on the hospital bed, his body wrapped in bandages. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, staring at the ceiling, and sat up abruptly, unable to suppress a grimace of pain. He had inadvertently dozed off. It seemed his body could no longer endure the strain. Outside the room, a Marine, with a respectful demeanor and eyes brimming with excitement, heard the commotion and opened the door to see Wilton sitting up in bed. He quickly turned and shouted down the corridor, "Admiral Wilton has awakened. Hurry and inform Colonel Smoker and Chief Darshki." Before long, Smoker and Darshki arrived together. Upon seeing Wilton awake, they breathed a sigh of relief, though they were also surprised that he had regained consciousness so swiftly. After all, a person of ordinary resilience would likely remain in slumber for 10 days to half a month following such severe injuries. The physique of Major General Wilton is truly intimidating. 14. This is the life of someone with connections. Colonel Smog, Chief Dasky, how long have I been unconscious? Wilton, conditioned by reflex, raised his arms to exercise his biceps, then descended from his bed and, amidst the bewildered expressions of Smoker and Tashigi, performed several stretching movements. Despite the pervasive soreness coursing through his body, it did not hinder his mobility. Following this battle, his physique had become even more formidable, with enhancements to his haki and conqueror's will. Indeed, combat proves to be the most expedient path to strength. The intense agony endured was not in vain. The rewards were plentiful. The journey, however, was far from idyllic. "Major Wilton, you have been unconscious for 2 days and nights," Smoker remarked, puffing on 3 cigars. He continued to explain that the Straw Hat pirates had been rescued by Dragon, yet the clown Buggy, the iron staff-wielding Alvida, the villainous Dragon, and Bartolomeo remained imprisoned. "I understand," Wilton replied, having witnessed the events prior to his unconsciousness. "Tashigi, could you prepare 100 portions of food for me?" He steadied his mind. Wilton was exceedingly hungry. He felt capable of consuming twice the usual amount of food. Indeed, Dashki saluted and departed to make the necessary preparations. "Colonel Smog, I kindly request you to ready yourself, for once I have dined, I shall escort the Dragon and others to the advancing city." "Is there such urgency?" "Major General, you must consider your health." "I am quite well. I shall recuperate during the journey." Wilton shook his head. Having already attained the desired prestige from his battle with Long E, he found little reason to linger and squander time here. It would be far more prudent to complete his task swiftly and then venture into the Grand Line or the New World to capture pirates, striving to enhance his strength through combat. Before long, 2 hours passed. After finishing his meal, Wilton returned to the port, which was currently under repair due to the extensive damage inflicted during the recent battle. The aftermath was entrusted to Smoker. "Curse be it, was there no escape? Damn Monkey D. Luffy, why did that fellow not rescue us as well?" Once again, Buggy and his crew, shackled with seastone handcuffs, were escorted onto the warship, their faces etched with despair and a sense of hopelessness. 2 days prior, when Wilton fell, they had believed an opportunity to flee had finally arrived. Little did they know that the world's most notorious man had no intention of rescuing them. He simply took away the Straw Hat pirates, leaving the Navy unharmed. Before they could even call for help, their savior vanished. This infuriated Buggy and his companions, who could only lament their misfortune and curse aloud. What harm would it have been for him to lend a hand? It would have been a mere trifle. However, upon reflection, they realized they were not even remotely connected to each other. In fact, they were adversaries of Luffy. Moreover, if all of them were rescued, it could jeopardize Wilton's mission, making it difficult to pursue Luffy later. Dragon bore no obligation to assist them and certainly did not want to create unnecessary trouble. "Set sail," commanded Wilton, as Buggy and the others were led into the ship's cabin, and the warship began its journey toward Eni's lobby. By passing through the gates of justice, they could reach Impel Down more swiftly and securely. The sails were raised. In the eyes of Smoker and his crew, the warship gradually disappeared over the horizon. Within the ship's lounge, Wilton appeared somewhat pale, still lacking the strength he had lost. His combat ability had not yet fully returned, yet he harbored no concern, for he possessed a cheat. 2 days had passed, and he could now utilize his skills again. With a hand raised in recovery, a green light enveloped Wilton, and his complexion improved significantly, though it was still insufficient. He employed his healing technique, and the entire lounge was soon bathed in a radiant green glow. That's enough. With his injuries healed to a great extent, Wilton felt revitalized, as if he had been completely restored. Such was the life of one with a cheat, simple yet exhilarating. If he so desired, he could unleash a powerful ability, but he deemed it unnecessary, preferring to keep a trump card for contingencies. For now, both his ultimate technique, Justice potential, and his recovery and healing spells could only be used once a day. Perhaps as Wilton's strength grew, this limitation would change. Ultimately, consuming a devil fruit was essential. While Wilton engaged in his physical training, he pondered his limitations. He could only utilize the iron block technique, which severely restricted his combat style. Confronted with formidable six-sided monsters, he would undoubtedly suffer losses. Thus, he needed to devise alternative strategies. The devil fruits presented an ideal solution. Certain compatible ones could not only compensate for his deficiencies but also provide him with a significant advantage. The question then arose, what animal-type devil fruits were still available at this time? Naturally, he sought the most powerful options, such as the mythical zoan types. Beyond that, paramecia or logia types could also serve his purpose, although they lacked the comprehensive enhancements provided by animal types, making it difficult to maximize the benefits of his iron block and unique abilities. The narrative had already commenced, and adhering strictly to a conventional path would make it challenging for him to ascend to the rank of admiral after the Marineford War due to limitations in strength. As for achievements and contributions, he could focus on capturing formidable pirates or key members of the Revolutionary Army, eliminating the capable aides of the Yonko. Although the Navy did consider experience in this extraordinary world, the ultimate principle remained that power reigned supreme, accompanied by unwavering loyalty. If he could match or surpass the strengths of Fujitora and Green Bull, while also demonstrating steadfast loyalty to the Holy Land, he would have a significant chance of becoming an admiral. Consequently, he needed to adopt an unconventional approach, pursuing devil fruits that offered short-term, substantial returns. For instance, he considered extreme types that would enhance his recovery and endurance capabilities. His defenses were already formidable, and the iron block, combined with hockey, would ensure extreme protection. Thus, the only aspect he lacked was overwhelming offensive power, which necessitated focusing on paramecia types, particularly those with straightforward, brute force abilities. Examples include the fruit, 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 and the fruit. While the animal types promised long-term benefits, the paramecia types were more suited for immediate gains. Unfortunately, the logia types were scarce and mostly claimed by others, yet he could still take risks in pursuit of them. Those familiar with One Piece are aware that the method of depriving someone of their devil fruit is rather simple, by placing certain fruits around before killing the original user. There is a chance that the devil fruit will parasitize the nearest fruit upon the user's demise. He aimed to become an admiral in this cycle, even if the chances were slim. Otherwise, with Akainu becoming fleet admiral and both he and Sakazuki in their prime, it could take years before they relinquish their positions. Such a delay would be a tremendous waste of time, unless fate intervened and brought an untimely end to either Akainu or Borsellino, which would be a tragic loss of talent. He was uncertain if he possessed the strength to achieve that. Once he ascended to the rank of admiral, a stable tenure of 1 or 2 years could allow for Akainu to step down in favor of a new leader. The sooner he became an admiral and fleet admiral, the sooner the world would unify and his ambitions could be realized. Throughout this process, necessary killings and sacrifices would be inevitable. Therefore, he needed to take calculated risks for that elusive opportunity, and after all, who said one could only consume a single devil fruit? Capture Blackbeard, study Blackbeard, become Blackbeard. The Sansan fruit, the Thunder fruit, the Ball fruit, the Weapon fruit, the Tun fruit, the Heat fruit, the Explosion fruit, the Power fruit. Let us begin with these fruits at this moment. Wilton has set his sights on certain individuals, for these fruits of opportunity are within his grasp. Not only does he possess knowledge of their whereabouts, but the current wielders of power are also within his reach, allowing him the chance to eliminate or seize them. Time is of the essence for him. Meanwhile, shortly after Wilton's defeat at the hands of the dragon, the office of the Marine Headquarters Admiral and Rear Admiral Dalmesia, stationed in the New World, received news. It had long been rumored that Dalmesia commanded a remarkably valiant officer, who, even when confronted by the leader of the Revolutionary Army, showed no signs of retreat. Time and again, he was felled yet rose again, embodying the spirit of resilience. Gazing at the intelligence report in his hand, Sengoku found himself increasingly intrigued by the commander named Wilton. He had previously heard of this fierce warrior under Dalmatia's command, who consistently charged to the forefront in battle. Rising from obscurity to the rank of Rear Admiral within 5 years, a feat achieved amidst the chaos of crossfire. His illustrious military achievements were well documented, leaving no room for criticism, which earned him a high level of respect within the Navy, unlike those who relied on cunning or connections. In the past 2 to 3 years, every time Dalmatia made a phone call, his words brimmed with admiration for Rear Admiral Wilton, accompanied by a palpable sense of pride that left his peers, like Ghost Spider and Fire Mountain, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. In the office, not only was Sengoku present, but also Crane. Reflecting on the jest from Fire Mountain and others, Crane found it amusing, yet quickly adopted a serious demeanor, remarking that an investigation into the dragon's appearance in the East Sea was necessary. I have already arranged it. Additionally, please contact Rear Admiral Wilton. After completing the escort mission, you should return to Marineford to observe. Understood, Crane replied, grasping Sengoku's intent. They had always kept a watchful eye on such promising members of the Navy. At that very moment in the New World, upon receiving intelligence from Roachtown, Dalmatia wore a proud and laudatory smile, his expression a blend of beastly and human features, ready to boast to his colleagues once again. Fame is easily attained, he mused. Rear Admiral Wilton has arrived at Justice Island. The journey was smooth sailing, and soon the warship reached Justice Island, a place devoid of night, perpetually illuminated. Also known as the Island of Eternal Day, where the world government's court resided. One merely needed to pass through the Gate of Justice to swiftly access the world's foremost prison, impelled down. At the port, a group of government officials awaited their arrival. They had been dispatched on the orders of Commander Spandam to welcome the Navy Rear Admiral escorting the criminals, evidently having received prior directives. As the warship docked, a contingent of sailors disembarked, escorting the likes of the evil dragon and buggy. Following closely behind was Rear Admiral Wilton. More than a dozen government officials bowed to Wilton, whose rank was inferior to theirs. It was rumored that this general had recently engaged in a fierce confrontation with the world's most notorious man in Rocktown. Although he was ultimately defeated, his unwavering tenacity and fearless demeanor had already attracted the attention of higher authorities, even prompting a commendation from the admiral, who remarked that despite his loss, he had maintained his honor. It is evident that he is truly a stalwart of the Navy. Faced with the world's most formidable adversary, he showed no signs of retreat. Instead, he fought with a resolute spirit, embodying the justice and valor of the Navy. Those with a modicum of worldly understanding would recognize that the admiral or perhaps even a general has likely taken note of this young general, hinting at a future of boundless potential. It seems certain that he is destined to ascend to the rank of Rear Admiral within the department. Onward to the gates of justice. Wilton, resolute and unyielding, had no intention of wasting time on Judicial Island. The institutions on Judicial Island were directly under the purview of the world government, while the Navy, in a strict sense, belonged to another department of the world government. Only a vice admiral wielded sufficient authority to intervene, and an admiral had even greater power. As for a fleet admiral, they could issue direct commands. Indeed, after a series of twists and turns, the group traversed the Bridge of Hesitation, ultimately arriving before a colossal steel gate. Passing through this portal would allow their warship to navigate the unique currents that led to the Navy headquarters or impel down. As the Gate of Justice creaked open, the warship glided effortlessly into its embrace, carried forth by the currents toward Impel Down, which had already received notice of their approach. As the foremost prison in the world, Impel Down was situated in the calm belt of the Grand Line, its security measures remarkably stringent. The inmates housed within comprised notorious criminals, and the atmosphere was chillingly ominous, monitored by various monstrous guards and visual transponder snails. Furthermore, the depths surrounding the prison teemed with formidable sea kings, earning Impel Down the moniker of an impregnable fortress. The structure itself consisted of 6 levels, forming an immense tower submerged beneath the waves, its foundation resting on the ocean floor. A marvel of engineering whose construction remained a mystery. The 4th level, known as the Scorching Hell, housed a guard donned in a gas mask who pushed open the office door, only to find it empty. His gaze expertly shifted toward the corner restroom, where sounds of distress echoed, accompanied by a billowing green toxic mist. Director Magellan, Vice Admiral Wilton from the Navy has passed through the Gate of Justice and will arrive at Impel Down in 10 minutes. Who should we send to greet him? In the restroom, a towering figure resembling a demon sat in agonizing discomfort atop the toilet, struggling to expel the noxious gases from his abdomen. As a user of the poison fruit, this devil fruit granted him formidable powers, yet it also inflicted relentless suffering. Due to his toxic nature, the air he exhaled was poisonous, often contaminating nearby food with toxins, an unintentional consequence that frequently led to bouts of severe diarrhea. Though not lethal, the discomfort was excruciating, and he found himself afflicted with diarrhea for nearly 10 hours each day. Let Vice Warden Domino go to welcome him. This time, Vice Admiral Wilton is escorting a criminal associated with the 7 warlords of the sea. Magellan held his breath, and as the noxious gas finally expelled, a look of satisfaction and relief spread across his demonic visage. Shortly thereafter, within 7 or 8 minutes, a slender and elegantly poised woman emerged. She adorned herself with a pair of reddish-brown sunglasses, tilted her hat to shield her right eye, and boasted long, golden hair that cascaded in graceful curls. Clad in a brown jacket and matching shorts, she wore a white shirt beneath, complemented by a black tie, deep crimson knee-high boots, and long crimson gloves. Her countenance bore a stern expression as she arrived at the entrance of the seaside building, accompanied by over a dozen prison guards. This was Domino, the deputy warden of Impel Down, renowned as one of the most captivating women in the facility, possessing immense popularity among both guards and inmates alike. Another figure present was the sadistic chief guard, Suddy. A sharp whistle pierced the air as a military vessel docked at the designated port. General Wilton, I am Deputy Warden Domino. Director Magellan has dispatched me to receive the prisoners, she announced, scrutinizing Wilton to confirm his likeness to the photograph she had seen. Once assured, she signaled her guards to ease their vigilance and approached him with a graceful yet courteous greeting. Deputy Warden Domino, this is the criminal known as the Evil Dragon. Additionally, I have apprehended several devil fruit users among the pirates in Rogue Town. Wilton nodded, his demeanor unaltered by Domino's beauty and allure. This world has never been devoid of stunning women, and he is a staunch advocate for gender equality. I had heard of the events in Rogue Town, yet I was taken aback by how Major Wilton could display such bravery even when confronted by the most notorious man in the world. At this, Domino's expression grew solemn. The repercussions of the Rogue Town incident were felt not only within the Navy and the world government but also resonated with external forces. It is evident that the weight of the world's most fearsome men is considerable. Thus, gaining notoriety in the pirate world is quite simple. One merely needs to engage in a confrontation with a well-known powerhouse. Even if one does not emerge victorious, as long as one survives, they will quickly ascend to prominence. Everything is pursued in the name of justice. May I have the opportunity to visit Impel Down? Wilton did not delve further into the matter, but instead shifted the conversation to express his desire to tour the world as foremost prison. In a matter of months, with the impending war on the horizon, this place would witness the most significant prison break in history. Naturally, Domino gestured for the guards to accept the prisoners and duly record their details before personally escorting Wilton through the grand entrance to the first floor, which overlooked the sea. General Wilton, the Push City houses 6 levels, known as the Hell of Red Lotus, the Hell of Beasts, the Hell of Hunger, the Hell of Scorching Heat, the Hell of Extreme Cold, and the Hell of Infinite Darkness. Oh, let go of me. Just as Domino was introducing the facility to Wilton, anguished screams and curses erupted from nearby, where Buggy, Arietta, Bartolomeo, and several others were being subjected to their initiation. This was a rite of passage that every criminal must endure upon arriving at Push City. Noticing Wilton's glance in their direction, Domino explained matter-of-factly. The so-called initiation involved plunging the inmates into scalding water at a temperature of 100 degrees for sterilization. At that moment, Buggy and his companions writhed in agony, their cries echoing through the air. Nearby, numerous guards laughed heartily, relishing the spectacle of their suffering. Wilton's expression remained placid. The suffering endured by Bucky and his companions was entirely deserved, for upon closer inspection, none among them were virtuous. As pirates, racists, and underworld figures, their hands were stained, whether directly or indirectly, with the blood of the innocent. In this vast ocean, aside from the truly downtrodden populace, there exists no one devoid of guilt. Every individual who chooses the path of piracy inevitably carries the weight of bloodshed and sin. It is inconceivable that one could embark on such a treacherous journey without becoming tainted. Should he one day falter in his quest for ambition and meet a similar fate, he could hardly blame others, for it is a consequence of his own choices. An unwavering advocate for absolute gender equality, he traversed this path. Wilton visited the Hell of Red Lotus, renowned for its vast expanse resembling a forest, where each tree bears leaves as sharp as blades and grass that resembles needles. Prisoners would run back and forth, pursued by venomous spiders and guards, ultimately suffering injuries inflicted by these razor-like leaves and needle grass, enduring relentless torment. However, Those confined to this level are typically offenders of lesser strength or whose crimes are not particularly grave. Below this lies the second basement, the hell of ferocious beasts. Wilton encountered an array of bizarre and ferocious beasts, including chicken snakes, lion-faced men, and venomous scorpions. The prisoners confined on this floor were acutely aware that they would inevitably become prey for these monstrous creatures, leaving them devoid of the strength to even feel fear. The third basement, a realm of insatiable hunger, housed notorious criminals with bounties exceeding 50 million. The oppressive heat, rising from the blazing depths below, rendered this level unbearably sweltering, compounded by the torment of starvation and dehydration, leaving the inmates in a state of near death. The fourth basement, known as the Inferno of Heat, was bustling with activity. This was largely due to the presence of Director Magellan's office on this floor, where the unique surroundings instilled a sense of hopelessness. Filled with boiling blood pools and raging flames. "Ah, I am the inquisitive little sooty," one could hear amidst the chaos. As Wilton stepped into the Inferno of Heat via the elevator, the first sight to greet him was a strikingly sensual beauty, adorned with curly golden locks. Her bangs obscuring her eyes, embellished with white earrings, and clad in a form-fitting, hot pink leather outfit complemented by spiked stiletto heels. Wilton merely glanced over, his interest piqued by the four prison beasts trailing behind the woman, seemingly the byproducts of failed awakenings of Zoan-type abilities. One was a colossal humanoid cow wielding a gigantic spiked club, adorned in red and white striped shorts, with a string of drool dangling from its nose, likely known as Minotaurus. Another creature, a massive humanoid rhinoceros, brandished two small spiked clubs and donned red overalls. There was also a gigantic humanoid koala armed with tiger claw weapons, dressed in black and white striped shorts. Lastly, a minotaur zebra, sporting a pink curly mane, wielded a spiked mace with a spherical top. The four beasts appeared to possess low intelligence, snorting and puffing their noses, giving them an endearingly clumsy appearance, yet to the criminals, these beasts were akin to ferocious primordial monsters. "Ah, Domino, what brings you to Inferno Hell? And who is this naval officer?" Sadie cast a sidelong glance, noticing Domino accompanied by a strikingly muscular and captivating naval officer, igniting within her a tumultuous urge to dominate. Her gaze fixated fiercely upon Wilton. "Sadie, this is Major Wilton, not someone you should toy with," Domino cautioned. Despite the prevalence of mental disorders among both inmates and guards in this isolated prison, and even within the management, a case as severe as Sadie's was indeed rare. "Major Wilton? That name rings a bell, but it matters not. I shall be gentle. Oh, I can hardly contain myself. That physique, that resolute visage, those piercing eyes, all irresistibly alluring. Moreover, he was merely a major, as long as she didn't push him to his limits. The consequences could simply involve compensation or demotion, cost she was willing to bear." With a crack, the whip sliced through the air, aimed directly at Wilton with unerring precision, a bold and reckless act, indicative of her utter lack of reason. "Sadie, stop." Domino's complexion paled, her mind racing. This foolish woman had truly taken action. Should word reach Director Magellan or the Admiral, Sadie would undoubtedly face repercussions, risking demotion or even confinement. This was it. This idiotic woman was forsaking everything for mere pleasure. Yet, faced with Sadie's assault, Wilton would not remain stationary, especially as he was no masochist. He leapt swiftly aside as the whip struck the ground where he had stood, leaving a shallow mark behind, revealing the substantial force behind Sadie's strike. "Be careful." Domino and Sadie were somewhat taken aback, but soon Domino's gaze fixed intently behind Sadie, for Wilton had made a swift appearance. His right hand brandishing a dumbbell high above, the muscles of his entire arm bulging significantly, entwined in armed color. The stance he adopted was equally merciless. As a staunch advocate of absolute equality among all beings and gender equity, he believed that regardless of facing a man or a woman, one should treat all adversaries with impartiality. Therefore, when confronted with an enemy, he unleashed his full force. With a resounding thud, the heavy dumbbell struck Sadie squarely in the back. A jarring sound of bone fracturing echoed, and a torrent of blood erupted from her mouth and nose. The once exuberant expression swiftly vanished, leaving only agony and distortion in its wake. Before Sadie could be propelled away, Wilton discarded the dumbbell and seized Sadie's curly golden hair, executing a ruthless shoulder throw. As she collided with the unforgiving ground, it shattered and cracked beneath the impact, and he relentlessly slammed her back down again and again. At that moment, the entire floor, be it criminals, guards, or Domino along with the four beastly guards, stood with mouths agape, their eyes glazed in shock, witnessing the unfolding scene. It was only when Wilton ceased his assault, calmly catching the dumbbell, that he resumed his unchanging fitness routine. On the ground, Sadie lay bloodied, her fate uncertain. Sprawled in a web-like pit, blood had already saturated the area, with not even a twitch to indicate life. The abruptness of this transition left not only the participants in disbelief, but also those observing in a state of stunned silence. Chief Domino, might you continue to guide me through the underground fifth floor of the frigid hell? I would like to meet with Director Magellan before my departure. Wilton roused the dazed Domino, for he had little time to squander. After meeting with Magellan, he would embark on the quest for the devil fruit. General Wilton, are you not being a tad excessive? He urged. Hurry, take Suddy for treatment. Regaining her composure, Domino's countenance darkened. For it was evident that Suddy had come perilously close to her demise, merely clinging to the last vestiges of life. A moment's delay could render their efforts futile. As a staunch advocate for gender equality, she believed that one must exert their utmost against adversaries. Anything less would be a disservice to both oneself and the opponent. Especially considering it was Lady Suddy who had initiated the confrontation. Wilton shrugged, feeling no psychological pressure whatsoever. Thankfully, due to Suddy's status, otherwise. If faced with pirates or other heinous criminals, it would not merely be a matter of surviving. From the moment they acted against Wilton, they should be prepared to meet their maker. Domino opened her mouth, encountering such a man for the first time, one who truly exerted himself without a trace of chivalry. However, upon reflection, she realized it was Suddy's own doing, and this rear admiral's strength was even more formidable than she had anticipated. No wonder he managed to survive in the hands of the world's most vicious men. Suddenly, a furious bellow erupted from the awakened beast, a bull. Just as Domino continued to guide Wilton on his tour, the previously bewildered four jailer beasts went berserk. Minotaurus, wielding a colossal spiked club, rushed swiftly behind Wilton, raising it high before bringing it down with great force. Suddy was their commander, and with him incapacitated, their limited intellect prompted them to retaliate. Otherwise, they would face dire consequences once Suddy awoke to find them idle. The impact was tremendous. With a resounding crash, Wilton, clutching a dumbbell, blocked the blow, his feet sinking into the hard ground, even causing his upper body to bend slightly. He looked up at the furious bovine with a hint of surprise in its eyes. Its strength was considerable. Soon, Wilton exerted himself, pushing the spiked club aside, causing Minotaurus to stagger uncontrollably backward. However, just as he prepared to counterattack, he was enveloped by three enormous shadows looming from his left, right, and directly in front. Minotaur Rhino, Minotaur Koala, and Minotaur Zebra, the three jailer beasts launched their assault. The battle was heating up. Wilton, fueled by fervor, felt his fighting spirit surge as he prepared to experience the terrifying awakening of the animalistic essence. He was eager to discern whose blood ran thicker and could withstand greater punishment. The air resonated with thunderous roars. Two colossal waves of AE slashing strikes surged forth, immediately intercepting the weapons of the three infernal beasts. In the blink of an eye, Wilton vanished, only to reappear atop the head of the tailless Minakawa, wielding his explosive double axes. With all his might, Wilton unleashed a formidable force, conjuring two colossal shadowy dumbbells that descended upon him, enveloped in a fierce aura of armed color, crashing down with tremendous impact. Minotaur, resembling a koala, let out a piercing scream as his massive form collapsed onto the ground, causing the earth beneath to crack and fissure, creating deep pits in all directions. Once again, he leaped. Wilton appeared before the Minotaur, his resolve unwavering as he struck a resounding blow, showing no signs of restraint. He sought to test the resilience of the beastly awakening. Boom, boom, boom. The entire searing inferno seemed to pulse with energy, and as the powerful shockwaves radiated outward, the three hellish beasts collapsed into a pit, their foreheads drenched in crimson. At that moment, the Minotaur seized its chance, wielding a formidable spiked club with immense strength. Wilton's muscles tensed as he gripped his dumbbells, meeting the attack head-on. In an instant, the forces collided with the might of thunder, sending a jolt through Wilton's hands, forcing him to take 3 deliberate steps back. The Minotaur mirrored his retreat, its expression one of bewilderment. It could not fathom how this seemingly frail and diminutive figure could possess such tremendous strength, capable of countering its vicious club. Indeed, to the Minotaur, Wilton appeared as a slight and diminutive creature. The disparity in their sizes is staggering threefold. Moo, moo, moo. The Minotaur, sniffling in fury, roared with ferocity, its presence intensifying as it sensed provocation. With a surge of rage, it charged toward Wilton, ready to unleash its wrath. Wilton let out a defiant roar as he charged at the Minotaur, relishing the thrill of close-quarters combat. The resounding clash of metal echoed through the air, sparks flying between the dumbbell and the spiked club. In a blur of motion, both Wilton and the Minotaur swung their weapons with astonishing speed, engaging in a fierce exchange of blows at such close range. Waves of force emanated from the two combatants, causing the solid ground beneath them to crack and splinter. In a flash, the Minotaur's club was deflected, and Wilton seized the opportunity to deliver an uppercut with his dumbbell, sending the Minotaur soaring towards the searing ceiling of hell. Just as Wilton pursued, a rhinoceros clad in suspenders appeared, blood trickling from its forehead as it sniffled, the wounds inflicted by Wilton having healed. Two shorter spiked clubs swept towards him, prompting Wilton to retaliate. At that moment, a new threat emerged from the left and behind Minotaur koala and Minotaur zebra. Without hesitation, Wilton unleashed a scorching whirlwind, forcefully repelling both the bear and the zebra. However, a gust of wind signaled danger from above as the bloodied Minotaur descended, wielding its club with ferocious intent. Yet, Wilton's reflexes were sharp. He raised the dumbbell to block the impending strike, resulting in a shower of debris. Wilton knelt on one knee, and before he could rise, the Minotaur rhino appeared abruptly, striking him squarely in the chest with a formidable mace. A deafening, resonant thud echoed through the air as Wilton transformed into a streak of light, careening wildly and sending a multitude of guards and criminals flying, ultimately crashing against the wall and raising a cloud of dust and debris. Meanwhile, the Minotaur koala and the Minotaur zebra shook their heads and stood, weapons in hand, flanking the Minotaur taunus and the Minotaur rhino. These four beastly guards resembled indestructible monsters. "Stop!" Domino exclaimed, unable to bear the sight any longer, eager to intervene. At the same time, he was once again astonished by Wilton's prowess. He navigated the onslaught of the four beastly guards with remarkable ease. It was well known that even pirates with bounties exceeding hundreds of millions would find themselves relentlessly pursued by any one of these guards. The resilience, regenerative abilities, and endurance of the Minotaur quartet were nothing short of terrifying. Unless one could vanquish all four in a single blow, they would rise again within mere minutes. "Chief Domino, please do not impede them." Wilton emerged from the thick smoke, appearing somewhat disheveled, yet his resilience was commendable. As soon as he spoke, Wilton, filled with anticipation, soared like a missile towards the four prison guards, intent on confronting them all today. The clashes resounded. Although Wilton appears to be human on the surface, in the eyes of Domino and the cadre of inmate villains, he is nothing more than a ferocious beast clad in human skin, indistinguishable from the four monstrous guards. A dumbbell sweeps past the Minotaur rhino, only to be met head-on by the spiked club of the Minotaur, prompting a perilous backflip to evade the onslaught. With the Minotaur koala lurking perilously close, its claws poised for attack, a blow strikes his flank. Amidst a shower of sparks from the clash of metal, Wilton is sent hurtling through the air, tumbling repeatedly upon impact with the ground. Yet he has no time to catch his breath. The Minotaur zebra descends from above, seizing the moment with impeccable timing. Moo. Just as Wilton evades the attack from the Minotaur zebra and prepares to retaliate, the Minotaur rhino surges forth like a locomotive, barreling towards Wilton with a thunderous force. The dumbbell strikes with ferocity. Wilton was under immense pressure, yet he relished it. The shockwave from the 100-meter-sized dumbbells forcefully halted the Minotaur rhino, and in that instant, Wilton wielded his explosive dual axes with ferocity, delivering a devastating strike that sent the Minotaur rhino crashing to the ground. At that moment, a spiked club, a tiger's fist, and a spiked hammer surged toward him with a momentum as fierce as lightning, leaving Wilton no opportunity to evade. The air was violently displaced. Wilton, bent over and gasping, spewed blood. Despite exerting all his strength to wield iron and the power of armament hockey, he could not wholly withstand that force. He was instantly propelled like a cannonball, sparks flying, and ultimately embedded in the steel-like wall. Bang, bang, bang. Moments later, the entire searing hell erupted into chaos. Wilton, akin to an indomitable insect, fiercely battled against the four prison beasts, moving from the west to the east. Wherever he went, mayhem ensued, with numerous guards and inmates being forced into the cells, observing the brutal clash at the center like spectators. The confrontation unfolded with unrestrained ferocity. It was a raw display of strength. You strike me with a club, and I retaliate with a dumbbell, epitomizing sheer brutality. The atmosphere was charged, with visceral bloodshed igniting not only Wilton and the four prison beasts, but also inciting loud cheers from the watching guards and convicts. Domino found himself in a state of bewilderment. Who truly embodied the beastly spirit? How was Wilton so resilient? He had been knocked down several times, yet rose again. Could he possibly be an awakened Zoan-type devil fruit user? Yet, he appeared otherwise. His endurance, resistance to blows, and recovery were nothing short of extraordinary. Most perplexing was the fact that, despite being at a disadvantage and having opportunities to evade, he chose to endure the punishment rather than dodge. This was difficult for anyone to comprehend. Little did they know, Wilton was reveling in the onslaught. For both the iron and armament hockey demanded such a rigorous training regimen, much like the forging of iron and steel. It required relentless strikes to temper a sharp and sturdy sword. Moreover, with healing spells and his ultimate ability, justice potential, providing a safety net. He was wholly unafraid of injury. Even if he exhausted his resources today, he could simply wait 24 hours to regain them. He was, after all, a time traveler, and also a formidable force. Additionally, his secondary skill, Scorching Spin, could restore some health and had no cooldown period. The heavier the injury, the greater the resulting damage. No matter how one looked at it, he could persistently contest with these prisoned beasts, perhaps even outlast them. What was happening? The unrelenting waves of energy caused Magellan, who had been in a precarious position, to feel a surge of panic, fearing an unfortunate mishap. He hastily cleaned himself up, pulled up his trousers, and rushed to the scene. Director Magellan. Upon the arrival of Magellan, many prisoners exhibited palpable fear, retreating into the shadows to diminish their presence. And the once boisterous cheers were abruptly silenced. Director, the situation is as follows. Previously, Suddy intended to. Domino stepped forward to elaborate on the circumstances to Magellan, who, while observing the savage battles unfolding, furrowed his brow in concern. A grimace marred his otherwise stoic visage. Suddy had indeed overstepped this time. If accountability were to be considered, the director himself bore some responsibility for failing to properly guide his subordinates, which could be deemed a dereliction of duty. It was unacceptable for anyone, regardless of rank, to treat a figure like Wilton, who held the title of Brigadier General, in such a manner in public. Such an incident could spell trouble for all involved. Moreover, Wilton was no ordinary Brigadier General. He had recently gained notoriety for his audacity in confronting the world's most ruthless adversaries, and was a trusted aide to Admiral Dalmatia, having made significant contributions in the Grand Line and the New World. Even the warlord of the sea was keeping a close watch on him. The public hailed Brigadier General Wilton as a paragon of naval strength, and it was assured that he would soon ascend to the rank of Vice Admiral. How could Suddy dare to mistreat him without fear of repercussions? As for Suddy, she was promptly demoted from chief jailer to mere jailer and sentenced to an additional month of solitary contemplation. Magellan deemed the punishment rather severe. Director, Suddy is hanging by a thread. She should currently be undergoing emergency treatment, Domino said, her delicate features tinged with hesitation as she cleared her throat. Magellan was taken aback, clearly unprepared for this response. Wilton, a staunch advocate for gender equality, had nearly dealt Suddy a fatal blow, but in a moment of mercy. Perhaps due to her former position as chief jailer, he had shown restraint. Domino reflected uncertainly, a staunch advocate for gender equality? Magellan's expression shifted. The intelligence he had gathered indicated that Brigadier General Wilton was a promising leader, courageous, imbued with a strong sense of justice, and held in high regard by Admiral Dalmatia. Many pirates had been apprehended and subsequently incarcerated due to Wilton's efforts. Indeed, Domino nodded. It seemed that in Wilton's eyes, any foe, regardless of gender, would receive his utmost respect and be met with unwavering resolve, undeterred by their status as adversaries or perceived weaknesses. Cease at once. After discerning the intricacies of the situation, Magellan bellowed for a halt. At his command, the 4 prison guards instinctively ceased their actions, their previously frenzied aggression dissipating as abruptly as it had arisen, transforming into the demeanor of docile kittens. This instinctive reaction clearly indicated their trepidation towards Magellan. As the authoritative figure of Impel Down, Magellan wielded absolute power and influence. Both his subordinates and the most heinous of criminals harbored a deep-seated fear of him. Major General Wilton, this is a misunderstanding, Magellan declared as the battle came to a standstill. Approaching Wilton, whose visage was smeared with blood, Magellan immediately assessed his condition, recognizing that he had not sustained any critical injuries. It was evident that he was indeed a formidable warrior, aptly recognized as a stalwart naval officer by the outside world, and a trusted lieutenant of Vice Admiral Dalmatia. Wilton, gripping a pair of dumbbells, remained in a state of ironclad determination, his bloodied, rugged visage radiating fervor and exhilaration. Evidently having gained much from the recent battle, Major General Wilton, I have already imposed punishment upon Chief Guard Suddy, he declared. Director Magellan, I assure you. This matter weighs not upon my mind. I am currently in the throes of battle. Might we continue? Before Magellan could respond, Wilton exhaled a warm breath. His fighting spirit ignited as he gazed upon the 4 exhausted guard beasts seated on the ground. To him, these creatures appeared as gleaming whetstones, far more advantageous than a regimented fitness regimen. He sensed his strength and mastery of hockey steadily enhancing, even contemplating the idea of abducting the 4 guard beasts. However, he quickly dismissed the notion, knowing Magellan would never consent. Thus, he aimed to extract as much training value from the beasts as possible before departing impelled down. For his 5 years of effort were still insufficient to rise to the rank of admiral after the war on the summit. He understood he must exert far greater effort in the time to come, perhaps 100-fold, 200-fold, or even 300-fold, considering the hours in a day. Wilton grit his teeth, realizing he could engage in combat or training continuously, as his recovery, healing abilities, and the cooldown of his justice potential all required a mere 24 hours. Each of these powers restored his health, encompassing stamina, recovery, endurance, and the state of sleep, effectively meaning that restoring health equated to eliminating all negative conditions. This implied that as long as Wilton could exploit the nuances of these 3 abilities, he could achieve a state of unyielding vigor, impervious to fatigue or depletion. Whenever he felt weary or drained, he could use his recovery skills to regain health, with healing spells restoring even more, while justice potential could recover half, even if he couldn't fully exploit the system. Training for 23 hours a day would still grant him several additional hours compared to others. Just imagine the accumulation of those extra hours over a month or a year. Most critically, Wilton had established an extraordinarily solid foundation in the preceding 5 years, coupled with the seemingly infinite training time. He possessed the potential to elevate his strength significantly within a matter of weeks or months. After all, in the original narrative, Luffy managed to contend with the 4 emperors in just 2 to 3 years. Wilton was not only a transmigrator, but also a prodigious talent, having laid a robust groundwork over 5 years. Furthermore, he intended to select a devil fruit with short-term, substantial returns, ensuring he was poised for meteoric success in a brief span. As Magellan pondered Wilton's request, he felt a sudden tumult in his stomach, instinctively clutching his backside. Having left the restroom in haste, his complexion turned an unmistakable shade of green. Then continue your endeavors. I hope there are no casualties, he managed to utter. Magellan left behind a remark and hurried towards the office. Now that the commotion had been clarified and the misunderstanding resolved, as long as no fatalities occurred, there should be no significant issues. The bug had already reached its critical limit. Bang! With a powerful explosion beneath him, Wilton soared high into the air. His hands gripping the dumbbells transformed into projectiles, hurtling towards the 4 beastly jailers with a thunderous roar. Unbeknownst to him, the 4 jailers were already prepared. The most fearsome authority within the prison had issued a directive, and they were eager to engage, particularly as this was their first encounter with a human capable of confronting them head-on. Though they were dim-witted and brutish, they still held a sense of pride, having previously witnessed prisoners flee in terror at their mere sight. A defeat would undoubtedly tarnish their reputation. The furious roars reverberated throughout the blistering hell, and the brutal battle continued. The clash echoed like thunder, a cacophony of violence. In the midst of this chaotic fray, Domino had departed to attend to her duties, viewing the raw and bloody conflict as a spectacle reminiscent of an evolutionary stasis. After a prolonged observation, the novelty began to wane. However, the jailers and prisoners were quite different. They erupted into frenzied cheers, starved for entertainment in this grim environment. The jailers, fortunate enough to enjoy a semblance of freedom outside their daily duties, could roam to other floors, indulge in exquisite meals, and toy with the prisoners. In stark contrast, the prisoners endured an existence devoid of light and liberty, subjected to relentless torment. Wilton's confrontation with the 4 beastly jailers was a rare source of entertainment, a reprieve from their usual suffering. An hour passed, then 5. The relentless battle raged from morning until noon, continuing into the evening, with 1 man and 4 beasts seemingly impervious to fatigue, maintaining an intense struggle. Was this truly a human? After being confined for over a decade, could a mere naval officer possess such overwhelming strength? He was nothing short of a monster. Within the shadows of the prison, murmurs among the prisoners filled the air. Some still clung to outdated impressions of the Navy from over a decade ago. While formidable then, even a rear admiral from the headquarters could not compare to this absurdity. It was as if he were invincible, It should be noted that the Minotaurs were awakened beings of the animal genre, renowned for their indomitable nature with their offensive power, endurance, and regenerative abilities maximized. In that moment, the seething turmoil of the blistering hell continued unabated. In the director's office, Magellan was diligently reviewing documents on his desk, occasionally trembling as he wrote, inadvertently causing his letters to slant. A day had passed. Gazing at the time displayed on the wall, it has already reached 8 in the evening. The following day, as the sun rises, the entire searing inferno above and the layer of hunger beneath, as well as the frigid depths below, witness neither the wardens nor the inmates experiencing a restful slumber. The battle has persisted relentlessly for an entire day and night. Magellan stifles a yawn, downs a cup of bitter coffee, and skillfully makes his way to the restroom, only to notice the emergence of dark circles under his eyes. Yet, the nightmare has only just begun. The 2nd day, the 7th day, the 10th day, 10 days and nights have passed without respite. As the struggle between one man and 4 beasts continues unabated, all wardens and inmates appear utterly exhausted, yawning as if on the brink of collapse, their dark circles resembling smudges of ink. How many days has it been? Magellan, feeling slightly neurotic, realizes this marks his 30th cup of coffee today. Yet it scarcely invigorates him. In the office, Domino, donning a gas mask, also yawns, albeit slightly better off than Magellan. As she has managed to rest on other floors during these 10 days, such as the first floor of the maritime section, where the atmosphere remains tranquil, other management personnel share a similar fate. Director, it has been 10 days and nights. Today is the 11th. Have they not taken a break? General Wilton has not. But the 4 beast wardens have rotated their shifts, sometimes pairing 2 against 1, at other times 3 against 1, or even 4 against 1. How has he managed this? Magellan is taken aback. The fact that even the 4 beast wardens have had to rotate implies they are significantly injured and exhausted, necessitating brief respites to recuperate. Otherwise, they would be unable to sustain such relentless combat. If the awakened animal-type creatures require this, one can only imagine the plight of humans lacking any devil fruit abilities. Uncertain. Yet it is evident that General Wilton has remained vigilant throughout these 10 days and nights, consistently maintaining a high-intensity combat mode. Several times he appeared weakened. Yet he swiftly regained his strength. It is highly probable that he too possesses the abilities granted by a devil fruit. Domino is equally perplexed. Her initial suspicion leans towards the devil fruit, for she struggles to fathom how Wilton could endure such prolonged exertion without it. A devil fruit user? Magellan cannot recall any mention of a devil fruit in Wilton's dossier. Indeed, when it was confirmed that Wilton was escorting the dragon to impel down, the Navy had transmitted detailed information about him to Magellan. After all, impel down is the world's foremost prison, and to preclude any unforeseen incidents, all movements are subject to stringent control. Only by being apprised of Wilton's comprehensive profile can one better navigate potential emergencies. With a resounding crash, 5 figures landed heavily upon the ground, the infernal realm around them marred and scarred. Wilton emerged from the shattered confines of his prison, his body adorned with dried blood, his robust chest heaving irregularly, the sound of his labored breaths audible even from a kilometer away. Opposite him, the 4 beastly jailers, battered and weary, struggled to rise while clutching their weapons. In their eyes, the once fervent rage and brutality had been replaced by a palpable fear and reverence. This human was truly terrifying, more savage and ruthless than they. Even united, they had nearly succumbed to defeat, tormented to the brink of despair. In that moment, all they desired was to satiate their hunger and surrender to a deep slumber. The pain was overwhelming. They were utterly exhausted. Cough, cough, cough. Wilton coughed up blood. Feeling utterly exhausted, yet the fervor in his eyes burned intensely. 10 days and nights of relentless combat had yielded him bountiful gains. Initially, he felt immense pressure facing the 4 beastly jailers, but, astonishingly, within just 10 days, the tide had turned, and the pressure shifted onto the 4 beasts. This is precisely why the jailers now regarded Wilton with trepidation. At the outset, they had been the ones mercilessly assaulting him, but as time passed, it became they who found themselves on the receiving end of a fierce beating. The acceleration of Wilton's strength is astonishing, surpassing the limits of comprehension. This human appears remarkably abnormal, exhibiting a ferocity that rivals the wildest beasts, leaving one to ponder who truly embodies the essence of the beast. No matter the effort, he remains unyielding. For 10 continuous days and nights, he persists without respite. Just when it seems he is at his limit, he rises once more. With a resounding laugh, he unleashes his dual axes. The exhilarating sensation of becoming stronger invigorates Wilton. leading him to feel that he could continue battling for another 10 days or even half a month. With a mere flick of his hand, he can restore his vitality for a considerable duration. A single healing spell can sustain him for 2 intervals, while a powerful move, Justice Potential, can extend his endurance for 3. After 24 hours, these 3 skills can be reused in a continuous cycle, perpetually sustaining him through 3 intervals. The system's limits have been thoroughly tested. Beneath him, the ground within a 10-meter radius shatters violently as Wilton leaps high into the air, 2 ethereal dumbbells, each with a diameter of 300 meters, materializing behind him, creating a cataclysmic force that cleaves the very fabric of the atmosphere. The Minotaur roars in fury, compelled to seize their weapons and unleash their full might in a desperate strike. In that fleeting moment, it feels as though 2 missile heads have collided. Time itself seems to slow, and a surge of explosive energy ascends, forming a shockwave that radiates outward in every direction, heralding yet another tumultuous upheaval in this scorching inferno. The formidable figures of the 4 Helgard beasts, significantly larger than Wilton, cast a looming shadow that encircles him, their weapons striking with relentless ferocity, creating afterimages as they rain down blows. Wilton engaged in a fierce clash, relentlessly traversing from the west to the east, and then from the east to the north. At intervals, for hellish beasts would launch themselves, while on other occasions, Wilton was struck down into the ground, only to be met with a tempestuous storm. After the whirlwind subsided, the searing infernal floor was breached, and Wilton, along with some debris, plummeted into the frigid depths of hell, bloodied and seemingly on the brink of death. Yet, as the 4 hellish beasts paused to catch their breath, a massive hand seized the edge of the pit, propelling Wilton back onto solid ground, rejuvenated and vigorous once more. The ironclad resolve remained steadfast. The relentless onslaught from the 4 hellish beasts failed to inflict any truly lethal wounds. At most, they left him gravely injured, but his recovery would soon restore his vigor. Moreover, with the activation of his passive skill, Life Sacrifice, his attack power surged dramatically. His second skill, Scorching Spin, further facilitated his recovery, enabling him to press on. Wilton displayed an expression of fervent passion, yet when paired with the dried blood stains adorning his face, it rendered him a figure of madness, evoking discomfort and even a sense of dread. Before long, the 4 beastly jailers were howling in agony, as Wilton savagely grasped their tails and violently slammed them against the ground, occasionally spinning them in the air until they were flung aside, dazed. Oh, how one wished that Lord Wilton would treat little Sadie in a similar manner. Unbeknownst to anyone, Sadie, who had been mercilessly beaten to near death by Wilton 10 days prior, made her appearance, her body still bound in bandages. Yet, at that moment, she gazed at the 4 wailing jailer beasts with flushed cheeks, a look of eager envy etched upon her face. If only she could substitute for the jailer beasts, to be subjected to the harsh torment of Lord Wilton once more. Sadie, how could you harbor such thoughts? It seemed the psychological treatment had proven futile. Nearby, the 2 subordinates tending to Sadie were rendered speechless, their eyes wide with disbelief as they observed her cupping her cheeks with bashful anticipation, gazing affectionately at Wilton. Since their jailer had nearly been beaten to death 10 days ago, she had been in a daze, only to insist on meeting with Major Wilton again. She longed to relive the sensations of being mercilessly tormented by him, the sound of his blows, the scent of sweat, the strength of his muscles, all of which lingered in her mind. The 2 subordinates still vividly recalled her behavior at that time, giggling foolishly while shyly covering her face, resembling a lovesick child. The medical staff and the subordinates alike could only think one thing. Their jailer had lost her mind. Following a psychological evaluation, it was confirmed, indeed. There were both medical doctors and psychologists in the prison. Additionally, there were nurses. The sadistic tendencies of their jailer had intensified into a more severe condition, even undergoing a peculiar transformation. Tests revealed that not only did she harbor no aversion towards Wilton, who had nearly ended her life, but rather, she anticipated another bout of his brutal treatment. At that moment, all their minds were clouded with confusion. Undoubtedly, this was a manifestation of Stockholm Syndrome. The brutal beating administered by Wilton opened a new door to a world of delight for Sadie, who already suffered from severe sadistic tendencies. This time, Sadie not only reveled in the torment of others, but also yearned for her own suffering, finding pleasure solely in the hands of Wilton. Ah, Lord Wilton, I am here. Please mercilessly pummel me with your fists. What a strange phenomenon. Just as Wilton was fiercely battling the beastly jailer, a figure suddenly appeared before him. Without a moment's thought, he delivered a punch, accompanied by a scream that was both agonizing and exhilaratingly satisfying. A shadowy figure erupted, spewing blood 3 feet high, and then crashed through several cells, ultimately being buried beneath the rubble, leaving its fate uncertain. "My lady Sadie, when did?" 2 subordinates hastily pursued, clearing the debris to extract Sadie. Though she appeared on the brink of death, her face was flushed with a vibrant hue. Her half-closed eyes shimmered with a dazed ecstasy. At that moment, she felt as though she had soared to the heavens and glimpsed divinity. "Lady Sadie, please regain your senses." "Not good. The jailer's blood has turned black." "Quickly, to the infirmary." In a flash, the 2 subordinates supported Sadie and departed the scene, uncertain if she could be saved this time. Wilton remained utterly unfazed, still engrossed in the chase, as the 4 hellish beasts, in the midst of their skirmish, suddenly ceased their assault. Not only did they abandon their weapons and flee while clutching their heads, but they also exhibited the intelligence to scatter in different directions. Chaos ensued, with creatures flapping and frantically dashing about, as they traversed from the scorching depths of hell to the realms of hunger, ferocity, and crimson lotus, rendering the entire city of advancement a scene of unrest. Finally, on the 12th day, Magellan intervened, unable to contain his exasperation any longer. He had already afforded Wilton considerable leeway by allowing his antics to persist for so long, though the initial responsibility lay with the city of advancement. Wilton had indeed reprimanded Sadie and the 4 hellish beasts, and had taken matters into his own hands. However, Wilton's actions had now gravely disrupted the functioning of the city. This had reached the limits of Magellan's patience. Wilton was to depart the following day as dawn broke. A contingent of Marines at the port of Advancement City busily transported supplies. Domino, accompanied by several guards, personally came to bid farewell, a testament to the significance he placed on Wilton's departure. Regardless of the circumstances, Wilton had garnered substantial gains during his time at Advancement City. "General Wilton, proceed with utmost caution," Domino remarked, observing the man radiating fervor as he tirelessly worked to enhance his biceps. The intensity of his masculinity was palpable, exuding an aura of vitality and ruggedness. He was undoubtedly the epitome of a stalwart warrior. "Let me escort you here, Chief Guard Domino. Please convey my apologies to Director Magellan for the inconvenience caused over the past 12 days. Wilton nodded, contemplating that once he ascended to the rank of admiral, he would devise a means to bring him impelled down under the auspices of the Navy, for talents such as Magellan and Domino were indeed invaluable. "Very well. Farewell." Wilton waved goodbye and boarded the warship, which gradually distanced itself from the City of Progress amidst the blaring alarms. "This is dire," exclaimed the deputy warden. "Lord Sadie and the Minotaur have vanished." As the warship completely disappeared from sight, Domino turned back to the Inferno, intending to report to Magellan before resuming her duties. However, upon her arrival at the Inferno, 2 of Sadie's subordinates rushed towards her, their faces marked with panic and breathlessness. "What on earth is happening?" Domino's expression hardened. The sadistic woman was at it again, neglecting her severe injuries to roam about. "We searched every corner of the Inferno, but we couldn't find Lord Sadie or the 4 beast wardens. Check the other floors. That deranged woman may have gone to torment the prisoners again. Once found, confine her immediately. Director Magellan has stripped her of her warden title, and she must be detained for a while to reflect." Domino took the matter lightly, her first thought being that Sadie had ventured forth to indulge her sadistic inclinations once more. Indeed, it won't be long. 3 hours later, in Magellan's office, Domino, several administrators, and a doctor donned gas masks, the atmosphere weighed down with tension. "Director, I've searched the entire Progress City and found no sign of the former warden Sadie or the 4 beast wardens." After reviewing the surveillance footage, it was confirmed that 5 hours prior, the former warden Sadie had clandestinely boarded General Wilton's warship along with the 4 beast wardens. The doctor noted that due to Sadie's severe sadistic disorder and her near-fatal encounter with General Wilton, her condition had evolved. Rather than harboring hatred, she had developed admiration, even love, for him. The office fell silent. Magellan stared intently at the surveillance footage, which revealed Sadie, wrapped in bandages, stealthily boarding the warship with the similarly bandaged beast wardens. 3 hours ago, the warship departed from Progress City. What is Sadie thinking? Is this yet another manifestation of her mental illness? How can she develop an affection for the very man who nearly killed her? Why? Shouldn't the circumstances dictate enmity instead? Was the world of the mentally ill truly this absurd? It was akin to a knife's edge cutting through an eye. The crux of the matter was that she had not only left but also taken the 4 beast wardens with her. Could this be classified as betrayal? "Contact General Wilton immediately," Magellan commanded, masking his anger. If word of this spread, where would his dignity lie? It was bad enough that his subordinates were lunatics. At such a critical moment, they had turned against him. It was utterly disrespectful. Indeed. Meanwhile, upon the vast and tumultuous sea, a warship swiftly navigated towards the naval headquarters at Marineford. After a skirmish in Rogue Town, an urgent communication from Dalmatia instructed him to return to the naval headquarters, as Admiral Tsuru wished to meet with him. For 5 consecutive years, Wilton had valiantly fought and made quite a name for himself along the Grand Line, earning the moniker of a naval tough guy. This title was not merely due to his fearless and dauntless demeanor in battle, but also attributed to his remarkable resilience. This enigmatic confidence transformed him into a formidable figure, both in body and spirit. In essence, he was steadfast in every aspect, a veritable embodiment of toughness. Moreover, he was known for his integrity and had amassed significant achievements. Additionally, Dalmatia often boasted about him within the Admiralty circles, making it nearly impossible for Sengoku and Tsuru to remain oblivious. Following the confrontation in Rogue Town, Sengoku wished for Tsuru to meet Wilton, effectively entrusting her with the task of evaluating him. As a fleet admiral, Sengoku understood the paramount importance of talent, and he discreetly monitored promising seamen, nurturing those with potential. Fortunately, he had several close comrades who had stood by him through thick and thin. Otherwise, securing his position as fleet admiral would not have been so straightforward, both internally and externally. For instance, Zifa had cultivated many stalwarts for the Navy, allowing Sengoku to operate with great ambition upon his appointment, without concern for a lack of manpower. Tsuru had also alleviated much of his workload, while Garp, though often laid back, proved invaluable during critical moments, serving as a formidable deterrent to notorious pirates and functioning as his primary enforcer. Even the 3 admirals, Akainu, Kazan, and Borsellino, despite their individual issues, remained under his firm control. This fleet admiral wielded his authority with both stability and power. Sengoku recognized that it was crucial to extend his gaze beyond the upper echelons of the Navy, acknowledging that the lower ranks could be even more vital than the middle and upper tiers. Thus, he made it a point to nurture those promising seamen, recognizing that they would eventually become the backbone of the Navy. Suddenly, the urgent ringing of a transponder snail interrupted his thoughts. Major Wilton, former Chief Jailer Suddy, and 4 jailer beasts may be aboard your warship. Please ensure their capture. Wilton answered the phone bug, listening to Magellan's thunderous roar, unable to suppress the urge to pull the device away from his ear. He cast a sidelong glance at the figure kneeling on the deck before him, accompanied by 4 beasts, who were wringing their hands with a look of desperate pleading. It was evident that the 4 executioner beasts were somewhat reluctant, sniffling and staring blankly at Wilton, clearly having been threatened by Suddy earlier. To be honest, he was taken aback when Suddy and the executioner beasts were brought to him by his subordinates, utterly unprepared for the appearance of that twisted woman alongside the beasts. Their relationship was, to say the least, quite dire. The key was that Suddy's gaze towards him was decidedly unsettling. Upon their first meeting, she demanded that he use a dumbbell to strike her. Regardless of the method, she sought nothing less than frenzied, merciless torment, especially with her expectant, eager demeanor, which left Wilton's mind reeling. He had never encountered such a request before. Was it masochism? Soon, he realized this was indeed a mental ailment, one of a particularly severe nature. Although he considered himself a staunch advocate for gender equality, he could not simply engage in indiscriminate brutality. When Suddy had attacked him during their approach to the city, he had retaliated in kind, a fair duel, if you will. Thus, he resolutely refused her unreasonable demands, thinking to pass her off to other commanders upon their return to Marineford. However, during his training sessions, Suddy incessantly harassed him. Eventually, Wilton could no longer tolerate it, especially given the limited time he had. With a swift slap, he sent Suddy spiraling through the air, crashing against the ship's cabin wall and spitting blood. At that moment, Wilton felt numb, his worldview shattered in a manner he had never experienced before. He thought of a certain condition, Stockholm Syndrome, a psychological phenomenon where victims develop affection for their captors. It seemed bizarre at first, but considering the pirate world, it made perfect sense, after all. There were countless individuals afflicted with various mental disorders, like the weapon fruit user Baby 5, who would do anything if needed, and the delusional Charlotte BRLE, as well as Cavendish and others. The crux of the matter was that Suddy herself was a severe sadist, with a documented history of such behavior. As a person of sound mind, Wilton found it incomprehensible and had no desire to understand it. Despite her striking appearance and commendable physique, he held little interest in Suddy. If given the choice, he would undoubtedly opt for the 4 executioner beasts, who were far more useful and powerful. Very well, Director Magellan. Wilton nodded at the telephone bug, and then the call concluded. Lord Wilton, please do not cast me away. I am capable of anything. No sooner had the telephone bug hung up than Suddy, in a fit of despair, clung to Wilton's right foot, her eyes brimming with tears, filled with a fervent longing for him to dominate and torment her. Farewell. The city of advancement. Ecstasy, I am coming. Irretrievably lost. Wilton gestured for a few subordinates to drag Suddy away for strict supervision, intending to hand him over to others once Marin Van Duo arrived. It is advisable to minimize contact with such lunatics, otherwise, one might find their intellect insufficient and their state deteriorating. In the realm of external assistance, Lord Wilton is indeed formidable. After considerable exertion, Suddy was taken away, his wails echoing throughout the sky. The 4 prison guard beasts, sniffling and dragging their heads, followed behind. While impelled down, he harbored the thought of abducting the 4 prison guard beasts. However, upon reflection, Magellan would undoubtedly not permit it. Yet now, an opportunity had arisen. These beasts possessed formidable strength and were notably obedient. Although their intelligence was lacking, they followed orders without hesitation. He had already attained the rank of Rear Admiral, and advancing to Vice Admiral was imminent. It was time to seek out a suitable entourage. These 4 prison guard beasts were ideal candidates. Alas, Suddy's sadistic tendencies and masochistic inclinations posed a drawback. Devoid of such psychological afflictions, he could have been a valuable assistant. To become the head jailer of Impel Down, one must possess not only combat prowess but also commendable operational capabilities. Moreover, one must also be aesthetically pleasing. What a pity! A plan began to form in his mind. Wilton was eager to negotiate with Crane, for there was little to lose. After all, what harm could it do? What if Crane agreed? Perhaps 1,500. Or even 1,800. It wouldn't take long at all. Wilton commenced his rigorous training on the deck, fully weighted down and enveloped in the iron state. His use of hockey was steadily depleting as he endeavored to hone all his abilities simultaneously, including observation hockey, adapting to a relentless training regimen. He bore no concerns regarding his physical or mental collapse. After all, he was an extraordinary being. With a single application of recovery and healing techniques the following day, his latent potential could be fully restored. This continuous training was undeniably exhausting, placing his body and mind under perpetual tension, consuming and depleting his vitality. While others might achieve rapid strength gains through such methods, they would inevitably face short-lived fates, as the burden they bore would siphon away their very lives, inflicting irreversible damage upon their bodies. Though the concept of relentless training seemed straightforward, maintaining such a habit over decades was an endeavor beyond Wilton's reach. Regrettably, he was not the legendary Cheng Yaojin of Vietnam. Otherwise, his prowess would have been exceptionally formidable within the realm of extraordinary abilities. Maryford, the Navy headquarters, stood as a bastion of absolute justice, dedicated to safeguarding world peace while ceaselessly combating various malevolent forces, leaving no minuscule crime unaddressed. It was an island imbued with authority, a symbol of peace, justice, and light. After a voyage of over 3 hours, the warship arrived at the port, which resembled an impregnable fortress brimming with colossal battleships and elite Marines alongside commanding officers. This was not Wilton's first visit to the Navy headquarters. He had previously accompanied Dalmatia a year prior for a promotion to Rear Admiral. In the Navy, attaining a flag officer rank necessitated reporting to the headquarters, primarily to allow the commanders stationed abroad to experience the might and atmosphere of the headquarters, fostering a deeper sense of belonging and justice. Moreover, even a vice admiral lacked the authority to promote subordinates to brigadier or rear admiral. Such privileges belonged exclusively to the admirals. Vice admirals could only elevate individuals to captain, while the promotion to vice admiral required the personal endorsement of the fleet admiral. Occasionally, particularly promising rear admirals might receive such an endorsement if fortune favored them. Regrettably, during Wilton's last promotion, he did not encounter Sengoku. He had been led by Dalmatia to report to the Navy's assessment department, where he ultimately passed the evaluation and attained the rank of Rear Admiral. This time, however, was somewhat unexpected, especially since the legendary female figure of the Navy had specifically requested to meet him, suggesting Sengoku's potential involvement, perhaps to assess his capabilities and worthiness, as well as his ideological alignment. Should there be no discrepancies in these areas, Wilton's path to further promotion would likely be smooth, even if he had only recently become a Rear Admiral. As long as he demonstrated commensurate strength and merit, another elevation in rank was possible. He might even become a noteworthy tale or legend, recognized as the fastest promoted officer in the Navy, Rear Admiral Wilton, descending from the deck and standing at the bustling port. One could observe numerous officers of comparable rank to Wilton, including even a few lieutenant generals returning from their missions. The Marines stationed here, even those attending to duties within the port, exhibited an extraordinary spirit and remarkable combat prowess. A tall and imposing female major general, distinguished by her vibrant green curly hair and sunglasses, approached Wilton, her authoritative coat billowing around her. After scrutinizing him to confirm he was the individual she awaited, she greeted him with a nod. "I am sent by the Chief of Staff," she elucidated upon noticing Wilton's gaze. "Very well," he responded. The headquarters building, a magnificent and grand edifice, housed everyone from the fleet admiral to other naval officers, all of whom typically conducted their affairs within its walls. During their journey, the female major general inquired whether Wilton preferred to rest for the night before meeting with the Chief of Staff the following morning. Wilton declined. He deemed it a waste of time to linger at the headquarters, intending instead to meet with Crane and depart thereafter. He believed that the hours spent here could be better utilized in combat, capturing more pirate criminals. Before the conclusion of the Marineford War, he required sufficient strength and merit. As he meandered through the corridors, he encountered several elite rear admirals and even some vice admirals from the headquarters, some of whom he recognized, while others remained strangers. Ultimately, he arrived at the staff department. Crane, in terms of rank, held the position of vice admiral, yet she also bore the title of Chief of Staff, granting her authority and status that far surpassed her fellow vice admirals. Even admirals were obliged to heed her commands when issued in her capacity as Chief of Staff, particularly during critical moments of warfare. During such times, the crafting of strategies fell beyond the purview of admirals. Their sole responsibility was to wield their utmost combat prowess to secure victory. In essence, they were mere instruments of force. Knock, knock, knock. A series of knocks echoed. "Please enter," came a gentle and benevolent voice from within the office. Subsequently, a female rear admiral stepped through the door, with Wilton following closely behind. Accompanying them were Suddy and 4 beastly prison guards. Wilton intended to surrender Sadie to the Crane, and as for the prison guard beast, he would seize whichever he could. Upon entering the office, one was met with simplicity and neatness. The first figure to capture Wilton's attention was an elderly woman seated behind the desk, diligently attending to affairs of state. Her hair, a silvery white, was styled in a modest ponytail that cascaded to her shoulders, framing her forehead, and she adorned her ears with a pair of emerald earrings. Draped in the attire of a vice admiral, she wore a light blue shirt beneath her coat, complemented by a tie adorned with white patterns on a violet background. "Vice Admiral, Major General Wilton has arrived," she announced. The female admiral stood erect, rendering a respectful military salute, her expression one of solemnity. Among the women of the Navy, the Chief of Staff serves as their guiding light, embodying a shared belief. "Vice Admiral, I am Wilton," he declared. Wilton, with a solemn expression, offered a respectful bow, followed instinctively by Sadie and the 4 beastly guards, who dared not make a sound. "Yes, you may leave now. Please prepare a cup of coffee and some pastries for Major General Wilton and the esteemed Miss Sadie." "Understood," replied the female Major General in a resonant voice before exiting the office and closing the door. "Now, sit down. There is no need for formality." "Think of me as an elderly lady," Crane said with a gentle smile, gesturing towards the chair beside her. "Very well. Wilton embodies the virtues of unwavering integrity, boldness, and a fearless disposition, exuding a straightforward persona that simplifies his life. His decisiveness is striking. When he chooses to sit, he does so without hesitation. In contrast, Suddy exhibits a certain reserve, displaying a composed demeanor that initially presents her as a normal individual, perhaps even possessing a touch of elegance. Who could have imagined she harbors both a mental illness and deviant tendencies? The 4-headed prison beast, seated on the ground with its head bowed, quietly sniffles, reflecting a similar tranquility. Although Crane does not emanate an imposing aura, rather, he appears benevolent and amiable. Both Suddy and the 4-headed beast sense an intangible pressure, an unspeakable unease that renders them inexplicably restrained. General Wilton has endured considerable hardship, facing even the most fearsome adversaries in Rogtown without flinching, thereby upholding the Navy's esteemed reputation. He successfully escorted his target and even apprehended several pirates with devil fruit abilities, an endeavor that has captured the attention of Fleet Admiral Sengoku. With her hands crossed before her chin, Crane gazes at Wilton, her eyes reflecting profound wisdom. Upon his entrance, she perceives in him an embodiment of righteousness, candor, simplicity, and valiant courage, an aura akin to that of the sun. Such individuals are often transparent, their emotions laid bare upon their faces, yet they can also be somewhat one-dimensional, unyielding, and lacking in cunning. To put it plainly, they may not possess high intelligence, but their unwavering loyalty makes them trustworthy, qualities that leaders deeply appreciate in their subordinates. Coupled with Wilton's muscular physique, robust stature, and strikingly handsome visage marked by sharp features and fierce determination, he embodies the ideal of a devoted protector. In reality, Wilton is merely 25 years old, though he appears slightly older. A true man should defend his homeland and uphold justice. As a member of the Navy, he cannot tolerate even the faintest trace of evil. For the sake of justice, he is prepared to fight until his last drop of blood is spilled. With a solemn expression, Wilton's voice resonated with unwavering strength as he met Crane's gaze, his eyes brimming with resolve and a readiness to sacrifice for justice. Crane was momentarily taken aback. It was the first time she had so swiftly and unequivocally perceived the essence of another. In their shared glance, there was no hint of evasion, only a starkness that signified a fearless acceptance of mortality. She understood all the intricacies of the human heart, recognizing the improbability of discerning a person's true nature in such a brief encounter. Yet, at this moment, she felt as if she had indeed grasped the essence of this individual. He had fought valiantly to the last drop of blood, and his words were not mere fabrications. He had genuinely endured such trials. She had reviewed the detailed combat intelligence from Rogtown, noting that even in the face of overwhelming adversity, this general had not faltered. Time and again, he had been knocked down, only to rise once more, continuing the battle until he was utterly exhausted and on the brink of unconsciousness. He had truly cast aside the fear of death, exhibiting a fierce tenacity. Of course, she could be mistaken, but if that were the case, then the ambition, restraint, and cunning of this man would indeed be chilling. She felt a deep gratitude towards General Wilton for his unwavering commitment to justice. With individuals like him, the future of the Navy would undoubtedly spread justice throughout the world. Crane's demeanor grew more serious. She recognized the potential in this promising individual and understood the necessity of continued vigilance. Upholding justice is a duty that cannot be shirked. A response so grandiloquent in its standard phrasing. At that moment, a subordinate conveniently arrived with coffee and pastries. Crane gestured for Wilton to sample a few, then casually remarked that Director Magellan had sent word that the former prison warden, along with 4 prison beasts, had defected, although it now seemed otherwise. "Admiral, I have not defected. If anything, I have merely been absent from my post," stammered Suddy, quickly placing his coffee down and rising to his feet. The 4 prison beasts, still oblivious, remained seated on the ground, sipping the coffee just delivered by the subordinate, which they found rather unpalatable. However, the pastries were delightful, an experience they had never savored in the advancing city. Wilton now appeared somewhat astonished, casting a gaze at Sadie that bore an expression of incredulity. He had presumed this sadomasochistic individual to be intellectually challenged, yet was taken aback by her surprising cleverness when she was not in a fit of mania. Reflecting on her recent response, it became evident that betrayal and desertion are 2 distinct concepts. "Surely, you must be aware of your culpability. Given that you assaulted Major Wilton upon your first encounter, subsequently leading to Director Magellan relieving you of your duties as the chief jailer and placing you under arrest." He, too, found himself perplexed by Sadie. Reports from Impel Down indicated that the former chief jailer, Sadie, had voluntarily infiltrated Major Wilton's warship with 4 jailer beasts in tow. Yet, it now appeared that both parties were coexisting without conflict. Thus, a question arose: ought these 2 not to be at odds with one another? "I have come to recognize my error, and in an effort to atone, I have resolved to follow Major Wilton, seeking to redeem myself." Sadie's cheeks began to flush with embarrassment. He furrowed his brow. "This does not justify your desertion or your escape while accompanied by jailer beasts. Both your actions and conduct are reprehensible. I understand, yet I earnestly beseech you, esteemed Major, to permit me to remain by Major Wilton's side, where I vow to fight valiantly and atone for my misdeeds." Sadie's demeanor conveyed sincerity, exuding an air of determination that suggested she would rather perish than be denied. The matter of guilt seemed trivial to her. Her sole desire was to remain near Major Wilton, subjecting herself to his torment day and night. "Esteemed Major, should I not accompany Major Wilton, I fear for my life. Please, grant me the opportunity to stay by his side." He fell silent, perceiving that Sadie was not fabricating her claims. Beyond his past experiences, an instinctual awareness told him that Sadie would indeed perish if separated from Wilton, indicating a severe psychological affliction. "What is your perspective on this, Major Wilton?" he inquired, turning towards Wilton. This incident, at its core, stemmed from Sadie's aggressive actions towards Wilton, who himself had nearly eliminated her. With Magellan's intervention, the situation seemed to have reached resolution. The current concern revolved around Sadie's unauthorized escape with 4 jailer beasts. The severity of this issue was debatable. Ultimately, it hinged upon her word. In truth, this matter bore little relevance to Wilton. Yet Sadie had explicitly stated that her death would ensue should she not remain with him. After all, Sadie was indeed a talent. Her years had impelled down, while lacking in accolades, were not without hardship, and she could hardly be considered irredeemably wicked. At times, leadership necessitates a degree of leniency or turning a blind eye. Wilton hesitated. Had Sadie not just displayed such a composed demeanor, coupled with a keen intellect, he would have undoubtedly rejected the proposition without a second thought. However, the prospect of acquiring 4 prison beasts was not entirely unappealing. After all, a good thrashing would surely tame them during their fits. "My lord, if I were to acquiesce, would those 4 prison beasts also become my subordinates?" Wilton pointed towards the 4 prison beasts that were devouring their meal with fervor. This matter required further consultation with Director Magellan. Although Crane possessed the authority to make decisive judgments, it would be unseemly to bypass Magellan in such a manner, as it would amount to a slap in the face. Respect must be upheld. "Then, might I implore you, esteemed Admiral, to inquire?" she suggested. "If Director Magellan disagrees, I believe it would be best to have them returned to Impel Down." "No, Lord Wilton, I would perish," Suddy wailed, clinging desperately to Wilton's muscular calf, unable to fathom a life devoid of his torment. She was acutely aware that Wilton favored the 4 prison beasts. Was she not alluring enough? Did her attire not leave enough to the imagination? Why did he prefer those wild creatures over her? Perhaps it was time for some self-reflection. 24. Go hunt for the devil fruits. Very well. Crane's expression was nuanced. It appeared that the former chief jailer was quite unwell. However, she was not surprised, as she had encountered countless individuals afflicted with various mental illnesses. The most formidable among them was the Golden Lion, Shiki. His irrational belief that Roger had been captured by the Navy, leading him to storm Marineford single-handedly, struck Crane as utterly foolish. If one attributed such behavior to mental illness, everything would make sense. After all, a person with sound reasoning and intelligence would not engage in such reckless endeavors. At the very least, they would rally their subordinates. Yet, he arrived alone, seemingly dismissive of the Navy's might. The consequences were dire, resulting in his imprisonment in Impel Down, where he lost 2 legs and subsequently faded from existence for nearly 20 years. His future had once shone brightly, had he not recklessly assaulted the Navy headquarters. The current dynamics of the seas would not be defined by the 4 emperors. It is certain that the flying pirates would be the most formidable crew. Crane directly contacted Magellan via the telephone snail, and the connection was established swiftly. "This is Magellan. I am Crane. Is there something you require, Admiral Crane?" Magellan's voice reflected respect and a hint of surprise. "Vice Admiral Wilton has arrived at the Navy headquarters and is presently in my office, accompanied by former Chief Jailer Suddy and the 4 prison beasts. Currently, Suddy and the beasts express a desire to accompany Vice Admiral Wilton. Thus I am calling to seek your perspective." As Crane finished speaking, silence enveloped the line. The previously pitiful Suddy gazed at Crane with gratitude, while Wilton appeared speechless. This was hardly a conventional inquiry. The pressure shifted squarely onto Magellan. If Vice Admiral Wilton were to consent, Suddy and the prison beast would indeed resign from Impel Down. Magellan was not foolish. He discerned Crane's implication. Impel Down did not particularly require Suddy and the 4 beasts. Their absence would not be detrimental, and it would be more pragmatic to grant a favor. "Thank you, Director Magellan." Wilton was never one to be overly sentimental. He had long coveted the 4 prison beasts. The call ended abruptly. Henceforth, Suddy and the 4 prison beasts would be part of the Navy, destined to become Wilton's direct subordinates. To be frank, such a configuration is not something a mere rear admiral could possess. After all, the prowess of the 4 prison beasts far surpasses that of a rear admiral. Perhaps it was due to the battle at Rogue Town, or perhaps it stemmed from the significant contributions Wilton made over the past 5 years, coupled with his ample potential, valiant character, and steadfast commitment to justice. Moreover, this was also the choice of Suddy and the 4 prison beasts themselves. Thus, both parties held no objections, and it was unnecessary for Crane to play the villain. In fact, allowing the current situation to flow naturally would be more advantageous. Admiral, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave from headquarters and proceed to the Grand Line. Until the day when piracy and crime are eradicated, justice will struggle to illuminate the populace, and peace in the world will remain elusive. Wilton was prepared to depart on a quest to hunt down the devil fruits. He had no intention of squandering time at the Navy headquarters. At least, this was not the moment for such delays. So soon, Crane was taken aback, genuinely surprised that Wilton, having just arrived at the headquarters and finished their conversation, was already set to confront the pirates. The absence of a single pirate upon the vast sea could potentially save a life, a family. A true man ought to protect the weak and uphold justice while he lives. Wilton spoke with unwavering conviction, as if flames of fervor blazed within his eyes. Go forth, he commanded. The Crane cast a profound glance at Wilton before nodding in agreement. Truly, he was a man of principle, steadfast and incorruptible, solely focused on tangible deeds. Yet, what was it that made him so endearing? How splendid it would be if the Navy were graced with more individuals like Wilton. Soon enough, Wilton departed from the headquarters building, this time accompanied openly by Suddy and the 4 prison guards. Before long, the warship vanished beyond the horizon. Meanwhile, Crane arrived at Sengoku's office. What is it? Sengoku paused his writing, smiling as he observed Crane entering the room. As Daramesia had indicated, Rear Admiral Wilton is an exceptionally upright and valiant leader, worthy of cultivation. However, further observation is necessary. Crane began recounting the details of their recent meeting. Sengoku listened intently, aware of Crane's keen judgment regarding individuals. So, you made an exception to call Magellan and allowed that former chief guard along with the 4 prison beasts to become Wilton's direct subordinates? Indeed. I wish to observe Wilton's forthcoming performance. Since you have made your decision, let us await the outcome. The Navy is currently experiencing a period of lethargy, and a leader like Wilton is precisely what is needed to invigorate them. The sea shimmered under the sunlight. The vast expanse of ocean stretched out as the warship swiftly navigated towards a specific destination. Wilton, bare-chested, was engaged in intense physical training. Beads of sweat cascading onto the deck, forming small puddles. Nearby, in a corner by the railing, Suddy knelt with a dazed expression, a prominent bump on her head still emitting warmth from the recent bout of satisfaction she had experienced. At this moment, she was savoring that exhilarating sensation. The 4 prison beasts raced back and forth across the deck, relishing the fresh air and the azure scenery, a stark contrast to the oppressive atmosphere of Impel Down. You 4, come here. Wilton discarded the dumbbells in his hands. As the 4 prison guards approached, he clasped his hands over his chest, puffing it out in a posture of defiance, as if inviting them to strike him. The 4 guards, their faces clouded with confusion, bore an expression of bewilderment, their large, coppery eyes reflecting their lack of understanding. They prepared to attack, their fists raised. Wilton cast a glance at the weapons wielded by the 4 beastly guards, deciding to commence with a direct confrontation. He surmised that engaging with blunt instruments such as the mace might prove somewhat challenging. His intention was to cultivate his mastery of iron body and armament color. The most straightforward and rudimentary method to expedite his training was to endure blows, akin to the forging of iron, becoming increasingly resilient with each strike. With restorative magic and the potential for justice as a safety net, he merely needed to withstand the ensuing pain. This approach would also serve to fortify his resolve. Without hesitation, he initiated the confrontation, noticing the guards' palpable trepidation. Wilton fixed them with a piercing gaze. Startled, they promptly clenched their fists and commenced their assault upon him. Thud, thud, thud. Wilton refrained from retaliating, bracing himself with iron plates enveloped in armament hockey, enduring the blows with unwavering resolve. A mouthful of blood erupted forth. The 4 jailer beasts paused momentarily, yet Wilton urged them to persist. Thus, time elapsed, an hour, then 3, while he became a mere punching bag, gradually bruised and battered, his body adorned with wounds both external and internal. Despite the pain, he found joy in the struggle. The iron plates he had forged were not merely superficial. They encompassed his very organs, crafting a fortress of iron and steel. Both inside and out, he must be impervious. After all, the armament hockey possesses techniques that can inflict internal damage, along with the conqueror's hockey that can strike from afar, ensuring no vulnerability remains. His body must be an impregnable bastion. Prepare my sustenance, he commanded. I shall go. Suddy raised her hand, volunteering with enthusiasm. Her demeanor would return to normal once her needs were met. After a meal, he recovered and resumed his relentless training, wasting not a moment as he stood to invite further blows from the four jailer beasts. Immersing himself in the depths of his cultivation. As twilight descended, the warship glided across the boundless sea. The rhythmic thuds of impact resonating unceasingly until the first light of dawn illuminated the horizon. 25, he mused, setting his sights on the sand fruit and the boom fruit. Major Wilton was nearing Alabasta. After nearly 5 days at sea, his destination was finally within reach. Throughout this time, he had endured relentless punishment, and on the final day, the jailer beasts had even resorted to their weapons. The results were gratifying. He had grown stronger, an experience akin to addiction. His objective was straightforward, to hunt the sand fruit and the boom fruit. Calculating the timeline, it seemed the Straw Hat pirates might have already landed in Alabasta. Furthermore, Fire Fist Ace could also be present. The flame fruit appeared to be an excellent choice, yet Ace had pursued a misguided development path. Had it been Wilton, he would undoubtedly have focused on enhancing its thermal properties. Speaking of temperature, he recalled the existence of a heat fruit, perhaps even more suited to him than the flame fruit. With the knowledge of these devil fruits, he would seize every opportunity to hunt them down, leaving success to the whims of fortune. Moreover, these individuals were all pirates, notorious for their misdeeds. Wilton harbored no psychological barriers to their elimination. Even if he chose not to kill, they would be sent to impel down, including the Straw Hat crew. Pirates should not exist, nor should the 7 warlords. They must either perish or be imprisoned until he seized power, at which point they would be compelled to toil and contribute to his grand ambitions. Prepare for landing. Wilton exhaled a warm breath, his right hand grasping a dumbbell as he sculpted his biceps, while his left hand incessantly stuffed pieces of roasted meat into his mouth. A battle loomed on the horizon, one that promised to yield rewards without effort. He awaited the moment when Luffy and Crocodile would weaken each other, allowing him to reap the benefits of their strife. Indeed, that moment would soon arrive. As the warship docked, news of the Navy's arrival in Alabasta spread like wildfire, reaching Crocodile almost instantaneously. However, upon learning that it was merely a rear admiral, he dismissed the threat with disdain. Even if an admiral were to arrive, they would be powerless to thwart his aspirations of usurping the kingdom. The ancient weapon Pluton was destined to be his. Nonetheless, to mitigate any unforeseen complications, it would be preferable for that group of Navy personnel to perish in Nanohana, a task he entrusted to Mr. One and his associates. It must be said, at this juncture, Crocodile exuded arrogance and a complete lack of restraint. Regardless of the Navy's intentions, any potential interference with his acquisition of Pluton could not be tolerated, and the intelligence regarding the ancient weapon must remain confidential. The little princess of the Alabasta kingdom had been on the run for so long, and there was a considerable chance she might seek refuge with the Navy. Perhaps these naval officers arriving on the island were indeed there to gather information. In any case, it was safer to ensure their demise. Before long, upon receiving orders from their leader, Mr. Zero, Crocodile, members of the Baroque works in other cities hastened towards Nanohana. Lord Wilton, this is the port city of Nanohana in Alabasta, a full day's journey from the capital. Shall we proceed to the capital at once? Just as they were about to disembark from the warship, Suddy appeared in a flash, holding a map, which momentarily startled Wilton. This relentless woman certainly possessed remarkable efficiency. Where did you acquire that map? He inquired. Before leaving headquarters, you mentioned heading to Alabasta. So I requested a navigation chart and a map of the Alabasta kingdom from the staff, Suddy replied with an air of nonchalance. To be honest, at this moment, Wilton regarded Sadie with newfound respect. He had underestimated her. Beyond her ability to remain composed, she possessed both talent and an appealing physique. Had he stumbled upon a hidden gem? A competent subordinate, secretary, or aide can alleviate many burdens. It seems that among pirates, those grappling with mental afflictions, as long as they remain stable, are indeed capable individuals. You have performed admirably. So, could Lord Wilton indulgently reward little Sadie with some rigorous treatment? In response to Wilton's praise, Sadie's cheeks flushed, her hands fidgeting between her legs, her gaze dreamy with anticipation and exhilaration as she looked at Wilton. It was all so clean and precise. Wilton casually delivered a slap, causing Sadie to emit a joyful moan as blood erupted from her mouth, spiraling through the air in a 360-degree arc. A chaotic flurry ensued, as bodies and feathers collided with the cabin walls, resembling a boneless entity that fell to the ground, utterly immersed in a state of oblivion. An absurd demand. Although Wilton could not fully comprehend the situation, he understood that it was quite simple to manage Suddy. As long as the latter could demonstrate his worth, Wilton would not hesitate to bestow upon him the rewards he deserved. They made their way to the capital of Alabasta. Upon disembarking from the ship, with only a handful of essential crew members remaining behind, Wilton led the group towards the city of Nada. They needed to reach there to procure transportation, some domesticated camels, swift-running lizards, and if fortunate enough, they could venture into the wilderness to capture land crabs and the majestic Sandora lizards. These were all unique desert creatures of Alabasta. As they traversed the streets of Nada, the atmosphere was relatively lively, with numerous fruit stalls, shops, and taverns dotting the landscape, among which pirates were not in short supply. However, most of them vacated the area upon spotting Wilton and his entourage, while a few chose to observe, even displaying a hint of provocation. Despite being mere lowly pirates, these ruffians were particularly despicable, as they were known to directly assault innocent civilians. Minotaur zebras. You four are to eradicate all the pirates in this town without sparing any lives. Ensure you recognize them distinctly. The difference between the pirate thugs and ordinary citizens is evident, easily discernible by the blood on their hands and their distinct demeanor. The four of you are quite astute. Upon receiving the command, the four beastly jailers roared and charged forth, causing an uproar in Nada. How audacious! Where did these beasts come from? Ah, it's the Navy. That appears to be the formidable Wilton. What? A pirate has recognized Wilton's identity, yet the rampaging Minotaur zebras are too ferocious. Most pirates can barely withstand a single blow. What on earth is happening? Why is it so chaotic outside? In the heart of the town of Naira, a restaurant named Spice Bean serves as the backdrop for a tense standoff between two factions. Among them, the notorious smoker, puffing on a cigar, stands resolutely. Opposing him are the Straw Hat Pirates, accompanied by Port Asti, Ace, the 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates. The conflict arises from a straightforward sequence of events. Ever since the Straw Hats were rescued by the world's most notorious man in Lobetown, Smoker has pursued them relentlessly. While apprehending Mr. 11 of the Baroque works in the Grand Line, Smoker overheard a conversation between Sanji and Crocodile in Little Garden. Driven by a desire to uncover the connection between Princess Vivi of Alabasta and the Straw Hats, as well as the secrets of the Baroque works, he resolved to journey to Alabasta. Fate would have it that he encountered the Straw Hats at the Spice Bean restaurant, where, unsurprisingly, without having mastered hockey, the Straw Hats were no match for Smoker. In a mere moment, they found themselves utterly defeated. At this critical juncture, Ace intervened, rescuing the Straw Hats while simultaneously revealing to Smoker that Port Asti, Ace is, in fact, the brother of Monkey D, Luffy. This revelation astonished Smoker. For Ace is backed by the formidable Whitebeard Pirates, led by none other than Edward Newgate, the world's strongest man. Furthermore, the association of Luffy with both the Revolutionary Army and the Whitebeard Pirates deepened Smoker's resolve to apprehend him, as the stakes had escalated significantly. With an air of nonchalance, Ace lounged at the counter, his orange cowboy hat flickering with flames. He turned his attention from Luffy to Smoker with a serious demeanor. Originally on a mission to hunt down the traitor Marshal D. Teach, he had arrived late to the Drum Kingdom and, having left a note, had come to Alabasta to await Luffy. Just as he was about to greet his brother, Luffy found himself targeted by the Marines, specifically by a Logia user. Much like in their childhood, Luffy still required his protection. Luffy, when did you acquire a brother who seems quite formidable? Nami, Usopp, and Chopper, bewildered by the unfolding events, observed Luffy from behind a disheveled chair. Particularly affected were Nami, Usopp, Sanji, and Zoro, who had all experienced the Logtown incident. They recalled being rescued by the world's most notorious man, who introduced himself as Monkey D. Dragon, declaring Luffy to be his son. At that moment, disbelief washed over them. What? Luffy's father is the world's most notorious man? The key point is that Luffy appeared utterly bewildered, completely oblivious to the identity of his father, claiming that this was their first encounter in their memories. To be frank, when it was revealed that the world's most notorious man was Luffy's father, Nami and the others were utterly astonished, their courage swelling and confidence soaring. No matter the peril they faced, they felt a newfound assurance. After all, their captain's lineage was linked to the Revolutionary Army, with a father notorious across the globe. This heritage allowed them not only to navigate the seas with some audacity, but also to face challenges head-on. Nami and Usopp resolved that in the face of formidable foes, should they find themselves outmatched, they would simply invoke their illustrious background. While it might not intimidate their adversaries outright, it would certainly earn them some respect. In the original narrative, although Dragon did intervene to rescue Luffy and his crew, they did not meet face to face. However, due to the circumstances surrounding Wilton, Dragon openly declared his identity. Just as Nami and the others were beginning to process the revelation of Luffy's father, they unexpectedly encountered Luffy's brother, who appeared to possess formidable strength, an exceptionally powerful user of the Logia-type devil fruit. Ace, as you refer to him, has not been seen by me for quite some time. Did I not mention that I have a brother? Luffy, rubbing his chest, recalled how Smoker had incapacitated him with a weapon, rendering him powerless. Despite it not being a sharp blade, he felt an intense pain. Fool, when did you ever mention it? Nami rolled her eyes, nearly ready to deliver a punch to Luffy. Relax, now you know, right? Rest assured, Ace is incredibly strong. That smoke-wielding fool will not capture us, Luffy replied nonchalantly, expressing unwavering faith in Ace's capabilities. Let us hope so. Usopp sighed in relief, having feared they might endure another nightmare akin to that of Logetown. Thankfully, Luffy's brother had appeared just in time. Otherwise, their fate would have been dire, and they would struggle to survive, let alone assist anyone else. Fire Fist Ace. How is it that you, the 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates, find yourself in the Grand Line? Smoker, with 3 cigars clenched in his mouth and a sea stone weapon in hand, cast a wary glance at Luffy, furrowing his brow. With Ace present, capturing the Straw Hat crew would prove exceedingly difficult. Isn't this a question you already know the answer to? Ace spread his arms, acknowledging that while the news of Teach's betrayal might be unknown to the common factions, the Navy certainly was aware, especially with a rebellious Logia user among their ranks. There was no escaping it. The rarity and overwhelming destructive power of Logia users made them hard to ignore, even for the most discreet of organizations. Since you are here, as a member of the Navy, I cannot simply turn a blind eye. Smoker let out a cold snort, fully aware of the reason behind Ace's appearance in Alabasta. Though he held the rank of a mere colonel, he was privy to certain information that traversed the seas. For he was no ordinary colonel, he had influential connections. There was no way he would allow his younger brother to be bullied by others. Ace rose from the counter, orange flames igniting around him, while white smoke billowed from Smoker's form. A fierce battle was on the brink of eruption. Just then, the street outside erupted with explosions, accompanied by anguished screams and harsh curses, intermingled with the growls of beasts. In an instant, all gazes in the restaurant turned towards the outside, until 3 figures crashed through the walls, their appearances disheveled and tragic. One of them was drenched in blood, limbs twisted and mangled, evidently struck down by a heavy weapon, leaving no hope for survival. The brutality of the scene signaled the arrival of a troublesome foe. Ace's expression shifted as he sensed a powerful aura rapidly approaching. Luffy, you must leave at once, Ace urged, perceiving a malicious intent. Initially, he believed it was directed at him, but soon realized it was aimed at Luffy. This indicated a prior connection between the adversary and Luffy. Otherwise, how could their observation haki be so firmly locked onto him? Luffy stared in shock. They had just reunited, exchanging only a few words, and he had been overjoyed to see Ace. Someone has set their sights on you, Ace warned, handing over a piece of paper. This is my Viver card. Once you've dealt with them, we shall meet in the capital of Alabasta. He turned back with a smile, tossing the paper to Luffy, who appeared utterly bewildered by its significance. All right, thank you, big brother Luffy, Luffy replied hesitantly. Let us go. Though Luffy seemed reluctant, Nami and Usopp were more than eager, pulling him along to depart. Zoro and Sanji had no choice but to follow suit, and Chopper obediently trailed behind. However, as the group exited the restaurant and stepped onto the street, a heavy sound pierced the sky, and they beheld a colossal figure plummeting rapidly from the glaring sunlight. This is bad. How could it be this guy? Nami and the others turned pale, recalling the terror they had faced in Logetown. Luffy, flame ring, fire pillar. Ace's countenance changed dramatically, and in an instant, flames surged, transforming into a towering column of fire that shattered the rooftop and surged towards the heavens with unstoppable force. Exploding double axes. In the high altitude, chaos ensued. Wilton raised the phantom weights of dual dumbbells, each weighing 500 meters, enveloped in a dark, armed aura that descended like a meteorite. Upon sensing Luffy's presence through his observation haki, he immediately executed a powerful leap from the port, wielding his explosive dual axes, spanning a distance that could easily measure half a town. Within the range of his observation haki, his axes struck with unerring precision, the extent of their reach dictated solely by his perceptive abilities. It seemed that he had arrived just in time. As Wilton beheld the towering pillar of fire, his gaze sharpened with intensity. With a resounding boom, the air erupted into a blinding white as the dumbbells collided with the fire pillar, generating a shockwave that radiated outward. Simultaneously, an invisible pressure descended, causing buildings to crumble and forcing all within the vicinity to helplessly prostrate themselves against the ground. As the billowing smoke dissipated, Ace plummeted from the sky, crashing into the earth, sending a cloud of debris and dust into the air, leaving behind a massive crater measuring 50 meters in diameter. The echoes of his illustrious reputation resonated nearby. Wilton crashed to the ground, leaving behind a deep crater, yet emerged from the dust unscathed after stretching his limbs. Cough, cough. How did this fellow end up here? Luffy and the others scrambled to their feet, their expressions shifting to one of alarm as they beheld Wilton stepping forth from the haze. Luffy, we must flee. Nami's instinct was to escape, for the shadow this man cast upon them was overwhelmingly daunting. A sharp crack echoed through the air. A whip lashed out, and Zoro swiftly drew his sword to block it, but he was forced to retreat a few steps, his hand trembling slightly around the hilt. Ah, I am the delightful Sadie, fond of interrogation. I cannot allow you pirates to escape, Sadie exclaimed, wielding her long whip with a peculiar enthusiasm, her voice elongated. Her attire, reminiscent of a sadomasochistic aesthetic, left little doubt regarding her twisted nature. In close proximity, for colossal beasts loomed behind Sadie, and a troop of Marines was hastening towards them, threatening to encircle the area shortly. What should we do? Nami's palms were slick with cold sweat. It was evident that the woman was formidable, and the presence of the four towering creatures was a visceral assault on her senses. The sheer ferocity exuding from them made her legs tremble. Just a glance at the spiked club, thicker and longer than her own body, sent shivers down her spine, as a single blow could spell her doom without granting her the chance to weep. Be cautious. That woman and those four beasts are exceptionally strong. Zoro and Sanji assumed combat stances, while Usopp, trembling, shakily ready to slingshot, and Luffy wore an expression of grave seriousness. Chopper gulped nervously, his short legs quaking uncontrollably, acutely aware of the terrifying presence of the four jailer beasts. Major Wilton, what brings you here? Smoker emerged from the restaurant, astonished to see Wilton emerging from the dust. Yet he felt a sense of relief. Now, not only was the Straw Hat crew in peril, but Fire Fist Ace would also find no means of escape. Passing through this area, he had not anticipated encountering such a formidable adversary. Portgas D. Ace, the 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates, with a bounty of 550 million berries. Wilton casually replied, then fixed his gaze on Ace, whose expression fluctuated between uncertainty and resolve. What? 550 million berries? Usopp and the others gaped in disbelief, utterly astonished by the astonishing bounty. They had surmised that Luffy's brother was formidable, yet they never anticipated such an outrageous figure. 550 million berries was a sum beyond their wildest imagination. Clad in a tank top and fitness shorts, adorned with a cap and wielding a dumbbell inscribed with the word justice, you are Rear Admiral Wilton. Ace scrutinized Wilton from head to toe. The fearless valor and sense of justice radiating from him unmistakably revealed his identity. During the pursuit of Teach, Ace had heard whispers of this Rear Admiral in the Grand Line, known for his fierce combat prowess and distinct characteristics. Besides his dumbbell weapon, it was his attire and indomitable aura that stood out. He was reputed to be a key warrior under Vice Admiral Dalmesia at Naval Headquarters, and recently had engaged in a fierce battle in Logtown against the world's most notorious man. The Navy had published news articles to promote its spirit of justice, and such positive reports were always fervently advertised by them. Wilton is not the first naval officer to reap such dividends. Many have come before him. Some were merely the lowliest of Marines, while others held the rank of generals. Almost all accounts that positively portrayed the Navy have been published. The advantages of this strategy lie not only in enhancing the Navy's public image, but also in deterring pirates and attracting more citizens to join its ranks. Naturally, there are drawbacks. The Marines featured in these publications risk becoming stepping stones for pirates seeking to elevate their notoriety. Nonetheless, this too serves as a test and a form of refinement. Ultimately, the benefits outweigh the disadvantages. Thus, Wilton's current reputation is indeed resounding, largely owing to the battle at Logtown and the backdrop of the world's most fearsome man. Sooty, Minotaurus, Minotaur Rhino, Minotaurus Koala, Minotaur Zebra, Smoker. Capture the Straw Hat crew and deliver Fire Fist Ace to me. No one shall escape today. Wilton was disinclined to engage in idle chatter with Ace, Luffy, and the others. In their eyes, the notions of freedom and dreams were merely built upon the suffering of others. Only the prison of impel down and death seemed to be the ultimate destination for such individuals. This world had become utterly rotten, and the only path forward was to dismantle it and reshuffle the cards. He was determined to be the vanguard of this transformation, the one to unify the world. In pursuit of this ambition, he would charge forth recklessly, disregarding life and death. Indeed, upon receiving Wilton's orders, Sooty, Smoker, and the four ferocious beasts of the jail guard all assumed serious expressions before surging toward Luffy and his companions. During the battle in Rock Town, Smoker harbored genuine admiration for Wilton, acknowledging his superior position and, in this instance, showing due respect by following orders. Moreover, he had come with the intention of capturing the Straw Hat Pirates. A sense of foreboding gripped Ace as he felt a pang of anxiety. Neither Smoker nor the whip-wielding woman, nor the four savage beasts were adversaries that Luffy's group could contend with at present. He could acutely sense the disparity between the two sides. "Luffy, you all must flee," Ace exclaimed, unleashing his fiery fist. A torrent of flames erupted as Ace clenched his fist and directed it toward Smoker, Sooty, and the four jail beasts. The very air around them seemed to fracture and sear as a colossal flaming fist tore through the atmosphere with an explosive force. This technique was executed with remarkable speed and an expansive reach, coupled with an immense impact, all intertwined with hockey. Ace was genuinely committed to buying time for Luffy and the others. Wilton swiftly appeared before Sooty, raising his right hand and forcefully swinging a dumbbell downward, unleashing a devastating shockwave that extended over 500 meters. A tremendous surge of flames erupted around him, shattering the sturdy pavement and causing it to crack and collapse, while the surrounding structures ignited in a roaring inferno. Wilton's feet sank deeply into the ground as he continuously retreated, his right hand trembling slightly. It must be acknowledged that Ace during this period was remarkably formidable. While he lacked absolute confidence in defeating his opponent, he could certainly prolong the confrontation. "My Lord Wilton," Sooty exclaimed, her face flushed, her eyes gleaming with a frenzied excitement. Gripping the whip entwined with hockey, she charged towards Luffy with a ravenous fervor, resembling a deranged predator. "Moan, scream, delight me. Today, no one shall save you." With a resounding roar, the four-headed jailer beast, Smoker, launched his assault, leaving Nami, Usopp, and Chopper nearly petrified with fear. Nami, Sanji, Zoro, Chopper, Usopp scatter and regroup in the capital. Luffy too felt an unprecedented pressure bearing down upon him. Fortunately, they had separated slightly, otherwise, today would have taken a dire turn. Wilton initiated the assault with a devastating dual-axe strike, descending upon Ace with the weight of a mountain. "Get lost!" Ace bellowed in fury, retaliating with a fierce fire punch aimed directly at Wilton, this time with all his might. The oppressive will surged once more, igniting a cataclysmic explosion that spread like wildfire. Wilton momentarily hesitated, unable to restrain himself, and was propelled forward, crashing heavily to the ground, his body bearing some burns. It was painful, yet not severely so. The iron block remained as formidable as ever. As for the blood at the corner of his mouth, it could only be attributed to his recent irritability. Expelling it brought a strange sense of relief. Usopp, Chopper, and Nami could be heard not far away, as Luffy's frantic roar echoed, for Usopp, Chopper, and Nami had been utterly incapacitated by the Minotaurs, Minotaur, Minokawa, and Minotaur Rhino. Their weapons lay shattered across the ground. Being still in the novice village, how could they possibly contend with the trio of infernal beasts? In a mere instant, they were reduced to mere cannon fodder, tearing through buildings, ultimately collapsing amidst the ruins, blood streaming from their orifices, lost to unconsciousness. It was a miracle that they had not perished outright. "What are you gazing at?" The calm voice of Smoker resonated behind Sanji, sending a chill down his spine. He had been oblivious to the other's arrival. By the time he realized it, it was too late. A vast expanse of white smoke spread forth, enveloping Sanji instantly, as if the smoke possessed life, binding him tightly. He found it increasingly difficult to breathe. Infuriating. He struggled as best he could, but the smoke was intangible, akin to a landlocked duck floundering in the sea. The more he fought, the more futile it became. Gradually, as the white smoke dissipated, Sanji hung unconscious in the air, devoid of the ability to utilize haki, rendered a mere lamb to the slaughter before a user of Logia abilities. Clang, clang, clang. Zoro found himself in dire straits as well. His three swords were already emitting smoke, yet he continued to retreat, drenched in cold sweat. The Minotaur Zebra, displaying no pretenses, charged forward wielding a spiked hammer, its nasal bubbles dangling precariously. Though its demeanor appeared foolishly endearing, Each strike sent Zoro's hands trembling, his teeth nearly shattering under the pressure. One could only imagine the immense weight behind each blow, with the Minotaur zebra occasionally delivering a kick that sent him crashing into several buildings. Just as he rose, he was met with another swing of the spiked hammer. The Minotaur zebra, with its pink curls billowing, fought with fervor and slowly. Blood began to pour from Zoro's mouth and nose. His sword slipped from his grasp, and soon he could no longer hold onto his blade, sent flying into the ruins, unable to rise again. In contrast to the swift defeats of Sanji, Nami, Usopp, and Chopper, Zoro managed to endure more than a dozen exchanges, but alas, the disparity in strength was insurmountable. Meanwhile, Luffy was not faring well either. Suddy's whip, akin to a serpent, coiled around Luffy's incoming fist, and with a yank, he was forcefully slammed to the ground. Following this, Suddy's right hand, enveloped in haki, struck Luffy squarely in the abdomen with tremendous force. The blow had such weight that Luffy bent over, blood spewing from his mouth, his wide eyes filled with disbelief. It felt akin to his grandfather's punches. Just as Suddy was poised to strike again, a fiery beam surged forth, with Ace elementalizing and swiftly propelling himself towards Suddy. In this critical moment, a figure crashed heavily to the ground, intercepting the beam with a dumbbell, while simultaneously delivering a powerful kick, imbued with haki, towards Ace. Forced to revert from his elemental form, Ace staggered back 2 steps, his expression darkening. "You shall not pass over me. Only then can you save them." Wilton stood immovable like a colossal mountain, an impregnable barrier before Ace, exuding an air of formidable authority. "Then I shall deal with you," Ace declared, his heart hardened by the intent to kill. At that moment, Suddy had ensnared Luffy's neck tightly with her long whip, laughing maniacally as she relished in delivering brutal kicks to him. The added cruelty was that she wore high heels, intensifying her dominance. Each kick elicited anguished cries from Luffy, surpassing even the pain inflicted by his grandfather, and the more he screamed, the more exhilarated Suddy became. "Fire gun," Ace proclaimed, raising both hands. His index and middle fingers pointed like a firearm at Wilton, unleashing a torrent of fiery projectiles imbued with the power of haki. The air shimmered with the force of his attack. These flames bore far greater potency than conventional bullets, capable of piercing steel with ease, rendering ordinary adversaries utterly defenseless. Iron block. Wilton, with iron resolve and wielding his dumbbells, charged straight towards Ace, sparks flying in his wake. Even as the fiery bullet struck him, the impact merely caused a brief pause, leaving behind a trace of charred skin, unable to penetrate his body. Yet, he felt pain, akin to the pinch of a crab. With determination, he advanced. As Ace shifted, Wilton raised his hand and unleashed a formidable wave of energy, manifesting as a phantom of dumbbells that surged forth to tear through the ground towards Ace. However, Ace effortlessly evaded the attack by elemental transformation. Possessing such formidable power, yet holding the rank of merely a rear admiral, Ace stood on a jagged fragment of wall, his expression grim, engulfed in flames. This stalwart rear admiral's strength exceeded that of many vice admirals, raising questions about the Navy's strategy of underestimation. Observing the defeated Straw Hat pirates, Ace felt the weight of the situation, his demeanor gradually calming. He resolved not to abandon his brother. If resistance was inevitable, he would meet it head-on. With a piercing glare, Ace's eyes widened, and in that instant, the wind stilled. An overwhelming, indomitable will surge forth, enveloping the area with a tempest of black and red lightning, reminiscent of its tsunami's destructive force. The previously clear sky darkened ominously, crackling with thunder. The sheer dominance of his presence was palpable. Smoker involuntarily stepped back, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow, his trembling hands betraying his unease despite his efforts to maintain composure. Meanwhile, Suddy leaned back, her golden curls dancing wildly in the gale, her eyes narrowing in shock as her manic laughter ceased, replaced by a silence filled with dread. Her legs buckled, and she fell to her knees, hands pressed against the ground, pale and biting her lip to stave off unconsciousness. The 4 beast wardens roared in agitation, retreating as if confronted by an ancient beast, their eyes reflecting pure terror. The reinforcements that had arrived moments ago succumbed instantly, collapsing with eyes rolled back in unconsciousness. In the blink of an eye, the surroundings were vacated. Black and red lightning streaked down, illuminating the area in a flickering display, the oppressive atmosphere weighing heavily, as if a colossal hammer struck the very crown of one's head. Conqueror's haki, a rare gift possessed by only 1 in a million. Smoker gritted his teeth, Incredulity etched across his face as he gazed at the figure standing atop the crumbled wall, a sovereign commanding life and death, instilling fear that rendered resistance futile. At the forefront, the scene was set. Wilton lowered his head, his hands gripping the dumbbells tightly, with veins sprawling across his limbs, neck, and forehead. As he lifted his gaze, the once resolute face was now marred by an expression of resentment and fury. Once again, he was confronted by this wretched oppressive will. The memory of Rogtown lingered vividly in his mind. Although Asbillion's will was feeble, it still made Wilton feel as if his chest might burst. The notion of him surrendering and kneeling was nothing short of a delusion. Nobles and commoners alike share the same fate. Emperors take turns on the throne. And today it is my turn. We all possess but a single head and a single life. To hell with it. I do not possess the blood of a slave. If it comes to it, I shall engage in a life and death struggle without hesitation. This is no illusion. Damn it, in this moment. Wilton felt as though some shackles within his body had been released once more. The first time was due to the dragon, and this time it was Ace. Yet, he was still on the brink. It was akin to the sensation of being interrupted mid-relief, just shy of that final surge. To hell with the Conqueror's hockey. Feeble as it was, attempting to shatter my resolve. I shall obliterate you. Wilton, thoroughly infuriated, began to unleash his national essence. He could no longer contain himself. The dual axes erupted. Wilton's spirit surged, his eyes ablaze with an intensity akin to fire itself, provoked beyond measure. With a powerful leap, he soared towards Ace, unleashing a fiery punch. Ace was momentarily taken aback, gazing at the reckless Wilton, who seemed intent on dragging him into oblivion. A tremor ran through his heart. It appeared as if Wilton had been driven to this point by the devastation of losing his family, as if he viewed Ace as the embodiment of his vendetta, invigorated by an insatiable desire to obliterate him. This fearless resolve was indeed striking. With a thunderous roar reminiscent of a volcanic eruption, a colossal flame-imbued fist surged through the air, hurtling towards the descending weights with an unstoppable force. A circular shockwave radiated outward, leaving Suddy, Smoker, and the four beastly jailers momentarily stunned as they beheld Wilton's indomitable silhouette. It dawned upon them that even death was not so formidable. Thus, what significance did mere Conqueror's hockey hold? In that fleeting moment, the two men and four beasts seemed to be imbued with Wilton's fervor, each rising resolutely to confront the overwhelming aura of dread. At that instant, their psyche began to undergo a gradual transformation, albeit slow. It was no longer as pitiable as at the outset. The mere presence of Conqueror's hockey had nearly stripped them of their fighting spirit. Death and imprisonment and impelled down awaited as their ultimate fate. High above, in the skies, Wilton exerted every ounce of strength to press down. Yet that fiery fist remained steadfast, its retaliatory force intensifying. As long as I am here, you shall not harm Luffy and his companions. A resounding boom echoed as a mushroom cloud of flames ascended into the sky. Blood trickled from the corner of Wilton's mouth as he was sent hurtling backward, tearing through street after street, until he ultimately crashed onto the hillside, sending a cascade of debris and dust into the air. Meanwhile, Ace had embedded himself deep into the ground, creating a spiderweb-like crater spanning 300 meters, gasping for breath without a moment's respite. Wilton, his mouth stained with blood, descended once more from the heavens with an unrestrained ferocity, his approach as straightforward and brutal as ever, as if he could conquer the world with a single strike. The air trembled and tore apart around him. Ace lifted his head and roared, unleashing another fiery punch. As anticipated, Wilton was once again sent flying. The massive crater beneath Ace expanding yet again. Explosive twin axes, fiery fists, explosive twin axes, again and again. Wilton, despite being sent flying, consistently rises to his feet with remarkable swiftness, closing the distance to strike at Ace. The battleground has transformed into a desolate wasteland, where the ground is torn asunder, and numerous remnants of walls blaze with fierce flames. Time seems to stretch indefinitely as Ace gasps for breath, blood spilling from his lips, his expression heavier than ever before. What is happening? How can that man rise time and again? Is he a Zoan-type devil fruit user? Feeling the familiar pressure from above, Ace lifts his gaze to behold a figure drenched in blood, yet radiating an extraordinary vitality. This individual appears to be invincible, although Ace holds the upper hand. He fears that if this continues, he may exhaust himself. Your strength does not align with your position, but this ends here. As he faces Wilton's relentless assault, Ace's gaze turns frigid. He crosses his arms, and flames begin to spiral outward from his core, ultimately coalescing in a helix above his head, resembling a sun that emits unparalleled light and heat. Great Flame Ring. Flame Emperor. Lord Wilton. Major Wilton. Suddy and Smoker shout, their expressions transforming in alarm as they watch the colossal sun swiftly engulf Wilton. Their concern for him deepens, for the destructive power contained within that fiery energy orb is immense. With a thunderous roar, an enormous mushroom cloud rises, engulfing everything in relentless flames, causing the very ground of Nina to tremble, leveling everything within a kilometer. A sea of fire engulfs the surroundings. Blinding light fills the air. Smoker, Suddy, and others instinctively drop to the ground, feeling the scorching heat wave above them, awestruck by Ace's formidable power. It is to be expected. As the 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates and a Logia-type user, with a bounty exceeding 500 million, he undoubtedly possesses immense strength. Ace, Luffy, bloodied and barely conscious on the ground, gazes at the heart of the flames, his pallor reflecting his shock at Ace's prowess. Although he has never been able to match Ace since childhood, he had believed that after training diligently since Ace set sail, he had finally caught up, only to discover that the gap had widened further, and that formidable marine, even more fearsome than in Lobetown, has managed to push Ace to this extent. The air ignited, crackling like dry wood in flames, as the vibrant orange flames seemed to possess a life of their own, coiling into a fiery vortex that began to retract into Ace's being. Before him lay a vast expanse of scorched earth, a desolate wasteland where 2 massive dumbbells lay strewn aside. Among the debris, a figure as dark as charred coal was buried, surrounded by waves of searing heat. Ace gazed at the ashen form in silence. He had never encountered such a formidable Navy Rear Admiral, one who surpassed even some Vice Admirals in ferocity. In the New World, his adversaries had always been the elite commanders of the 4 Emperors, such as the 3 Calamities, the Stars, and various distinguished Vice Admirals from the Navy headquarters, like the likes of the Ghost Spider and the Flying Squirrel. Though their skirmish had been brief, he sensed that this Rear Admiral was even more tenacious than those formidable foes. It was over. Ace cast a deep glance before intending to elementalize and rescue Luffy, dismissing the threats posed by Suddy, Smoker, and the 4 Hellbeasts entirely. However, just as Ace began to move, he abruptly halted, disbelief washing over him as he gazed at the scorched earth. A faint sound echoed. In his line of sight, that charred hand abruptly lifted and struck the ground, followed by the resilient, oppressive figure slowly rising. A powerful shockwave cascaded outward, shedding the blackened dust from Wilton's body, revealing skin that was taut and flushed. Despite the blood that marred his face, his eyes burned with an intense ferocity, as if his very blood were boiling and ablaze. Bang! Whether it was an illusion or reality, Ace sensed that this opponent's aura had grown even more ferocious. What was happening? Why did it seem that the more they fought, the stronger he became? The passive skill of life and death ignored was activated. The greater the wounds sustained, the more potent his attacks became. The weight of the world bore down upon him. Wilton seized the dumbbell from the ground and leaped high into the air, striking down towards Ace with tremendous force, causing the air around him to explode. This time, his speed was unmatched, and his power was even greater. It truly felt as if 2 colossal mountains of dumbbells were descending upon Ace. In response, Ace's right arm ignited with flames, forming a massive fiery fist that shot upward. However, this time, he could not easily send his opponent flying as before. What a joke! Ace's expression changed drastically as he felt the surge of Wilton's overwhelming strength. His eyes were filled with astonishment and disbelief. This man's power had genuinely intensified. It was no illusion. Damn it. At 30, is this all you can do? Crack, crack, crack. The ground beneath Ace's feet began to fracture uncontrollably, and his right hand was relentlessly pushed back, causing his body to gradually bend downwards, despite sustaining severe injuries. Why was he still able to stand? Why did his strength not diminish, but instead increase? There was no warning. Ace felt a sudden lightness above his head. When he focused his gaze, he saw Wilton, akin to a meteor crashing down, vanish. Almost immediately, he caught a whiff of a nauseating metallic scent. This is bad. I can't elementalize in time. It's south too close. Bloodied and fierce, Wilton gripped the dumbbell tightly, unleashing a surge of haki through sheer force, creating 2 unstoppable waves of slashing energy that obliterated everything in their path. At that moment, Ace had only partially elementalized. He raised his left hand, cloaked in haki, to shield himself. When the dumbbell collided, pain shot through his face, and his left hand could only hold for a brief moment before the overwhelming force crashed heavily against his chest. The sound of cracking bones echoed. Ace spat out a mouthful of blood, his face contorting as he transformed into a flash of fire, cutting through the ruins and upheaved earth, ultimately collapsing at the end of a scorched boulevard, buried beneath the wreckage. Wilton, the Major General, Ace, the onlookers, Suddy, Smoker, and Luffy, were left in a daze. The abrupt shift in the scene was startling. Despite being gravely wounded and on the brink of death, why was he still able to stand? Strikingly, his combat prowess appeared even more terrifying than before. Was it true that the more severely one was injured, the stronger they became? Wilton sprang into action, transforming once more into two imposing weights, akin to projectiles equipped with a targeting mechanism, hurtling towards Ace amidst the ruins. Seizing the moment of vulnerability, he capitalized on it. Fortunately, his ironclad resolve and the formidable prowess of his hockey remained unwavering. Had it been any other rear admiral, they might have been reduced to mere ashes. Yet, he not only withstood the onslaught, but also triggered his passive skill, Sacrifice for Oblivion. Remarkably, he had yet to utilize recovery spells or healing abilities, for he remained resilient. Engaging in a direct confrontation, he found this state of near death most advantageous. A thunderous roar echoed as the ground erupted, and Ace narrowly evaded the impending disaster. Materializing a short distance away with arms outstretched, summoning a multitude of luminous fireflies that coalesced into glowing orbs, drifting towards Wilton. Firefly Dama. In response to this offensive, Wilton executed a swift pivot, unleashing dual waves of slashing energy that radiated outward without mercy. The small fireballs, unable to approach, detonated prematurely. Yet the cutting waves continued their relentless assault towards Ace. Ace, having elementalized and reformed his body while expelling blood from his mouth, heard a piercing sound overhead. Is that all you can muster? Flame ring. Pillar of fire. With an ashen countenance, Ace ignited, flames surging around him, coalescing into a towering pillar that ascended skyward, crashing down upon Wilton with tremendous force. In a clash of titans, Wilton was forcibly propelled into the air, spinning several times before landing on the ground. Confronted with Ace's wrath, Wilton demonstrated through his actions that he indeed possessed only these few techniques. With his right hand gripping the weight, he unleashed a sweeping motion, summoning a phantom strike of weights that spanned 500 meters, tearing through earth and stone as it surged towards Ace. However, a single fiery punch from Ace effortlessly nullified the assault. The winds continued to swirl above as Wilton pressed down with his dual weights, again and again. The techniques employed by Wilton are limited in number, characterized by their sheer brutality and simplicity, often reduced to mere basic strikes. Yet, each blow carries a weight akin to that of a mountain. In terms of momentum, even with Ace's conqueror's hockey, he finds himself overshadowed by Wilton's reckless audacity and the willingness to perish in mutual destruction. The opponent exhibits an utter disregard for death, which is truly astonishing. Despite sustaining severe injuries, his offensive prowess not only remains undiminished but escalates to an absurd degree. It is inconceivable for a last-ditch effort to endure for such a prolonged duration. It is evident that the adversary is not a user of devil fruit abilities. Where, then, has the flaw emerged? Is this truly the nature of the hard-boiled Navy? 10 minutes later, a fiery orb, reminiscent of the sun, ascends steadily. Ace, in a state of disarray, raises his right hand, blood dripping from his mouth and nose, his visage pale. He gazes at the man who rises once more from the pit, the flames in his eyes flickering wildly. A mere rear admiral invokes in him a sensation akin to facing an admiral, the difficulty of the battle inflicting immense psychological strain upon him. The fight intensifies, growing increasingly irrational. Just let it end. Great flame ring, flame emperor, scorching revolution. A thunderous roar erupts. The collision is cataclysmic, both Ace and Wilton bearing expressions of ferocity, desperately charging at one another, until all that remains in the world is a flicker of light. In the far distance, Smoker, Suddy, the guard beast, and Luffy instinctively shut their eyes, only to be met with a deafening wave of heat. When all settles, much of the area of Naina has vanished, leaving only remnants of ruins that speak of what was once a thriving town. In the center, Ace retracts the flames into his body, coughing blood as he gasps for air, his gaze fixated on the charred figure in the deep pit. No one could withstand two of his flame emperors. It must come to an end. Yet, before Ace can lower his guard, that ashen form stirs, suddenly illuminating with a green glow, then rising with a furious roar. Grasping a dumbbell, Wilton's muscles tense as he leaps towards Ace with ferocious intent, his brutality unabated. This time, the metal and hockey nearly falter, compelling him to employ recovery, maintaining his grievously injured state as long as he remains alive. Blast. Double axes. What man exhausted and breathless? Ace seized the moment to unleash his third AE ultimate once more, as the blazing sun descended directly upon Wilton. In that instant, mushroom clouds erupted skyward, their reverberations swiftly radiating throughout Alabasta, even reaching the capital, where the horizon was tinged with crimson. Amidst the flames, a fervent figure leapt high, drenched in blood and steam, charging recklessly towards Ace in a desperate bid for mutual destruction. He cast a healing spell. The fiery fist roared with a tremendous sound, yet the colossal fire fist shattered, plummeting with the force of a sledgehammer. In a hair-raising moment, Ace elementalized and vanished, panting heavily, his face contorted with discomfort. The opponent's offensive and defensive capabilities remained absurdly formidable. Despite sustaining grievous injuries, having clearly reached the limits of human endurance, even an awakened Zoan type could not possibly rise again. Infuriatingly, the pressure mounted. The indomitable naval officer Wilton, I shall remember you. The next time we meet, I will ensure our fates are decided. Ace resolved not to squander any more time with this adversary. His true objective lay in pursuing Teach and rescuing Luffy and the others. This was not the moment for distractions. Flame Emperor. Without a moment's hesitation, Ace, still panting, unleashed his ultimate once again, a sun hurtling swiftly towards Wilton, then darting away without a backward glance towards Smoker and his companions. No way you're getting away. As Ace raced towards them, Smoker and Suddy were taken aback, instinctively adopting battle stances. Wilton, the indomitable Major General, fought fiercely ahead, determined to obstruct Ace even at the cost of his own life. Get lost, Sunflower? Ace's eyes narrowed slightly, his domineering will emanating a powerful aura, momentarily disorienting Smoker and Suddy, who were then struck by flames, letting out pained cries as they were hurled away. Simultaneously, the flames morphed into a serpentine blaze, swiftly enveloping Luffy and the now conscious Nami and others. Behind them, the great explosion gradually subsided. Wilton emerged, enveloped in a cascade of green light, his entire being radiating warmth akin to that of a furnace. As his previous injuries and condition rapidly mended, he unleashed his ultimate ability. There was no other recourse, for enduring any longer was unfeasible. The adversary's devastating attacks had surpassed his defenses of iron and armament, and merely surviving the initial onslaught was already a feat henceforth. He would need to rely on recuperation, healing spells, and the potential of righteousness. However, his opponent had also sustained considerable damage. Aside from their injuries, their stamina had likely waned significantly. Rescuing the Straw Hat crew from his grasp was an impossibility. At the very least, he must ensure the retention of a few. Leave me some. Wilton leaned forward, his feet erupting into a radiant arc, producing a sonic boom due to his overwhelming speed. After unleashing his ultimate move, he would gain a 30% increase in mobility. An arrow shot forth in an instant. This is bad. Sensing the imminent danger approaching from behind, Ace turned, his expression changing dramatically. Just as he prepared to act, a figure broke free from the fiery serpent. We leave it to you, Luffy's brother. Sanji, bloodied and battered, turned back with a pale face that was nonetheless filled with a smile, resolutely charging towards Wilton despite Luffy and Nami's frantic headshakes. He intended to buy them time. Otherwise, if they were delayed, everyone might be left behind. Time seemed to freeze. Sanji positioned himself in the path, summoning all his strength to deliver a powerful kick. Yet, what met him was a force capable of shattering the very foundations, and Wilton showed no signs of halting. With a firm grip on the dumbbell, he swung it with devastating force. A chilling crack echoed, followed by the gruesome explosion of flesh as Sanji's entire right leg disintegrated into a mist of blood. The dumbbell continued its relentless path. Scalding blood mixed with shattered organs, and a dim-eyed head soared high into the air, as Sanji's body was reduced to a gruesome pulp scattered around. No. Luffy's face contorted in rage, his eyes a deep crimson, his chest felt as if it would explode. His mind blank. Then, an overwhelming will radiated from him, fierce and unyielding. Nami, Usopp, Chopper, and Zoro fell into unconsciousness almost immediately. Even Ace, momentarily stunned, found himself awakening the Conqueror's haki at that moment. He struck Luffy's neck with a heavy hand, rendering him unconscious as well. The priority now was to swiftly rescue Luffy and the others. They could not allow Sanji's sacrifice to be in vain. It must be said that Sanji, at the cost of his own destruction, had managed to gain just a fleeting moment. Wilton, drenched in blood, halted, remnants of Sanji's internal organs and bone fragments still clinging to his shoulder. Through his observation, he sensed the opponent's aura waning. The devil fruit. Wilton wore a grim expression. His fists clenched tightly. He needed to consume a devil fruit without delay. This marked the second time the Straw Hat crew had been rescued by others, leaving him feeling utterly disregarded. Lord Wilton, are you all right? Just as he pondered this, Sooty rushed over, accompanied by 4 jailer beasts, her face etched with concern. Upon seeing Wilton, bloodied and tattered, they collectively gasped in shock, their expressions filled with empathy. They had witnessed Wilton being knocked down repeatedly, only to rise again, displaying an indomitable will that both inspired and troubled them deeply. Smoker remained silent, yet his admiration for Wilton had deepened since their encounter in Logtown. It seemed that no matter how formidable the adversary, this man remained unfazed, willing to forsake his own life in the name of justice. Smoker, who held his own pride and often resisted authority due to his belief that many naval leaders were ineffectual, found himself at a loss for words in the presence of this extraordinary individual. He could not fathom the concept of death, for Wilton was resolute. Wilton shook his head. Upon revving up, his condition would recover by half. It merely appeared somewhat terrifying on the surface, yet posed no genuine threat. Moreover, most of the blood and flesh adorning him belonged to Sanji. Casting a glance aside, he noticed Sanji's lifeless head, wide-eyed and seemingly unblinking, fixed upon him. General Wilton. The Straw Hat crew has been rescued by Fire Fist. Should we continue the pursuit? Smoker inquired, exhaling a ring of smoke. Having allowed the enemy to escape once in Rogue Town, we could not permit a second escape. We must head towards the capital of Alabasta. The capital? The Straw Hat crew is bound to go there. Wilton was acutely aware of the Straw Hat crew's ultimate destination. He merely needed to make his way to the capital to await their arrival and effortlessly capture both Crocodile and the Straw Hats. Indeed, it was imminent. After a brief respite, the team commenced their journey towards the capital of Alabasta, with Smoker accompanying them. Along the way, they also rendezvoused with Daz Bones in another city. Half an hour later, a contingent arrived at the nearly desolate town of Nanohana, their faces etched with disbelief and gravity. What sort of battle could have laid waste to an entire town? Hadn't the president claimed it was merely a rear admiral? There must be some other formidable adversary. This news must be conveyed to the president at once. The trail led towards the capital. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that these were the core members of the Baroque works, dispatched by Crocodile to deal with Wilton and his party. Though they had arrived a moment too late, the scene shifted to a desolate desert, where the atmosphere was thick with despair. Luffy was helplessly weeping, while Nami, Chopper, and Usopp appeared as though their very souls had been drained, leaning against a shady spot in a state of confusion. Sanji was gone, utterly lifeless before their eyes, with no trace left behind. Zoro, with his head bowed in silence, and the others were struck by the harsh reality of the sea. The dangers they had previously faced had merely been brushes with fate. When confronted with an overwhelmingly powerful foe, they felt as powerless as ants. In contrast, Ace had grown accustomed to such scenes, having witnessed many perish at his hands or those of the Whitebeard pirate's subordinates. Death had long since ceased to faze him. The crucial point was that he shared no deep bond with Sanji. Had it not been for Luffy, they might never have crossed paths in their lifetimes. Yet, it was undeniable that Ace held a profound respect for Sanji. Luffy had indeed found a reliable crew, which eased Ace's concerns considerably. Wiping away the nearly dried blood from the corner of his mouth, Ace furrowed his brow and gazed toward Nanohana, suspecting that the Navy's strongman was a devil fruit user. Likely of the paramecia type, perhaps a recovery or defensive type. How else could he withstand such punishment and wield such formidable power while merely being a rear admiral? This conundrum perplexed him. Fortunately, it was he who had encountered the rear admiral. Had it been any other pirate, even one with a bounty of 300 or 400 million, a single misstep could have led to their downfall at the hands of this seemingly unassuming rear admiral. At this moment, Luffy and the others needed to muster their spirits. Otherwise, Sanji's sacrifice would have been in vain. They ought to leave Alabasta immediately, for encountering their adversaries again would spell trouble. Ace rose to his feet, his observation hockey active, prepared for the possibility of being pursued. No, I must avenge Sanji and fulfill my promise to Mikey to help save this country. Without a moment's hesitation, Luffy firmly declined, his eyes reddened and bloodshot. It was evident that the naval officer had come to Alabasta with a specific agenda. Should you remain in Alabasta, the likelihood of encountering him again is substantial. Though he holds the rank of a rear admiral, his prowess far surpasses that of his title, and should you cross paths with him, your chances of survival are negligible. Moreover, I have pressing matters to attend to. Waiting for you in Alabasta for 10 days has already been my limit. Ace furrowed his brow, deeming Luffy's aspirations somewhat unrealistic. Revenge is one thing, but how does it intertwine with the salvation of a nation? If one wishes to be a pirate, one should embrace that role wholeheartedly. The act of rescuing a country bears no relation to the life of a pirate. Furthermore, saving a nation is no simple feat, fraught with myriad complexities. Should war break out, it would likely attract the Navy, and remaining on the island would spell doom for Luffy. It is entirely possible that the naval officer has come to Alabasta precisely for this nation and its governance, a matter not suited for pirates to meddle in. Additionally, Luffy is not a match for the naval officer. Seeking vengeance must await his ascension in strength. Ace, you should attend to your own affairs first. If I encounter that hulking naval officer again, I will evade him. Luffy had not lost his senses. He recognized that with his current strength, he could not avenge Sanji. Yet, he was resolute in fulfilling his promise to Makuri. All his sorrow must be contained within, for Makuri still required his assistance. Sanji had already sacrificed himself and could not return, but Makuri remained. As captain, he could not afford to falter. He must provide support to his comrades. With prudence. As captain, he must not allow his companions to be placed in peril. This was the very essence of his duty and responsibility. Ace was somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated Luffy's growth. In his youth, he would have been clamoring for revenge without a thought for the consequences. Yet now, he exhibited clarity and purpose in his intentions. Indeed, he has matured. I understand, Luffy replied, turning to the silent Zoro and the others, aware of Ace's sentiments, and managed a strained smile. Truly, you are my brother. Keep my Viver card. It will guide you to my location. Our next meeting may very well be in the New World. I hope by then, you will have grown stronger, for the position of Pirate King will be mine. Ace spoke earnestly, placing a hand on Luffy's shoulder. I am destined to be the Pirate King. Even if you are my brother, I shall not relent. Luffy's expression mirrored Ace's seriousness. Everyone, I entrust Luffy to you. Ace leaped onto a rock, turned a glance at Zoro, Nami, and the others, then waved his hand before swiftly disappearing over the edge, intent on pursuing Blackbeard. Shortly thereafter, after a brief respite, the Straw Hat crew set off towards the capital. Perhaps sensing a shared sorrow, they all buried their grief deep within, waiting for a moment after assisting Vivi to finally break down in tears. Along the way, Zoro successfully captured a hermit crab, which, under Nami's alluring influence, darted away at an unthinkable speed. In a mere 5 hours, the outlines of the capital came into view, leading one to believe they had flown, when in reality, they had scurried sideways. Upon reaching the capital, Nami established contact with Vivi, and the two parties met, sharing heartfelt tears before the Straw Hats indulged in an extravagant feast at Vivi's hospitality, restoring their spirits completely. After resting for 2 hours, they set off towards the dream city of Rain Base in Alabasta, the stronghold of Crocodile, and the only city unaffected by drought and turmoil. Here lay the kingdom's largest casino. Rain dinner. Before long, the internal conflict in Alabasta erupted, with the rebel forces, led by Vivi's childhood friend, Kosa, attempting to overthrow the royal regime. The capital, Arabasta, was engulfed in chaos. Crocodile's furious roar echoed through the underground burial site of Arabasta, where a monumental battle was unfolding. Luffy, drenched in blood and consumed by rage, found himself momentarily overpowering the formidable warlord of the sea and Logia user, Crocodile. Though lacking the use of haki, he utilized the principle of solidified blood to strike at the sand, instilling in Crocodile an unprecedented sense of pressure. Nearby, a poison needle lay on the ground. Observing Luffy's pallid complexion, it was evident he had been ambushed by Crocodile, and the battle was nearing its climax. Elsewhere, the cadre of Baroque works fell one by one to Zoro, Usopp, and others, all fueled by sorrow and anger over Sanji's sacrifice. Their fury reached a boiling point. They could only blame themselves for crossing paths with calamity. Vivi's friend lay amidst the bloodstained rubble, Cobra's eyes fixed on the furious figure of Luffy, his daughter's ally. He vowed to defeat Crocodile at all costs. Not far from Cobra, a tall figure lay unconscious on the ground, the very one who had stabbed Crocodile in the back at a critical moment to aid Luffy, Nico Robin. The events unfolded much like the original tale, ultimately succumbing to the cruel hand of fate. Above the subterranean funeral hall, on a street adorned with a coconut tree, Wilton was engaged in a bicep workout with dumbbells. He observed the undulating, pulsating surface of the rocky road and the crumbling edifices around him. He was acutely aware that the battle was nearing its conclusion. As a member of the 7 warlords of the sea, having traversed the New World and even crossed paths with the world's strongest man, He was also a wielder of natural abilities. Yet, in a bewildering twist of fate, he had been vanquished by a fool devoid of ambition, despite the formidable background the simpleton possessed. This, however, did not serve as justification for Crocodile's defeat. To be candid, Wilton found it utterly perplexing, more so than his experience of playing poker with God. Yet, it mattered little now, as he was destined to fall to this individual regardless. Furthermore, upon clandestinely observing, he noted that neither Fire Fist Ace nor the members of the Revolutionary Army were present. Initially, he found Crocodile's defeat to be rather suspicious. However, it now appeared that it was merely a case of being scripted for demise, or perhaps the protagonist's aura was simply overwhelming. Wilton secured a dumbbell around his waist, then retrieved a communication device from his athletic shorts. After dialing, the line was quickly answered. "Lord Wilton," came the voice on the other end. "Suddy, Smoker. You are cleared to proceed. Prevent this war and ensure the capture of the Baroque Works operatives as well as the Straw Hat Pirates members. Remember, capturing Mr. 5 from Baroque Works is imperative, no matter the cost, even if it means overlooking other criminals." Wilton's demeanor was exceedingly stern. His purpose for visiting Alabasta was to acquire the San fruit and the Bomb fruit, for which he had even prepared an assortment of fruits. Upon closer inspection, one could see a large package beneath the coconut tree, containing various ordinary fruits procured by Wilton. The strategy was primarily reliant on chance. Meanwhile, on another front, Suddy, Smoker, and Tashigi, along with the other Marines, could no longer contain themselves, had it not been for Wilton's orders to hold their positions. Tashigi and her comrades would have intervened in the conflict. Every passing moment claimed lives. The battle between the Straw Hat Pirates and the Baroque Works executives unfolded under their watchful gaze. After a prolonged wait, Major General Wilton finally issued the command to act. According to his meticulously devised plan, Colonel Smoker and Captain Tashigi led the Marines to thwart this farcical war. I, along with Mino and Zebra, was tasked with apprehending the Straw Hat Pirates and the Baroque Works executives. Suddy stowed away the transponder snail, extending her tongue to lick her crimson lips, exhibiting an unexpectedly efficient demeanor. In an instant, they split into teams, and Wilton also sprang into action, gripping a dumbbell in his right hand and leaping high to smash it down onto the ground. The hard surface swiftly caved in, revealing a pit. As Wilton descended into the underground mausoleum, sending a cloud of dust into the air, startling the battered Crocodile and the panting Luffy. Cobra, who lay on the ground, widened his eyes in astonishment. "Warlord of the Sea Crocodile, Monkey D., Luffy of the Straw Hat Pirates, you are both accused of subverting the national government. I hereby arrest you in my capacity as a Marine Major General. You may resist or surrender." Wilton emerged unassailably from the dust. To his left stood a towering man adorned with a slick-back hairstyle, a pronounced scar crossing his face, and a golden hook replacing his left hand. Draped in a black fur coat, to his right was a straw-hatted lad, on the verge of collapse. The bulky Navy officer, Luffy, swayed precariously, resembling a wretch pulled from a pool of blood. Coupled with the effects of Crocodile's venomous sting, he was nearly at his wit's end, merely a breath away from overthrowing Crocodile. Unexpectedly, Wilton appeared at this critical juncture. When foes meet, animosity flares. Luffy's eyes were filled with a chilling, piercing murderous intent. "Gwahaha, Navy Major. I am one of the 7 warlords of the sea. According to our agreement, you should assist me at this moment." Crocodile's face bore a sinister expression, technically. He was in a collaborative relationship with the Navy, yet the implication of their recent words suggested a joint effort to apprehend him and the Straw Hat Boy. Under normal circumstances, he would have dismissed an insignificant major with ease, but in his current state of injury, he desperately required treatment and rest. With an expressionless visage, Wilton coldly regarded the unfortunate man, notorious by the moniker King of the Desert, much like the hapless Enel behind him. Despite an underwhelming start, he exhibited a ferocious resurgence later on. However, his encounter with Wilton would mark an abrupt end. With a resounding crash, the ground within a 20-meter radius erupted as Wilton leapt into the air, appearing above Crocodile. Grasping a pair of dumbbells, he swung them down with immense force. The San fruit lay tantalizingly before him, leaving no time for idle chatter. Though Wilton had contemplated the potential of Luffy's mythical Zoan, the Nika fruit, he quickly dismissed it, recognizing its unsuitability for his own nature. He preferred the straightforward brutality of a more traditional devil fruit, eschewing the whimsicality akin to a jester. Crucially, he lacked the strength to withstand the repercussions of defeating Luffy. In a moment of desperation, Crocodile, confronted with Wilton's sudden onslaught, gasped in fury, transforming his right hand into a colossal blade of sand and unleashing a ferocious swing. The sharpness of this attack could cleave through even the desert itself. With a thunderous roar, the bloodied sand blade shattered, utterly incapable of withstanding Wilton's might. The phantom of the 500-meter dumbbell cleaved through the air, descending heavily amidst Crocodile's astonished gaze, accompanied by a bone-cracking sound. The dumbbell, relentless in its descent, crashed down upon Crocodile's head, enveloped in haki. Unlike Luffy's reliance on blood to strike him, you, at your wit's end, have no chance of survival. The entire subterranean mausoleum began to collapse, the ground beneath Crocodile fracturing and sinking rapidly. Ultimately, he fell unconscious, his eyes rolling back and blood seeping from his orifices, rendered utterly defeated. In a display of utmost respect for the warlord of the sea, Wilton had exerted his full strength in this assault. Losing to him was far more palatable than succumbing to Luffy. The shame of such a defeat would be significantly lessened, especially considering his own mastery of haki and his prior clashes with the world's most notorious man, the Whitebeard Pirates' 2nd Division commander, Port Asti, Ace. In terms of reputation and strength, he overwhelmingly surpassed the Straw Hat Captain. Yet, observing Crocodile's depleted state, it was evident that even without his intervention, the final blow from Luffy's Gum Storm would soon follow. Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted Cobra, carrying Nico Robin and dragging Luffy through a passageway. Wilton initially chose not to intervene, instead seizing Crocodile and soaring skyward to the surface, bearing a pack laden with fruits. Wilton swiftly made his way to a dilapidated residential building, promptly emptying the fruits and arranging them into a circular formation. Wilton tightened his grip around Crocodile's neck as he entered the fruit circle, drawing forth a dagger that he had meticulously prepared at his waist. The armament color enveloped his hand as he plunged the blade fiercely into Crocodile's heart. A gasp escaped Crocodile as he abruptly awakened from his stupor. Feeling a sharp pang of agony pierce through his chest, he thrashed about in desperation, yet Wilton remained firmly seated upon him, his left hand, imbued with the armament color, constricting Crocodile's throat. It felt as though 2 heavy dumbbells were pressing down upon him. Prepare to depart in peace. I shall inherit your sand fruit and unite the world under my rule. Wilton's gaze was icy, his face splattered with the scorching, acrid blood of Crocodile. He then withdrew his dagger, relentlessly plunging it into the heart. Again and again, in a numbing coldness. A torrent of warm blood erupted from Crocodile's mouth and nose as he widened his eyes, his body convulsing, filled with disbelief and terror. He wished to utter something. Yet Wilton's grip tightened around his throat. Gradually, Crocodile's consciousness began to descend into darkness, the light in his eyes dimming. This was not how events were meant to unfold. Why was this naval officer intent on ending his life? Did he not even merit imprisonment? Reluctance, fury, and despair gradually froze upon Crocodile's lifeless visage. The once great tyrant, the Desert King who had only grown more formidable over time, was extinguished in his prime. A death that was both abrupt and serene, devoid of any chance for resurgence. This was the essence of a true narrative demise. Once assured that Crocodile had drawn his last breath, Wilton rose, stepping out of the fruit circle, his gaze fixed intently upon those fruits. 1 minute, 5 minutes, 10 minutes. Wilton's expression grew increasingly grim as he gazed upon the unchanging fruit before him. Realizing that his attempt to seize the Sasa fruit had failed, it had always been a gamble. When a devil fruit host perishes, the fruit reincarnates in a random location across the world. However, if ordinary fruits are placed nearby prior to the host's demise, there exists a possibility that the devil fruit may take root within one of those nearby fruits. With a stroke of fortune, the Sasa fruit might have already been reborn within one of those fruits. Wilton's fortune was evidently not in his favor. A full 10 minutes elapsed. Yet the surrounding fruits remained unremarkable. Reluctantly, he continued to wait for another 5 minutes. Wilton sighed as he grasped Crocodile's lifeless body, then with a single punch, he pierced through the heart, masking the wounds inflicted by the dagger. He swiftly concealed the fruit and vanished into the residential building. Although Crocodile was deceased, his corpse still held value, capable of enhancing his reputation. He was the embodiment of truth, and his observation haki rapidly expanded. Soon, he detected the faint presence of Luffy. With a powerful leap, Wilton traversed one street after another, passing by the skirmishes between the rebel forces and the royal army. Wilton's leap was undeniably conspicuous, drawing the attention of many to Crocodile's lifeless form. Meanwhile, in a hidden passage, Cobra emerged, bearing the unconscious bodies of Luffy and Nico Robin. He collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath, having sustained considerable injuries himself. Fortunately, They had escaped the underground mausoleum, narrowly avoiding entombment alive. After resting for over 10 minutes, Cobra rose once more, shouldering the now unconscious Luffy and Nico Robin. Yet, after taking only a few steps, a piercing sound sliced through the air above him. Boom. It was as if a missile had struck, unleashing a colossal tempest laden with swirling dust and debris. Cobra was hurled backwards, crashing heavily to the ground, while Luffy and Robin were also tossed aside. A faint groan escaped Robin as her head struck a jagged stone, her eyelashes fluttering as she groggily regained consciousness, while Luffy remained ensnared in a profound stupor. The Navy. Cobra's bloodied face exhibited a tumult of emotions, particularly upon witnessing the gaping hole in Crocodile's chest, through which the scenery behind was visible. He was undeniably dead. This Navy Major General was a formidable figure. Instinctively, the previously conscious Robin feigned unconsciousness, opting to remain still and assess the situation, her mind racing with questions about what transpired during her unconsciousness and the sudden appearance of the Navy. This Navy Major General. "I am Cobra, the King of Alabasta," he declared, trembling as he rose to his feet and coughed to announce his identity. Driven by a desperate desire to save Luffy and Nico Robin. "Do you wish to spare them?" Wilton halted his steps, gazing at Cobra as he candidly remarked that he could be considered a good king, yet it was wiser to limit interactions with pirates. After delivering his thought, he disregarded Cobra's astonished expression and approached the unconscious Luffy with the intent to apprehend him. Just as Wilton was about to lay his hands on Luffy, 8 arms suddenly sprouted from his body, swiftly seizing his head and arms, exerting relentless force in an attempt to break him. Nico Robin had taken action. She had observed that there was only this solitary Navy officer nearby. "I had thought you would continue to feign." Wilton had long since discerned that Nico Robin was merely acting. Such tactics could not possibly restrain him. The observation hockey swiftly spread, decisively shattering the arms that adorned his body, and then Wilton vanished from sight. "This is troublesome." Robin's fair visage shifted, and she turned with haste. Yet before she could fully comprehend the situation, a powerful whip-like kick swept across her with tremendous force. The muscles of Robin's face contorted visibly, and she was sent hurtling away like a cannonball, piercing through several structures. As a staunch advocate for absolute gender equality, Wilton consistently extended his utmost respect. Thus he did not hold back in this strike. Kabura stood with his mouth slightly agape, his gaze fixated on the ruins where dust gradually settled. Robin, bloodied and battered, lay amidst the debris, her nose collapsed and hair disheveled, breathing faintly as she slipped into unconsciousness once more. Not long after, Wilton gathered Crocodile, Luffy, and Nico Robin in one place, contemplating various issues while engaging in his fitness routine. He had already informed Suddy and others. The Straw Hat crew had been entirely apprehended, along with Crocodile as subordinates. After an intense clash, Suddy and her companions emerged, effortlessly subduing everyone without leaving a single individual behind, precisely as planned. Unfortunately, the attempt to strip Crocodile of his sand fruit had failed. Cobra sat in a corner, pondering how to safeguard Luffy and Nico Robin from the clutches of the Navy. The Rear Admiral before him appeared to be rather unapproachable. The earlier statement from his counterpart was clearly a warning. As the King of Alabasta, he was aware that the nation was embroiled in civil strife. If the rebel forces were to discover his association with pirates, the situation could escalate dramatically. Every action he took was fraught with peril. "Mr. Wilton," a fervent voice broke the tension. It was Suddy accompanied by 10 Marines, who bore sea-stone handcuffs intended for the Straw Hat Boy and the Son of the Devil. "Yes, Mr. Wilton. The Straw Hat crew and the operatives from Baroque Works have all been captured. Additionally, Minotaurus and Smoker have stabilized the situation. The rebel forces and the Royal Army have entered a ceasefire." "What?" Cobra's voice rose, laced with disbelief and excitement, his disheveled face betraying his agitation. Had he just heard that the Baroque Works members had been apprehended? That the war had ceased? An hour later, within a side chamber of the Alabasta Palace, Wilton gazed at the unconscious man shackled with sea-stone handcuffs. His disheveled hair resembled that of a rock musician, and he was indeed one of Wilton's primary targets, Mr. 5, a senior agent of Baroque Works, whose real name was Jem. He had consumed the bomb fruit of the paramecia type, allowing any part of his body to explode, even the mucus from his nose. The air expelled from his mouth could also serve as an explosive device. This devil fruit was undoubtedly formidable. Regrettably, Mr. 5 had not fully harnessed its potential. Had the attempt to seize this power been successful, Wilton would have consumed it without hesitation. Even without developing the explosive capacity to apocalyptic levels, merely achieving a level suitable for a child would render him a walking embodiment of truth. The position of admiral would be within easy reach. Moreover, with the likes of Big Ivan and the hydrogen bomb, any of those developments could hasten the unification of the world, swiftly ushering in his era of dominion. He meticulously arranged the fruits. Wilton swiftly plunged the blade into Mr. Five's heart, awakening him with a visage of sheer terror. Yet, Wilton firmly grasped his neck, rendering him voiceless. The air thickened with the acrid scent of blood. Mr. Five's body convulsed repeatedly before ultimately succumbing to tranquility. 10 minutes later, Wilton sat in his chair, a frown etched upon his face, pondering where the fault lay. Why had the sand fruit and the bomb fruit both failed to manifest their powers? Such misfortune. Or perhaps this method was nothing but a ruse. Reflecting carefully, he considered the various devil fruits that had appeared in the Alabasta arc. The Straw Hat crew possessed the mythical Zoan-Nika fruit, the human fruit, and the flower fruit. Crocodile wielded the sand fruit, the bomb fruit, the quick-cut fruit, the thorn fruit, the imitation fruit, the wax fruit, and the light heavy fruit. Among the Zoan types, there were the mole fruit, the bird fruit in its falcon form, the dog fruit in its dachshund form, and the dog fruit in its wolf form. Aside from the sand fruit and the bomb fruit, the remaining devil fruits did not seem to present themselves as particularly desirable options. Wilton furrowed his brow in contemplation before letting out a resigned sigh. The attempts to seize the sand fruit and the bomb fruit had both ended in failure, and the remaining devil fruits were far from optimal choices. It appeared that this mission would yield nothing but a reputation. He held on to hope that the thunder fruit would prove successful. Since Alabasta could not acquire the desired devil fruit, it seemed they had no choice but to focus on the thunder fruit. As the saying goes, misfortune comes in threes. He refused to believe that his luck could be so dire. While Wilton was engaged in the attempt to procure the bomb fruit, Smoker commenced reporting the Alabasta incident to the Navy headquarters. The truth had been unearthed from the lips of others within the Baroque works. The conflict had been instigated by the warlord of the sea, Crocodile. This matter garnered significant attention from the headquarters. Meanwhile, Cobra had managed to stabilize the situation. And as the populace learned the full truth, tears flowed freely. The calamity that had plagued them for years was not the fault of their king, but rather that of the hero they had revered, Crocodile. Fortunately, all suffering had finally come to an end. A name began to ascend in prominence: Rear Admiral Wilton, who had slain the villain Crocodile and rescued Alabasta. Many witnesses had seen Wilton leaping through the air, bearing Crocodile's lifeless body during the preceding conflict. Furthermore, the criminal organization Baroque Works, the very force of Crocodile, had been thoroughly dismantled by the Navy. There was no doubt about it. Wilton, Smoker, Suddy, and Dastky, among others, emerged as heroes, and this news rapidly spread to neighboring countries, soon destined to reach the farthest corners of the globe. Simultaneously, the fall of a warlord of the sea significantly impacted the current balance upon the oceans. The scene shifts to the Marine headquarters in Marineford, where the atmosphere in the Marshal's office is somewhat tense. Sengoku and Tsuru are perusing the latest intelligence reports. This matter could no longer be concealed. Tsuru set down the document, her eyes reflecting a hint of astonishment, not at the events in Alabasta, but rather at the revelation that Wilton had vanquished a warlord of the sea. It is worth noting that Wilton had only recently departed from the headquarters and was merely a rear admiral. It seemed she had underestimated his prowess. The situation regarding Crocodile remained unaddressed until now, and it was clear that once exposed, it could hardly be concealed. Fortunately, it was Wilton who dealt with Crocodile. Otherwise, the reputation of the Marines would have suffered considerably. Sengoku tossed the intelligence report at the feet of a goat, feeling a slight sense of relief. After all, the warlords of the sea are officially recognized pirates by the world government, and scandals like that of Crocodile are best kept under wraps, as everyone is aware of the underlying truths. However, once brought to light, it necessitates a response to quell public outcry and maintain the Marines' dignified image. Thankfully, it was the Marines who resolved this matter, which, in certain respects, could be seen as a heroic act that enhances their prestige. News arrived from Smoker that Port St. Ace had also appeared in Alabasta and had engaged in battle with Wilton, likely due to the traitor within the Whitebeard pirates. Most likely, this was the case. Tsuru, you are to handle the situation in Alabasta. Furthermore, promote Wilton and Smoker by one rank. Defeating a warlord of the sea and rescuing Alabasta to become a hero is more than sufficient to warrant Wilton's elevation to the rank of vice admiral. Understood. The following day, A torrent of news swept across the seas, unsettling the entire world. What? A warlord of the sea has been defeated? Is this some kind of joke? The regime in Alabasta has been overturned, plunging its citizens into turmoil. Extra, extra. The Desert King, Crocodile, one of the warlords of the sea, has been vanquished by the formidable marine, Wilton. Crocodile's nefarious schemes have been unveiled, and the marine hero has emerged in Alabasta. In the New World. In the kingdom of Dressrosa, the laughter echoes, Crocodile has been defeated by a mere rear admiral. Does the Navy intend to take action against the warlords of the sea? At the same moment, the remaining members of the 7 warlords of the sea gazed at the news reports, each harboring their own thoughts. The 4 emperors were also observing, while the revolutionary army and various factions of the underworld were left astonished, creating a tumultuous undercurrent within the vast ocean. Wilton, unaware of the external circumstances, spent a night in the palace and prepared to depart early the next morning. Until he ascended to the ranks of admiral or marshal, he held no interest in matters beyond his immediate concerns. At the port, the Straw Hat crew and the agents of Baroque Works were dejectedly shackled with sea-stone handcuffs, being escorted by the Marines onto the warship. There was no need for the King of Cobra to be sent off. Wilton paused, turning to regard Cobra and his entourage, his gaze lingering momentarily on Vivi, whereupon one could discern a distinct handprint upon her visage. This foolish woman had attempted to clandestinely release the Straw Hat crew last night, only to be apprehended by Suddy. Had it not been for Cobra's timely intervention, she would undoubtedly have endured severe torment and abuse. Even now, Vivi and Nami exchanged furtive glances. Fortunately, it was not he who was tasked with guarding the Straw Hats. Otherwise, Vivi would have inevitably faced the consequences of his egalitarian kick, which could leave her in a vegetative state at best, or worse, lead to her untimely demise. Brigadier General Wilton. No, it should be Vice Admiral Wilton. I extend my gratitude on behalf of all the people of Alabasta. In the face of national duty, Cobra chose to remain silent on certain matters. Although Vivi had implored him to beseech Wilton, her request was met with refusal. There is no need for thanks, for I am merely doing my duty as a member of the Navy. Wilton had no intention of continuing his conversation with Cobra. Instead, he turned to Smoker, his expression notably grave. Smoker, you are responsible for escorting the Straw Hat crew and the Baroque Works agents to Impel Down. Exercise utmost caution along the way. Were it not for the urgency to seize the Thunder Fruit, he would have personally undertaken the escort. As the protagonist, Luffy likely possessed a stroke of luck, and it was conceivable that he might be rescued along the journey. However, time was a luxury he could not afford. He needed to swiftly locate a devil fruit, consume it, and develop its powers, lest he miss the opportunity to participate in the Marineford War. If all else failed, he could always take advantage of Blackbeard's missteps, capturing Ace for 4 or 5 years, and only then launching into the war with a more formidable strength. This seemed to be a rather sound plan. I assure you, the mission will be accomplished. Smoker puffed on his cigar. Though his countenance remained composed, his tone was resolute. Thanks to Wilton, he had been promoted from colonel to rear admiral, and both Tashigi and Suddy, along with the 4 jailer beasts, had also ascended in rank. Let us set sail. The 2 warships soon diverged, disappearing over the horizon in opposite directions. Meanwhile, quietly, Suddy took advantage of Cobra's inattention to set out to sea, hoping to rescue Luffy and the others midway. Were it not for her, Luffy and his crew would never have arrived in Alabasta. Therefore, she felt compelled to take action. Lord Wilton, in celebration of your promotion to Vice Admiral, please do indulge in some vigorous punishment of me. On the vast, tumultuous sea, Suddy began to act out, surrounding Wilton with flushed cheeks and eager eyes. Wilton did not disappoint her. After a thorough beating, Suddy fell silent. Have we located the sea stone cage? Satisfied with Suddy's compliance, Wilton began to inquire. Last night, he pondered that the failures with the San fruit and the Bomb fruit might stem from the fact that neither devil fruit had chosen him. It was said that some devil fruits select their hosts. Whether this was true remained uncertain. To enhance his chances of deprivation, he recalled that in the original story, Crocodile possessed a cage made of sea stone, which was introduced for the first time in the narrative. The Straw Hat crew had been fortunate enough to have experienced confinement within it. In future endeavors to seize devil fruits, he intended to place the users and some fruits inside the sea stone cage and then cast it into the ocean, believing this would marginally improve his success rate. We found it in the ship's hold. Suddy was quite helpful, eagerly nodding while reminiscing about the thrill. Magic Valley Town, a pirate haven where extravagance reigned supreme. Due to the absence of naval forces, the island was steeped in chaos, populated almost entirely by bloodthirsty pirates. Here, the principles of wealth and power were paramount. Despite the eclectic mix, the island thrived, boasting an array of taverns, geisha houses, and casinos. As long as one had money, everything could be indulged in. The Navy? How could the Navy possibly venture into Magic Valley town? On this day, the bustling streets were rife with the presence of brigands and pirates, who brazenly engaged in lethal duels even in broad daylight, or perpetrated the abhorrent crime of child trafficking. However, the majority of these pirates cast malevolent glances towards the detachment of Navy personnel traversing the thoroughfare. Wilton stood resolutely, gripping 2 dumbbells while gazing skyward. He recalled that the Sky Island was situated above the town of Magic Valley. To ascend, ships must harness a special rising current, which appeared at irregular intervals. It seemed that this journey would require him to venture alone. Retracting his gaze and surveying his surroundings, he noted that most of the individuals present were pirates or thugs, mere obstacles that hindered the world's unification. Yet, they were also the fodder that would bolster his renown. His sights were set on the devil fruit, one of his pivotal goals. First, he needed to find an inn to settle in. Wilton suppressed the urge to obliterate the town of Magic Valley in a bid to enhance his reputation. He resolved to first find a tavern to secure accommodations for Suddy and her companions before proceeding to the Sky Island. Until he acquired the coveted devil fruit, he deemed it prudent to refrain from engaging in time-wasting endeavors, knowing that ample opportunities lay ahead. To realize his ambitions, power remained the paramount factor. "Very well, Lord Wilton," Suddy replied, her legs fidgeting. Upon closer inspection, one could discern the bruises adorning her chest, remnants of Wilton's wrath. She had succumbed to her ailment twice within a single day and night. A contingent of 4 beastly jailers and over 30 Marines trailed behind them, forming an imposing assembly. Thus, no brazen pirate dared to make their presence felt, for the intimidating presence of the 4 beastly jailers loomed large. "Hey, wait a moment. That Marine is." A pirate, observing Wilton's retreating figure, hastily retrieved a newspaper from his pocket. Upon scrutinizing the content and the accompanying photograph, his expression shifted dramatically. He had sensed a familiarity with the leading Marine, as if he had encountered him before. Suddenly, everything clicked into place. This was none other than the formidable Rear Admiral Wilton, who had recently vanquished the warlord of the sea, Crocodile, in the kingdom of Alabasta. What? There can be no mistake. The dumbbell, the cap, the fitted tank top, the gym shorts, and his exquisitely beautiful aide, not to mention the 4 anthropomorphic beasts, it's undeniably him. Indeed, it was a Rear Admiral. He had assumed it was merely a low-ranking Marine. Damn it, how could a Rear Admiral be in Magic Valley? Especially one who had just taken down a warlord of the sea? An increasing number of pirates began to recognize Wilton's identity, as the news was still fresh. The Alabasta incident had transpired merely 2 days prior. A Rear Admiral in the first half of the Grand Line was a figure of considerable intimidation, especially one who had defeated a warlord of the sea. Some pirates were engulfed in terror, while others displayed disdain. In an instant, the atmosphere in Magic Valley grew increasingly oppressive due to Wilton's presence, for none could ascertain his intentions in the town. Perhaps he was merely passing through. Or perhaps he had set his sights on a particular pirate crew. This will do. With a clear path ahead, Wilton gazed upon the tavern named Sunday. It may not have been the largest establishment in Magic Valley, but it surely ranked among the top 3. Merely standing on the street, one could hear the cacophony of voices rising from within. Wilton boldly pushed open the door, causing an abrupt silence to envelop the raucous tavern, where a multitude of raucous pirates indulged in copious amounts of drink and food. Some were bare-chested, with muscular builds, while others bore tattoos and scars that adorned their bodies. Surrounded by an array of formidable weapons such as large cutlasses, gears, and massive axes. Additionally, some brandished firearms including rocket launchers, sniper rifles, and flintlocks. To the uninitiated, the scene might induce an immediate sense of dread. The pirates, observing Wilton, displayed a mix of recognition and curiosity, some even wearing expressions of mockery, seeking amusement. "Boss, serve the drinks and meat." Suddy emerged from behind Wilton, cracking a long whip, exuding an air of confidence that rendered the fearsome pirates inconsequential. In fact, the pirates gazed at Suddy with rapt attention. For men, life is a pursuit of power, wealth, prestige, and women. "I regret to inform you that there are no seats available." A bald, middle-aged man emerged from behind the counter, his expression revealing his discomfort in this peculiar atmosphere. Wilton remained silent, casting a sweeping glance across the tavern before his gaze settled on a particular spot by the window. To his astonishment, he had not anticipated encountering a target with the ability of a devil fruit in this place. It was as if fortune had unexpectedly smiled upon him. A serendipitous twist of fate. Perhaps the misfortunes wrought by the powers of the sand fruit and the explosion fruit had finally been exhausted, and now, fortune was turning in his favor. My Lord Mahabais, the Navy has arrived. At the window-side table, a group of individuals was indulging in food and drink, with the most striking among them being a robust man adorned with long, curly hair, a black hat perched upon his head, and clad in a revealing bodysuit that accentuated his chest. His right arm bore the tattoo of a pirate crew, and a tuft of chest hair peeked out from beneath his attire. Before this man, a speaking snail was engaged in conversation. The mere presence of the Navy was hardly worthy of concern. Mahabais took a hearty bite of meat, casting a dismissive glance at the approaching Wilton before addressing the speaking snail. Lord Diamante, when can we expect you and the young master to arrive in Magic Valley Town? That pirate named Bellamy has assisted us in dealing with numerous adversaries. He recounted how the young master had once lent him the flag of the Don Quixote family, and Bellamy now claimed allegiance to their pirate lineage. Bellamy? That name rings a bell, he mused, recollecting the incident. By the way, has the business in Magic Valley Town been resolved? A voice emerged from the other end, belonging to Diamante, who seemed unperturbed by the mention of the pirate Bellamy. Of course, they are but a motley crew of insignificant underworld figures, utterly oblivious to the forces they have provoked. I have dealt with them decisively. Mahabais downed a gulp of rum, reflecting on his role as an officer of the Don Quixote family, having been dispatched to Magic Valley Town 3 days prior. He had come to eradicate the unwarranted competition encroaching upon their business interests, and during his tenure, the pirate Bellamy had drawn his attention. Not only had Bellamy provided him with a wealth of information regarding rival factions, but he had also helped eliminate numerous elusive adversaries. Most notably, Bellamy held a profound admiration for the young master and was eager to fully join the family, no longer content with merely possessing a borrowed pirate flag. Coincidentally, the young master and Diamante, along with Torpole, had recently returned from the North Sea after attending to certain matters. It was likely that they would soon pass through Magic Valley Town. Excellent. What was that I just heard? The Navy? Meanwhile, a pirate ship traversing the Grand Line was making its way toward the town of Magic Valley, its flag unfurling prominently to reveal the emblem of the Don Quixote family. In both the Grand Line and the New World, this banner signifies a power that is not to be trifled with, as it represents the might of Don Quixote da Flamingo, a Shichibukai of the highest order. Additionally, he commands influence as the hidden ruler of the underworld, known as Joker, and holds connections with the celestial dragons. He is a legendary figure, navigating both the light and shadow of the world with immense authority. Before Mahabais could respond to Diamante's remarks, Wilton had already positioned himself at the dining table, scrutinizing Mahabais to ensure he was not mistaken. Mahabais, a paramecia-type user of the ton-press fruit, lifted his gaze to Wilton, continuing to devour his meat with an expression of utter disdain and scorn. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that this naval officer was devoid of the righteous coat and bore no insignia denoting rank, suggesting he was indeed a nameless member of the Navy. Furthermore, as an operative of the Don Quixote family, and with the family's young master being a Shichibukai, most naval officers would typically steer clear of their path. This exemplifies the formidable presence of the Don Quixote family. Even if a vice admiral were to arrive, Mahabais would extend or withhold courtesy at his discretion. What could the Navy do in response? Where did this naval officer come from? Begone. We are the Don Quixote family. An underling nearby brandished a pistol, aiming it defiantly at Wilton's forehead, exuding arrogance and declaring that even should he eliminate Wilton here, the Navy headquarters would not dare to utter a word of protest. Yet, in an instant, the resounding crack of gunfire echoed through the air. As the words left the pirate's lips, he was propelled backward with tremendous force, akin to a cannonball. Ultimately collapsing amidst the debris, his chest caved in. The street erupted into chaos, with numerous pirates cursing in disarray. Wilton delivered a lethal kick, retracting his foot only to suddenly materialize beside Mahabais, hoisting a dumbbell high before bringing it down with swift ferocity. Recognizing him as one of the targets, and a pirate at that, there was no hesitation. Even the presence of the 7 warlords of the sea behind him would not deter him. How dare the Navy lay hands on a cadre of the Don Quixote family? Mahabais' expression turned to one of shock, but what greeted him was a pitch-black dumbbell, its weight causing the very air to shatter. Wilton's strike was utterly unforeseen. In a flash, Mahabais raised his hands in defense, but upon contact with the dumbbell, his face contorted in agony as his right arm shattered, crashing against his chest. The tavern erupted in chaos, and Mahabais was propelled backward, careening through streets before collapsing amidst the debris of a ruined building. "Hey, Mahabais," came the voice of Diamante over the transponder snail, accompanied by a distinctive, sinister laughter. Lord Wilton. The pirates within the tavern, including Suddy, were momentarily bewildered, questioning the sudden eruption of violence, especially upon hearing the claim of allegiance to the Don Quixote family. Could he possibly be a subordinate of the infamous Don Quixote da Flamingo, one of the warlords of the sea? In the ruins, Mahabais writhed in agony, his right arm hanging limply, evidently shattered. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, he struggled to rise, rage etched across his fierce countenance. How dare that Navy scoundrel attack him? It seemed he had not provoked the assailant at all. What was that sound? A sharp whoosh echoed above him, and as Mahabais looked up, his hair stood on end. Wilton descended from the heavens, two massive phantom dumbbells trailing behind him like looming mountains. "Navy, you seek death," Mahabais bellowed, his voice a snarl as his weight surged to 1,000 tons. Clenching his left fist, he swung it towards the descending Wilton with the force of a meteor. A resounding shockwave erupted from the collision of the dumbbell and his fist, swiftly toppling nearby buildings and streets. Many pirates, who had been merely passing by or spectating, found their expressions shifting to horror. Amidst the cacophony of screams and curses, several pirates were sent flying, grievously injured, while some met a far more tragic fate. This was precisely Wilton's intention. As long as the innocent were not harmed, he aimed to affect as many as possible, hoping to eradicate every pirate in Magic Valley Town. In the very center of the chaos, a crater resembling a spider's web had formed within a 100-meter radius. Mahabais knelt on one knee, bloodied and battered, his hands hanging limply at his sides. Wilton grasped the dumbbells, and when Mahabais had declared 1,000 tons, his heart sank momentarily. After all, 1,000 tons is no trivial matter. However, upon impact, he realized that his opponent had exaggerated. He had activated his iron block and fully engaged his armed color at the first opportunity. He launched with explosive fury, wielding dual axes at full force. He had even mentally prepared himself for a counterattack that might leave him injured, yet to his surprise, the threat turned out to be more bluster than substance. "Do you know who I am?" Mahabais gasped, struggling to lift his head as he glared at Wilton, astonished by the latter's strength. Although he had hastily defended himself, it was inconceivable for him to be defeated so swiftly. Had he known better, he would have unleashed his 10,000-ton technique. Now, with both hands shattered, he was rendered incapable of fighting, and he vowed to remember this grudge. At that moment, Mahabais remained resolute in his belief that this naval officer could not kill him, for he had powerful connections. He was aware that he was a subordinate of Don Quixote da Flamingo. Wilton's expression was devoid of emotion as his words fell. A heavy dumbbell descended upon Mahabais, causing him to see stars and bleed from all orifices. Until the moment of his unconsciousness, his mind was engulfed in a deafening buzz. Bound and incapacitated, he was soon approached by Suddy and others, who gazed upon the bloodied and unconscious Mahabais with a mix of horror and hesitation. "Lord Wilton, this individual may be affiliated with the warlord Don Quixote da Flamingo," they remarked. "I am aware. He is indeed responsible," came Wilton's reply. Drag him." Although Suddy was perplexed, he signaled to Minotaur to haul Mahabais away. A grave situation was unfolding. Just recently, the formidable naval officer Wilton had vanquished warlord Crocodile, and now he had just dealt a swift blow to another of Doflamingo's subordinates. Was the Navy truly prepared to take action against the warlords? Along the way, many pirates were filled with trepidation. This naval officer was indeed volatile. First, he had eliminated one warlord, and now he was unhesitatingly assaulting another's underling. Did he not fear the repercussions? Previously, some had believed that the naval officer's triumph over a warlord was merely a stroke of luck or the result of some cunning scheme. However, the current events suggested otherwise. "Wait for us on the shore," Wilton commanded upon returning to the warship. He instructed Suddy and the other sailors to remain vigilant on the land, then took the unconscious Mahabais to the side of the ship facing the horizon. He extracted a sea prism stone cage from the hold, along with some fruit and a katana. With a splash, he confined Mahabais and the fruit within the cage, secured it with ropes to the ship's railing, and then unceremoniously cast it into the ocean. Clutching the katana, he leaped into the water, holding his breath as he swiftly swam to the exterior of the sea prism stone cage. At that moment, Mahabais showed signs of regaining consciousness, instinctively beginning to struggle as he faced the threat of drowning. Wilton believed it was time to bestow a merciful end upon Mahabais. With a swift motion, the katana plunged into Mahabais' side, and once was not enough, so it struck again. Soon, The sea was stained crimson with blood, and Mahabais awoke, his eyes bulging with sheer terror and despair. Gradually, he ceased his struggles and convulsions. Wilton gazed intently at the fruits beyond the bars of his cage, feeling that this opulence should finally be his. Under the watchful eyes filled with anxious anticipation, one among the heap of bananas, apples, pineapples, and cantaloupes gradually became enveloped in a peculiar spiral pattern, ultimately transforming into a devil fruit. The successful deprivation of the ton-press fruit was achieved. Wilton, filled with exhilaration, swiftly swam to the surface of the sea and leaped onto the warship. He quickly grasped the rope and hoisted the cage up, then opened it to retrieve the ton-press fruit, diving into the cabin to his private quarters. Dripping wet, he couldn't help but feel an extraordinary sense of delight, pondering how fortune could have favored him so. At last, prosperity had come his way. The ton-press fruit possessed a peculiar appearance, although it had been reborn from an apple. It ultimately took the form of a deep, black, oval-shaped, vintage weighing scale, adorned with spiraling patterns. As he examined this devil fruit closely, Wilton hesitated, contemplating whether to consume it. Over the past 5 years, through his connections in Dalmatia, he had perused the devil fruit compendium. The ton-press fruit belonged to the paramecia category. Upon consumption, one transforms into a super-heavy individual, endowed with the ability to alter one's weight at will. When lightened, one could float in the air, akin to flying. Conversely, one could increase their weight, crushing adversaries with the heft of a mountain. In the original narrative, Mahabais could easily reach weights of hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of tons, an exaggeration that, while seemingly ludicrous, held a kernel of truth. The reason the ton-press fruit became one of Wilton's coveted targets lay in its sheer and unrefined power. When one's weight reached thousands of tons, a single punch would undoubtedly impart the essence of overwhelming strength, a force that transcended mere endurance. However, the fruit bore a flaw. The impact of increasing one's weight could inflict harm upon the user. Yet, for Wilton, this was not a detriment but rather an invaluable asset, as he could utilize it to hone his mastery of iron blocks and hockey. Moreover, as long as his physical resilience increased, the corresponding impact would be negligible. Unlike Mahabais, whose body was frail, Wilton was more than capable of withstanding it. Perhaps in the future, he could even exploit this flaw for training, akin to Kaido's infamous cliff dives for self-improvement. Furthermore, Wilton harbored ambitions of consuming a second devil fruit, with a preference for the mythical Zoan type. Coupled with his inherent advantages, the enhanced physical attributes from the Zoan fruit would surely enable him to dispatch even the most formidable foes with a single blow. Furthermore, certain devil fruit abilities exhibit striking similarities and even hierarchical relationships. For instance, one of Crocodile's subordinates captured in Alabasta, a stylish and alluring woman named Miss Valentine, consumed the weight fruit, which allows her to alter her body weight, albeit within a limit of 1 to 10,000 kilograms. Unlike the ton fruit, which can be developed to exert pressures in the hundreds or thousands of tons. Whether 10,000 tons is the ultimate limit remains uncertain until one consumes it or reaches the pinnacle of its potential. Additionally, the future Marine Admiral Fujitoro wields the gravity fruit, which grants him the ability to directly manipulate gravity or bestow weight upon objects. Although their powers appear quite similar, the weight and ton fruits primarily affect the user, while the gravity fruit allows for external manipulation. The comparison of strength between these abilities is complex, as one's prowess is not solely determined by their devil fruit. Martial skills, hockey, and weaponry also play significant roles. In contrast to the Zoan and Logia types, the paramecia category encompasses a myriad of diverse abilities, some capable of cataclysmic destruction, while others may seem trivial. Generally, they can be categorized into areas such as superhuman enhancement, creation, localized powers, and control. Notably, Wilton has yet to consume the ton fruit, yet he envisions its awakened capabilities, likely involving not only the ability to control his own weight, but also the weight of other objects, akin to the gravity fruit. At that moment, a mere pebble in Wilton's grasp could possess the weight of a mountain. Imagine, at an altitude of 10,000 meters, Wilton launches a 50-meter-wide iron rod with exceptional heat resistance, subsequently applying a weight exceeding 10,000 tons. The devastation it would wreak upon an island is unfathomable. Coincidentally, the ton fruit synergizes perfectly with his skills, the exploding twin axes and the scorching spin, making it an ideal fit for him. The allure of various devil fruits is indeed captivating, yet this particular fruit seems tailor-made for his needs, embodying a straightforward and forceful approach that transcends conventional methods. Currently, he lacks offensive power, but in conjunction with his unique abilities, it could be likened to adding wings to a tiger. Its drawbacks would also complement his training in iron body and armament hockey. Weight equates to strength. With the Ton fruit's ample offensive capabilities, coupled with a robust health bar and sufficient iron body defense, he represents a formidable combination of resilience and power, a truly perfect choice. Wilton pondered for a moment before opening his mouth and taking a bite. After all, he would eventually capture Blackbeard again, study him, and even become him. The second devil fruit was certainly within his grasp, visibly so. Wilton's resolute visage gradually turned an ashen hue, the unpleasantness of the experience nearly compelling him to expel his stomach's contents. Suppressing the wave of nausea, he consumed the entire ton-press fruit. Was it truly 10 tons right from the outset? Astonishingly, it could also levitate. Approximately 10 minutes later, Wilton acclimated to the transformation. He had acquired the remarkable ability to manipulate his own weight at will, merely 10 minutes after consumption. He could elevate his weight to 10 tons or reduce it to a minimum, rising slowly like a balloon. It appeared that individual physical capabilities vary significantly. Wilton would wager that Mahabais, upon consuming the ton-press fruit, would not be able to immediately elevate his weight to 10 tons or achieve levitation. Indeed, it was a feat that seemed effortless. Wilton increased his weight to 10 tons, raised his hands in a fist, and then casually took a few steps. Discovering that his movements felt no different from usual, his speed remained unaffected. However, should Wilton venture outside and walk on soft ground without restraint, he would undoubtedly leave several footprints. Another possibility is that Wilton's current physique is entirely capable of accommodating the 10 tons, akin to a normal human weighing between 120 to 150 pounds. Yet, surpassing 300 pounds would inevitably impact speed and endurance, as the body would struggle to keep pace. If Wilton's physique could indeed match such weight, then in the future, he could effortlessly lift hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of tons, remaining just as agile as before. This might also explain why Mahabais, upon elevating his weight to hundreds, thousands, or tens of thousands of tons, resorts to the tactic of crushing enemies by descending from the sky, utilizing a cushioning shield and enduring the backlash, rather than engaging in combat while wielding the immense weight directly. His body is simply not proportionate to his weight, rendering him unwieldy and fragile. The crux of the matter is that Mahabais' tonnage is evidently inflated, merely a grandiose exaggeration. Otherwise, the colossal warrior herding from the original tale could effortlessly send 10,000 tons flying with a single punch. Such absurdity cannot be taken to such extremes. Wilton reduced his weight to the minimum and began to float off the ground. At first glance, this ability seemed inconsequential, yet it proved to be a lifesaver in critical moments. Furthermore, it allowed for prolonged flights carried by the wind. In future naval battles, the likelihood of falling into the sea would be significantly diminished. This was one of the reasons why Wilton chose to consume the fruit. Indeed, all devil fruits are predicated upon a robust physical foundation. Through continuous experimentation, Wilton discovered that utilizing his ability, such as maintaining a weight of 10 tons, resulted in a more rapid depletion of stamina compared to his usual state. Conversely, reducing his weight had a negligible impact on his endurance. Developing the ton-press fruit was relatively straightforward, akin to honing the observation hockey. One must strive to practice around the clock until exhaustion sets in, both physically and mentally. The essence lies in relentless consumption, continuous exertion, and subsequent recovery. The same principle applies to the use of iron blocks and armament hockey, albeit with an additional element of tempering, as this serves to accelerate progress, akin to activating a double experience card. However, achieving a state of perpetual practice remains an elusive goal, with no indication of when that might be realized. If all these abilities were to be trained simultaneously, given Wilton's current physical condition, sustaining such an effort would likely prove challenging. Not to mention the prior endeavor of dedicating 23 hours a day to training. His body simply could not keep pace. It was unable to endure, even with assistance. Progress must be gradual. If necessary, the onset of the Marineford War could be postponed by a year or two. During this period, attaining the rank of admiral is imperative. At present, both his reputation and strength fall short of the required standards. Wilton maintained his weight at 10 tons while engaging in various rigorous fitness regimens, all the while contemplating. Despite the solid foundation he had laid over the past 5 years, it seemed improbable for him to achieve immense renown and commensurate strength within just a few months. He had previously underestimated the challenge. Meanwhile, all individuals were imprisoned and impelled down, the world's largest prison. Smoker observed the guards escorting the Straw Hat crew and Baroque Works agents into the first floor of the sea, where they were about to be plunged into boiling water for a baptism. This transportation proceeded unusually smoothly, with no obstacles encountered along the way. There was a brief interruption from the Princess of Alabasta, but after a stern reprimand, he ultimately spared her. This leniency was solely due to her royal status. After a brief handover, Smoker departed for Marineford, while Luffy and his companions were on the brink of their darkest hour. As they were immersed in the scalding water, Nami, Usopp, and Chopper screamed in agony, struggling and crying out in distress. They were eventually fished out, barely alive and feeling as if they had been cooked, only to be dressed in prisoner garb and shackled, before being thrown into a cold, dark cell. The guards showed no concern for whether these individuals would survive. While the Straw Hat crew descended into hell, Wilton, after several hours of fitness training, instructed Suddy that his weight had lightened and, wielding his explosive dual axes, soared towards the Sky Island. Prior to consuming the Tun-Tun fruit, reaching the Sky Island was a formidable task. However, with his weight now reduced, he could easily ascend by harnessing the rising sea winds. He could also utilize his haki as a jet propulsion system, enabling rapid movement akin to the Sara technique, as well as the moonwalk-like propulsion flight. Nonetheless, the consumption of haki was certainly immense, particularly for executing rapid movements akin to Saru, which required a high level of proficiency and skill. Therefore, mastering Saru and the moonwalk bore little distinction. Furthermore, he could employ observation haki as a substitute for paper drawing and utilize haki for the Galefoot. As for the finger gun, once his entire body transformed into an iron state, his fingers would remain strong and unyielding. Let us rewind time to a turbulent sea, where a ship belonging to the Don Quixote family sailed towards the town of Magic Valley, with 3 figures standing on the deck. Hee. Doflamingo chuckled as he hung up the din mushy, his fierce eyes concealed beneath rebellious sunglasses. Veins bulged on his forehead, clearly indicating his agitation. It was apparent that some Navy personnel had dared to lay hands on his subordinate, Mahabais, and judging by the abrupt disconnection, Mahabais was likely in grave peril. Who would be audacious enough to assault one of Doflamingo's men? He hastened towards Magic Valley, eager to uncover the identity of this audacious Navy officer. Surrounding Diamante and Tori Pole wore serious expressions. In his capacity as Doflamingo, he felt no fear even in the presence of an admiral from the Navy. Yet now, there were indeed Navy personnel daring to lay hands on Mahabais, displaying a blatant disregard for the Don Quixote family. Surely, if they were to eliminate the Navy personnel from the headquarters, there would be no repercussions. Soon, dawn broke, heralding the arrival of a new day. Doflamingo arrived at Mogu Town. A pirate ship docked at the port, and several figures appeared at the bow, gazing at the bustling streets in the distance. Most of them were pirates armed with weapons at their waists. Have we gathered intelligence? Doflamingo inquired with a calm demeanor. Our sources report that the one who attacked Mahabais is Wilton, the naval tough guy who recently defeated Crocodile, and he is now a rear admiral. He is yet to leave Mogu Town, and Mahabais may already be dead, Toripole replied as he stowed away his den mushy. In Mogu Town, they wielded considerable influence. Otherwise, Mahabais would not have come to manage business on this island. The naval tough guy Wilton? Doflamingo turned his gaze, a hint of surprise in his voice. His expression soon hardened. Regardless of whether you are a tough guy or a coward, as long as you are not an admiral, even the likes of the Ghost Spider, Weasel, or the seasoned rear admirals must pay a price today that satisfies me. Otherwise, they shall face death. Indeed. However, recent rumors suggest that Wilton has gained significant attention from the Navy headquarters, including from Sengoku, Toripole remarked, wiping his nose. This was the most troublesome aspect. He was uncertain how closely Wilton was being monitored. If Doflamingo were to eliminate him, would it provoke a backlash from the Navy? If he dies, so be it. He is merely a rear admiral. What can the Navy do to us? Diamante replied nonchalantly, clearly dismissing Wilton and expressing confidence in Doflamingo and the Don Quixote family's power. I wish to meet this so-called naval tough guy. I am curious to see how he managed to defeat Crocodile, Doflamingo stated defiantly. If it is confirmed that Mahabais is dead, then there is no reason for this naval tough guy to remain alive. Wilton and his companions returned to the island and found a hotel to check in. Sadie, carrying a plate of lovingly made heart-shaped cakes, entered Wilton's room, only to discover it empty. She had risen before dawn to prepare those cakes, hoping to receive a warm reception, but unexpectedly, Wilton was nowhere to be found. Had he not returned yet? She stepped out onto the balcony, gazing at the azure sky, her delicate features marked by confusion and disbelief. Just yesterday, Wilton had mentioned he would be leaving for a day or two. When she inquired about his destination, he had playfully pointed to the sky, then floated away, leaving Sadie bewildered and at a loss. Suddenly, a cacophony of gunfire erupted outside the hotel, accompanied by the furious roars of Minotaur, Minokawa, Min Rhinoceros, and Min Zebra. A deafening explosion ensued, filling the air with dust and debris as a nearby building collapsed. The Min Rhinoceros emerged from the rubble, snorting clouds of hot air, clearly agitated. What was happening? Protecting the precious heart-shaped cakes in her hands, Sadie's expression turned grim, nearly dropping them in the chaos. The Min Rhinoceros, recognizing a familiar sound, sniffled and pointed outside, clearly indicating that enemies were approaching and had already taken down several of their comrades. Without uttering a word, Sadie placed the heart-shaped cakes on the table in her room, then leaped onto the Min Rhinoceros's shoulder and ventured outside. "Wilton, come out." A boisterous voice rang out, instantly igniting Sadie's fury. How dare anyone call out Wilton's name so brazenly and disrespectfully? Who had the audacity to show such insolence towards Lord Wilton? As she confronted the situation, Sadie's gaze fell upon Don Quixote da Flamingo and his associates, including Minotaur, Minokawa, Min Zebra, and some Marines. Her anger deepened upon recognizing the infamous warlord of the sea, Don Quixote da Flamingo. A heaviness settled in her heart. The inevitable had arrived sooner than expected. She hadn't anticipated da Flamingo's swift arrival, and the two individuals beside him were likely high-ranking members of the Don Quixote family. Since leaving him pell down, Sadie had diligently worked to remain by Wilton's side, relishing in the chaos. Recently, she had been studying the distribution of power across the seas, fearing that Wilton might inquire about it, and she would be found lacking, which was simply unacceptable to her, despite only having a few days of acquaintance. She had begun to understand Wilton's character. He required capable subordinates. "Tell me, Navy brutes, have you laid hands on my people? Surrender, Mahabais, and we may coexist peacefully. Otherwise, you shall perish here." Da Flamingo, with his fingers ensnared by translucent threads, cast a chilling gaze towards Suddy, scrutinizing the four ferocious beasts that wielded spiked clubs and appeared to be sniffing the air menacingly. These creatures were evidently awakened Zoan-type users, presenting a formidable challenge, especially since he had only brought Toripole and Diamante with him. Where, then, had Wilton procured these four awakened beasts? Suddy promptly denied any involvement, producing a den mushy and dialing a number before Da Flamingo's eyes. He offered no resistance. Even if the matter escalated to the Navy headquarters, he maintained a justifiable stance. The den mushy rang for merely a dozen seconds before being answered. Without waiting for a response, Suddy spoke with fury. "Lord Wilton, the warlord Don Quixote da Flamingo has come to confront us. Should we eliminate him?" An eerie silence enveloped the street. Pirates, who had been lurking at a distance to observe, gaped in disbelief at Suddy's audacity. After all, he was a warlord of the sea. However, upon reflection, they recalled that a strong Navy officer had recently taken down one of the warlords, which imbued them with a sense of confidence. Da Flamingo's expression darkened, as Diamante and Toripole beside him glared at Suddy with murderous intent. This woman was courting death, showing utter disregard for their presence. If they dared to act against them, the institution of the warlords of the sea should cease to exist. On the other end of the line, a commanding voice emerged, low and resolute, displaying no fear of Da Flamingo, only an air of nonchalance. At that precise moment, a figure plummeted from 10,000 meters above, its weight escalating to 11 tons, descending like a meteor, rending the air with a deafening roar. On the ground, the communication abruptly ceased. Suddy stowed the den mushy and unsheathed a long whip from her waist, raising her hand in defiance as she proclaimed with even more arrogance than a pirate, "Lord Wilton has commanded us to eliminate them." Behind her, the Minotaurs, Minotaurus, Minokawala, Minotaurinoceros, and Minotaur Zebra roared, exuding an aura of ferocity, charging towards Da Flamingo and his companions like a locomotive. The remaining soldiers, undaunted, surged towards Da Flamingo's other subordinates. Such is the nature of a leader. They reflect the spirit of their followers. Wilton fought valiantly, and his soldiers were equally formidable. Truly a paragon of naval strength, his demeanor was unwaveringly resolute. Did he resort to violence at the slightest provocation, even against the legally sanctioned warlords of the sea? Such fury was astonishing. Some onlooking pirates and factions swallowed hard, contemplating that when encountering a naval stalwart, it would be prudent to evade, especially when even a warlord could be so easily challenged, an utter disregard for authority. Da Flamingo was incensed. Not only did they show him no respect, But they also dared to overstep their bounds, displaying an utter lack of intelligence by attacking indiscriminately. Did they truly believe themselves to be on par with Crocodile, that ineffectual fool? Individuals like these, brazen and clueless, were plentiful upon the seas, and their ultimate fate was invariably death. If they sought their demise, then let it be granted to them. Doflamingo's voice was frigid. A mere naval vice-admiral could be exterminated without hesitation. Kill. Diamante and Treble wore expressions of fury, since Doflamingo had ascended to the ranks of the warlords. They had not faced such a challenge. The crucial point was that they were in the right. With a flurry of bullets and cannon fire, chaos erupted along the street. As naval soldiers clashed violently with pirates, both sides exhibiting fierce ferocity. Amidst this mayhem, Diamante vanished, only to reappear before the Minotaur Rhino and Minotaur Zebra, raising his sword and unleashing a powerful wave of sword energy that effortlessly cleaved the earth asunder. The Minotaur Rhino and Minotaur Zebra charged forth relentlessly, undeterred even by such terrifying slashes, barreling towards Diamante with the ferocity of a freight truck. Meanwhile, Treble intercepted the Minotaur Taurus and Minotaur Koala. Doflamingo and Suddy refrained from engaging. Doflamingo, out of disdain, awaited the naval stalwart, while Suddy occasionally cast a glance skyward. In but a moment, Diamante and Treble were reduced to mere projectiles, crashing through numerous buildings and lying amidst the ruins, blood trickling from their mouths as they rose. Their expressions a mix of uncertainty and determination. They had underestimated these four beasts. Though they appeared lacking in intellect, their offensive capabilities were alarmingly fierce. Even exhibiting the ability to wield haki, a moment's inattention had proven costly. Be cautious. These four must be awakened zone users, Doflamingo cautioned. He had taken note of these beasts from the outset. It seemed that the naval stalwart was indeed impressive, commanding such powerful subordinates. Yet he had never heard of the Navy possessing awakened zone users, aside from a few high-ranking individuals, typically at least of vice-admiral rank. In terms of position and status, they were on par with Wilton, making it implausible for them to serve under him. This was perplexing. It appeared he would need to inquire with Virgo. What? Awakening? As Diamante and Torpal's expressions shifted, they became aware of the awakening of the devil fruit. No wonder it exuded such ferocity. The awakening of a devil fruit is rarer than the qualifications of a king, a phenomenon that occurs once in a blue moon. A mere handful of individuals across the vast seas possess it, each one an overwhelmingly formidable entity. For instance, Doflamingo. Suddenly, Doflamingo raised his gaze to the heavens. And so did everyone present, a phenomenon that gradually spread throughout the entire Magic Valley town. A deafening sound echoed, a tumultuous sonic boom that created an oppressive atmosphere. Instantly, everyone looked up, their eyes catching a glimpse of a flicker of fire. Like a meteor, it tore through the atmosphere, ultimately transforming into a blazing orb with a long tail of flame. Simultaneously, a sense of fearlessness and an overwhelming aura of impending doom descended upon them. It's a meteorite. Run. The exclamation rippled through the crowd. How could Magic Valley Town possibly witness a meteorite? Quickly, distance yourselves from the impact zone. Most pirates felt a rush of terror and instinctively retreated from the center of the impending crash. After all, this was a meteorite, descending at such speed. It would be akin to a multitude of bombs detonating simultaneously. Though it appeared relatively small, its impact would easily encompass several hundred meters. Retreat. Suddy acted decisively. Aware that it was Wilton, she swiftly called for her subordinates to abandon the fight, urging them to muster their strength and quickly distance themselves. Only Doflamingo maintained a calm demeanor, his Kenbunchika haki firmly locking onto the object. This was no meteorite. It was the naval powerhouse he had been anticipating, Wilton. Explosive twin axes. The audacious voice reverberated through the skies, striking straight towards Doflamingo with precision, the pressure of the wind arriving even before the impact. The flamboyant pink feather coat billowed behind him as Doflamingo let out a hearty laugh, his gaze beneath the sunglasses filled with a chilling intensity. Spider's nest. Faced with the seemingly celestial onslaught of a meteorite, Don Quixote Doflamingo exhibited no inclination to evade, extending his left hand with an air of supreme arrogance. Harnessing the powers of the devil fruit, he conjured a vast array of transparent threads, weaving a web that was not only imbued with the formidable qualities of haki but also possessed exceptional cutting capabilities and remarkable resilience. With a thunderous roar, a violent explosion ascended into the sky, unleashing a shockwave that radiated outward without restraint. In that fleeting moment of contact, Doflamingo's expression shifted dramatically. As his feet sank deeply into the ground, causing the surrounding pavement to collapse in ruin. Numerous fleeing pirates were hurled into the air by the force, landing in disarray, their faces etched with terror. At the epicenter, the web crafted by Doflamingo rapidly constricted, and he himself was swiftly driven into the earth. Once the dust settled, a substantial crater marred the landscape of Magic Valley Town, where Doflamingo lay ensconced, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. At the edge of the pit stood a robust man clad in a fitted tank top and elastic athletic pants, donning a baseball cap, exuding an aura of heat while grasping two massive dumbbells. Coughing, Doflamingo struggled to rise, casting his gaze upward towards the imposing figure peering down at him from the brink of the crater, his expression a portrait of profound dismay. He had indeed underestimated the strength of his adversary. The formidable naval officer, Wilton, stood before him. Don Quixote Doflamingo. Wilton cast a sweeping glance at Doflamingo, who indeed exuded an aura of dominance, charm, and flamboyance. With his golden locks, sharp sunglasses, and the iconic pink feather coat, complemented by cropped trousers and pointed shoes, he stood there emanating an unmistakable sense of defiance and danger. He was one of the most ruthless and cold-hearted villains of the year. Originally a descendant of deities and among the most noble in the world, he unfortunately fell victim to a presumptuous father. In the end, he committed fratricide and patricide, emerging as the most dazzling offspring, destined to become the king of news in the future. To be honest, had Wilton endured the same tumultuous childhood as Doflamingo, he would either have succumbed to despair or descended into madness, undoubtedly becoming even more brutal and twisted. The adage holds true. One cannot advise others to be virtuous without having experienced their suffering. This applies universally. Ah, how I admire your audacity. Although you are a member of the Navy, having harmed my family makes it exceedingly difficult for you to depart from this place unscathed. Upon confirming Wilton's identity, Doflamingo's expression grew serene, the blood at the corner of his mouth serving merely as an embellishment, rendering him even more perilous. The arrogance he exuded was inherent, and it was clear that not even a mere vice admiral like Wilton could intimidate him, even against seasoned vice admirals like Ghost Spider and Weasel. He would grant respect if he chose, and withhold it if he did not. You are quite audacious. Wilton paused for a moment, and then a slight smile graced his lips, imbued with meaning as he continued, "Remember, I truly admire your audacious and unyielding demeanor that disregards everyone around you. I hope you maintain this essence. As for that Mahabais, he has already been dealt with, and the reason is quite simple. He was a pirate. Moreover, he dared to cast a glance in my direction." Wilton commenced a rhythmic dance in place, twisting his neck with an air of brazen arrogance. It must be said that at this moment, he was even more audacious than Doflamingo. The provocation was unmistakable, as if he were declaring his intention to defecate upon Doflamingo's head. While admiration was one thing, the reality of their mortal conflict remained. It was a matter of life and death. This reasoning aligned perfectly with the fundamental rules of their world. Doflamingo squinted, not allowing Wilton's taunts to rouse his ire. Yet the prominent veins on his forehead betrayed a simmering rage he was suppressing. He understood the rules of this world all too well. The strong need no justification to strike the weak. Should they wish to eliminate you, they will do so, irrespective of your status. It is a harsh truth, yet it is the reality. A primal sin exists within the weak. Suddenly, Doflamingo erupted into laughter. In just a few brief exchanges, he found himself distinctly impressed by Wilton. He sensed that this naval officer was unlike the other sanctimonious Marines. This individual grasped the essence of the world, survival of the fittest, where power reigns supreme, and only the victors have the right to define good and evil. The reason for this perception was evident. They were kindred spirits, sharing an innate intuition that could not be mistaken, even if deeply concealed. I expected you to espouse some nonsensical doctrine of justice, but it seems I can only blame Mahabais for casting a glance your way. In an instant, Doflamingo sprang into action, materializing above Wilton's right shoulder, hands tucked into his pockets, his right foot enveloped in hockey, exuding an aura of undeniable dominance. Wilton's gaze was sharp as a lightning bolt. His right hand gripped a dumbbell, shrouded in hockey, held defensively before him, showing no intention of retreat, serving as a subtle probe. Suddenly, a tremendous force surged forth, causing Wilton's brow to furrow. The dumbbell, uncontrollably crashing into his face, propelled him through the air, piercing through distant structures before he landed heavily on the ground, stirring up a cloud of debris and dust. Once the chaos settled, Wilton stood in the crater, gazing upward at Don Quixote Doflamingo, who was balanced precariously on a translucent thread, illuminated by the gentle sunlight. Shaking his slightly numb right hand, Wilton felt a surge of exhilaration. The challenges presented by the dragon, Ace, and Crocodile had brought him immense prestige. It was time for Doflamingo to further embellish his accomplishments. His current reputation was still woefully insufficient. With a sudden explosion at his feet, the ground cracked, and Wilton materialized before Doflamingo, the dumbbell in his grip enveloped in hockey. The iron block was already activated, and he was utilizing the ton fruit. Compared to yesterday, his weight had escalated to 11 tons. He began with full force. His aggression palpable. Doflamingo, with a sinister grin, extended his right hand, summoning 5 vibrant threads that intertwined with a domineering aura, resulting in a powerful clash. Sparks erupted in a dazzling display, as Doflamingo felt as though a colossal warship had collided with him, the force exceeding his expectations. Although the ton fruit only granted him 11 tons of weight, the power behind Wilton's strike was undoubtedly several multiples of that weight. The sound of air being sliced open resonated. Doflamingo transformed into a blur, careening through the air. After demolishing several taverns, he executed a series of backflips mid-air, ultimately landing with his feet embedded in the ground, pausing momentarily to gaze at Wilton in astonishment. The impact was undeniably formidable. In a sudden, unannounced movement, both combatants vanished from their original positions, reappearing high above, their feet and dumbbells colliding, each enveloped in thick hockey. Both figures were similar in size, though Wilton appeared more imposing, particularly with the addition of the 2 dumbbells, giving him a visually intimidating presence. With a resounding crash, Doflamingo's eyes widened beneath his sunglasses, unleashing a potent will that surged toward Wilton like a flood unleashed from a broken dam, relentless and unstoppable. Dark red, lightning-like sparks flared outward. Wilton leaned back, his cap flying off to reveal a head of jet-black crew-cut hair, his previously fervent eyes suddenly lost in a daze. In that fleeting moment, a transparent thread appeared from Doflamingo's right foot, delivering a powerful kick to Wilton's heaving chest. Accompanied by the sound of clashing metal, Doflamingo furrowed his brow, feeling as though he had struck a solid steel plate. How could this man's chest be so resilient? A deafening roar shattered the silence. Wilton transformed into a streak of light, racing forth and leaving behind a chaotic path, now buried beneath dust and debris at its end. The howling wind echoed ominously. Circles of overwhelming will radiated outward from Don Quixote Doflamingo. Mercifully, the area was largely deserted, with most spectators maintaining a safe distance. Nevertheless, those observing from afar could hardly contain their trepidation. Could this be the manifestation of the Conqueror's hockey, a rare quality possessed by only a handful among millions? There was no doubt. This was indeed the Conqueror's hockey. Seasoned pirates swallowed hard, for even from such a distance, they could feel the oppressive force emanating from the depths of their souls. This was the hallmark of the strong, an innate regal presence, possessing an invincible spirit, a domineering aura that commanded the world. Awakening the Conqueror's hockey, it seemed you have also cast a glance my way. Doflamingo strode forward with an air of indifference, his pink feathered coat billowing behind him, while threads began to emerge from his fingertips, casting a cruel smile towards Wilton. Not far away, Wilton rose from the ruins, gripping a pair of dumbbells, his head bowed as he was relentlessly assaulted by the tyrannical will of Doflamingo. How many times had it been? Perhaps the third. The first was against the dragon, the second against Ace, and now it was Doflamingo, each one seeking to shatter his resolve. Is the Conqueror's hockey truly so formidable? To compel him to submit and bow down is an impossibility. Veins throbbed and bulged, the fury within Wilton's chest intensified, and at the moment it reached its zenith, his mind erupted in a sudden explosion. In an instant, Wilton's aura suddenly transformed as the wrath of thunder surged skyward, akin to a primordial beast breaking free from its confines, unleashing its inaugural roar upon the world. What is that dog barking about? Raise your head. Wilton's eyes widened slightly, exuding an aura of fierce aggression and unparalleled dominance, as if a tempest had erupted, forcefully colliding with Doflamingo's will of Conqueror's hockey. In that fleeting moment, the heavens darkened, and thunder roared. Numerous black and crimson lightning bolts seemed to freeze in the air, causing Doflamingo to halt, visibly affected. How could this be? This is. I inquire about the sound a dog makes. Wilton strode purposefully towards Don Quixote Doflamingo, his face a portrait of unbridled fury and madness, provoked by the taunts of dragon, Ace, and Doflamingo, coupled with the seething anger and ambition within him. His Conqueror's hockey awakened. Arrogant and defiant, he exhibited an air of superiority, undeterred by the fact that his newly awakened power did not match the strength of Doflamingo's. Instead, he exuded a fierce determination. Furthermore, he possessed an innate confidence as a transmigrator, holding an advantage in the narrative and wielding a unique power, akin to a deity surveying the world below. Deep within, Wilton regarded the pirate realm with a sense of disdain, as if he stood on a higher pedestal. Perhaps even he was unaware of this underlying mentality. Doflamingo's expression was grim, genuinely taken aback. He had not anticipated that his opponent possessed the qualities of a true king, awakened by his provocations. Unbeknownst to him, the stimuli from Doflamingo were merely the final straw, as the earlier encounters with Dragon and Ace had already set the stage for Wilton's hockey to emerge. It simply required that last push, which Doflamingo unwittingly provided. The previous provocations had only solidified Wilton's ambition as a transmigrator. He could never submit to another or dwell in subservience. The suppressed rage from his past life had lingered far too long. What did it matter if Doflamingo had awakened his conqueror's hockey? Doflamingo sneered, vanishing from sight only to reappear before Wilton, his right hand coalescing a pillar of threads. Enveloped in armament hockey, lunging towards Wilton. Sparks flew. Wilton gripped the dumbbell, which was akin to a solitary bell, bearing the immense weight of 11 tons imbued with the power of the ton-ton fruit. The air crackled with intensity. Doflamingo's toes were enveloped in translucent threads, akin to a kick technique version of the five-colored line, swiftly cloaked in hockey, advancing with such velocity that it caused Wilton's eyes to narrow. Today, he intended to demonstrate to Doflamingo the essence of a reckless, mutually destructive fighting style, where the bold fear not the reckless, and the reckless fear not the bold. The iron mass swelled, encased in hockey. Wilton relinquished his attempt to evade, allowing Doflamingo to strike his chest with a powerful kick. Simultaneously, he gripped the dumbbell tightly, veins bulging, and summoned all his strength to bring it crashing down upon Doflamingo's head. In that fleeting moment, Doflamingo's eyes, hidden behind his sunglasses, widened in shock. He had never anticipated such reckless aggression from Wilton. The audacity of his approach was utterly unexpected. With no time to react, Doflamingo raised his hands to shield his head. But as the heavy dark blue dumbbell descended, his face turned a pallid green. The sheer force was beyond comprehension, utterly unyielding. Time seemed to slow as the dumbbell pressed down, bending Doflamingo's right arm before it struck his face with a resounding impact. The ground within a radius of several hundred meters erupted violently. Doflamingo emitted a muffled groan as he was propelled backward, leaving a trail of destruction in his wake. While Wilton similarly collapsed buildings in his path, ultimately falling amidst the rubble with blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. However, fortified by iron and the power of hockey, Wilton swiftly regained his footing, spitting out the blood that had pooled in his mouth, entirely unscathed. His eyes gleamed with ferocity, and an unrestrained, barbaric will radiated from him. In the distance, among the ruins, Doflamingo rose, his expression contorted with rage. A few threads extended from his left hand, connecting to his right arm as he worked to mend his injuries. He felt slightly dizzy, golden sparks flashing before his eyes. Coughing, he expelled the blood from his mouth. What was this man's deal? He had never encountered such a fearless fighting style, nor could he fathom the strength of his defenses. The ground beneath him trembled once more. Wilton launched into the air with a springing leap, akin to a missile, accelerating with ferocious speed as he plummeted downwards. The combination of the ton-pressure fruit and the explosive twin axes was nothing short of a divine creation. Alas, with a mere 11 tons of weight, one can only imagine the devastation he could wreak if it were 1,000 or even 10,000 tons. Today, he would surely crush Doflamingo. You have successfully provoked my ire. Today, I shall demonstrate what true power entails. As Wilton descended from the heavens, Doflamingo's countenance darkened, and his pink-feathered coat billowed behind him as he stamped his right foot heavily upon the ground. He had no time to waste. In an instant, everything around Doflamingo, from the earth beneath to the surrounding structures, was transformed into threads, swiftly coalescing to form two colossal walls of intertwined lines that soared into the sky, intersecting before him. The shield of white threads. Bang! Wilton struck heavily against the dual lines of the wall, akin to battering against an impenetrable fortress, and after descending a mere distance, it became increasingly difficult to penetrate further. A fleeting afterimage appeared. Wilton concentrated the armament hockey into his feet and, in an instant, unleashed it, executing a technique reminiscent of a shave, vanishing swiftly. When he reappeared, he was already beside Doflamingo, his hands raised high, clutching dumbbells and channeling all his strength. Upon realizing his lack of talent in the other 6 forms, he began to contemplate alternative methods. After all, one cannot perish from mere urgency. The so-called universal remedy. Armament hockey was undoubtedly the optimal choice, particularly as he possessed an extraordinary aptitude for both iron and hockey. Nevertheless, Mastering this technique consumed a considerable amount of his time and energy. The drawback, however, was the rapid depletion of haki. In the face of Wilton's strike, Doflamingo appeared to have anticipated the attack, crossing his hands to activate the awakened abilities of the string fruit. Double dumbbell impact. You seek your own demise, 1,000 arrows piercing the heart. Feather strike. String. Two massive, 600-meter haki shockwaves from the dumbbells surged towards Doflamingo, while simultaneously, two strands of string shot forth from either side of Wilton, each entwined with armament haki, capable of effortlessly penetrating steel. In front of Doflamingo, a white pillar of string materialized, its speed astonishingly swift, occurring in the blink of an eye. The sound of clashing sparks echoed sharply as Wilton was pierced by the pillars of string, while the colossal dumbbell strike obliterated them with overwhelming force. The strategy of mutual destruction, damn it. Doflamingo's pupils constricted once more. The impending assault was devastating, and this man was willing to risk everything. Was he truly intent on perishing alongside him? To not evade at all, merely to create an opportunity for mutual harm? Such a tactic, inflicting 800 damage upon the enemy while sustaining 1,000 in return, was undeniably foolish. A mouthful of blood erupted from Doflamingo as his chest caved in slightly, and he transformed into a streak of light, once again soaring away from the scene. Blood erupted from Wilton's body as several threads pierced through his formidable defenses, leaving deep wounds that exposed bone. Fortunately, none of these injuries were critical. However, the sight was quite alarming, resembling a creature punctured like a hedgehog. Triggered by his passive skill, life-defying sacrifice, Wilton felt an overwhelming surge of power. His eyes sparkled with intensity, while the pain coursing through him drove him to the brink of madness. His blood boiled, and his body temperature soared. Empowered by the conqueror's haki, his determination to embrace death reached its zenith. The sky roiled with turbulent winds as black and red lightning cascaded down. Wilton emerged as a sovereign, rising from a sea of corpses and blood, exuding an almost suffocating aura. Despite being gravely wounded, he sensed his strength, iron will, haki, and the powers of the devil fruit, intensifying. With his hidden advantages, he was determined to demonstrate to Doflamingo the true meaning of a bloody battle. There would be no frivolities. It was a contest of endurance, a test of who would falter first. With a resounding crash, the ground within a 30-meter radius shattered as Wilton transformed into a missile, striking Doflamingo with pinpoint accuracy. This time, he bore 12 tons of force, further enhancing his power, and his passive skill had already activated. Coughing up blood, Doflamingo struggled to rise from the debris, his left hand weaving threads to mend his internal injuries. As he beheld Wilton descending upon him once more, an unsettling realization struck him, and the ground began to tremble in response to his intent. Torrential waves of white threads surged forth, each enveloped in haki, crashing towards Wilton like relentless tides. The deafening roar compressed the air around them. The initial waves of white threads exploded. Yet Wilton remained unyielding until the final wave obstructed his descent. Doflamingo felt a surge of dread. What was happening? How had this man's strength increased? Logically, after sustaining such grievous injuries, he should not possess this level of offensive capability. A piercing sound echoed as cracks appeared in the massive wave of white threads, amplifying Doflamingo's agitation. What a farcical turn of events. In that moment, he began to regard Wilton with newfound seriousness. The latter's willingness to fight to the bitter end and his inexplicable surge in strength placed considerable pressure on him. I can see that I underestimated you before, he admitted. However, this is where it ends. As the last of the massive white thread shattered, Wilton, wielding the weight of a dumbbell, bore down heavily. Yet, Doflamingo remained composed. Before him, 16 strands of high-density white threads surged upward with incredible speed, aimed directly at Wilton. A wall of white threads materialized before Doflamingo. 16 divine shells, divine annihilation. The sound of a sharp weapon piercing flesh echoed as Wilton's figure was forcibly halted, suspended in midair like a porcupine, chilled to the bone. Drops of searing, hot blood cascaded down along 16 sharp threads. The white wall before Doflamingo faded away. As he gasped for breath, blood continuously oozing from his mouth and nose, while his left hand, entwined with threads, incessantly healed the wounds within. A naval admiral capable of pushing me to this extent, aside from that old hag Tsuru. You are the second. Step forward. Gazing at Wilton, drenched in blood and resembling a skewered delicacy, Doflamingo loomed above with an expression of cold-blooded indifference. He was not surprised by this outcome. Although his opponent had inflicted considerable psychological pressure upon him moments ago, He was ultimately not a worthless individual like Crocodile. This Navy officer had chosen the wrong adversary. Are you still barking like a dog? Suddenly, Wilton raised his head, drenched in blood, his eyes ablaze with an unprecedented intensity, bearing a row of crimson teeth in a sinister grin. The fierce expression instilled in Doflamingo a sense of ominous foreboding. The restoration had begun. A glimmer of green light enveloped Wilton, restoring a semblance of life to his previously fading spirit. He swiftly broke free from the threads piercing his body, causing considerable flesh to tear away. Yet, Wilton seemed impervious to the agony, consumed only by a frenzy and a fearless acceptance of death. The dumbbell surged forth with tremendous force, as if his entire right arm had swelled with newfound strength, striking down upon Doflamingo with the might of the heavens. This sudden onslaught sent chills down Doflamingo's spine, who had been assured of victory, with a resounding crack that sent shivers through his very core. Doflamingo instinctively raised his hand to shield himself, yet the dumbbell descended with relentless ferocity. The immense power fractured his arm, and the unyielding force collided with his skull, rendering him momentarily senseless, his vision fading into chaos. The ground within a 1,000-meter radius erupted, forming small hills as the earth itself buckled. Doflamingo was sent sprawling, tearing through the terrain, leaving a path of destruction in his wake, ultimately collapsing at the end of the wreckage, blood spilling from his lips. A deafening hum resonated above, as Wilton seized the advantage, descending with explosive dual axes. Doflamingo, struggling to shake off the haze clouding his mind, raised his battered head, blood streaming down. His expression twisted in anguish as he lifted his right hand. In a moment of carelessness, he found himself ensnared. Damn it! How could that wretch still stand? His assault undiminished despite his grievous injuries? Infuriated, he cried out for death. With a frenzied desperation, Doflamingo unleashed his attack, summoning thousands of intertwined threads imbued with haki. Rising like the wings of a flamingo, aiming to pierce Wilton's heart with a barrage of arrows. Ignoring this onslaught, Wilton pressed forward. The ferocious descent of Wilton unleashed a torrent of scorching blood, splattering violently along his path. Even with iron blocks and haki, those piercing attacks could not be entirely thwarted. Yet, as long as he was not slain instantly, he could continue his relentless onslaught. With his explosive dual axes, in that final moment, several threads pierced through Wilton's body, while two heavy dumbbells crashed down with overwhelming force, shattering Doflamingo's left hand and striking his head with unyielding might. The ground erupted further. As Doflamingo's head appeared to be crushed, his body sinking into the earth, blood flowing from his orifices, mouth filled with teeth, teetering on the brink of consciousness. A cloud of dust billowed outward. When the chaos subsided, Wilton, resembling a bloodied specter, was suspended 3 feet above the ground, with multiple critical wounds scattered across his body. For any other individual, survival would have been impossible. The massive, blood-stained dumbbells lay abandoned in the muddy earth. Not far away, Doflamingo lay sprawled in the dirt, bloodied and in a perilous state. Outside the battlefield, Diamante, Suddy, and others were visibly shaken, having not anticipated such a brutal and intense clash. Some pirates, armed with telescopes, were utterly astonished. The Navy's hard-hitting warriors showed no regard for their lives. 44. The Father of Heaven is beckoning him, they mused. Is this truly what a Navy warrior embodies? It appeared they were intent on mutual destruction. Rumors had long circulated about Wilton's fearlessness, but his ferocity exceeded all expectations. Initially, Doflamingo held the advantage. However, the Navy warriors' reckless, self-sacrificial tactics narrowed the gap between the two combatants. In the future, many would prefer to confront the warlords of the sea rather than engage the Navy's hardened fighters, for who could withstand such a reckless approach? Countless pirates trembled. They had navigated through a hail of bullets and faced bizarre battles. Yet the notion of a Navy warrior who would harm himself to inflict damage on his foe was daunting. The grim fate of Doflamingo was a stark testament to this reality. Observers could readily discern that Doflamingo was stronger than Wilton, yet Wilton's determination to engage in a fight to the bitter end, even at the cost of his own life, diminished the disparity between them. Under such circumstances, unless Wilton was dispatched in an instant, it was impossible to escape unscathed, and one might indeed face utter destruction. For any individual, their life was invaluable, and trading it carelessly with an opponent was inherently unequal. The very essence of their spirit was already diminished. With excessive caution came inevitable vulnerabilities. Was it possible that the Navy warrior was on the verge of defeat? Amidst the onlookers, whispers of astonishment echoed through the air. In the center, the bloodied and mud-stained figure of Doflamingo emerged, an array of white threads rising from his back, rapidly entwining around his arms, mending his wounds with a series of crackling sounds. Before long, Doflamingo, pale-faced, managed to rise, gasping for breath and coughing, his head swimming, a clear sign of a concussion. Fortunately, at this critical moment, his devil fruit powers and hockey provided him with the necessary fortitude. Otherwise, that dumbbell strike would have rendered his skull as shattered as a watermelon. Chuckling softly, Doflamingo nearly choked, only managing to catch his breath after expelling a mouthful of blood. He raised his gaze to behold Wilton, impaled by numerous threads and suspended in the air, a sight that filled Doflamingo's pallid visage with trepidation and dread. A mere vice admiral evoked within him the sensation of confronting an admiral. Despite the relentless onslaught, the more grievously injured Wilton became, the stronger his attacks grew. The notion of mutual destruction weighed heavily upon him, a source of profound humiliation. It was indeed a disgrace that a vice admiral had forced him into such a desperate state, leaving him significantly injured. He pondered. Let us see if you can survive this. As he observed Wilton, pierced through as if by 1,000 arrows, Doflamingo felt his vitality swiftly returning. A testament to his innate talent. With a mundane string fruit, he had effectively developed a formidable offensive and defensive prowess, even awakening its latent potential. Had he possessed a more powerful devil fruit, there was no doubt that Doflamingo would not have remained merely a warlord of the sea. Once again, Doflamingo stood before Wilton like a victor. Through his observation hockey, he sensed that although Wilton had not yet fully succumbed, his demise was imminent. The next concern would be the troubles from the Marine headquarters. After all, Wilton was still a vice admiral, yet Doflamingo was entirely in the right. Even if the headquarters harbored discontent, they would not act rashly. Perish, Doflamingo declared, poised to deliver the final blow, a pillar of threads rising at his feet, its tip sharpened and enveloped in hockey. However, in the next instant, the overwhelming victory he felt was abruptly shattered as a chill ran down his spine. Wilton, who had been bowed and bleeding, suddenly lifted his head, glaring at him with a fierce intensity. What are you barking about? He snarled. The healing technique was activated. Wilton, battered and bruised, managed to break free, his body nearly severed, yet under the influence of the healing technique, his near-death state significantly improved. He was taken aback that Doflamingo dared to approach him again. With his fists clenched, veins bulging, Wilton, in a fit of hysteria, unleashed a devastating blow upon Doflamingo. Above him loomed two colossal fists, each towering at 700 meters, creating a formidable shockwave. Even without a weapon, he could still employ the explosive dual axis and the searing rotation technique. Moreover, the shape of the shockwave could take any form he desired. Impossible. Doflamingo felt his heart seize with terror, the hairs on his body standing on end as an icy dread coursed through him. How could his opponent, on the brink of death, still persist? A visceral sound erupted once more. Wilton relinquished his evasion, allowing the line pillar to pierce through his chest and soar skyward. A torrent of scalding, acrid blood erupting forth. Simultaneously, both fists struck heavily upon Doflamingo's head, landing in that familiar spot with the force of thunder. The unimaginable power was palpable, the sound of Doflamingo's skull fracturing echoing clearly. Blood gushed from both his eyes and mouth in thick streams. The very ground within a kilometer radius shattered and upheaved, forming mounds that jutted into the air. Doflamingo found himself ensnared within the debris, his visage grotesque and bloodied, resembling a vengeful specter. Even with the hockey to shield him, his mind was subjected to a violent tremor. In that fleeting moment, he envisioned his father from the heavens beckoning him. The atmosphere was so tense that one could hear a pin drop. Spectators were once again overwhelmed by Wilton's ferocity, as it seemed he intended to drag Doflamingo straight into the abyss. Despite being on the brink of death, how could he unleash such an assault? Surely, this would be the end. Pirates swallowed hard, their eyes wide with shock, and then terror gripped them as they beheld Wilton, suspended in midair. Fiercely grasping the rigid line pillar with both hands, his face contorted in a grimace as he exerted a tremendous force. A gruesome spray of flesh and blood erupted forth, with a significant portion of his side torn away, and Wilton plummeted to the ground, having traversed the line pillar. From a distance, his body appeared grotesquely mangled, barely recognizable as human. This brutality was not only directed at his foe, but also inflicted upon himself. In that moment, Doflamingo, deeply entrenched in the earth and seeing stars, summoned the last remnants of his will to maintain consciousness. Yet, the images before him were distorted and doubled. Wilton's disregard for his own humanity did not escape his notice. And for the first time, a sense of trepidation took root within him. A man so ruthless towards himself could not merely harbor a delusion of mutual destruction. His intentions were undeniably to drag him into the abyss. A madman. This lunatic. They had no deep-seated enmity that warranted such extreme measures, did they? Hissing softly, Doflamingo forcibly dispelled the heavy fatigue weighing upon him, striving to remain as alert as possible. He pierced his own head with threads emanating from his hands, initiating a relentless healing process. Time and again, the adversary had employed himself as bait. Otherwise, it was inconceivable that he would be so gravely injured. He had been far too complacent. But why could the opponent rise time and again? What was the source of the flickering green light upon him? Was it possible that this individual was also a user of a devil fruit? Doflamingo finally roused himself. In retrospect, the opponent's prowess posed far less of a threat than he had initially perceived. Several times, his own carelessness had led him to fall into traps. Yet, the adversary's fearlessness in the face of death was indeed genuine. Surely, he could not rise once more. Doflamingo fixed his gaze intently upon the figure before him. As Wilton wobbled and staggered back to his feet, the flesh on his right side severed, revealing glimpses of his innards. Clutching at the wound, he had barely risen halfway before collapsing heavily into a pool of his own blood, his breath faltering and rapidly diminishing. Under normal circumstances, he would be doomed. This beast was undoubtedly luring him once more. Thanks to the line fruit's healing properties, Doflamingo had managed to stand from the earth, feeling significantly restored. Though his face was smeared with blood and he gasped for air, uncertainty clouding his expression. This time, he refrained from recklessly advancing. The shadows left by two prior encounters weighed heavily upon him. He feared Wilton might employ the same old tricks again. Despite appearing on the brink of death, who could say whether he might suddenly spring to life and deliver a brutal blow? His skull still bore cracks, and a return to Dressrosa would necessitate a month or two of recuperation. His mind was a cacophony of buzzing. His vision remained dim. Should he be struck again, he might very well collapse on the spot. The wild waves of white threads danced around him. From all directions, the ground was once again assimilated, as tens of thousands of translucent white threads continuously arranged themselves, forming a torrent akin to surging waves, swiftly attacking Wilton. Doflamingo had become more astute, opting for long-range assaults. Positioned in a relatively secure location, he could react promptly to any unforeseen circumstances, unlike the previous two instances where he found himself in a passive state due to proximity. Wilton, feeling somewhat despondent, sighed internally, realizing that he could not deceive Doflamingo a third time. This cunning adversary had grown wiser. Now, he had no choice but to unleash his ultimate power. In an instant, a vibrant shower of life illuminated the surroundings, revitalizing Wilton, whose previously ailing essence surged dramatically. With his battered body recovering significantly, the flesh at his broken waist rapidly regenerated. All negative effects vanished, and he was once again full of vigor. Resurrected with half of his strength, he swiftly leaped to a distance of 30 meters, retrieving a dumbbell from the ground, and looked up at the grim-faced Doflamingo. The treacherous fiend. Doflamingo gritted his teeth, his composure unraveling. This beast was indeed baiting him. Had he advanced earlier, the consequences would have been dire. Boom. The two forces of ferocious will clashed violently, the thunderous clouds roiling above, an atmosphere of suffocation enveloping the arena. Little did he expect that his opponent was a wielder of a devil fruit. Doflamingo's gaze sharpened. The opponent's extraordinary regenerative ability could only be attributed to a devil fruit. He had concealed this trait remarkably well. Previously, due to Crocodile, he had taken note of Wilton. The intelligence reports did not indicate that Wilton was a devil fruit user. It now appeared that not only was he a user, but he also possessed a recovery type. The realization darkened Doflamingo's expression even further. The two consecutive miscalculations had severely affected his condition, while his opponent could swiftly recover, maintaining an advantage in the ongoing battle. He no longer had absolute confidence in his ability to defeat Wilton. Had he gone all out from the beginning? Doflamingo felt regret, having squandered a winning hand. A royal flush, due to his own hubris and complacency. Explosive dual axes. Wilton did not respond to Doflamingo's words. Instead, he launched a new offensive. Leaping forward with great speed to strike at Doflamingo, he exhibited a demeanor akin to one who embraced death, intent on perishing alongside his adversary. Frankly, Doflamingo found it increasingly difficult to withstand such a ferocious approach. It was far too relentless, a life for a life from the outset. He desperately needed to retreat. The shield of white lines. Two immense white lines surged upwards, effectively blocking Wilton's assault while simultaneously allowing Doflamingo to withdraw. With a deafening roar, Wilton tumbled to the ground. Hehehe, I remember you, Doflamingo remarked with a sinister expression, determined not to continue the battle with Wilton. Given his current state, even if he managed to eliminate his opponent, he would likely find himself in dire jeopardy. A moment's carelessness could lead to his own downfall. It was not a worthwhile exchange. His life was invaluable. With that, Doflamingo vanished from the battlefield, signaling the end of the confrontation. Wilton, in tattered garments, appeared utterly wretched. With the earth beneath him stained a vivid crimson, he refrained from obstructing Doflamingo's departure. Reluctantly acknowledging that he currently lacked the strength to dominate Doflamingo as he had done with the Straw Hat crew. Were it not for his mutually assured destruction tactics and his hidden advantages, he would truly be no match for his opponent. Reflecting on his journey, since the beginning in Rogue Town, he had consistently overwhelmed his adversaries in lower-tier encounters. Although against mid-tier foes like Ace and Doflamingo, he found himself at a disadvantage. His combat style compensated for this disparity, ultimately leading to a near-equal footing. A touch of cunning could still inflict severe wounds or psychological scars upon his enemies. However, in high-tier battles, he faced insurmountable challenges, where all his methods merely culminated in being crushed, as exemplified in his confrontation with Dragon. Even employing a strategy of mutual destruction could not bridge that vast chasm. At present, he excelled in low-tier skirmishes, managed to hold his own in mid-tier battles, but still needed refinement in high-tier confrontations. With his restorative abilities, healing techniques, and ultimate move, justice potential, all exhausted, he found the strategy of mutual demise unsuitable for further use. With Doflamingo momentarily weakened, it would be wiser to take advantage of the situation. Once he developed the Ton Press fruit, encountering Doflamingo again would not be as exhausting, for he had exhausted all his trump cards without securing a decisive victory. Nonetheless, this battle yielded significant gains. The awakening of his conqueror's haki was an unexpected delight. Wilton had long believed himself unworthy of such potential, yet found himself awakened after several intense stimuli. It was quite sudden. Lord Wilton, Suddy, and a group of Marines approached, their faces filled with admiration and reverence for him. The preceding battle had once again ignited their fervor. Even with 4 emperors present, they would charge fearlessly at his command, ready to sacrifice themselves for the cause. Determined to take a piece of their enemies with them, should death await. This was the profound impact Wilton wielded. It was inevitable each time he led from the front. Fearless and resolute, his subordinates naturally embodied the same courage. You possess such remarkable skills. Wilton was once again taken aback, observing Suddy skillfully bandaging his wounds, clearly possessing some knowledge of medicine. The capabilities of this eccentric woman never ceased to astonish him. In truth, he was not gravely injured. After activating his ultimate ability, the effects of his afflictions diminished significantly, even in a body riddled with injuries. Wasn't this something everyone could achieve? Suddy darted about, the white bandages gliding smoothly through her hands, and before long, she had applied ointment and expertly wrapped both his upper and lower body. He resembled a mummified figure on the brink of death. Wilton did not refute Suddy. Instead, he sighed inwardly, realizing he had indeed acquired an exceptionally versatile subordinate. What did it matter if this individual possessed a hint of eccentricity in their capabilities? Inform the nearest naval base to dispatch 5 warships. I intend to eradicate the pirates in Magic Valley Town. Wilton twisted his neck, resolved to decisively eradicate the denizens of Magic Valley Town. He understood that such actions were merely a superficial remedy, yet he was determined to enhance his reputation, to cultivate an image of unwavering righteousness and aversion to evil. Since the moment he embarked on his naval career, he had been meticulously crafting this persona, for a commendable reputation could significantly mitigate his troubles. Having just repelled the 7 warlords of the sea, the spirits of his subordinates soared high, their exuberance palpable in the air. The awakening of his conqueror's haki would undoubtedly be challenging to conceal, yet it was of little consequence. He was the second to possess such power. After all, Sengoku, too, wielded it and ascended to the rank of admiral. In the New World, possessing conqueror's haki was not particularly extraordinary. As long as he concealed his true intentions and ambitions from the denizens of Mariawa, outwardly supporting the cause posed no significant issue. It was merely a matter of acting convincingly. He aimed to have everyone regard him as the second Sengoku. When the time was ripe, he would realize his ambitions. By then, with the mantle of righteousness and a positive public image firmly established, his clarion call would undoubtedly attract numerous champions of justice. This approach was far superior to starting from scratch, and would also inflict considerable losses upon the world government. At the core of Wilton's strategy lay his desire to seize the Navy's formidable strength and legacy. It was undeniable that the Navy harbored its share of corrupt elements. Yet a minority remained steadfastly committed to justice. With proper correction, this faction could evolve into a formidable force. Furthermore, the Navy's embodiment of justice served as a banner. Whether acknowledged or not, invoking the Navy on the high seas signified justice. Whoever grasped this banner of righteousness would be deemed legitimate. A truth deeply ingrained in the collective consciousness. Pirates represented malevolence, while the Navy epitomized justice, naturally leading people to prefer and support the latter. In response to Wilton's command, not a single sailor voiced dissent. If Vice Admiral Wilton decreed the eradication of the pirates in Magic Valley Town, then so it would be done. Even with their mere 50-odd personnel, they would advance from 5 directions, led by Suddy, Minotaurus, Minakawa, Minotaur Rhino, and Minotaur Zebra, launching an indiscriminate offensive against the pirates. As previously stated, pirates were easily distinguishable from ordinary citizens, their demeanor and aura unmistakable. The pirates, initially spectators, were left bewildered by the sudden onslaught from Suddy and his comrades. Charge! The time to achieve glory is upon us. Facing the multitude of pirates in Magic Valley Town, the 50-odd individuals under Suddy's command appeared woefully insufficient, yet their fearless spirit instilled trepidation in their adversaries. Particularly alarming were the 4 beast wardens, each wielding their weapons with lethal intent. Are the Navy's toughs mad? To cleanse Magic Valley Town? Such folly! Brothers, let us strike back. Captain, we must depart swiftly. Even the warlord of the 7, Don Quixote da Flamingo, has been repelled by the resolute Navy. It would be prudent for us to retreat from the spotlight for the time being. Amidst this purge, some pirates remain vigilant, while others seek to exploit the chaos. Some mistakenly believe that Wilton, having sustained grave injuries in his battle against da Flamingo, is now but a shadow of his former self, and dare to confront him in a bid for notoriety. Little do they realize that Wilton, akin to a primordial beast, has rejoined the fray, wielding 2 dumbbells with reckless abandon, scattering pirates in disarray. Occasionally, the air is rent with dark crimson lightning, and his conqueror's hockey sweeps across the battlefield, clearing vast areas with ease. Witnessing Wilton's ferocity, some pirate crews, still hesitating on the sidelines, flee without a second thought. This is hardly the demeanor of one nearing their end. Concurrently, a naval base in close proximity to Magic Valley Town receives orders to deploy 5 warships towards the town, revealing the true extent of a vice admiral's authority, far surpassing what one might expect. However, these vessels are not heavily armed battleships, but rather standard military ships, intended merely for the transport of pirate criminals. For an entire day and night, the cacophony of battle and the cries of the dying gradually subsided in Magic Valley Town, marking a veritable bloodbath orchestrated by Wilton. Yet he bears no psychological burden, for all those he has vanquished are notorious criminals, devoid of any redeeming qualities. As the first light of dawn breaks, 5 military ships dock at the dilapidated port, led by a rear admiral accompanied by 700 to 800 Marines. However, the Marines stand in stunned silence, their eyes wide with shock and terror. Before them, the once chaotic streets are now awash with blood, with heaps of bodies strewn about. Some lie lifeless, while others gasp for breath, cursing and lamenting their fate. Wilton and Suddy, accompanied by the 4-headed jailer beast and over 30 bloodied Marines, appeared as if they had emerged from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, exuding an aura of malevolence. After a relentless day and night of combat, they had managed to eliminate nearly all of the pirate crews, save for those who had already fled. These pirates were either arrogant and overconfident or had been driven into a corner, forced to fight with their backs against the wall. Unfortunately, their strength proved insufficient. Nonetheless, the skirmish had taken a toll on Wilton's forces, which had originally numbered over 50 Marines, now reduced to just over 30. With more than 10 gravely wounded and on the brink of death, "I am Major General from XX Base," the leading Major General stated with a serious expression, stepping forward to pay his respects to Wilton. As a Vice Admiral of the fleet, Wilton possesses the authority to summon the Marines from various naval bases or forts to assist in military operations. Prior to her arrival in Magic Valley Town, Sadie had already acquired the contact information for several nearby naval bases, thus she merely needed to relay Wilton's orders to them via telephone. During this period, Wilton's reputation had soared. He was renowned not only within the Navy, but also across the vast seas. After all, both the world's most notorious man and the 7 warlords of the sea are figures of global notoriety. I appreciate your assistance. The individuals behind me are notorious pirates and criminals. Please verify their identities and proceed according to protocol. Wilton, with a resolute expression, has fully recovered after a day's respite, regaining his healing abilities and just potential. The lingering effects of his battle with Doflamingo have completely vanished. He now stands at the pinnacle of his strength. Thus, in a situation of equal footing, he harbors no fear of a war of attrition. As long as he endures for 24 hours, he is certain to revive in full health. Soon, 6 hours passed. Through the diligent efforts of 700 to 800 Marines, a list emerged before Wilton, showcasing commendable results. Over 400 individuals possessed fortunes ranging from 10 million to 30 million berries. More than 100 held sums between 30 million and 50 million. 50 or so had fortunes between 50 million and 70 million, while over 20 boasted amounts from 70 million to 100 million. There were also 3 individuals with fortunes between 100 million and 200 million, excluding those who had already met their demise. A total of over 500 pirates were captured, a feat unseen in the Grand Line for 5 or 6 years. After all, few have undertaken such a comprehensive sweep of a pirate island as Wilton did. One could only describe this as both valiant and foolishly reckless. Regrettably, many elusive fish remained. Those pirates who had fled early were the most valuable, for they understood the tides of circumstance and were not so brazenly arrogant. Naturally, with the vastness of Magic Valley Town, Wilton could not possibly eradicate every last pirate, and some would undoubtedly remain hidden. However, he had resolved not to squander any more time. He determined that in future missions, or upon reaching pirate-infested islands, he would periodically conduct large-scale sweeps to apprehend criminals. This would not only bolster his persona as a sworn enemy of evil, but also demonstrate to the world government his unwavering commitment to justice. The only disappointment was that during his journey to Sky Island, he did not encounter Enel, leaving the whereabouts of that fellow a mystery, as he had kept watch all day without a trace. Nevertheless, the gold was of paramount importance, destined for future use. Other resources should be collected promptly. Aside from his unique ability akin to Cheng Yaojin's, he possessed another hidden advantage, the narrative superiority. This advantage allowed him access to treasures unattainable by others, such as the plans for the Pluto, the location of the warship, and the Sea Kings. With these advantages, success was nearly inevitable. Considering the situation, as his Straw Hat crew had been imprisoned and impelled down, the Sky Island incident would not recur, and Enel would likely not hasten to the moon, thus ensuring the safety of the gold on Sky Island. He could retrieve it at his convenience. Next, he aimed to quietly acquire the plans for Pluto before proceeding to the G8 branch of the New World to meet with Vice Admiral Dalmesia. Before leaving Marineford, he had received orders to head to the G8 branch for a handover with Dalmesia. Consequently, he had little time to waste. Additionally, he needed to capture pirates whenever possible, build his reputation, and solidify his persona. He planned to rescue Fishman Island at the earliest opportunity and secure control over the Sea Kings. If his strength permitted, he would wait for the onset of the Marineford War. If not, he would intercept Blackbeard and imprison Port Asti, Ace, delaying the war by a year or two. To attain the rank of Rear Admiral and stand alongside Monkey D. Garp, he needed to bolster both his strength and achievements. Meanwhile, in the Marine headquarters at Marineford, Fleet Admiral Sengoku and Admiral Tsuru were reviewing intelligence concerning Magic Valley Town, their expressions fluctuating with uncertainty. Truly unexpected. Sengoku adjusted his frog-eyed glasses, furrowing his brow in contemplation, as the intricate details of the Magical Valley incident were relayed back with precision, such as the might of the Navy headquarters. Regardless of what transpires upon the vast ocean, they are invariably the first to receive the most comprehensive intelligence. In this chaotic and disorderly world, first-hand information is of paramount importance, particularly for a colossal force. Indeed, this revelation is rather disconcerting, as his idol happens to be Sengoku. Tsuru lifted her head slightly, shaking it with a smile. After her previous encounter with Wilton at the headquarters, she had made a phone call to deliberately reach out to Dalmesia, wishing to delve deeper into Wilton's character. Dalmesia revealed that Wilton's idol was Sengoku, and his decision to join the Navy was influenced by him. Furthermore, in the section of Wilton's profile detailing his dreams, he expressed a desire to become a person as great as Admiral Sengoku, aiming to bring justice to the world. Sengoku remained silent, yet his gaze was piercing. From his vantage point, if the Navy were to welcome another Conqueror's hockey-wielding admiral in the future, it would undoubtedly elevate the Navy to new heights. However, for one who possesses Conqueror's hockey, the path to becoming an admiral is fraught with challenges. One must demonstrate absolute loyalty to Mariewa. The presence of conqueror's haki in an admiral is inconsequential. What matters is unwavering allegiance to the celestial dragons and steadfast support for the world government. When Suru had previously informed him that Wilton considered him his idol and that his decision to join the Navy was influenced by Sengoku, he felt a surge of joy within. Presently, it appears that Wilton's sense of justice is unblemished. He exhibits a fervent disdain for evil akin to that of Sakazuki, yet tempered with a measure of compassion. He dares to confront even the 7 warlords of the sea and subsequently cleansed all pirates from the magical valley. Magellan certainly has his work cut out for him now. Suru did not dwell on the future. For whether Wilton could ascend to the rank of admiral or even admiral-in-chief was beyond her authority to dictate. It ultimately requires the command of Mariehua and the 5 elders. For now, she holds a great admiration for Wilton, for he is undeniably pure in his intentions, genuinely wishing to illuminate the seas with the brilliance of justice, exhibiting zero tolerance for evil. Despite sharing Sakazuki's fierce loathing for wickedness and intolerance for any imperfection, he has managed to avoid collateral damage during battles. This distinction is significant. It indicates that he differs from Sakazuki, as he ensures the evacuation of civilians prior to engaging in combat, targeting only the pirates and the true instigators of chaos. Further observation is warranted, yet I have indeed underestimated Wilton's prowess, as he has compelled Don Quixote Doflamingo to retreat voluntarily. In the midst of the tumultuous Wano period, Sengoku chose to remain vigilant, once again reassessing his understanding of Wilton. Initially, he had encountered the world's most notorious figures, such as the fearsome Fire Fist Ace and Crocodile, and now he was witnessing the likes of Don Quixote Doflamingo. These battles, all of a high caliber, concluded with survival against the odds. However, Wilton's approach to combat was exceedingly aggressive and reckless, seemingly disregarding his own life. Although Wilton's strength might be somewhat lacking, his indomitable will and fearlessness in the face of death starkly contrasted with the current deficiencies within the Navy. As a fleet admiral, Sengoku pondered these matters deeply. The Navy was becoming increasingly decayed, a fact he could not ignore, yet at times he felt powerless to effect change. There were indeed rare individuals like Wilton, unwavering in their resolve to eradicate evil and uphold justice, even at the cost of their own lives. These steadfast souls were few and far between. Only the impassioned youth, newly inducted into the Navy and filled with dreams, seemed to possess such fervor. However, once they faced the temptations of power and the grim choices between life and death, their initial pure convictions often began to wane. 5 years had elapsed since Wilton's induction into the Navy, a period during which he had remarkably maintained his unwavering dedication to sacrifice everything for the sake of justice. It could be said that Wilton was obstinate and inflexible. Yet from the perspective of those in power, having subordinates like him was advantageous. He was easily controllable, willing to risk his life, and his thoughts were transparent. Sengoku held a deep admiration for him. How could a Navy that had Wilton as an exemplar possibly falter? The Navy required a rejuvenation of spirit. Suru, after a moment of silence, turned her gaze to Sengoku. She too was acutely aware of the current issues plaguing the Navy. The impending Marineford War, as depicted in the original narrative, might very well be a consequence of these shortcomings. Change was imperative, whether it be in ethos or through the infusion of new blood. You are correct. The Navy needs a new atmosphere and a recalibration, she remarked. It remains to be seen whether Wilton can endure. Sengoku's gaze sharpened as he decisively continued, instructing that the events of Magic Valley Town be disclosed, albeit with a slight concealment of Wilton's kingly attributes. Furthermore, he ordered the warlords of the sea to convene in Marineford to address the crocodile situation. It was time to rein them in. He surmised that they were likely concerned Wilton had received directives to target them, and he anticipated that the number of warlords attending this meeting would no longer be limited to 1 or 2. Sengoku scoffed, displaying little enthusiasm for the warlords of the sea. Simultaneously, he prepared to intensify the training of Wilton. Very well, Suru nodded, considering the warlord's perspective. With Wilton's recent defeat of Crocodile and his ensuing confrontation with Doflamingo in Magic Valley Town, it was difficult not to speculate whether the Marine headquarters intended to take action against them. Indeed, the other warlords, upon learning of the events in Magic Valley Town, were engulfed in suspicion. The information regarding Wilton has surfaced on the desks of the 5 elders and Mary Geos, yet it has not stirred any significant commotion. As the paramount rulers of these vast seas, their primary concern lies in maintaining equilibrium among the various factions and ensuring the loyalty of each department. The emergence of an individual possessing kingly qualities within the Navy has become a commonplace occurrence. Should such a person prove disobedient, they are swiftly eradicated. Conversely, if they are compliant, they are afforded a path to ascendancy. It remains a salient truth that while numerous individuals worldwide possess the potential for greatness, many meet untimely ends, with only a select few ultimately persevering, all remaining under their watchful control. Soon, the schematics of the underworld king will be acquired. The news regarding the town of Magic Valley has rapidly spread across the seas, and the formidable Navy officer Wilton has once again garnered attention. First, he clashed with the world's most notorious man, followed by an encounter with the 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard pirates, Port Asti, Ace, and Alabasta. Shortly thereafter, he eliminated the warlord Crocodile. Now, only days later, he has engaged in a fierce battle with another warlord, Don Quixote da Flamingo, in Magic Valley, prompting various factions to speculate on the Navy's intentions. The most apprehensive among them are the other warlords, especially upon receiving a directive from Navy headquarters instructing them to convene in Mariewa to discuss Crocodile's affairs. This has inevitably sparked wild imaginations. Is it merely a discussion, or does the Navy plan to ensnare them all? After careful analysis, the likelihood of a complete purge appears minimal, given that the current collaboration between the warlords and the Navy remains relatively peaceful. Both parties are well aware of each other's true nature. As for Crocodile, he brought his downfall upon himself. His nefarious deeds were exposed, leaving the Navy no choice but to intervene, lest they tarnish their image of justice. In any case, the seas are far from tranquil. Days pass as the sun rises and sets. 2 days have elapsed since the incident in Magic Valley, and in the office of the warden at Impel Down, Magellan is deep in thought. Just an hour ago, the Navy transported several hundred pirate criminals. Although the prison is not overcrowded, each floor is livelier than usual. It is said that Wilton cleared out Magic Valley, thus leading to the influx of so many pirates. As of now, the number of pirate offenders entering Impel Down due to Wilton's actions is not merely in the thousands, but has surpassed 2,000, with the first 2,000 being a cumulative result over 5 years. This time, however, the situation is exacerbated, with hundreds arriving at once. Wilton can be regarded as the most diligent Navy officer in combating piracy. Meanwhile, upon the azure expanse of the sea, a naval vessel adorned with the flag of justice, emblazoned with a dumbbell insignia, is swiftly navigating the waters. Lord Wilton, we are nearing Water 7. At the bow of the ship, Suddy lowered his telescope, faintly discerning a small black dot on the horizon, which was none other than the city of 7 Waters. Thud, 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 behind Suddy. Wilton was enduring the blows from 4 beasts of the abyss, while the sailors aboard the vessel had grown accustomed to the spectacle. This was merely the unique fitness regimen of their Major General Wilton. With a reduction in speed, he declared, "I shall return shortly." Wilton gestured for the 4 jailers to halt as he passed through the city of water, intent on quietly acquiring the design of the Pluto without arousing any suspicion. Thus, the warship did not plan to dock, and with ample supplies, there was no need for replenishment. Lord Wilton, Suddy had no time to inquire further before he leapt abruptly, vanishing from the deck. When he reappeared, he was already upon the distant sea, drifting silently, before his feet erupted with the power of armament hockey, rendering him invisible once more. The city of water, renowned for its shipbuilding prowess, was the very place where one of the 3 ancient weapons, the warship Pluto, was constructed. In pursuit of intelligence regarding Pluto, the world government dispatched the intelligence agency CP9 to infiltrate the area, which included Rob Lucci and his companions. Wilton's objective is unequivocal: to locate the future shipwright of the Straw Hat Pirates, Frankie, who harbors the design of the Pluton within his very being. The advantage of understanding the narrative is Wilton's greatest boon. This is not unlike a serendipitous encounter, however. It merely requires a modicum of personal effort to embark on this journey. What the world government has expended vast resources to acquire, he effortlessly discovers. The Frankie family's dismantling house serves as both their residence and the base for ship dismantling. Frankie, the prominent figure of the Frankie family, is easily located, given the limited number of shipyards. Upon entering the dismantling house, Wilton is greeted by an overwhelming stench of alcohol in broad daylight. Scattered across the tattered sofa and strewn across the floor are numerous individuals, evidently having indulged excessively the previous night. Extending his observation hockey, Wilton confirms the absence of surveillance before his gaze falls upon Frankie, who lies conspicuously between 2 women sporting square hairstyles and clad in bikinis. His appearance is striking. adorned in a pair of triangular black briefs, with hands modified to a larger size and a prominent blue pompadour. If memory serves, the design of Pluton resides within Frankie. This remarkable individual has transformed his body into that of a cyborg, undoubtedly a genius. Such technology, even in the modern world, remains unattainable. Yet, in the realm of pirates, it is rather commonplace, for the technology of this world is perplexingly paradoxical, both advanced and archaic in equal measure. It can only be described as extraordinarily peculiar. Wilton's eyes widened, and an overwhelming aura of dominance pervaded the room, causing all inebriated individuals to lose consciousness and succumb to a deep slumber. The journey from awakening to self-mastery of his conqueror's hockey was forged through a life-and-death battle. It was Doflamingo who aided him in this awakening and assisted him in its preliminary mastery. After all, aside from the restoration, healing abilities, and latent potential for justice, he had perished 3 times. The reason he employed restoration and similar skills only at the very last moment was that Wilton sought to ignite his potential while teetering on the brink of death. Coupled with the solid foundation laid in the previous 5 years, he was able to grasp it with such swiftness. This was also the reason behind his initial confidence in becoming a general after the War of the Best. He had accumulated enough experience, relentlessly pushing the boundaries of his limits while on the verge of death. As a traveler from another world, if he were unable to attain even this modicum of ability, what would he be worth? Nevertheless, even with such advantages, he still fell short of the protagonist, Luffy, who had taken down 4 emperors in a little over 2 years. Knock, knock. Tapping on Frankie's iron-like 8-pack abs revealed them to be as solid as steel, with not a single trace of vulnerability evident. Wilton raised 2 fingers and, with a swift and forceful thrust, pierced through the iron block with ease. He then pulled it out, violently exposing Frankie's abdomen. To his astonishment, the interior resembled a small refrigerator, containing 2 bottles of cola alongside an assortment of peculiar items, including a wrench and various weapons. After a thorough search, he found no documents or papers within. Wilton furrowed his brow, pondering whether Frankie had failed to carry the design blueprint for the Pluto at this critical moment. Upon closer inspection, he discerned an anomaly in the refrigerator's barrier, a slight fissure likely caused by recent forceful dismantling. Goodness, could there be a hidden compartment? Lifting the protective layer, several yellowed sheets tumbled out, and as Wilton delicately picked them up and unfolded them, he was astonished to find precisely what he had been searching for. It appeared that he would need to exert control over a few scientists in the future. Otherwise, creating the Pluto would prove exceedingly challenging. Which renowned scientists inhabit the world of pirates? It seems there are many, but the foremost among them is undoubtedly Vegapunk. Having secured the blueprint, Wilton wasted no time. He thoughtfully closed the small refrigerator for Frankie before vanishing from Water 7. Everything occurred without a trace. From the beginning until now, only about half an hour had elapsed, with no pauses along the way, merely a slight reduction in sailing speed. And before the warship could draw near to Water 7, it swiftly headed toward the New World. On this day, a ship resembling a dog's head, with its tongue lolling and teeth bared, docked at the port of Impel Down. From it emerged a robust man clad in a white suit, adorned with a blue tie, and draped in a marine vice admiral's coat. 49. The unfortunate Straw Hat crew. That despicable Sengoku, fully aware that Luffy is my own grandson, extends no favors whatsoever. He even dissuades me from meeting Luffy. Next time, I shall thoroughly clear out the Sunbei from his office. Kapu spat out the saliva from his mouth, grimacing as he criticized Sengoku. Then, in a rather unrefined manner, began to pick his nose while observing the heavily guarded Impel Down. It had been quite some time since he last visited this ominous fortress. Originally, he had been on a mission in the New World when he abruptly received the alarming news that Luffy had been captured and incarcerated in the world's most notorious prison. The revelation left him utterly stunned. Just previously, Dragon had mentioned wanting to meet Luffy, but shortly thereafter, reports surfaced of Dragon engaging in a fierce battle with a Marine Vice Admiral in Low Town, a man named Wilton, who at that time had still held the rank of Rear Admiral. This formidable figure, known as a Marine hardliner, was a trusted general of Dalmatia. The conflict arose when Wilton apprehended Luffy, prompting Dragon to intervene violently to rescue his son. The outcome was predictable. The grandson was saved by the son, and Luffy continued his piratical adventures while Kapu had intended to visit him at some point. However, he soon learned that Luffy had again fallen into Wilton's clutches in Alabasta, even engaging in a fiery confrontation with Ace. This time, without Dragon's intervention, Luffy was escorted to Impel Down by that little rascal Smoker. far removed in the new world. Kapu felt powerless, entangled in various affairs, which is why he had only now returned, having secured permission from Sengoku to visit. He assured Sengoku that Luffy would not be allowed to escape, which led Sengoku to acquiesce. Some matters were subject to leniency from Sengoku, yet others could not be overlooked or favored. Kapu understood this well, a tacit agreement among friends. Importantly, he never intended to take Luffy away. Rather, he thought it might be beneficial for the fool to experience hardship, to grasp the harsh realities of society, thus dissuading him from his ambition of becoming the Pirate King. He believed that after a few years, with some maneuvering, there would still be a chance to reinstate Luffy within the Navy. With the Elder Dragon incapacitated and ace beyond recovery, only Luffy held a faint glimmer of hope. Kapu hoped that through this perilous experience, Luffy would gain some insight. The Vice Warden Domino, now more mature and alluring, personally came to greet him, having been summoned by Warden Magellan, who was evidently aware of Sengoku's call and understood Kapu's purpose in returning to Impel Down. It was then that he realized among the criminals delivered by Smoker was his very own grandson, and he pondered whether the boy had survived. If he had perished, it would certainly complicate matters. Kapu, Vice Warden Magellan is already waiting for you in his office, Domino announced. Haha. I have no desire to be poisoned or wear a gas mask. Please inform Magellan that I shall take a leisurely stroll. He will surely agree. Kapu declined to meet Magellan. He was well aware of what Impel Down was, and he had no idea if Luffy was still alive. Even if he were, he would likely be suffering greatly. After all, no one in Impel Down knew that Luffy was his beloved grandson. Well then, Domino nodded, leaving the escorting jailer behind as she turned to report to Magellan, for Kapu was quite familiar with Impel Down. He had visited even the depths of hell countless times. As he wandered through the first level, Kapu found no trace of Luffy or his companions. Prior to his arrival, he had perused the profiles of Luffy's crew, thus gaining some insight into them. On the first floor below, the inferno of Red Lotus awaited. Outside the cells lay a vast expanse reminiscent of a forest, with trees bearing leaves as sharp as blades and grass that could pierce flesh like needles. At that moment, a throng of prisoners was fleeing from the enormous venomous spiders and the jailers, their cries and wails echoing through the air. The leaves and grass could easily slice through skin. Upon closer inspection, he discerned the familiar figures of the Straw Hat crew amidst the chaos: Buggy, Bartolomeo, Arlita, and the Baroque Works agents. They were relegated to the first level below, though they had not succumbed to despair. Perhaps their resilience was the reason they had survived in the inferno of Red Lotus for several days without a single death. In fact, they seemed to be growing stronger, possibly soon to be transferred to the second level, the Beast Hell. I'm going to die, Usopp muttered, clad in prisoner garb, his face pale and body marred with injuries, particularly on his lower half, covered in wounds. He dared not fall. Should he do so, the needle like grass would pierce through him. He gritted his teeth, holding on just a little longer, for the time to escape the pursuit of the jailers and venomous spiders was drawing near. Zoro cradled Nami in his arms. Unlike the others, who were battered and bruised, Nami appeared virtually unscathed, as she was always held by someone, be it Zoro or Luffy. It's all your fault, they cursed, their tongues lolling out as they berated Luffy from behind, while the Baroque Works agents sprinted ahead. Here, those with devil fruit powers were at a disadvantage. It was often those who had not consumed a devil fruit who found it easier to navigate the perilous environment. What good does it do to blame me? Blame that hulking Navy officer instead. Damn it, that cursed Wilton. Once I get out, I swear I will dismantle him piece by piece. Upon mentioning the name of Wilton, there is not a soul who does not harbor resentment. Their misfortunes are entirely attributed to Wilton. Before long, the crowd was herded into their cells, marking the end of today's torment. However, they must now endure hunger, which will persist until the meager broth that might be served come morning, only to be subsequently chased into the sword trees and thorny bushes. Here, hope is utterly absent. The daily torment is enough to drive one to madness. Meanwhile, Carp arrived at the Red Lotus Hell, his observation skills allowing him to effortlessly locate Luffy, and he made his way directly to the cell. Currently, the confinement within Impel Down has become rather tense, resulting in the Straw Hat crew being imprisoned together. Buggy, Bartolomeo, and Arlong were also fortunate enough to be incarcerated alongside them, as were the Baroque Works agents. Thus, the cell felt somewhat cramped. Luffy, wake up. Upon returning to the cell, everyone took the opportunity to rest and conserve their energy. In this cold, hungry, and injured state, remaining still, speaking little, and sleeping more would prolong their survival. Zoro, with his eyes half closed, suddenly opened them wide. Outside the cell stood a figure, who effortlessly crushed the lock and strode directly to the slumbering Luffy, standing motionless before him. In the dim light, one could discern a grim and furious visage. Unable to contain himself, Zoro held his breath, hearing the rapid beat of his own heart as the atmosphere in the cell plummeted to a freezing point, making it difficult for them to breathe. Nami, Usopp, and Chopper also awoke, instinctively tensing up, afraid to move even slightly. How could it be that they still had the luxury of sleep at such a time? Carp's facial muscles twitched, filled with both anger and concern. At this moment, Luffy, shackled in sea-stone handcuffs, was battered and pale, indicating that he had not fared well in recent days. With the force of a loving fist, Carp struck down. The once slumbering Luffy jolted awake, clutching his head with tear-filled eyes. In pain, he jumped around before glaring up furiously. "Who hit me? It hurts like hell." Grandfather." Upon seeing Carp's grim expression, Luffy stumbled backward, colliding with the cold wall, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. "Huh? Grandfather?" Usopp and Nami widened their eyes, observing the old man's naval attire. "Luffy, who allowed you to set sail as a pirate without my permission? It seems you took my words for mere whispers in the wind." Carp, filled with frustration, lamented the disobedience of his grandson. This rebellious child, like his father and grandfather, seemed oblivious to the fact that such actions were intended to protect them. Yet, upon witnessing Luffy's current wretched state, his rising anger dissipated instantly. "I declared that I would become the Pirate King," Luffy muttered, yet he felt a surge of joy upon seeing Garp here. Instinctively, he wished to lean on him, for he had reached a dead end, devoid of any solutions. Despite his usual cheerful demeanor, a wave of regret washed over him. He pondered the possibility that he and Nami, along with the others, might never escape this place. "Grandpa, are you here to rescue us?" he asked. "No," Garp replied succinctly as Luffy came over to sit beside him. The expression of hope that had adorned Luffy's face instantly faded, replaced by a look of disdain. With a sudden thud, Garp's eyelid twitched as he delivered another punch to Luffy's head, leaving Luffy rolling on the ground with two steaming red bumps adorning his forehead. The sight of his grandfather's expression elicited a mix of bewilderment among Usopp and the others as they exchanged glances. Grappling with the absurdity of the situation, how could Luffy's father be the leader of a rebellion while his grandfather served in the Navy? Surely, Garp must hold a significant position to visit Impel Down freely. "I forgot to introduce myself. I am Monkey D. Garp, Luffy's grandfather," he stated, scratching his head after reprimanding Luffy. His smile was warm, suggesting that if Luffy considered them friends, they must be trustworthy. However, he added, "But this brat is quite troublesome. You have drawn the short straw with him." Nami and the others opened their mouths, wanting to respond, but found themselves at a loss for words. While the first part of his statement was reasonable, the latter grew increasingly disparaging. "That hurts, you old bastard," Luffy cried out, tears and snot flowing uncontrollably as he expressed his dissatisfaction with Garp's cruel mockery. How could his grandfather take such delight in ridiculing his own grandson? "Do you have any complaints?" Garp asked, his face drawn tight like a donkey's, followed by a scoff as he surveyed the dire situation. Since the establishment of Impel Down, few had successfully escaped. Those who did were invariably top-tier powerhouses of the seas. "Tell me how you plan to get out and rescue your friends. In the end, you face but two fates. Either you perish here or grow old and die within these walls." Confronted with Garp's cold, unyielding revelation of reality, Luffy's expression froze, turning ashen, while Zoro and the others fell silent. "Grandpa, you are a hero of the Navy. Can't you save Zoro and the others?" "I can stay here forever," he pleaded, his fists clenched like a deflated balloon, gazing at Garp with a near-desperate expression. "Impossible." As always, Garp responded with unwavering determination. In that moment, the light faded from Luffy's eyes, and his spirit seemed to wither away. With a sigh, Garp fell silent for a brief moment, observing Luffy, who appeared thoroughly disheartened. Noticing that the observation hockey had revealed no prying eyes, he subtly gestured for Nami and the others to come closer. Although Nami and the others were unaware of Garp's intentions, they instinctively gathered together, with Usopp forcibly pulling the despondent Luffy along. "You must rely on yourselves to escape. Whether it takes 10 years or 20, you must endure. Adverse conditions often spur rapid growth. Since you have entered this place, find a way to become stronger and rely on your own power to escape, rather than surrendering hope so easily. In this vast sea, the only support you have is each other, along with your own formidable strength. Thus, becoming stronger is your only path forward." I will remain and impel down for half a month to secretly teach you the 6 powers and the 2 types of hockey. This is your sole opportunity to escape or realize your dreams. Carp gritted his teeth, ultimately betraying his sense of justice. Faced with his own grandson, he could not stand idly by. Grandpa, Luffy murmured, uncertain of what to say. Zoro, Nami, and the others clenched their jaws tightly. Although they did not understand what the 6 powers and hockey entailed, they recognized that these could be their hope for escape, and thus, they must be immensely powerful. Stay focused. Every moment from now on is crucial for you. Understood, they all nodded resolutely. The darkness of despair that had once engulfed them suddenly gave rise to a glimmer of hope, which they were determined to grasp with all their might. Thus, Carp began his stay and impel down. Magellan, respecting Carp's stature, refrained from making things difficult for the Straw Hat crew. Instead, he turned a blind eye. As long as Carp did not overstep his boundaries by forcibly taking Luffy away, many matters were not significant. After all, the Straw Hat crew was not yet well known. Their influence was virtually non-existent, and they had not yet provoked the world government during the events at Enies Lobby, so their charges were not severe, mostly just for being pirates. Numerous small-time pirates with bounties of 30 million berries were easily captured and impelled down. Even if Carp were to use his authority to rescue the Straw Hats, he would only face some scorn and then it would be forgotten. After all, who would care about a minor character on the fringes? If not for his powerful father and extraordinary grandfather, what would Monkey D. Luffy amount to? It must be said that Garp is indeed quite resolute, opting to refine Luffy in the hellish environment of Impel Down, or perhaps to correct Luffy's intentions of becoming a pirate. Behind it all lies a sincere intention. A flower nurtured in a greenhouse cannot withstand the tempest. Only by enduring the suffering that ordinary beings cannot bear can one emerge from the cocoon as a butterfly. This also underscores the reality that, whether in the mundane world or the extraordinary realm, strength and background are paramount. Garp is acutely aware of the brutality of this world. Only the ultimate victor embodies justice, and at present, the Celestial Dragons are the undisputed victors. This world serves the Celestial Dragons. For centuries, no one has managed to disrupt their dominion. The only course of action left for Garp is to integrate into that system, striving to preserve a glimmer of hope and a flicker of flame. The Navy merely aids in the perpetration of evils. He himself is stained with the blood of both the innocent and the guilty. Regardless of their desires for change, he and his fellow officers find themselves powerless. As Dragon has stated, the Navy does not embody true justice. This is a truth Garp knows all too well, as do others. The Celestial Dragons maintain a tradition of conducting a human hunting event every 3 years, selecting an island from a non-member nation to engage in a massacre, eradicating the indigenous population, and subsequently declaring the island as property of the world government. The Navy's role in this is to protect the Celestial Dragons, which is nothing short of absurd. Everyone awaits the legendary sun god, Nika. Luffy, the moment you consumed that fruit, your destiny was sealed. Meanwhile, at the Navy headquarters, an announcement echoed through the port. The Warlord of the Sea, Dakihote Doflamingo, has arrived. The Warlord of the Sea, Bartholomew Kuma, has also arrived. At the port, Doflamingo, draped in a pink feather coat, donned sunglasses, and wearing pointed shoes, swaggered towards the conference hall, chuckling as he observed the bustling Navy personnel around him. Kuma, you remain as obedient to the Navy as ever, he quipped, glancing back at the stoic figure of Kuma, who held a book in his hand, instilling a sense of trepidation in Doflamingo. Ignoring Doflamingo's remarks, Kuma continued forward, a truly unreasonable fellow. Doflamingo shrugged, seemingly unfazed by the situation. He was quick to act whenever someone appeared weak. Soon, they arrived at the conference hall, where 3 Navy generals were already awaiting them. Doflamingo, feeling a bit restless, unleashed his powers to incite one general against another. The room erupted into chaos. Suddenly, the doors swung open, and Sengoku and Tsuru entered. Surveying the disarray within the meeting hall, Sengoku's expression darkened, clearly indicating his displeasure. Doflamingo, rein in your petty tricks. If you are here to attend the meeting, then sit quietly. If you seek a brawl, then Impel Down shall be your destination, Sengoku stated as he took his seat, offering Doflamingo no quarter. Heh. How tempestuous. Doflamingo replied with a shrug, feigning fear. A bunch of scoundrels from the sea, Sengoku remarked flatly, openly disparaging Doflamingo and Kuma, practically accusing them to their faces. How ruthless. It seems Admiral Sengoku's temper is rather heightened today, Doflamingo observed with a smirk. At that moment, the conference room door opened again, and 2 figures entered. One after the other, To my surprise, you two have also arrived, Moonlight Moria and the sea warrior Jinbi, Doflamingo noted. Kuma, who had been silently gazing at the Bible, lifted his head, indicating that everyone had indeed been provoked by the Navy's hardened demeanor. Indeed, the recent aggressive actions against two of the 7 warlords by Wilton have compelled them to question the Navy's stance, Moria commented casually as he found a seat. Jinbi, like Kuma, remained taciturn. Currently, Blackbeard had yet to deliver ace to the Navy. Thus, Jinbi had not been imprisoned and impelled down for opposing the war. Recently, he had even leveraged his status as a warlord to facilitate the Dragon's departure from impelled down. I am the most exquisite, Doflamingo declared. Indeed, the conference room doors soon swung open again, revealing the world's most beautiful woman, Boa Hancock, who captivated everyone present. With this, the 7 warlords were just a step away from gathering all the formidable forces. Thud, thud, thud. Sengoku, seated at the head of the table, was astonished that 5 of the 7 warlords had gathered, especially considering that in past meetings, only 1 or 2 had attended. To think you all could make it. Let us commence the meeting. In my opinion, Dracula Mihawk will not be attending, he remarked. 5 out of 6 present indeed surpasses my expectations, Sengoku continued. Saru coughed lightly, interjecting with a comment. Hehehe, I had no intention of coming either, had it not been for the smooth progress of construction on my island. I would have stayed away out of sheer boredom. Doflamingo lounged in his chair, his legs draped over the round table, adopting a carefree demeanor. That is truly vexing. As your pirate endeavors flourish, our Navy's duties grow ever more burdensome. We ought to eliminate all of you, Sengoku concluded. As the words of Sengoku faded, a voice resonated from the corridor. After listening for a considerable duration filled with trivialities, I began to question whether I had wandered into the wrong place. If the 7 warlords and the Navy continued to maintain their adversarial stance, then this roundtable conference would surely be devoid of purpose. With the emergence of a particular figure, the attendees were taken aback. Could it truly be that even the least expected individual had graced us with their presence? Moria expressed his astonishment. For the visitor was none other than Dracula Mihawk, the illustrious swordsman. I have merely come to partake in the discussions as an observer. For I possess a modicum of interest in the matters at hand, Mihawk declared, shifting his gaze to the windowsill. The others seemed to have already taken note of this, yet none chose to unveil the truth. At that moment, an unknown figure appeared on the windowsill. Might I also have the honor of being a silent listener? Unexpectedly, I find myself among such esteemed individuals today. If you would indulge me, I have a request. The figure that came into view was a man adorned with a cane and a top hat, resembling a silent film actor. It was Lafitte, who had previously separated from Blackbeard's crew in the town of Magic Valley, following a tumultuous encounter in Wilton. It was only a matter of days before a multitude of pirates once again congregated in Magic Valley. Coincidentally, Blackbeard's crew had landed in the town shortly after their departure from Wilton. This meeting, if I am not mistaken, is to discuss the successor to the former warlord of the sea, Crocodile, is it not? Perhaps I have a worthy candidate in mind. Hee. I am the most exquisite of all. Let us hasten to conclude this meeting, for my time is rather limited. Such arrogance. Yet, who among us is acquainted with this fellow? Very few present knew of Lafitte. Lafitte, renowned as a sheriff in the West Sea, had been exiled for his excessively violent enforcement of the law. A naval officer previously under the control of Doflamingo spoke up, his expression grave. Those are tales of yore. I have ventured here to propose a man worthy of becoming a warlord of the sea. His name is Marshal D. Teach. Lafitte delved directly into the matter, remaining motionless by the window. Teach? Indeed, that is the illustrious name of our pirate cruise captain. Never heard of him. Such an obscure individual cannot possibly intimidate other pirates. In light of this, our crew has meticulously devised an infallible plan. Please grant us a little more time. Hee. Intriguing. Let us observe his endeavors, Sengoku. Doflamingo expressed his curiosity, though his motivations remained unclear. Our pirate crew is known as the Blackbeard Pirates. I trust that all esteemed individuals will remember this name. As the words fell, a pair of wings appeared behind Lafitte, who then leapt from the windowsill and swiftly vanished into the horizon, causing Sengoku and the crane to frown. Now, returning to the main topic, Sengoku, you must be aware of the incident that recently transpired in Magic Valley Town, right? A rear admiral from the Navy headquarters has inexplicably taken the life of one of my crucial subordinates. Shouldn't there be an explanation for this? Doflamingo had not forgotten the purpose of his visit to Marineford. It was only at this moment that his countenance transformed into one of sinister malice. Ha. Is it the formidable Vice Admiral Wilton of the Navy? The one who rose to the rank of vice admiral after eliminating that useless crocodile? I've heard he is quite the capable warrior of that dog from Dalmatia. I am genuinely curious, Doflamingo, were you defeated? What a pathetic man you are. Unable to avenge even your fallen subordinates. Hancock's words were sharp, deliberately aggravating Doflamingo's wounds, and she arrogantly lifted her chin, embodying an unparalleled haughtiness. As the topic arose, the other 7 warlords cast intrigued glances towards Doflamingo. The news surrounding the Magic Valley incident had yet to fade. They were curious if the reports were true. That Doflamingo had indeed been repelled by that newly promoted naval officer. Was the opposing power truly so formidable? Boa Hancock, mind your language. Doflamingo's eyes turned icy as threads began to manifest from his hands. Hancock's taunts were undoubtedly a mockery directed at him. Foolish man. You should be the one to watch your words. Suddenly, the overwhelming wills of Doflamingo and Hancock clashed, filling the conference room with an electric tension. Dark red lightning rent the air, and a tempest arose, causing the clear sky outside to darken with ominous clouds. At the center of the conference room, numerous Marines collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Such was the terrifying clash of hockey. Ha ha ha, this is the Navy headquarters. Isn't Sengoku going to intervene? Moria's eyes revealed a hint of trepidation, while Kuma, Jinbei, and Mihawk remained as composed as ever, for none present were easy opponents. This hockey would not easily subdue them. This is not a place for your recklessness. Should it happen again, you will bear the consequences. Sengoku rested his chin on his hands, his expression impassive. Although he did not exude any overt pressure, an unseen weight compelled Doflamingo and Hancock to retract their hockey, both letting out a cold huff. All returned to tranquility. Vice Admiral Wilton's report indicated a case of mistaken identity. He was unaware that it was your subordinate. Additionally, let me remind you that Vice Admiral Wilton is a naval officer with zero tolerance for pirates, which is why he conducted a sweep of the pirates in Magic Valley Town. He explicitly stated that Doflamingo could eliminate him at any moment for revenge and insisted that the Navy headquarters refrain from intervening in their conflict. Sengoku was not speaking falsely. Following the purging of Magic Valley Town, Wilton indeed submitted a report to Sengoku, which reeked of a bloodthirsty intent, indicating that Doflamingo was prepared to engage him in a life-and-death duel. Was he yet another Akainu? Jinbei and Kuma remained silent, yet they harbored some disdain for Wilton, as his zero-tolerance approach was excessively extreme. This was a sweeping condemnation of all pirates, indiscriminately categorizing them as either good or evil. Ha ha ha. Would the Navy headquarters truly refrain from intervening? Doflamingo's expression darkened. It would not. In that case, I have no objections. Upon hearing Sengoku's resolute assurance, Doflamingo reverted to his nonchalant demeanor. As long as they did not intervene, he could freely eliminate that individual. At the same moment, in the New World, Shanks. What a nostalgic name. Aboard the Moby Dick, the vessel of the world's strongest man, Whitebeard sat upon his throne, propping his chin with one hand as he gazed at the unopened envelope in his grasp, then looked down at the figure of Roxas standing before him. The striking red hair was captivating, complemented by a shirt adorned with a red scarf and a long sword at his waist. Is this a letter from the red-haired pirate? Indeed, the contents seemed to hold great significance, which is why I was instructed to ensure its delivery at all costs. Roxas spread his hands, swallowing hard, aware that he stood before the world's mightiest man. Yet he too had formidable backing as he served under the same emperor, Captain Shanks. You have truly worked hard. Not at all. I am merely a newcomer to the red-haired pirates. It is my duty. In response to Whitebeard's commendations, Roxas felt a bit bashful, but soon became flustered and enraged when Whitebeard tore the letter apart without even glancing at its contents. What are you doing? Seeing the fragments scattered across the ground, Roxas clutched his head. How dare he send someone to deliver a message to me? When did that little brat become so arrogant? Go back and tell him that if he has something to say, he should come personally with a drink to discuss it. The G8 branch is situated in the latter half of the Grand Line, a realm known as the New World. The highest military rank stationed there is that of Vice Admiral. Unlike the earlier segment of the Grand Line, the New World is often regarded as a paradise for pirates. The dominion of the world government and the navy in this region constitutes merely a fraction, with the majority being occupied by various pirate crews, kingdoms, and factions. There also exist lawless territories beyond the reach of governance. The New World is deemed more perilous than both the Four Seas and the first half of the Grand Line, not only due to human calamities, but also owing to natural disasters. The weather in the New World is capricious. One moment, one might be subjected to hail the size of houses, and the next, be scorched by the blazing sun. Alternatively, torrential rain or fierce storms may ensue. To traverse from the Four Seas or the first half of the Grand Line to the New World, there are 3 routes, or rather 4 when considered strictly. The first route is through Fishman Island, which lies 10,000 meters beneath the sea. The second route requires the consent of the world government to cross the Red Line. The third route remains unverified, or perhaps has never been contemplated, involving a successful passage through the doldrums. The fourth route necessitates the ability to fly and adapt to low-oxygen environments, allowing one to traverse the Red Line from other directions. As a naval officer, Wilton naturally chose the second path, one that promised safety and minimal risk. By the time he arrived at the G8 branch, dusk had already fallen. Along the way, he had encountered several pirate crews, none of whom managed to escape the clutches of Wilton. Some perished, while others found themselves imprisoned beneath the warship. Before him stood the familiar branch, its high walls and formidable artillery presenting a veritable fortress of steel, patrolled by vigilant marines. These men had all been tempered by the fires of battle, their spirits and appearances far surpassing those of the ordinary. Admiral Wilton had returned. Admiral Wilton, Lord Wilton. Wherever he went, many Marines greeted him with fervent salutes, their eyes reflecting a mixture of zeal and respect. Throughout the G8 branch, it was well known that Wilton was a fierce warrior. Over the past 4 years, during every engagement with pirates, he had not only led the charge, but also rescued numerous Marines. It could be said that Wilton had become a beacon and a standard for the G8 branch. Whenever battle loomed, all eyes turned to him. His presence alone bolstered morale, elevating combat effectiveness to heights never before seen. A true man of valor, Wilton raised the dumbbells in greeting and, with practiced ease, made his way to the office of the Supreme Commander of the branch. "General," he announced, "I have returned," as he kicked the door open with a decisive motion. As Wilton entered the office, the first sight that greeted him was a Dalmatian, maintaining a humanoid form, clad in an orange suit and draped in a coat of justice. This man commanded his utmost respect, having been a significant source of assistance over the past 5 years. "Haha, Wilton, you've certainly made quite an impression this time. You should have seen the dismal expressions on the faces of the mole and the phantom spider. You did not disappoint me. From now on, we stand on equal footing." Dalmatia chuckled heartily and approached Wilton with a warm pat on his shoulder, which only heightened Wilton's joy. Within the Navy, he was the most commendable of those Dalmatia had nurtured, achieving the rank of Rear Admiral in a mere 5 years, a remarkably swift ascent. Moreover, his accomplishments were beyond reproach, all earned through genuine effort and merit. Attaining the status of Rear Admiral in the headquarters often led to one of 2 paths, ascending to the ranks of Admiral or Marshal, though the latter was notoriously challenging. Many Rear Admirals spent their entire careers in that very position, either mentoring subordinates or entering naval academies, much like teachers' effort, to cultivate the future of the Navy and continue to illuminate the path of justice. That evening, Wilton and Dalmatia indulged in a hearty feast, for they were soon to part ways. Wilton returned to the G8 branch a mere 10 days ago. Dalmatia departed on the very next day, leaving in haste and urgency. He has been reassigned to another branch in the New World. In this realm, only a vice admiral possesses the authority to guard a branch or fortress. And due to the emergence of the 4 emperors, the naval branches stationed in the New World have faced frequent assaults in recent years. Consequently, their numbers have dwindled significantly, indicating a precarious situation for the Navy. Wilton is indeed a unique case, perhaps due to his illustrious record. The naval headquarters deemed him capable of guarding a branch in the New World. Even so, he was assigned to the G8 branch, a location with which he is quite familiar, rather than being thrust into an unfamiliar station. This decision reflects the careful consideration of the naval headquarters. Typically, other newly appointed vice admirals are first dispatched to fortresses in the initial segment of the Grand Line to gain experience and prove their mettle before being entrusted with the defense of a branch in the New World. It can be said that there exists a disparity in strength among the vice admirals within the naval headquarters. Veteran vice admirals like Gecko Moria, Dalmatia, Weasel, and Flame Mountain possess combat capabilities and experience that far surpass those of their counterparts, which is why they serve as the mainstay in guarding the branches of the New World. Those vice admirals with lesser combat prowess tend to linger in the initial segment of the Grand Line, only being considered for New World assignments upon further enhancement of their abilities. Today, a military vessel has arrived at the port, from which disembarks a contingent of approximately 30 Marines, led by a brigadier general. This brigadier general is tall and robust, with well-defined muscles and deep golden hair tied back in a ponytail, revealing a prominent forehead and chin. He dons a dark red uniform beneath a long coat emblazoned with the word justice. At first glance, he may appear to be an inconspicuous figure. Yet, he has played a pivotal role in the forthcoming Marineford War, having once thwarted Monkey D., Luffy, and even prevented Zephyr from annihilating the world. Although he ultimately fell victim to a single blow after confronting Zephyr head-on. Having engaged in high-stakes battles, his record remains quite impressive. In addition to his mastery of the techniques of shave, moonwalk, and iron body, he possesses the rare dual-color haki, marking him as a remarkably promising Marine. This brigadier general is none other than Gibbon. Suddy had been waiting at the port for quite some time. 3 days prior, orders had been issued indicating that today, generals from other divisions would be rotating in. This rotation involves transferring commanders from one base to another, a regulation established within the naval hierarchy. The objective is straightforward: to prevent nepotism and the formation of cliques, while also fostering the development of commanders and enhancing their experience. In the New World Division, the standard configuration includes 1 vice admiral, 2 rear admirals, 3 brigadier generals, 4 colonels, 5 lieutenant colonels, and 6 majors, among others, totaling approximately 5,000 personnel, inclusive of support staff and private soldiers. This is merely the standard setup. In more perilous or crucial strongholds, the number of commanding officers is typically greater. Generally, the officers rotated into the New World Division are rear admirals. However, due to the presence of 4 jailer beasts under Wilton's command, the naval headquarters decided to lower the standard by 1 brigadier general, alongside an additional special colonel who possesses the powers of a devil fruit user. Dalmatia had taken his entourage when departing from the G8 division, intentionally leaving positions vacant for Wilton to promote his subordinates. This understanding was tacit among them. Consequently, the G8 division currently lacks 2 rear admirals, 5 brigadier generals, and 5 colonels, among other vacancies. Initially, Wilton felt some trepidation, as being the supreme commander necessitates not only formidable military prowess but also the ability to manage numerous administrative duties. While he possessed the capability to handle such affairs, it inevitably encroached upon his training time. In light of this, he couldn't help but feel fortunate to have discovered a gem in Suddy, for she was extraordinarily versatile, exhibiting no apparent limitations, at least none that Wilton had yet uncovered. He found her increasingly agreeable, even accommodating her whims during her episodes. Colonel Suddy, Gibbon nodded politely. Prior to his arrival, he had familiarized himself with the G8 division and was aware that this boldly dressed, somewhat eccentric woman was a subordinate of Vice Admiral Wilton. Originally a captain, she had ascended to the rank of colonel, advancing several levels, while even the 4 jailer beasts had been promoted to majors. As they would soon be colleagues, establishing a good rapport was indeed essential. Brigadier General Gibbon, Vice Admiral Wilton, is on his way back. So let us enjoy a cup of coffee in the office. Suddy instinctively looked up towards the distant sky, if her estimates were correct. This should be the 30th instance of Vice Admiral Wilton engaging in his self-imposed fitness regimen today. Returning? Has Vice Admiral Wilton gone to combat the pirates? Gibbon followed Suddy's gaze and noticed a charming cloud in the sky, resembling a rabbit. He eagerly anticipated meeting General Wilton. When the notification was relayed to General Wilton's command, Gibbon felt a surge of excitement. After all, this was a naval stalwart known for his fearless confrontations with the world's most notorious foes in Rogertown. He had vanquished Crocodile, matched the prowess of Fire Fist Ace, and even repelled the formidable Don Quixote da Flamingo. Each of these feats served to bolster the Navy's reputation. Not only Gibbon but also the accompanying sailors were keen to catch a glimpse of Wilton. However, General Wilton was merely engaged in his usual fitness regimen. Look, he has returned. Suddy shook his head, then suddenly pointed towards the horizon with brightened eyes. The rabbit-shaped cloud Gibbon had noticed earlier was now pierced by a fiery streak, swiftly hurtling towards the desolate western terrain, its long tail trailing behind. Even from such a distance, the sound of the air being torn apart was audible. A tremendous explosion ensued. Gibbon and his companions felt the ground tremble beneath them, followed by a mushroom cloud of dust rising in the distance, soon accompanied by a fierce gust of wind. In contrast, the other sailors at the base were unfazed. After all, this phenomenon had persisted for nearly 9 days, occurring hundreds of times each day. It was worth noting that the area to the west, once a dense mountainous region, had transformed into wasteland within just over a week, with the center now sunken into a basin, all the result of General Wilton's vigorous training. The technique was simple: ascend to an altitude of 10,000 meters and then free fall. While an ordinary person would meet certain death, General Wilton reveled in mocking the incompetence of death itself, relentlessly flirting with danger. It seemed that after this latest expedition, he returned even more unafraid of mortality, challenging his limits on a daily basis. Soon, as Gibbon and the others stood in astonishment, another rumble echoed from the sky, a dark speck quickly becoming discernible before crashing nearby. It had been controlled, resulting in minimal commotion. It was yet another clear day. Have the comrades on rotation arrived? Like a balloon, they awaited the arrival. Wilton emerged from the dust, making a striking entrance that left a profound impact on Gibbon and his companions. At that moment, he appeared quite disheveled, his body battered and bruised, as if he had just endured a life-and-death struggle. He embodied the heroic essence of a man brimming with righteousness. As rumored, his resolute visage, robust physique, and fearless aura exuded a sense of reliability and security. Once the weight of the pressure fruit diminished, General Wilton instinctively received a solemn salute from Gibbon and the others. "You must be Brigadier General Gibbon and Colonel Schuen." Wilton accurately called out the names of Gibbon and his companions, having previously perused the roster. Neither of these individuals can be considered mere peripheral figures. Setting Gibbon aside for the moment, Colonel Schuen is noteworthy. In the original narrative, he succeeded in corrupting Zorro's treasured blade, possessing the powers of the superhuman type, rust fruit. Any object he touches, including the human body, succumbs to rust and decay, which, from a certain perspective, is remarkably formidable. His potential is exceedingly high. It was unexpected that Admiral Wilton was so well informed of our names. The group of sailors grew increasingly agitated. Wilton is able to call out each of their names, indicating that he has taken the time to understand them beforehand. It is quite astonishing. "Everyone, we shall be joining forces to uphold justice for a considerable period ahead. I ask for your kind support." Wilton let out a hearty laugh, exuding an air of warmth and camaraderie. Whether intentional or not, this demeanor proved to be quite advantageous. "It is our honor to stand alongside General Wilton in safeguarding the G8 branch and upholding justice." After greeting Gibbon and the others, Wilton promptly resumed his training, entrusting the arrangements for onboarding to Sadie. Wilton crouched low before leaping into the air with tremendous force, minimizing his weight and ascending like a rocket, swiftly vanishing into the sky and piercing through the clouds. Harnessing the faint upward drafts, he continued to rise. With his reduced weight, he could not only soar with the wind but also sprint across the sea like Brook. It could be said that this vulnerability of the ocean had little effect on him. This was merely the advantage bestowed by the ton-press fruit, which lightened his weight. The increase in weight further convinced Wilton that he had made a worthwhile investment. Compared to his previous fitness regimen, his current passion lay in leaping from great heights, maximizing his weight midair, and utilizing the impact upon landing to cultivate his mastery of iron block and armament hockey. He was also able to develop the tonnage of the ton-press fruit, achieving multiple benefits with a single endeavor. In the short span of half a month since departing from Magic Valley Town to the G8 branch, particularly in the 10 days of relentless training at the G8 branch, his tonnage had astonishingly surged to 50 tons, equivalent to 100,000 G. This rate of strengthening was akin to riding a rocket, yet the cost was steep, requiring him to endure excruciating pain beyond imagination. His audacity to push the limits was greatly aided by the extraordinary ability of his golden finger, Cheng Yaojin. From dawn till dusk, the G8 branch experienced tremors every few minutes. Initially, Gibbon, Schuen, and others were astounded, unable to fathom such an unprecedented training method. However, they quickly transitioned from shock to acceptance, eventually becoming numb and accustomed to it. Their admiration for Wilton grew, affirming his reputation as a stalwart of the Navy. With a training approach as formidable as himself, at an altitude of 1,000 meters, the clouds undulated. Wilton floated amidst the vast expanse of the ocean, gazing down at the shimmering blue waters below. As he contemplated the prospect of plummeting to the depths with a weight of 50 tons, a distant speck emerged on the horizon. It was a pirate ship. Coincidentally, the G8 branch was in need of some foundational repairs, and free labor had arrived. Enveloping his feet with armament hockey, he unleashed a resounding roar that generated a shockwave, propelling him swiftly into the air. It was akin to launching himself forward with the force of a dumbbell. Such extravagance could only be attributed to Wilton. With his weight diminished to near nothingness and the shockwave providing additional thrust, his flight speed was remarkable. The beast pirates? He descended from the heavens, crashing onto the deck. Wilton gazed upon the fluttering pirate flag, unmistakably the emblem of the four Emperor's Beast pirate crew. Surrounding him were Viking pirates clad in armor, adorned with belts, and draped in cloaks of fur and feathers. Who were these individuals? The sudden descent of Wilton instilled a sense of vigilance among the pirates aboard the ship, who instinctively cast their gazes towards the sky. How had this individual appeared? The vest emblazoned with the word justice signified he was a member of the Navy. The Navy? Wasn't the G8 branch nearby? Yet, how could they have arrived from such a distance? There was only one man. He must be eliminated. These weapons cannot be discovered by the Navy. The ruthless pirate captain issued a command for his subordinates to deal with Wilton. In a flurry, bullets rained down upon Wilton. Yet he remained unfazed, striding confidently towards the deck, which was piled high with wooden crates. Some of these crates were open, revealing an arsenal of firearms and ammunition. Good heavens! Were they transporting arms? As bullets ricocheted off them, not a single mark was left upon his skin, with a slight narrowing of his eyes. An overwhelming will enveloped the entire pirate ship, causing all but the captain to collapse, their eyes glazed over in unconsciousness. The captain, drenched in sweat, lay on the ground. His eyes filled with terror as he stared at Wilton. 20 minutes later, at the port of the G8 branch, a lookout lowered his telescope, rubbed his eyes, and resumed scanning the horizon. In his view, a figure was rapidly towing a pirate ship across the sea, evidently heading towards the branch. That figure was none other than Vice Admiral Wilton. Such a violation of logic was utterly absurd. Vice Admiral, what is happening? Moments later, upon receiving the report, Suddy, Gibbon, and Shun arrived at the port. They beheld a pirate ship laden with various firearms and ammunition, and the sight of the fluttering pirate flag rendered their expressions grave. While exercising, they had initially assumed it was merely an ordinary pirate crew, only to realize it was a vessel engaged in the illicit arms trade. Fortuitously, the G8 branch was in need of these weapons. They would be stored and equipped accordingly. Wilton reveled in this unexpected windfall. Firearms, regardless of their location, are a form of hard currency and represent one of the most lucrative industries. General Wilton, this is a vessel belonging to the Beast Pirates, Gibbon cautioned. The Beast Pirates are not an ordinary crew. They are one of the formidable forces among the 4 emperors reigning over the New World. Acting rashly could invite trouble. The 4 emperors? I shall confront them directly. Suddy, descend and interrogate the unconscious pirates. All of them shall be subjected to labor reform, as there are numerous repairs needed within the branch. Wilton possessed a rugged visage, displaying no trepidation upon hearing of the 4 emperors. Rather, his expression was one of unwavering resolve and hostility. He seemed to embody the sentiment that the Beast Pirates would face total annihilation should they dare to approach him. Furthermore, even if these pirate crews did not seek him out, he would actively pursue opportunities to enhance his reputation and strength. His life was destined for glory, not one marked by trepidation. I take great pleasure in interrogation, Suddy exclaimed with palpable excitement, her eyes shimmering as she gazed at the crew of the Beast Pirates. It had been many days since she had engaged in her former profession. In light of recent events, vigilance had been heightened across the board. The term 4 emperors can refer both to the individuals themselves and the formidable powers they wield. These emperors reign over the latter half of the Grand Line, their renown, influence, and prowess rivaling that of Gold Roger, the Pirate King, who dominated the era preceding the Great Pirate Age. The crews of the 4 emperors represent the most formidable factions within this epoch, presenting insurmountable challenges for pirates navigating the Grand Line. Having traversed the first half of the Grand Line and faced the trials of paradise, those who enter the New World must contend with the 4 emperors, presenting them with options of challenge, allegiance, annihilation, or retreat. Hence, the 4 emperors have amassed numerous pirates and their respective crews, a testament to their title as pirate emperors. To ascend to the status of pirate king, one must follow one of 2 paths, either reach the fabled final island and uncover the great treasure left by Roger, known as One Piece, or utterly vanquish the 4 emperors and the majority of pirate crews in the world. The former offers a glimmer of hope, while the latter necessitates unparalleled strength to suppress all opposition and ascend to the pinnacle of power. Even the mighty Roger could not claim victory over all his adversaries. He was recognized as the Pirate King only after reaching the final island, Laugh-Tale, and circumnavigating the globe. Should a day arrive when an individual emerges, wielding absolute might to defeat the 4 emperors and all formidable foes, the title of Pirate King would seem unworthy. And perhaps the titles of World Sovereign or World King would better reflect their status and dominion. As for Onigashima, it serves as the stronghold of Kaido, one of the 4 emperors, located near the islands of Wano, its silhouette reminiscent of a monstrous horned demon. The Navy was courting disaster. I recall that the G8 branch was guarded by that dog, Dalmesia. How dare they raid our arms ship? Within the bizarrely shaped dwelling, a stifling atmosphere permeated the air. A tall, somewhat portly man with long green hair, adorned with a military cap, tore apart the intelligence report in his hands, his expression dark and brooding. This was Sasaki, one of the 6 who had once commanded his own pirate crew in his early years. However, he later joined the Beast Pirates, becoming one of the most formidable members among the 6. He possessed the ancient Zoan-type dragon fruit, granting him the ability to transform into a triceratops. Arrogant and disdainful of lesser subordinates, he was driven by ambition, boldly challenging the prominent figures with aspirations to usurp their positions. Yet, he remained fiercely loyal and respectful to Kaido, enjoying moments of camaraderie over drinks with him. What a fortuitous coincidence! The arms vessel that was seized by Wilton was under the command of his subordinates, a clandestine shipment acquired through the underworld's dealings. The collaborator in this endeavor was none other than the intermediary of the underground world, the Joker, otherwise known as Don Quixote da Flamingo. This marked the first instance of complication since their agreement, particularly as it was the Navy that had confiscated their goods. "My Lord Sasaki," his men exclaimed. "The audacity of the Navy to seize our possessions demonstrates their utter disregard for the Beast Pirates." Indeed, the insignificant Dalmatia had crossed a line. They must eliminate him and obliterate the G8 branch. Within the chamber, Sasaki's subordinates voiced their outrage. They were the Beast Pirates, notorious for their plundering of others. And it was an affront to be robbed themselves. Should they refrain from retaliation, they would inevitably become the subject of ridicule among the other emperors. Such disgrace was intolerable, whether from the governor or the prominent figures. As for Dalmatia, they regarded him, a mere vice-admiral, with utter contempt, so brazen was their arrogance. "Notify the 6 demons. 7 demons, 8 Ts, 9 ninjas, 10 demons, along with 1,000 awaiting warriors, to accompany me in dismantling the G8 branch. I aim to make Dalmatia acutely aware that the possessions of the Beast Pirates are not so easily seized. Sasaki is undeniably formidable. He boldly declares the dismantling of the Navy branch, showing utter disregard for a vice-admiral from the Navy headquarters. His arrogance is palpable. Within the Beast Pirates hierarchy, the structure is as follows: Governor Kaido, the 3 All-Stars, King, Queen, and Jack, along with the 6 strongest members known as the Flying 6. A grand fleet of 3 fully equipped pirate ships set sail from Onigashima, heading directly towards the G8 Navy branch. As one of the Flying 6, Sasaki's authority within the Beast Pirates ranks just below that of the 3 All-Stars and Governor Kaido. It is quite customary for the leaders of the Yonko forces to venture out to sea. Sasaki does not need to report his actions, for aside from the other 3 Yonko factions, the Beast Pirates stand unrivaled in the New World. They frequently embark on excursions to seize opportunities. The All-Star Jack, who remains stationed at Onigashima, is aware of Sasaki's departure but pays it little mind. Currently, the arms dealings fall under Sasaki's purview, and he is confident in his ability to retrieve the shipment, thus opting to conceal his mission. As for the other 2 All-Stars and Kaido, the remaining Flying 6 are not present at Onigashima, as the territory of a Yonko is vast. Certain areas require their presence for deterrence, while others are critical battlegrounds that necessitate their involvement, resulting in a certain emptiness at Onigashima. Meanwhile, the G8 branch has heightened its defenses considerably, and the pirates transporting arms are laboring under the supervision of Suddy and the 4 jailer beasts. High above, amidst the clouds, thunder rumbles and ominous dark red lightning dances, an overwhelming aura of supremacy pervading the atmosphere. Wilton is delving into the study of Conqueror's Haki. In the realm of pirates, Conqueror's Haki is the rarest form of Haki. As it cannot be acquired through mere training, it is an innate ability that can only be harnessed. This formidable power is often referred to as the qualifications of a king, allowing its wielder to intimidate, terrify, and even incapacitate foes without the need for physical confrontation. Once mastered, it can be directed at specific individuals within a crowd. The might of Conqueror's Haki can also wreak havoc on objects and suppress adversaries. Those with exceptional prowess can envelop their weapons or attacks with this Haki, thereby enhancing their offensive capabilities, akin to the application of armament Haki. Remarkably, it can inflict tangible harm from a distance without direct contact with the opponent. However, the greatest limitation of Conqueror's Haki lies in its inability to be cultivated for strength. It only strengthens when the spirit of its possessor is elevated. In essence, to enhance this ability, one must engage in numerous battles, clashing with formidable foes of the sea and other masters of Conqueror's Haki. Thus, the next course of action is to challenge those who wield this power, swiftly mastering the art of Haki wrapping. In this regard, Kaido undoubtedly stands as the preeminent instructor. Yet, given Wilton's current capabilities, he fears that he could withstand no more than 3 strikes, contingent upon his recovery, healing techniques, and latent potential for justice. His encounters with Fire Fist Ace and Don Quixote da Flamingo have been evenly matched, relying on unexpected tactics leading to mutual destruction. A repeat of such confrontations may not yield favorable outcomes. Of course, this was prior to consuming the ton-ton fruit, and now his weight has reached 50 tons. By continuing to employ a strategy of mutual demise, he may still maintain an equilibrium in battle. However, the four emperors represent an entirely different paradigm. With danger comes opportunity, and adept maneuvering may lead to substantial rewards. A decision has been made. The focus will be on Kaido. Fortune favors the bold, while the timid face peril. The critical point is that the path has already been set in motion. From the moment he seized that cache of arms, Wilton anticipated the ensuing events. Surely, the beast pirates would seek retribution, perhaps led by the Flying Six, only to be captured or repelled, followed by the appearance of the calamities, culminating in Kaido's grand entrance. It is a well-worn pattern. 3 days later, as dusk approaches, the sky is adorned with swirling crimson clouds, and a resplendent sun lingers on the horizon, casting its waning glow over the world. Yet, this sunset heralds the encroaching darkness. Suddenly, the air is rent by the sound of projectiles slicing through the atmosphere. Hurtling directly towards the G8 naval base's harbor, black cannonballs, ominous and foreboding. At some point, 3 massive pirate ships emerged upon the once calm sea, their artillery erupting in a cacophony of explosive brilliance. Attack. Annihilate the G8 Navy base. The sudden onslaught of pirates triggered the alarm at the branch, instantly awakening the entire establishment like a war machine. On the steel fortress, dark cannon barrels were aimed at the sea, as a multitude of sailors methodically ignited fuses to retaliate. An enemy attack. It was the beast pirates. An opportunity for merit had arrived. A sailor in the lookout tower lowered his telescope, using the fading light of sunset to discern the pirate flag, rather than showing any fear. His face was illuminated with exhilaration. It is well known that among the naval branches in the New World, the sailors of G8 are the most valiant and unafraid of war. For the past 5 years, the fearless leadership of Admiral Wilton has profoundly influenced them all. This was not merely a battle. It was a chance for promotion, bonuses, and accolades. Backed by the branch, they had just seized a shipload of arms from Admiral Wilton, and they were to be utilized entirely. Let them sink to the depths before they even approached the port. They were already within sniper range. Execute indiscriminate sniping. The G8 branch boasted over 6,000 personnel, all mobilized within mere minutes. Even the support staff were armed and ready to seize their opportunity for glory. Such a moment was rare, as typically this privilege was not granted, for only during warfare could one expedite their ascent in rank. At this moment, Kibin, Shuin, Suddy, and others appeared atop the fortress, gazing at the fervent sailors around them, all caught in a whirlwind of excitement, lost in contemplative thought. The sailors moved with remarkable swiftness, as though rehearsed, requiring no directives from superiors. Each individual instinctively found their place, akin to seasoned warriors. In just one exchange, 3 colossal pirate ships were thwarted in the coastal waters, their decks ablaze and filled with the anguished cries and curses of pirates. Lord Sasaki, their firepower is overwhelming. It's an ambush. On one pirate vessel, numerous pirates were attempting to extinguish flames, one of whom, drenched in sweat, set down his telescope. This was not what they had envisioned. Logically, the Navy should have been caught off guard. Humph. I am Matsusaka Sasaki. Let us move in. Sasaki, resolute in his determination, unsheathed his katana and leaped into the air, effortlessly slicing through several incoming cannonballs. Admiral Wilton, with a dumbbell firmly grasped in both hands, diligently worked on his biceps while standing alongside Sadie and others, gazing at the tumultuous sea, which was being mercilessly bombarded. The 3 pirate ships had already ignited in flames, yet they continued to approach the harbor under immense pressure. Whether it was merely an illusion or not, Kibin, Shuin, and Sadie felt that with Wilton's arrival, the sailors appeared even more exhilarated, their eyes glinting with a fierce green light. Brothers, the time has come to fight side by side, to earn promotions and raises, and to uphold justice. Let them approach the shore. We shall strike when they are closer. Wilton's face was etched with frost, his piercing gaze unwaveringly fixed upon the pirate ship Sasaki. Perhaps sensing the scrutiny, Sasaki lifted his gaze towards Wilton. They fought side by side, striving for promotion and the defense of justice. Most of the naval soldiers raised their weapons, shouting in fervor, soon followed by a barrage of fire that enveloped the area as 3 pirate vessels drew near the port. The Navy, having exhausted their ammunition, ceased fire. Kill. Annihilate the Navy. Let them understand the might of the beast pirates. We are one of the four emperors. As the three pirate ships docked, a multitude of pirates leaped onto the docks. The expanse from the port to the stronghold was barren, and the 1,000-strong pirates surged forward like a horde of ferocious beasts, each one a terrifying visage, charging relentlessly towards the fortress. Open fire. As the pirates approached within striking distance, the naval soldiers, unable to contain their anticipation, commenced a new wave of bombardment. The sky erupted with flames and thunderous explosions. Shells and bullets rained down upon the throng. Some were intercepted by pirates before they could draw near, while others successfully felled a few. The scene resembled an ancient siege. Yet these pirates were exceptionally formidable, rendering the simplistic artillery and firearms largely ineffective. You were fortunate, having arrived at the G8 branch only a few days ago. You were already poised to achieve merit. Such opportunities were scarce in the previous 5 to 6 months, as most encounters with pirates were initiated by my own teams. And only by sheer luck did we occasionally cross paths. Wilton stood overlooking the battlefield, speaking without turning. Gibbon and Shun understood that he was addressing them, including Suddy and the 4 beastly jailers. In terms of time, they had only recently arrived at the G8 branch, unlike Wilton, who had spent the majority of the past 5 years stationed there. Who could fathom the difficulties he faced during those years in striving for merit and promotion? Enhancing his reputation? Just because we are in the era of the great pirates does not imply that one can simply set sail and encounter pirates at will. This notion is misguided. The surrounding waters are under naval jurisdiction, and apart from the 4 emperors and a few notorious pirate crews, most pirate factions are reluctant to approach this area or engage in conflict with the Navy, especially not with reckless attacks on branches such as this one. Lord Wilton, the leader of the Beast's pirates, is one of the Flying Six, named Sasaki, a user of the ancient Zoan-type devil fruit that grants him the form of a triceratops. With a bounty of 472 million berries, he belongs to the fishman race, specifically the single horn-nosed fishman. In addition, he is a swordsman, adept in both armament and observation hockey. Accompanying him are 5 formidable combatants, the 6 ghosts, 7 ghosts, 8 T, 9 ninja, and 10 ghosts. The remaining individuals are likely mere spectators. Suddy produced a telescope from somewhere, accurately identifying the primary members of the Beast Pirates amidst the flames and smoke, a target of utmost significance for achieving merit. Wilton shifted his gaze to Suddy, acknowledging the unnerving prowess of this extraordinary woman, a veritable treasure and an invaluable subordinate. She seemed to embody a living archive of knowledge. There was little left to say. Charge with me, for the pursuit of promotion and reward. As the resources dwindled, Wilton raised his dumbbell high and leapt down from the fortress, leading the charge as the first to advance. It was as if a dam had burst. With Wilton's fearless rush, the eager Marines surged forward, regardless of rank. Like a torrential flood, following the valiant General Wilton into battle, the opportunity to earn glory had finally arrived. I've awaited this moment for far too long. Ha ha ha, pirates! Meet your demise. Forward! Slay them. In that instant, the fervent zeal of the Navy instilled a palpable fear in the Beast Pirates, who found themselves swallowing hard, overwhelmed by the sheer intensity of the moment. Each one felt as though they were prey under the gaze of a famished tiger. With anxiety and terror escalating to a fever pitch, they had become the coveted prize. This cadre of Marines was unlike any they had previously encountered. They were unyielding warriors. With their spirits ignited, Gibbon and Shun were swept up in the fervor, joining the fray as Suddy and the 4 beastly jailers barreled through the throngs like unstoppable tanks. Wilton surged forward with unyielding determination. Grasping a dumbbell in his right hand, he swung it down with tremendous force, unleashing a wave of dark, formidable energy that took the shape of the dumbbell, sweeping across the ground with unstoppable momentum. Wherever it struck, no pirate could withstand its might. Their bodies either torn apart or sent flying amidst anguished cries. He refrained from unleashing his conqueror's haki from the outset. Otherwise, a significant portion of these minions would have been vanquished instantly. As a competent leader, one must not only inspire the emotions of their subordinates but also share the accolades. Desiring confrontation, Sasaki, who had been observing Wilton's rampage among the crowd, was consumed by fury. He immediately transformed into his beastly form, becoming a colossal hybrid of man and triceratops. Drawing forth his massive katana, he propelled himself toward Wilton with explosive speed. King against king, soldier against soldier. Wilton also sensed an overwhelming intent to kill. With a maniacal laugh, he slightly bent down, and the ground erupted beneath him, transforming his form into that of a colossal humanoid truck, vanishing from sight. The cannon-wielding dragon and the 50-ton behemoth surged forth, the atmosphere resonating with a thunderous roar. As the two combatants drew near, they leapt into the air simultaneously, colliding like missiles in a cataclysmic impact. Time seemed to slow at that moment. Wilton's right hand, veins bulging with the exertion of 50 tons of force, struck heavily against Sasaki's triangular head, enveloped in the armor of Haki. A deafening explosion erupted, sending a circular shockwave radiating from the two combatants. The formidable and dense surface of Sasaki's head, despite its Haki protection, visibly dented under the impact. A sharp spray of blood erupted from his mouth. Simultaneously, a deep gash appeared on Wilton's right arm, inflicted by Sasaki's sharp horn. A testament to the ferocity of the clash that even iron could not wholly defend against. The ground around them continued to shatter. And after a brief stalemate of several seconds, Sasaki transformed into a blur, rolling and stirring up a cloud of dust, ultimately leaving a wide path before collapsing amidst the foliage of the jungle. Wilton soared through the air, performing several somersaults before crashing to the ground, his feet sinking deeply into the earth and leaving behind two distinct scratches. Tiny droplets of blood, resembling beans, trickled from his wrist, bestowing a unique hue upon the pitch-black dumbbells. The explosive dual axes weighed 50 tons, while the observation Haki spread outward. Wilton soared through the air, traversing a distance of over 1,000 meters, forcefully ascending towards the jungle while relentlessly striking at Sasaki with his head. A gust of wind whirled above him. Sasaki, raising his bloodied visage, was filled with trepidation. He had not anticipated Wilton's immense strength, especially considering he was a wielder of ancient powers. Earlier, he had employed the technique of armament Haki, yet he was still bloodied by his opponent's blows. As the dragon slash approached, evasion was no longer an option. Sasaki gripped his broad katana tightly, desperately channeling his armament Haki as he swung upwards with all his might, while simultaneously, Wilton lifted his dumbbells high and descended with tremendous force. The moment of impact left Sasaki's hands numb, and the forest floor beneath him instantly caved in, forming a web-like pattern as it spread outward. The sheer magnitude of the force was unimaginable. It was impossible. The katana slipped from his grasp, and the dumbbells continued their relentless trajectory, striking Sasaki squarely on the crown of his head. In that instant, the wind ceased. Sasaki's eyes glazed over, and his lower body sank into the earth, a torrent of blood erupting from his mouth and nose. A fierce gale swept through, flattening the surrounding underbrush and trees. As the swirling dust settled, Sasaki, bloodied and disheveled, struggled to rise, gasping for breath as he retrieved his katana from the soil. The naval tough guy, Wilton, appeared somewhat dazed, yet Sasaki's gaze remained fixed upon him. It finally dawned on him why Wilton seemed familiar. After enduring the beating, he recalled that this was the very man who had faced off against the world's most notorious individuals, Don Quixote da Flamingo and Port Gasti, Ace, and had even defeated the warlord Crocodile. He had recently seen news coverage about him. It was unexpected to encounter him here. Clearly, the G8 branch had been entrusted to this formidable figure. It appeared that my reputation still held some weight. Wilton twisted his neck, stepping forward with his right foot into an aggressive stance. A malevolent expression etched upon his resolute face. If it were that dog from Dalmatia, I might have held some reservations, but you, a mere newly promoted general, dare to seize the possessions of our beast pirates? You are truly courting death. Sasaki gripped his katana, his bloody visage radiating an aura of lethal intent. A torrent of dirt and stones erupted around them. As a single leaf drifted down, both Sasaki and Wilton sprang into action, akin to two tanks rampaging through the wilderness. Sparks flew as the dumbbell and the katana clashed violently, the center exploding with brilliance, a tempest emanating from their duel. Sasaki's pupils constricted as he staggered back a step. At that moment, Wilton, wielding the dumbbell with his left hand, executed a cunning uppercut. It must be said that Sasaki reacted swiftly, his left hand enveloped in Haki, forcefully sweeping down to block the strike, yet he could distinctly feel the pain radiating from his arm at the moment of impact. Such formidable strength, such overwhelming power. Bones must have been shattered. Before Sasaki could catch his breath, the air compressed violently as Wilton pivoted, his foot enveloped in Haki, his entire body maintaining a state of iron-like resilience, delivering a powerful kick towards Sasaki's rotund midsection. In a split second, Sasaki raised his knee to counter, but his expression stiffened once more. Damn it. What kind of force is this? For 172 million berries, it seems there is quite a bit of exaggeration. Wilton's lips curled into a smile. Even the AK could not suppress his exhilaration. With a thunderous force, he pivoted and delivered a powerful kick, striking Sasaki squarely in the abdomen. Blood erupted from Sasaki's mouth, his face contorted in agony. An explosive shockwave surged from his back, transforming into a projectile that shattered trees. Vanishing deep into the jungle, Wilton waited for a moment, and soon a thunderous roar erupted from the tumultuous jungle. There appeared Sasaki, transformed into his full beast form, charging forth as a colossal triceratops, ready to wreak havoc. Should one be struck by this force, it would undoubtedly result in 3 gaping wounds, leaving the victim utterly incapacitated, both in body and spirit. The ferocity of this prehistoric titan was magnificently displayed by Sasaki. Wilton had no intention of dodging, with both hands gripping the dumbbells aloft. His eyes radiated an aura of dominance and madness. Navy, perish! The cannon-headed dragon, witnessing Wilton's unwavering stance, roared as it accelerated its speed. In an instant, the ground trembled and the air exploded with pressure. In its eyes, Wilton had been reduced to mere fragments. A mass of iron. A blast of twin axes weighing 50 tons. Wilton's chest heaved once more, and it seemed as if his entire being had transformed, acquiring sharp, angular features. The color of his armament resembled flames, enveloping him in a dark azure hue. A trail of sparks danced around him as he moved with electric speed. Sasaki collided heavily with Wilton's chest, while simultaneously, Wilton's raised dumbbells came crashing down upon Sasaki's head. In an instant, both Wilton and Sasaki rolled their eyes back, blood gushing from their mouths and noses, revealing cracks in Sasaki's hardened skull through the surface. Wilton's sturdy chest bore 3 gaping wounds. Addressing him as Iron Block Brother would not be an exaggeration. A tempest swept through, causing the very ground to sink beneath them, followed by a thick shroud of dust. When all settled, the two remained locked in their collision stance. The soil beneath their feet, long deprived of sunlight, had been stained crimson with blood. At last, Wilton made the first move, stepping back 2 paces while gripping the dumbbells. In that instant, Sasaki, who had been struck, collapsed to the ground on all 4s. The black blood seeping from his mouth and nose indicated that this time, Sasaki had sustained severe injuries, his mind was clouded, and his consciousness was shrouded in confusion. It was truly barbaric. Wilton gazed at his chest, where 3 sanguine wounds were oozing blood, yet none had penetrated deeply. The dual defense of iron plating augmented by haki remained as formidable as ever. With the pressure of the tonkatsu fruit and the safety net provided by his golden finger, his self-destructive combat style would only grow more ferocious. The line between victory and demise was but a fleeting thought. True combat need not be adorned with elaborate theatrics. It is simply a matter of offense and defense, gauging who falters first, rather than languishing in battle for days on end. A few decisive moves would suffice, brutal yet exhilarating, leaving ample time for relaxation and indulgence. He glanced down at Sasaki, who had reverted from full beast transformation and was now ensnared in a haze of confusion, undoubtedly suffering from a severe concussion. His consciousness was muddled and thoughts chaotic. Yet he remained conscious, a testament to his resilient nature. Meanwhile, the tumult of gunfire and chaos still raged on, but the Navy held an undeniable advantage. Their fervent fighting spirit eclipsed that of the beast pirates. Inspired, each soldier faced death without trepidation. The pirates appeared to the Marines as ripe opportunities for promotion and reward. Their numbers vastly inferior. Gibbon and Shuan surged through the battlefield as if unchallenged, with no pirate managing to withstand even 10 strikes, particularly Shuan, who effortlessly caught blades with his bare hands, rendering all weapons that met him rusty and decayed, even flesh and blood. Behind him lay heaps of corroded remnants, both weapons and the fallen. The true power of the rust fruit unveiled itself in full glory. Gibbon, a paragon of physical prowess, executed his techniques with such finesse that pirates fell like wheat before his scythe, either dead or grievously wounded. Notably, his mastery of iron was remarkable. Capable of withstanding a punch from the notorious Blackleg Zifa in the cinematic adaptations, calling him Iron Brother would be no exaggeration. Conversely, Suddy and the 4 beastly guards encountered formidable adversaries, namely 5 savage overlords. Suddy, fond of interrogation, harbored a morbid gleam in her eyes. Her long whip, ensconced in haki, seemed to possess a life of its own as it sliced through the air, pursuing a horned figure resembling a middle-aged man adorned with the character for land upon his forehead. One lash found its target, inevitably resulting in flesh torn and blood spilled. Damnable woman, he spat. As the 6 ghosts evaded their opponent while wielding a wolf-toothed hammer, their bodies were already marred by numerous wounds, and a sense of trepidation towards the woman enveloped him. It seemed as though she was deliberately toying with him. In stark contrast, not far away, the Minotaurs, minus the koala, minus the rhino, and minus the zebra, were reveling in their skirmish against their adversaries, for formidable barbarians. These included the giant-like 7 ghosts and the humanoid, yet imposing 8T. Adorned with twin horns, a bobbed hairstyle, and sporting sunglasses, standing a towering 6,680 centimeters. The remaining 9 ninjas and 10 ghosts were equally grotesque, towering giants. It was evident that the barbarians were a unique breed. However, against the 4 prison beasts, even their colossal stature proved inadequate, as they were steadily overwhelmed. The battle was straightforward. Each side exchanged blows in a brutal display of raw savagery. Retreat. A pirate, sensing the dire turn of events, noted the silence from Captain Saki's side. Their 1,000-strong crew had dwindled to merely 1 or 200, struggling to hold their ground. Meanwhile, the Navy maintained its numbers, firmly entrenched in their territory, where specialized medics could be observed continuously evacuating injured sailors for treatment. At first glance, the chaos appeared overwhelming, yet beneath the surface, the Navy operated with remarkable order. Some severely wounded sailors, even as they collapsed, clung tenaciously to a pirate, creating opportunities for their comrades. These fearless sailors were akin to demons, willing to risk everything for promotion and reward. Alas, the 5 barbarians had been defeated. The grim news spread like wildfire. Amidst the wails of despair, all 5 barbarians fell, while Gibbon and Shuang continued their relentless rampage, often fending off multiple sailors at once. They simply could not be overcome. Captain Saki had also succumbed. How could this be? Captain Saki was a wielder of ancient powers. This was the last straw. Wilton emerged from the ravaged jungle, dragging Saki by his green hair like a defeated dog. The captain reduced to his true form, bloodied and convulsing intermittently. This was not the outcome they had envisioned. Fall back. We must report to the Grand Board. Some pirates, faces pale with horror, hastily fled towards the coast, for these sailors were an insurmountable challenge, even more ferocious than themselves. Do not let them escape. Upon witnessing the escape of this band of pirates, the naval soldiers were thrown into a frenzy, regardless of their injuries. They relentlessly fired their weapons or brandished their sabers in pursuit, determined to capture at least one, for each was worth their weight in gold. It was common knowledge throughout the G8 branch that when General Wilton was a mere rear admiral, any naval soldier accompanying him on missions against pirates would return with not only heightened salaries, but also the promise of promotion, even if it did not materialize immediately. Those who displayed valor and sacrifice were rewarded with tenfold compensation, while the severely injured received 5 times the recompense, with rewards and penalties meticulously recorded. Presently, the entire G8 branch was adhering to this protocol. Suddenly, a thunderous clap reverberated through the air. An overwhelming, sovereign will surge forth, akin to an invisible tsunami, sweeping over the fleeing pirates with cataclysmic force. The atmosphere fell eerily silent as every pirate, without exception, succumbed, their eyes rolling back as they lost consciousness and collapsed to the ground. The conqueror's haki was employed to swiftly eliminate the lesser foes, with pinpoint accuracy. The naval soldiers were left in astonishment, for in their eyes, the fleeing pirates had simply fallen one by one. Wilton has adeptly mastered the conqueror's haki, and not a single marine present was affected. One cannot help but marvel at Wilton's rapid growth. All personnel are to be detained as per usual protocol. Achievements must be documented, the injured should receive prompt medical attention, and the families of fallen heroes shall be compensated with tenfold remuneration. Colonel Suddy is to ensure that all arrangements are meticulously made. Such methods of garnering loyalty are familiar to any time traveler. From now on, it will be necessary to occasionally refresh their resolve. With the vastness of the skies and the remoteness of the Emperor, he has ascended to the position of the highest official of G8, allowing him to gradually cultivate his loyal subordinates. Previously, due to the presence of Dalmatia, many plans were hindered. However, the circumstances have now changed. Before this, my Lord Wilton, without allowing Suddy to finish his sentence, Wilton skillfully delivered a swift blow, sending Suddy spiraling through the air, a rather unnerving satisfaction etched across his face. The gathered Marines were unfazed by this spectacle, initially bewildered. They eventually grew desensitized to such occurrences. The significant impact of the return to the city skills is evident at the Navy headquarters. In the brightly lit office of the Admiral at the Marineford headquarters, Kuro was taken aback by the urgency of the situation. She had been preparing to retire for the evening when Sengoku summoned her to the office, hinting at an emergency. The G8 branch has been attacked, presenting a bit of a dilemma. Sengoku's expression bore an air of apology as he handed Kuro a document. Taking a seat on the nearby sofa, she began to review the contents. Inside were a casualty report, a commendation report, and a report detailing the circumstances of the incident. After 5 minutes of contemplation, Kuro furrowed her brow in deep thought, while Sengoku remained silent, also pondering the potential ramifications of this event. It was unexpected that Wilton, having just taken over Dalmatia's post at the G8 branch, would encounter such a crisis. When did the Beast Pirates forge a deal with that fellow, Don Quixote da Flamingo? Kuro's expression grew serious. Indeed, this report has been relayed from the G8 branch. Although there are some discrepancies, the essence remains largely undisguised. This was also the reason for your summons. Wilton merely engaged a pirate vessel, unaware that it belonged to the Beast's pirates, which was transporting a shipment of arms. Notably, during the interrogation, it was revealed that the Beast's pirates have been collaborating with the Don Quixote family for some time, engaged in the smuggling of arms and slaves. Sengoku let out a slight grunt. This matter demands our utmost attention. The 7 warlords of the sea are employed by the world government to balance the 4 emperors, maintaining a certain equilibrium in the seas. It is shocking that Doflamingo, as one of the 7 warlords, is colluding with the 4 emperors. The clown, a middleman of the underworld, conceals his true identity from other factions. Do the Marines remain oblivious to this? The alliance between the 7 warlords and the 4 emperors undoubtedly poses a significant threat to the world government. Doflamingo's audacity in this matter can be attributed to his former status as a celestial dragon. I shall report this situation to Mariewa, and the resolution will ultimately depend on the will of the Gorosei, given Doflamingo's unique position. Currently, Wilton has captured Sasaki, and should Kaido receive news of this, he is likely to dispatch a formidable commander or even take matters into his own hands. Sengoku rapped his fingers on the table, acknowledging the complications at hand. If it were merely a commander, Wilton would likely be able to defend the G8 branch, but the prospect of Kaido intervening personally is concerning. Crane nodded in agreement. Wilton has indeed rendered significant service, as the collusion of the 7 warlords with the 4 emperors raises alarm for the world government, making this intelligence crucial. This is precisely why I am contemplating whether to send Pagliusolino, Sakazuki, or Kuzan to the G8 branch. Both Sengoku and Crane hold great trust in Wilton's capabilities. Yet the Flying Six are not to be underestimated, differing greatly from a mere commander. Wilton's ability to defeat the Flying Six does not necessarily equate to being capable of vanquishing the formidable Yonko. At best, the odds may be evenly matched. Furthermore, with the aid of the branch fortress, he can indeed prolong the confrontation. However, the situation dramatically shifts if Kaido himself intervenes. It would be prudent to send Borsalino on a reconnaissance mission. To mitigate any unforeseen circumstances, Crane firmly believes it is wise to dispatch an admiral to the G8 branch. For if Kaido were to engage directly, Wilton would be at a significant disadvantage. Thus, please document this report, ensuring that the necessary funding is allocated, and consider the promotions of certain commanders within the G8 branch. Understood. A few minutes later, Borsalino, stationed at a base somewhere in the first half of the Grand Line, receives a phone call and promptly prepares to journey to the New World at dawn the following day. Simultaneously, the 5 elders in Mariewa are informed of the troubling alliance between Don Quixote da Flamingo and the Beast Pirates, which inevitably incites their ire. After all, the purpose of the 7 warlords is to curb the ever-increasing threat of piracy across the seas, with a primary focus on the Yonko. Doflamingo's actions are clearly an affront to the world government. While it may have gone unnoticed, should it come to light, the world government would undoubtedly take decisive action. If not for Doflamingo's former status as a celestial dragon, he might have been swiftly stripped of his warlord title and pursued by an admiral. As the sun rises, heralding a new day, the naval soldiers outside the branch begin their morning duties, clearing debris and filling in the sunken ground. The remains of the deceased pirates are respectfully buried. On the walls, Wilton observed the industrious Marines, flexing his biceps while furrowing his brow in contemplation. He pondered that rather than remaining passive, it would be far more advantageous to take the initiative and launch a daring raid on Ghost Island. Not only could he target the Beast Pirates, but also the red-haired, Whitebeard, and Big Mom pirate crews. The audacity of this notion stemmed from his possession of a recall skill. By merely designating the coordinates for the G8 branch, he could return there within 6 seconds, transcending both space and distance. However, this ability bore its own drawbacks. During the 6 seconds of return, he must not be disturbed or even move, lest the process be forcibly interrupted. Additionally, it had a cooldown period of 1 day, and he could not carry anything with him. Returning to the matter at hand, if he were to successfully create chaos within the lairs of the 4 emperors and escape unscathed, it was certain that the headlines the following day would feature him prominently. his reputation would undoubtedly soar, and others would describe him as the most formidable vice admiral of the seas, one who had engaged in combat with the world's most notorious men, clashed with the 7 warlords of the sea, and invaded the strongholds of the 4 emperors, all the while emerging unscathed. Such feats would surely position him as a paragon within the Navy. Yet, there were potential complications. His actions could trigger uncontrollable repercussions. Nevertheless, he had the backing of the Navy headquarters and the world government, both of which he initially intended to exploit. This was an opportune moment to undermine the strength of both factions. Even if he were to face repercussions later, it mattered little. As long as he established himself as a model within the Navy, with a robust reputation and without any acts of betrayal, neither the Navy headquarters nor the world government could easily dispose of him. No matter how one viewed the situation, this opportunity was ripe for the taking. Fortune favored the bold, and with his unique advantage, he had little to fear. As a traveler from another realm, he intended to tread paths untraveled by others. He was determined to achieve a level of renown unprecedented in history. This wave of prestige was assured for him. At that moment, news arrived from Colonel Suddy, instructing him to return to the office, as a new appointment had been communicated from Navy headquarters. Just as Wilton solidified his resolve, a young Marine approached him with a grave expression, rendering a salute before delivering his report. Understood. Additionally, please instruct the kitchen to prepare particularly sumptuous meals today. Everyone worked hard yesterday. Also, ensure that our injured comrades in the hospital are well taken care of. Wilton regained his composure, gently patting the young Marine on the shoulder, imparting his wisdom with remarkable patience. The young Marine's face flushed with admiration for Wilton. Such methods of fostering loyalty were commonplace for Wilton. Even the most insignificant soldier would receive his utmost respect and attention. The teachings passed down through generations are never in vain. Sometimes, even the most casual gesture can inspire unwavering devotion, prompting an individual to sacrifice everything, even their own life. 60. Begin the solo operation, declared Lord Wilton, the Admiral. In the office, Suddy, Kibben, and Shun were already present, alongside several junior officers. However, within the G8 branch, Wilton placed significant emphasis on Suddy, Kibben, and Shun, along with 5 formidable prison guards. It was evident that the pool of reliable subordinates was rather limited, and there was a pressing need to cultivate a cadre of fiercely loyal followers. As a rear admiral, it was entirely reasonable to nurture strong allies, as they would ultimately serve as his foundation for future promotions to admiral and marshal. There was no doubt that Suddy, Kibben, and Shun possessed immense potential. Each was merely a devil fruit away from becoming a powerhouse, along with the insights gained from their experiences with life and death. However, it was essential to observe Kibben and Shun further, as their tenure under his command was still relatively brief, leaving their loyalty uncertain. Once they proved themselves as trusted confidants, it would be possible to procure a potent devil fruit for Kibben, perhaps one of the natural variety. Similarly, Suddy would also require a formidable devil fruit. Please, take your seats. Wilton's dedication to bicep training has become second nature. He immerses himself in practice at every available moment, save for time spent in combat or indulging in meals and slumber. Seated prominently in his chair, a steaming cup of coffee awaits him. Let us discuss the appointments from the naval headquarters. Suddy extracted a document, cleared his throat, and turned to face his eager audience of generals, all of whom were attentively listening. First, I would like to congratulate Brigadier Gibbons on his official promotion to Rear Admiral. It was evident that Gibbons, who had previously exhibited indifference, now bore an expression of exhilaration and joy. He had not anticipated that after merely transitioning to the G8 branch, he would be elevated in rank following a single battle. A rear admiral, no less. Under normal circumstances, such a promotion would be improbable, given the varying degrees of peril associated with warfare, which often dictate the merit of accolades. Unless, Gibbons instinctively raised his gaze to Wilton, who was leisurely savoring his coffee. Your bravery, Rear Admiral Gibbons, has not gone unnoticed, particularly your valiant efforts in vanquishing numerous pirates. Your capabilities and strength undoubtedly qualify you for the rank of Rear Admiral. Wilton discerned the glint in Gibbons' eyes and let out a hearty laugh, indicating that he had orchestrated the affair. Thank you, General Wilton. I shall strive even harder in the future, Gibbon replied, rising to render a military salute, his expression grave. He understood all too well that without Wilton's endorsement, his promotion would have been unattainable. For ascending to the rank of Major General requires not only a significant record of accomplishments but also corresponding capabilities, along with seniority and an understanding of social intricacies. Even for Wilton, who fearlessly led the charge in battle, it took 4 years, coupled with Dalmatia's promotion, to attain the rank of Major General within the headquarters. I have faith in Major General Gaben. Wilton gestured for Gibbons to take a seat, and then Suddy continued to make announcements. Next, congratulations were extended to Colonel Schuen on his promotion to Brigadier General. Like Gibbons, Schuen's face radiated excitement and joy, despite the Maskey War. His eyes conveyed a wealth of emotion. Schuen was no fool. He understood that his elevation was a deliberate act by Wilton. While he had met the requirements through his capabilities, his achievements and experience were insufficient. Brigadier General Schuen, please continue to strive forward. Yes, Schuen replied with a resounding voice. And after he sat down, Suddy resumed his announcements. The third individual to be promoted was myself, also to the rank of Brigadier General. Subsequently, all seated in the Marines from every branch were elevated by 1 rank. That day, the entire G8 branch erupted in cheers. Indeed, following Vice Admiral Wilton promised rewards. And as the branch celebrated, Wilton, after giving Suddy a brief instruction, departed. He intended to undertake solo missions to seize the hearts of the 4 emperors while simultaneously boosting his reputation. A fierce wind howled through the atmosphere. At an altitude of 1,000 meters, beneath a cloudless sky, a figure plummeted swiftly, free-falling until reaching the tumultuous sea, where he sprinted with remarkable speed. In the blink of an eye, he became a mere speck, his velocity surpassing even flight. At this pace, it would take 2 days to reach Ghost Island. Fluffy white clouds raced by as Wilton surveyed the nautical chart in his hands, crafted by Suddy. Only Suddy knew the true purpose of Wilton's departure from the G8 branch. With a single leap covering an impressive distance, Wilton stowed the chart and commenced another round of free-falling. Upon reaching the surface of the sea, he felt his weight diminish. And with a swift run, he left behind afterimages, propelling himself like a rocket. The explosive leap combined with the lightening of his physical form enabled Wilton to traverse the ocean at will. The sea posed no threat to him. What did it matter if he couldn't perform a moonwalk? He could already soar, even utilizing his hockey as a propulsion system. Simultaneously, in the interrogation room of Ghost Island, anguish screams filled the air as prisoners endured severe torture or were subjected to relentless torment. Outside the interrogation room, a few pirates awaited. Lord Jean, we have received news that Lord Samuki has been captured by the Navy from the G8 branch, and all those accompanying him have perished. The anguished cries within the interrogation chamber abruptly ceased, followed by a heavy, oppressive footfall emerging from within. A towering figure stepped out, exuding a powerful presence. Enormous black wings unfurled, flames flickering from the back of its head, adorned with a mask and goggles. Clad in a double-breasted black coat that left not an inch of skin exposed. Standing at an imposing height of 6 meters, a colossal katana hung at its waist. This was the notorious captain of the Beast Pirates, one of the 3 calamities, known as Ember, with a bounty of 1.39 billion berries. A Zoan-type user of the dragon fruit, ancient variant, in the form of a toothless pterosaur. He was also a remnant of the Lunaria race, a lineage capable of emitting flames, long thought to have vanished from history. What did you say? Ember's brow furrowed, a hint of disbelief lacing his deep voice. He was aware of Sasaki's assault on the G8 naval base, and knew that the base was guarded by Vice Admiral Dalmisia of the Navy headquarters. Logically, even if Sasaki's attack had failed, a complete rout seemed implausible. My Lord Ember, it's true. Moreover, the Vice Admiral stationed at the G8 base is not Dalmisia, but rather the recently renowned naval powerhouse, Wilton. Navy powerhouse? Ember's expression darkened beneath his mask. He recognized this naval figure, having seen reports in the news recently. If the news was not exaggerated, then this naval powerhouse could indeed prove to be a formidable adversary. The world's most notorious men, including the warlord of the desert, the Night Demon, and Fire Fist Ace, were all no weaklings. What a useless bunch, he muttered. The Navy must have prepared for this eventuality. Ember refrained from acting hastily. Given that Sasaki had been captured, it was reasonable to surmise that the Navy anticipated an attempt to rescue him. And it was likely that the G8 base had already been ensnared in a web of traps. There could even be an admiral lying in wait. It seemed prudent to inform Mr. Kaido. Returning to his office, Ember retrieved a transponder snail from the drawer and dialed. The call connected after just a few rings. Hello? Ember, what is it? Above a desolate, uninhabited island, a shadow plummeted swiftly toward the earth. Mr. Kaido, regarding Sasaki. Is that so? I actually look forward to the Navy's ambush. I shall take care of this matter. The call ended. Accompanied by a resounding roar, Kaido ceased his free fall, vanishing into the clouds. Meanwhile, on the other end, a military vessel was making its way into the New World, heading toward the G8 base. "I am here to cause chaos. Is this Onigashima?" 2 days had been consumed. Wilton floated 500 meters above the ground, barehanded, gazing at the distant, colossal island of Onigashima, which loomed like a specter. This was the stronghold of the beast pirates. Peering down, he observed numerous vessels of the beast pirates anchored or departing in the surrounding waters, the bustling activity rivaling that of affluent islands. In the Wano country arc, Kaido was indeed capable of lifting Onigashima and transporting it to Wano. Such immense power was truly astonishing. Destroy the treasure vault. Wilton's objective is remarkably precise. Upon arriving at the rear of the Ghost Island, one encounters a desolate expanse of rugged mountains, devoid of any members of the beast pirates. Concealing his presence, he swiftly advances towards a location with buildings, where he encounters a number of patrolling pirates, most of whom are clad in Viking attire, adorned with horned helmets, resembling savages. Wilton waited patiently and silently for the opportune moment. After nearly 10 minutes, he cleverly used his conqueror's haki to incapacitate a pirate, subsequently donning the attire of his fallen adversary. With a series of careful maneuvers, he discreetly extended his observation haki, investing significant effort to reach the treasure vault of the beast pirates. Unlike other locations, this place was heavily fortified, with numerous pirates patrolling, including a fair share of brutish enforcers and formidable fighters. Wilton could sense several formidable presences nearby. However, the most powerful one was somewhat distant, likely belonging to a prominent figure. Notably, from a short distance away, there emerged a chorus of female voices, accompanied by various melodies. This was the promenade of the beast pirates, the territory of Black Maria, one of the Flying Six, who is suspected to be a mistress of Kaido. The atmosphere was thick with an unspoken tension. Wilton's eyes narrowed slightly, his domineering will radiating an aura akin to an invisible tsunami, toppling the surrounding pirates. His mastery of the conqueror's haki had grown increasingly adept. Observing the unconscious pirates strewn about, Wilton approached the entrance to the treasury with ease, effortlessly pushing the heavy door open. This was the heart of the beast pirates' territory. It was unlikely anyone would anticipate a theft occurring, particularly without alarming anyone. Consequently, they had grown complacent. Meanwhile, a raucous banquet continued in full swing, with the pirates blissfully unaware of any impending threat. Only a lunatic or one seeking a swift demise would dare assault Onigashima. This reflected the confidence and assurance of a Yonko's power. As the towering 10-meter door creaked open, the anticipated darkness was absent, illuminated by the flames of torches and numerous braziers. An array of weapons, armor, golden treasures, and ammunition lay before Wilton, haphazardly piled yet somewhat categorized. Truly, a display of immense wealth. Wilton exclaimed, "This is a treasure trove of immense value." Merely the mound of gold and silver could sustain the entire naval headquarters' expenses for a year, not to mention the various munitions and the numerous crates filled with berries. Truly, they are the 4 emperors. It appears they have been discovered. Wilton stepped into the treasure vault, instinctively glancing upwards towards the beams overhead. In stark contrast to the immaculate floor below, the rafters were ensnared with an abundance of cobwebs, home to a myriad of spiders that appeared rather unsettling. A palpable sensation of being watched enveloped him. Simultaneously, in the brightly lit corridor not far from the vault, within a spacious room adorned with exquisite decor, a graceful figure stood with her back to the door, seemingly engaged in personal grooming. Yet, in an instant, she whirled around to face Wilton's direction. A gentle breeze swept through, causing the reflection in the mirror to vanish. It became evident that the treasure vault was not devoid of guardians. Rather, it was replete with watchful eyes, such as those eerie spiders on the beams, and even hidden surveillance devices lurking in obscure corners. Wilton paid little heed, for he had come merely to stir trouble. The louder, the better. His speed was remarkable. At an unknown moment, a dense fog suddenly enveloped the treasure vault. An eerie phenomenon that he did not seek to impede. Rather, he waited with intention. Without warning, amidst the obscuring mist, a web of spider silk descended upon Wilton. Yet he effortlessly evaded it. "Who are you?" came a sultry voice from above, and though the speaker remained unseen, an image of a voluptuous woman, exuding a charm absent in youth, materialized in Wilton's mind. She possessed a figure that seemed to drip with allure. "I am here to cause a ruckus. I trust that Lady Black Maria would not refuse me." As the mist dissipated, a tall and sensuous beauty came into view, captivating and full of charisma. Her long golden hair was styled in an elaborate bun. Her striking green eyes and porcelain skin complemented by a pair of crimson horns atop her head and pearl earrings adorning her ears, while a knife served as a hairpin. She was clad in a black low-cut kimono that accentuated her ample curves and long legs, which could ignite a fervor in any observer, though her stature was somewhat imposing. Estimated to be over 8 meters, Wilton had previously delved into the lore of the beast pirates during his research and study. He recognized this woman as Black Maria, one of the Flying Six, with a bounty of 480 million berries, a user of the ancient zoan-type spider fruit, capable of transforming into the form of the Goliath bird-eating spider. What an audacious man you are, she mused, to intrude upon Onigashima so stealthily. Black Maria tucked her golden bangs behind her ear, her exquisite visage reflecting a sense of leisure. She scrutinized Wilton, increasingly convinced that he resembled someone from her memories. Furthermore, this intruding man exuded a sunny charm, embodying a mature allure. With thick brows and large eyes, a resolute face adorned with a cap. He wore a simple tank top and shorts, revealing muscles defined with sharp angles. His broad chest imparted a sense of reliability. Though his height was somewhat lacking at just over 3 meters. Could you refrain from disturbing me? Just pretend you haven't seen me, or you shall find yourself in a troublesome predicament. Wilton raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, both parties devoid of any hint of hostility, to an outsider. It might have appeared as though they were engaged in a romantic exchange. It was indeed a curious predicament. Black Maria smiled faintly, then casually retrieved 2 ebony, hardened knuckle dusters from her impressive cleavage, donning them with a deliberate slowness that transformed her entire demeanor. I have a fondness for boxing, she declared. I hope you can endure a bit longer, otherwise, I shall be rather disappointed. No sooner had she spoken than Black Maria materialized before Wilton. Her expression twisted into one of fierce savagery, entirely stripped of the earlier charm and delicacy. The rapid shift in atmosphere caused Wilton to narrow his eyes. Suddenly, a violent tempest swept through the treasure chamber as Black Maria, armed with her knuckle dusters, unleashed a powerful strike that connected squarely with Wilton's cheek. A flurry of sparks erupted from the impact. The once cruel visage of Black Maria momentarily faltered, her senses overwhelmed by the unexpected hardness emanating from her opponent. What was amiss? Was this man's face fashioned from diamond? It was both solid and formidable. I must reiterate, she continued, I typically engage in battles of mutual destruction, and I consider myself an unwavering advocate for gender equality. A block of iron. A pair of explosive axes. 60 tons. Wilton tilted his head slightly, his upper body remaining remarkably still while the ground beneath him cracked, a testament to his solid foundation. With a formidable strike, he unleashed a devastating blow, reminiscent of a royal flush accompanied by 4 twos. Perhaps it was merely a preliminary assault. Black Maria intended to gauge his strength, refraining from employing her devil fruit abilities or even coating herself in hockey. Yet, the force behind her strike was still considerable for an ordinary individual. For Wilton, however, it was akin to a mirage. He discerned that his opponent did not regard him as a threat. In an instant, as Black Maria's attack connected, Wilton retaliated. An unwavering egalitarian, he exerted his utmost against any adversary, regardless of their nature. With a powerful blow, he unleashed his full might. Combat is a sacred endeavor, deserving of the utmost respect from both parties. With relentless vigor, Wilton's right arm swelled, veins and muscles bulging as if straining against the air. Time seemed to decelerate. Black Maria's golden hair billowed wildly, her facial muscles rippling with tension. Each hair on her body stood on end, and her pupils constricted in horror and dread. This was dire. There was no time to evade. Her opponent had anticipated her counterattack with uncanny precision, as if waiting for her to strike. A direct hit could prove fatal. As a Zoan-type devil fruit user, she possessed a keen awareness of peril. Yet the power behind Wilton's punch felt like a mountain descending upon her. She had underestimated him. A chilling crack echoed, the sound of bone fracturing resonating through the air as his fist collided with her face. The impact was so severe that Black Maria's features contorted grotesquely, her facial structure fracturing and collapsing under the force. Blood erupted from her orifices, and her head spun like a top, propelling her upper body with it. In an instant, Black Maria transformed into a streak of light, sending buildings crashing in her wake, debris scattering as dust billowed forth, engulfing the area where a banquet was being held. Chaos ensued, with frantic cries and harsh exclamations filling the air. You were warned that this would be troublesome. Wilton exhaled the heat from his clenched fist. Lady Maria, we are under attack. At that moment, as the dust settled in the banquet hall, a ghastly sight emerged before the multitude of pirates. A disheveled and bloodied Lady Maria, her teeth missing and her tattered clothing clinging to her unconscious form amidst the ruins. The direction was towards the treasure vault. Lady Maria, awaken. Someone cried out. Who did this? She is the mistress of my imagination. Chaos rapidly engulfed the entire Ghost Island as numerous pirates wailed in despair, only to seize their weapons and charge toward the treasure vault. In no time, a flurry of black and red sparks erupted around the treasure vault, radiating an overwhelming aura of dominance that blanketed the area. Every pirate filled with murderous intent collapsed to the ground, rendered unconscious. Conqueror's Haki? Who could it be? Not far away, a figure soared from the office, transforming into a toothless dragon that cleaved through the sky, swiftly heading toward the center of the ominous black and red lightning. Could it be a Conqueror's Haki user invading Ghost Island? Is it one of the four emperors? No, they are not that formidable. Jin's expression darkened. How dare someone intrude upon Ghost Island, showing such blatant disregard for the beast pirates? Or perhaps they were aware that Kaido and the other calamities, the Flying Six, were absent, seizing the opportunity presented by Ghost Island's vulnerabilities? Before Jin could approach, from amidst the all-consuming black and red lightning, a brilliant column of multicolored light descended from the heavens, creating a spectacle that bridged the earth and sky. Aha! Flame Calamity Jin, you are too late. We shall meet again. Rear Admiral Wilton pays a visit. Within the miraculous light, Wilton had already spotted Jin rushing toward him with the sound of sonic booms. From all directions, numerous pirates were converging, including the Flying Six. Rear Admiral Wilton? That formidable marine? Wilton's resounding voice reverberated throughout the arena, as the approaching members of the Beast's pirates caught sight of him beneath the radiant beam. Some pirates even produced a newspaper, featuring a striking photograph of Wilton himself. Leave him to me. Jin seethed with fury. How could Onigashima be invaded by a solitary marine? If word of this spread, it would be a tremendous blow to the reputation of the Beast's pirates. With his pride affronted, Jin arched his upper body backward in a dramatic C shape, resembling a slingshot drawn to its utmost limit. His enormous beak, enveloped in a dense coating of haki, launched toward Wilton in an instant. The brilliance of the midday sun erupted forth, as the air was torn asunder, creating an unparalleled shockwave that obliterated everything in its path. Within the luminous beam, Wilton remained unperturbed, seemingly indifferent to Jin's ferocious onslaught. 3, 2, 1. Time's up. In an instant, Wilton vanished into thin air, followed by a tremendous explosion that erupted skyward. Numerous nearby pirates were hurled away, spewing blood in the aftermath. When the chaos subsided, all that remained was a vast crater, a testament to the sheer terror of Jin's strike. As he reverted to his human form and landed on the ground, flames crackled ominously behind him. Yet his masked visage bore a grim countenance, fixated on the gaping void before him. What had transpired in that fleeting moment? How had the adversary accomplished such a feat? Lord Jin. A cacophony of laughter erupted. The enemy has been thoroughly obliterated by Lord Jin's attack. Some pirates, still oblivious to the gravity of the situation, naively believed their foe had been reduced to mere fragments. They had allowed their opponent to escape. Among the crowd, a man clad in a crimson suit and trousers, adorned with a matching red mask and helmet, materialized beside Jin, both gazing into the steam-laden chasm. While the lesser pirates remained unaware, he sensed the undercurrents of danger. It was Fuzzver, one of the most formidable members of the Flying Six, a Zoan-type devil fruit user capable of transforming into a saber-toothed tiger. His bounty stood at 546 million berries. How had he infiltrated the treasure vault, and why had no one noticed in advance? Jin seethed with rage, his voice imbued with lethal intent. The Navy's tough guy? He took note of this. Indeed, there was a measure of strength. It was no wonder he could contend with the world's most notorious men, including the two warlords of the sea, Fire Fist Ace. Fuzzver appeared oblivious to Jin's mounting frustration, casually stroking his chin as he mused aloud. Not long ago, he had dismissed the news regarding the Navy's tough guy. Yet here he was, face to face with him, on Onigashima no less. Such audacity was remarkable, an individual daring to assault the stronghold of a Yonko and manage to escape. It was evident what would unfold next. Yet, such actions would undoubtedly provoke the wrath of Mr. Kaido. Could the opponent withstand the fury of a Yonko? Jin. I just returned to Onigashima and heard about that fool Sasaki attacking the G8 Navy base, resulting in his complete annihilation. You need not gloat, Mr. Kaido is already handling the situation personally. Jin cast a sidelong glance at Fuzz F, where the law of the jungle prevails within the beast pirates, dictating that the strong dominate the weak. Thus, harmony is absent among the Flying Six, as it is among the prominent figures. He harbored a persistent feeling of an impending conspiracy in the G8 branch. Amidst the rugged mountains of the rear hills, Wilton appeared completely bare. Having chosen this location for his return prior to his departure, he had already prepared his clothing in advance. However, the drawbacks of the return skill were numerous. It had a cooldown period of a day, could only be activated unilaterally, and during the process, one remained immobile and impervious to interference. Most critically, one could not carry any belongings. He was left without even a shred of modesty, which caused him a sense of embarrassment as he realized that while he had arrived, others had not. Major Wilton. Major Wilton. On the playground, Wilton descended like a celestial being, yet his presence elicited little more than a casual greeting from the trained Marines, who promptly returned to their drills. Shortly after returning to the office, Suddy entered bearing a cup of coffee. "Lord Wilton," she said, her voice imbued with a mixture of anticipation and enchantment. Wilton, unfazed, delivered a swift slap, which seemed to satisfy her. An hour later, an intelligence report regarding Wilton's tumultuous encounter at Onigashima appeared before Sengoku. How had Wilton accomplished this? Tsuru, having perused the document, revealed a glimmer of astonishment and disbelief in her wise eyes. After all, this was the stronghold of Kaido. The pivotal question remained, when had Wilton ventured there? He had not only triumphed over Black Maria, but had even confronted the formidable Yamato, returning to the G8 branch unscathed, a feat that astonished her. This was indeed remarkable. The timelines did not align. I too was taken aback. Thus far, no vice admiral had managed to infiltrate the fortress of the Four Emperors and escape unscathed. Not even you or I could achieve such a feat. Sengoku's expression grew grave. Upon receiving this report, he too felt a tremor of shock. After all, individuals capable of such exploits were exceedingly rare upon the seas. It appeared that Wilton possessed the powers of a devil fruit. Tsuru pondered. Aside from the abilities granted by the devil fruit, she could fathom no other explanation. Even so, the risks were immense. She then inquired of Sengoku how he intended to handle this matter. Should it be concealed? No, I plan to make it public, he replied, aiming to strike a blow against the arrogance of the Four Emperors. Sengoku shook his head, tapping his desk with one hand, clearly having contemplated the issue. The Navy not only needed to announce this development, but to amplify its impact as much as possible, given Wilton's rank as a vice admiral. This would not only undermine the pirates' arrogance but also enhance the Navy's prestige. As for the potential retaliation from the beast pirates, Kizaru had already proceeded to the G8 branch. Besides, why should the Navy fear pirates? At times, the Navy must flex its muscles to remind other factions who truly reign supreme. I will handle this matter, he declared. Tsuru nodded in agreement, recognizing the benefits of publicizing this event for both Wilton and the Navy. The potential repercussions for the beast pirates were not within their purview of concern. Additionally, Wilton once again awakened her senses. After Crane departed from the office, Sengoku tossed the intelligence report towards the corner where the goat rested, a smile gracing his face. Perhaps he ought to pay more heed to General Wilton. After all, talent is a rare commodity in any realm, and given the potential and future value Wilton has displayed, she deserves some special consideration. Soon, under the Navy's orchestration, a piece of news spread across the seas the following day, akin to a stone creating ripples in a pond. All factions and figures upon the ocean were left astounded. Is this true? It surely cannot be false. It is said there are even some video clips. What is the Navy attempting? It is utterly astonishing that they dared to single-handedly invade the stronghold of one of the Four Emperors and managed to escape unscathed. Inevitably, the news of the Navy's bold incursion into the lair of the beast's pirates became a trending topic, with many unable to believe their ears. For we are speaking of the Four Emperors. Since the equilibrium among the Four Emperors, the Seven Warlords of the Sea, and the Navy has been established, no one has exhibited such reckless valor. The salient fact that the Navy's stalwart caused such chaos yet remained unscathed, what does that signify? Does it imply that the beast's pirates are powerless against them? In Dressrosa, atop the royal plateau, Doflamingo gazed at the news report, his laughter bordering on the grotesque, his proud visage darkening as if he had consumed something foul. How could this be? It is inconceivable. With that individual's strength, it is impossible they could have wreaked havoc on Onigashima and still escaped. How peculiar, truly perplexing. He is well aware of Kaido and the formidable powers that lie within. Doflamingo. We have underestimated this Navy. We have recently come under the watchful eye of CP0. Also due to the Navy's capture of our vessel during our dealings with the beast pirates, which revealed our collaboration with them, said Treble, his expression grim. Their recent circumstances have not been favorable, as the world government has set their sights upon them, and the situation is dire. Fortunately, they received early warnings and managed to eliminate some loose ends. Otherwise, CP0 might have unearthed evidence. which could lead to Doflamingo being stripped of his title as a warlord of the sea. In that case, the Don Quixote family would once again find themselves on the wanted list. Curse be it. Veins pulsing in his neck, Doflamingo crumpled the newspaper in his grip, exuding a palpable aura of menace. He had been severely undermined this time, resulting in a significant portion of his underworld dealings coming to a standstill. In just a few days, he had incurred losses exceeding 100 billion berries. Moreover, he must devote all his energy to the world government's investigation. Were it not for his celestial dragon status, he might have already been forcibly implicated, nearly causing his years of efforts to unravel. What then? Does the Navy intend to accomplish? Doflamingo soon regained his composure, furrowing his brow as he spread the newspaper flat once more, contemplating the news inscribed upon it. First, Crocodile had been eliminated, followed by the Navy's audacious provocation of himself. Moreover, in Alabasta, they had clashed with Whitebeard's 2nd Division commander, Port St. Ace, and now, with the absurd invasion of Ghost Island. Could it be that the Navy intended to take action against the 7 warlords and the 4 emperors? No, that could not be the case. The individuals at Mariewa sought equilibrium. Only through balance could the interests and dominion of the world government be maintained. On this day, Doflamingo felt a profound headache, as if a conspiracy loomed in the shadows. Simultaneously, other factions were engaged in analysis. Common forces and pirates believed this was merely news, exclaiming in astonishment that the Navy was on the rise, heralding the birth of a 2nd naval hero, dismissing the 4 emperors as inconsequential. Yet, certain factions pondered the deeper implications of this report, even delving into other news concerning Wilton. In essence, they speculated whether the world government and the Navy aimed to disrupt the existing balance, seeking to eliminate one of the 4 emperors or a warlord. Or perhaps all of them. This matter should not be underestimated. As the most legitimate force upon the seas, every action they took reverberated across the entire landscape, leaving no room for complacency among their adversaries. After all, they were all walking a tightrope, with a fall leading straight to hell. Unbeknownst to them, this was merely the Navy's hardliner acting independently, while Sengoku, with unknown motives, was merely riding the wave. As the fleet admiral, Sengoku harbored ambitions of his own, desiring to etch his name into the annals of history, occupying such an awkward position as fleet admiral. His dreams of manifesting justice and eradicating all who defied government orders were fraught with difficulty. Under this principle, both pirates and revolutionaries were deemed necessary targets for elimination. Wilton, holding 3 opportunities for rescue. The advantage is mine. When will you make your grand entrance at Ghost Island? In the G8 branch office, Generals Kibben, Shun, Suddy, and others had gathered, each clutching a copy of the newspaper. Their faces bore expressions of disbelief mixed with admiration as they looked towards Wilton. Who could fathom it? They had awoken to discover their very own vice admiral had taken a leisurely tour around the stronghold of the 4 emperors and returned unscathed. Were it not for the newspaper, they would have assumed he had remained at the branch. Moreover, considering the vast distance between the G8 branch and Ghost Island, how had Vice Admiral Wilton accomplished such a feat? It was a pity they had not participated. This was an invasion of the 4 emperors' headquarters, something one would scarcely dare to dream of undertaking. Outside the office, the sounds of cheers and adoration could be faintly heard. Nearly all the sailors in the branch were now aware of the events. Aha, there will be opportunities in the future. Wilton set down the newspaper, initially believing that the naval headquarters would reprimand him for his dereliction of duty. To his surprise, not only did he receive no warning, but they also cooperated in the dissemination of the news. Jean Gua, acutely aware of his underlying intentions, recognized Wilton's desire for fame, a pursuit that is indeed evident. In truth, everyone who ventures into the world seeks reputation, wealth, power, and companionship. It is not the ambition that is feared, but rather the absence of desire. Otherwise, what purpose is there in this tumultuous existence? Would it not be preferable to fade away quietly in some obscure corner? It is precisely this pursuit of aspiration and desire that compels individuals to risk their lives, thereby attaining privileges that elevate them above others. Who else would dare to sail into the tumult, facing uncertainty? Perhaps Jean Guo perceives these truths, which is why he remains permissive, acknowledging that each person harbors their own thoughts and considerations. Indeed, power reigns supreme. Any scheme is rendered futile in the face of absolute strength. Whether contending with the most formidable foes, vanquishing Crocodile, clashing with Port St. Ace, or repelling Don Quixote Doflamingo, this solitary incursion into Ghost Island serves as a testament to his prowess and potential. Perhaps this is one reason for his leniency. Moreover, He has consistently concealed his true ambitions, portraying himself as a staunch defender of justice, even embodying the unwavering ideals of figures like Akainu. His loyalty to the Navy and the world government is unequivocal, with a combination of strength, potential, loyalty, and political correctness. His degree of freedom and the tolerance of his superiors remain quite substantial. Should he continue to exhibit obedience, unwavering loyalty, and greater value, his tolerance will inevitably escalate, making the aspirations of becoming an admiral or a fleet admiral far from a mere dream. There is even a possibility that, post-Marineford War, he could supplant Akainu. Wilton comprehended the situation with remarkable clarity. Mary Joy's desired admiral is one who embodies unwavering loyalty and obedience, which constitutes the foremost requisite, followed by the possession of formidable strength. What a coincidence! He is quite the actor. In these times, survival is a challenge for all. His ambition to unify the world inevitably renders him an adversary to all, akin to wielding a script for universal annihilation. In this realm, there exist no absolute rights or wrongs, nor any clear-cut notions of justice or malevolence, for the world itself is fundamentally flawed, and the inhabitants within it are no better. He, too, seems afflicted in his own way. In any case, before he has achieved complete maturation, he must employ his intellect. Otherwise, what purpose does it serve to possess such a mind? When the opportune moment arrives, he shall disengage his cerebral faculties, resorting instead to the brute force of his fists, meting out justice in a straightforward and violent manner. Those who refuse to comply shall be eliminated without exception. It matters not whether one is deemed just or wicked. If I declare you guilty, then guilty you are, and should you oppose me, I shall extinguish your existence. Damn it, just a little longer. Everything is for the sake of his own selfish enterprise. He is not merely an ardent advocate for gender equality. He is equally a staunch egoist. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from thousands of meters above, as if something were plummeting swiftly. Originally, Wilton intended to weave dreams for Kibben, Shuan, and others. But he abruptly lifted his gaze toward the ceiling. An overwhelming, ferocious aura of terror enveloped him. "My Lord Wilton, what is amiss?" Sadie and the others followed his gaze, their faces etched with profound bewilderment. What could possibly be so captivating about the ceiling? An enemy beyond imagination had arrived. Wilton's expression was grave, every hair on his body standing on end, not out of fear, but rather from a surge of fervor, just as he had anticipated. The formidable boss of the dungeon had made a personal appearance. What? This aura is immensely powerful. Xiaowen felt a tinge of confusion, but his expression swiftly transformed as others began to sense an overwhelming, primal force. A chill crept down their spines, even before the pressure arrived. It penetrated to their very bones. How could such a terrifying presence exist? The opponent showed no signs of concealment. This battle is one you cannot partake in. There is no need for reckless sacrifice. Your value lies in the future, so go and assist in evacuating the others from the branch. Wilton rose from his chair, grasping a pair of dumbbells, and strode purposefully out of the office, anticipation coursing through him. He had expected that the first arrival would be a grand banner. Yet the overwhelming aura of dominance unmistakably signified the identity of the newcomer. Engaging in combat with such a figure could impart upon him the internal destruction techniques of the armament hockey, akin to the formidable conqueror's hockey of Wayno's flowing cherry blossoms. He was keen to ascertain whether his opponent possessed genuine skills or was merely a figurehead. After all, there was no reason why Monkey D. Luffy could be molded into an exemplary student while he could not. With resolute steps, Wilton emerged and tilted his head to gaze at the pristine clouds above. Meanwhile, leaders such as Shuan, Kibben, and Suddy were swiftly evacuating the Marines, their expressions grave. They had surmised the identity of the impending threat. Otherwise, Vice Admiral Wilton would not have appeared so apprehensive. In contrast, had it been under the command of other vice admirals, the prospect of an assault by one of the four emperors would have incited panic, even terror. Yet, for reasons unknown, the presence of Vice Admiral Wilton instilled a sense of invulnerability, as if they could face a deity without fear, death being the only alternative. Moreover, Admiral Borsalino was en route, a fact known to all Marines of the G8 Division. Their objective was to prepare for the potential onslaught of the beast pirates and escort one of the Flying Six, Sasaki, to impel down. The advantages were undeniably in their favor. The deafening sound of sonic booms drew near, and at some point, the sun vanished, leaving a darkened sky laden with ominous clouds, from which terrifying thunder rolled. With each gust of wind, the once calm sea erupted into tumultuous waves, while Wilton, gazing skyward, began to envision a scene of cataclysmic upheaval. The storm-laden clouds swirled into a vortex, and a fearsome dragon head emerged, followed by the massive azure body revealing itself in its entirety. The beast's roar resonated like thunder, and in a blinding flash of light, the colossal dragon vanished, morphing into a towering figure resembling a demonic deity, crashing heavily to the ground. In an instant, a tremendous shockwave tore through the earth, obliterating all structures within a 100-meter radius. Wilton remained steadfast, his clothes whipping violently in the wind, his obsidian eyes fixated intently on the depths of the swirling dust. This was truly a grave situation. A colossal hand, akin to a fan, grasped the edge of the crater, and with a leap, the monstrous figure stood upon the ground, an overwhelming aura rapidly expanding around it. As the dust settled, before Wilton stood a towering, muscular creature, its long black hair cascading over broad shoulders, adorned with massive horns. Its left arm, bare, was etched with dragon scale tattoos, while its lower half was clad in loose, dark green trousers, and it draped a purple fur coat over its back. Simply standing there, it exuded an aura of invincibility, reminiscent of a primordial beast. It was Kaido of the 100 Beasts, truly, one of the 4 emperors. Vice Admiral Wilton. Having retreated a considerable distance, Yaojin and his companions, along with numerous marines peering through their binoculars, found themselves paralyzed by fear, some collapsing on the ground, utterly unable to move. This was merely an observation from afar. With Lord Wilton present, even the formidable Kaido of the 100 Beasts would not be able to rescue Sasaki. In stark contrast to the terror displayed by others, Suddy fixated on Wilton's silhouette, harboring a blind and inexplicable confidence in him, akin to Wilton's unwavering faith in his own formidable abilities. In her eyes, Wilton appeared as if adorned with a tenfold enhancement, flawless and devoid of any imperfections. Indeed, they had the esteemed Admiral Wilton on their side. Many Marines were drenched in cold sweat, while they did not share Suddy's unyielding faith in Wilton. He undeniably served as their pillar of strength in this dire moment. True to their expectations, Wilton boldly took the lead, striding towards Kaido. Though his 3-meter stature seemed diminutive in the presence of Kaido, his silhouette radiated an extraordinary sense of grandeur and reliability. Wilton halted 3 meters away, lifting his gaze to meet Kaido's. Clutching 3 chances for salvation, the advantage lies with me. He wagered that Kaido could not eliminate him in an instant. 65, Wilton declared. What of it if I am but a jester? You are the formidable Marine Vice Admiral Wilton, are you not? Have you bested Saburo? Only to invade Onigashima while I was absent? Kaido loomed over Wilton, his fierce gaze filled with malice. On his way, he had received another call from Jinth. Could it be that his stronghold had been infiltrated? Yet, what puzzled him was how this individual managed to return so swiftly from Onigashima. It is I. I am prepared for annihilation, so what can you possibly teach me, Kaido? Wilton's resolute countenance radiated both arrogance and anticipation. Engaging with such a formidable adversary promised invaluable insights, regardless of the outcome. This endeavor was indeed worth undertaking. This risk was worth embracing. His erratic movements, akin to those of a capering jester, were driven by a desire for renown and an urgent compulsion to strengthen himself within the briefest span. If he possessed the prowess to dominate, why would he need to scurry about so? Weakness is a transgression. The only path forward is through relentless self-improvement. What does it matter if he is ridiculed? In the future, when he stands atop the world, his words shall be deemed truth. Initially submissive due to his frailty, he will later strike with formidable force, empowered by his strength. Kaido first experienced a moment of astonishment. A mere rear admiral before him displayed unwavering composure, devoid of any trace of fear. His audacity was indeed extraordinary. A man willing to wager his life commands respect, far surpassing the other admirals of the Navy headquarters. Yet, even in the face of death, this was as far as it would go. Such provocation ensured a fatal outcome. Without warning, Kaido unleashed a fist the size of a millstone, accompanied by a sonic boom, akin to a speeding freight truck, aimed squarely at Wilton's head. It was evident that Kaido regarded Wilton with disdain, his attack executed as if crushing an insignificant insect, his gaze betraying utter indifference. Wilton tensed his body, firmly grasping the dumbbells enveloped in a seething armament, his entire being aflame with fervor. Adrenaline surged within him, igniting his senses. The mightiest creature in the world, the renowned Kaido of the sea, possessed a teaching ability rated at. Yet, for Wilton personally, Rayleigh might only merit a. Don Quixote da Flamingo was rated, while Katakuri perhaps reached. He hoped this 5-star instruction would not lead to disappointment, fully prepared for a grievous defeat. ready to end up in a pitiful, clownish state. His fists, the size of grinding stones, collided with the dark-hued dumbbells, the atmosphere around him crackling as a shockwave erupted, resonating with explosive force. The immense power was overwhelming. Wilton furrowed his brow, a flicker of pain crossing his face, the force transmitted through his arms beyond his expectations. The ground beneath him could not withstand the impact. Fracturing repeatedly as he was propelled backward, his feet sinking deep into the earth before he finally came to a halt, having moved over 20 meters. Upon closer inspection, his right arm trembled slightly, while across from him, Kaido's eyes, as large as copper bells, revealed a glimmer of astonishment. Wilton shook off the tingling sensation in his arms, his gaze sharp and piercing like the edge of a sword. "You surpass many other vice admirals by a considerable margin." Kaido twisted his neck, a mocking grin adorning his face, as his thick black hair and beard began to sway. In an instant, an overwhelming and ferocious aura surged forth. Conjuring a tempest, the sky darkened abruptly, and a torrent of crimson-black lightning descended, an undeniable will pressing down upon Wilton from all directions. The atmosphere was majestic and singular in its dominance, infused with the essence of violence and authority. Wilton felt a weight upon his shoulders. Sensing a mountain-like will that caused the corners of his mouth to curve slightly, his gaze unwavering. This conqueror's haki surpassed that of Fire Fist Ace and Don Quixote da Flamingo by a considerable margin. It is only fitting to acknowledge the four emperors, a select few among the pinnacle of the powerful, ready to retaliate. Wilton's eyes widened slightly, embodying an indomitable will that declared, "Let those who align with me thrive, while those who oppose me shall perish," as he boldly surged forward against Kaido. The entire G8 division was engulfed in a suffocating atmosphere, as an endless array of black and crimson sparks radiated outward from the two figures at its center. The chaotic heavens parted, split in two, while waves of domineering intent generated shockwaves that caused nearby marines to collapse, rendered unconscious. "Retreat further," they urged, realizing the gravity of the situation. Is this truly the legendary clash of conquerors haki? To their astonishment, Admiral Wilton possessed the qualities of a king, akin to the formidable warlord. In stark contrast to Sadie and the four-headed prison beast, the faces of Gibbs and Shun paled, internal turmoil rising within them. Their admiral wielded conqueror's haki? This was unfathomable. Such power was said to be possessed by only 1 in a million, a hallmark of the most elite rulers. While Gibbs and Shun were shaken, Kaido, who had previously been indifferent, now regarded Wilton with newfound seriousness. He was taken aback. It was rare for anyone in the Navy to possess conqueror's haki, and those who did were exceedingly rare. He had underestimated this admiral. Although Wilton's haki was still somewhat unrefined, the will and ambition it contained were not inferior to his own, merely lacking in sheer force. "You've sparked my desire to engage." Kaido's tone shifted from disdain to one of considerable respect. With that, he appeared before Wilton in an instant. This time, he came unarmed, yet even without his signature kanabo, his prowess remained unaffected. With a thunderous roar, torrents of lightning cascaded from the sky, entwining around his arms, enveloped in armament haki. Kaido charged directly at Wilton, his fist crackling with the might of thunder, an unstoppable force. 60 tons of sheer power surged forth. Wilton did not evade. Instead, he entered the ironclad mode. His weight maximized. Armed with fervor, he hurled a dumbbell towards the colossal fist approaching him. A thunderous roar erupted. The ground around him exploded, and Wilton let out a muffled groan as he transformed into a streak of light, piercing through the air and vanishing amidst the ruins. Kaido remained motionless, yet behind him, chaos ensued as a torrent of debris and soil surged forth. Cough, 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 amidst the remnants of shattered walls. Wilton rose, his right hand twitching uncontrollably. A pained expression etched upon his resolute face. Is this the might of a true champion? The disparity is staggering, a chasm unfathomable. In contrast to his encounter with Don Quixote da Flamingo, facing Fire Fist Ace is an entirely different realm. They exist on disparate tiers of strength. Yet, this is precisely what he yearns for. Only through immense pressure can he forge his path to improvement. With a thunderous roar, he unleashed the dual axes. Bolstered by the immense weight of the ton-ton fruit, Wilton swiftly ascended, gripping the twin dumbbells, and propelled himself upward from the crater formed beneath his feet. The weight of the world bore down upon him. Wilton, bearing an overwhelming force, struck the air with a resounding roar as he aimed a blow at Kaido. A multitude of black and red lightning surged around him. Kaido raised his right hand, enveloped in haki, and successfully blocked the descending Wilton, a hint of admiration appearing on his fierce visage. Truly, he was the strongest creature. Observing how effortlessly his full-force attack was thwarted, Wilton swiftly pivoted in midair. his right leg compressing the air as he launched a vigorous kick towards Kaido's head. Despite the rapidity of his counterattack, Kaido proved swifter still, raising his left hand to block once more. The cracks in the spider-webbed ground widened anew as the lightning continued to intertwine and clash. Suddenly, Kaido swung his massive hand. Freeing himself from Wilton's grasp, his fist charged with raging electricity, the air trembling with his ferocity. With gritted teeth, he prepared for the ensuing clash. Wilton showed no inclination to evade the strike. He was determined to engage in a life-and-death battle. Only through a fearless and audacious approach could he hope to bridge the vast chasm between them. Otherwise, he would gain no advantage whatsoever. The thunderous clash echoed as the dual axes struck with a resounding force. Wilton spat a mouthful of blood, the once proud and hardened chest now slightly caved in. Kaido had not anticipated that Wilton would withstand the blow. At that very moment, the heavy dumbbells crashed down upon Kaido's head. The sudden and overwhelming force causing him to emit a muffled grunt as he swiftly collapsed to the ground. The earth trembled and was uprooted, while Wilton was propelled backwards, leaving a path of destruction in his wake. Blood gushed forth as Wilton rose from the rubble, his chest ablaze with pain, struggling for breath. The mere punch that embodied the thunderous clash had breached his defenses, igniting his insides with an excruciating fire. Fortunately, his training had fortified his internal resilience. Raising his gaze, he noticed Kaido, emerging from the cracked earth, shaking his head and rubbing his temples, appearing only mildly dazed, but quickly regaining his composure. A sense of dread enveloped Wilton. Is this truly the pinnacle of defense exhibited by the most formidable beings of land, sea, and sky? It surpassed his iron block in absurdity. Should it be deliberately entwined with the color of armament, its hardness would undoubtedly reach terrifying levels. Kid, your dumbbells still lack refinement. A tempestuous wave of energy surged forth as Kaido erupted into laughter, leaning slightly forward before vanishing in an instant, only to reappear before Wilton. Kaido's colossal form did not hinder his speed. He unleashed a thunderous punch, but Wilton stood his ground, responding with a full-powered strike of his own, utilizing the iron block. Armament, in the ton-press fruit, a resounding clash ensued. The sound of metal striking metal echoed, and pain flashed across Wilton's visage as he coughed up blood, transforming into a projectile that shot forth. Before he could even touch the ground, Kaido had already materialized, his massive foot arcing backward, enveloped in swirling black and red lightning. This time, he had imbued it with Conqueror's haki, visibly so. Before that formidable foot even made contact with Wilton, an indescribable, terrifying force enveloped his entire being. The confidence of his iron block crumbled in under 3 seconds, and the armament was forcibly negated. A series of bone-cracking sounds pierced the air as Wilton's body contorted into a C shape, his eyes bulging, blood spewing from his mouth and nose. Propelled Wilton did not anticipate Kaido's eagerness. Even before the battle had truly commenced, he had already unleashed his Conqueror's haki. Indeed, this is the hallmark of a supreme warrior, the ability to launch a tangible assault without direct contact with the adversary, while simultaneously augmenting the lethality of his inherent attacks, is nothing short of extraordinary. When combined with armament haki, it is akin to wielding supernatural powers. It is a testament to his regard for my insignificant existence. Clearly, you possess vast knowledge. Hence, I perceive your Conqueror's haki as akin to that of a fledgling chick. Suddenly, a voice resonated like thunder, causing Wilton's hair to stand on end as Kaido materialized before him, delivering a devastating kick that shattered the air. There was no time to evade. Before Wilton, the formidable Kaido loomed, his right foot still unyielding against Wilton, yet the seismic force was palpably overwhelming. With a resounding crack, his hands unleashed a tremendous blow upon Wilton's chest. Bereft of any means of resistance, Wilton transformed once more into a projectile, tearing through the jungle and carving a wide path until he was halted by the impact against a great mountain. As Wilton struggled to rise anew, Kaido at the end of the path opened his mouth, and a blazing orb of heat began to coalesce and compress. In an instant, a radiant beam of thermal energy erupted, shattering the air and enveloping Wilton with a torrent of black and crimson lightning. With desperation, the newly risen Wilton summoned all his strength to fortify himself with iron-hard will and armament, crossing his hands defensively before him. There was no evasion. He had no choice but to withstand the onslaught. In the distance, Suddy lowered her telescope, her face drained of color, and, disregarding all caution, she yearned to rush forward, only to be firmly restrained by Kibben and the others. To venture forth with their meager strength would be tantamount to courting death. Moreover, Wilton had previously instructed against any reckless sacrifice. Thus, They had no option but to await Admiral Borsellino. Should Wilton falter before then, the entire G8 branch could very well be obliterated by Kaido's terrifying might. Amidst the crowd, numerous sailors wielded transponder snails, either recording the event or calling for reinforcements from the Navy headquarters. With a thunderous explosion, a cataclysmic blast rent the heavens as the mountain crumbled like paper, pierced through by the searing beam, leaving in its wake a fiery, burning canyon. Wilton lay there as though bereft of breath, his body marred and bruised, with certain areas charred and emitting a faint aroma of scorched flesh. Kaido let out a hearty laugh, turning to depart in search of Sasaki to take him away. This naval vice-admiral, known as Wilton, had managed to endure so many of his strikes, a feat worth boasting about. Even if faced with elite vice-admirals like the Ghost Spider or the Flying Squirrel, they would merely fall to a single blow or punch from him. Is this how it ends? A faint yet resolute voice emerged, causing the already turned Kaido to halt. To his astonishment, the seemingly lifeless figure, on the verge of death, managed to unsteadily rise to his feet. I am not yet defeated. His face was smeared with blood. Wilton grinned menacingly, his eyes radiating an air of dominance and aloofness, as a vibrant green light enveloped him. In this initial rescue, he sensed the burgeoning strength of his iron-like resolve and the formidable presence of his haki, alongside the ever-increasing potency of his conqueror's haki and the weight of his devil fruit abilities. Wilton could scarcely contain the greed that threatened to manifest upon his visage. Following this battle, his prowess would undoubtedly ascend to new heights. With a resounding leap, he brandished his explosive double axes. Wilton, undeterred by the specter of death, charged fiercely towards Kaido, activating his passive skill, Sacrifice for Oblivion, to its fullest extent. His attack power surged dramatically. Kaido raised his hand to intercept, creating a vacuum between them as torrents of dark red lightning erupted. Kaido's body sank slightly, his feet embedding into the ground, while his purple fur cloak billowed wildly behind him. He found himself somewhat admiring Wilton. Under normal circumstances, one would expect his body to be unable to withstand such strain. Yet, this fellow not only rose again, but also unleashed an even more formidable and relentless assault. However, admiration aside, Kaido showed no inclination to hold back. He opened his mouth and unleashed a barrage of wind blades, akin to the scythe-like strikes of a reaper, possessing immense cutting power. Wilton's body swelled with exertion. Despite the protective barriers of iron and haki, numerous lacerations marred his skin. Enduring the onslaught, he resembled a wretch emerged from a pool of blood, seizing the moment to trade injury for injury. With every ounce of strength, Wilton pivoted, delivering a crushing kick to Kaido's head. The resounding impact echoed through the air. This time, Kaido staggered uncontrollably, taking several unsteady steps to the side. Before he could regain his composure, Wilton soared into the air, unleashing a powerful right hook that struck Kaido squarely in the face. The force was cataclysmic. Kaido's flesh contorted, his thick hair and beard billowing as he became a fleeting shadow, propelled through the air, crashing through towering trees in his wake. Wilton, relentless in his pursuit, struck Kaido with missile-like precision, causing the earth and rocks to upheave as Kaido was forcefully driven into the ground. A new, expansive crater emerged. With both hands firmly grasping the pointed dragon horns, Wilton executed a powerful shoulder throw, slamming Kaido down with tremendous force. Amidst the cacophony of thunderous roars, the massive crater rapidly expanded to 500 meters, then to 1,000, unleashing swirling gales that swept through the air, creating a resonant whoosh. With a final spin and a powerful thrust, Wilton propelled Kaido with a thunderous sonic boom, sending him soaring through a multitude of hills, ultimately crashing into the far end with a resounding roar. The air was filled with a cloud of dust and flying debris. With unwavering determination, Wilton leaped forward, raising his fists high above his head as if descending from the heavens, each fist enveloped in two colossal, dark azure-hued weights of haki. The tonnage of the ton-ton fruit had escalated to an astonishing 100 tons. It remains uncertain whether Kaido possesses some sort of teacher's aura or if he is simply endowed with exceptional talent. Navigating the thin line between life and death where great terror and immense opportunity reside, coupled with the initial ease of unlocking his devil fruit abilities. After merely being knocked down once, his tonnage surged from 60 to an impressive 100 tons, a staggering increase of 200,000 gene. Such a figure sounds formidable. Yet, in the realm of pirates, particularly for someone like Kaido, 200,000 gene holds little distinction from the ordinary. The sound of a sonic boom echoed through the air. Wilton plummeted rapidly, yet amidst the dense clouds of dust, a blinding radiance erupted. Unbeknownst to anyone, Kaido rose, parting his lips, unleashing a torrential wave of heat that surged forth with unparalleled ferocity. The cataclysmic force reverberated with a thunderous roar. And despite Wilton's gritted teeth and anguished howl, he was propelled skyward, soaring backward after merely a few moments of stalemate. He crashed heavily to the ground, sliding across the terrain as soil and debris tumbled in his wake, the excessive heat rendering the earth a crimson hue and generating a copious amount of steam. Wilton collapsed at the end, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. He staggered to his feet, his complexion ashen, the once present cap now vanished, and his body was tattered and covered with wounds, with even a whiff of flesh drifting in the air, despite enduring 2 successive blasts from Kaido's hybrid form, which, though somewhat weaker than his full beast form, was still a feat worthy of Wilton's boast for years. You truly astonish me. It seems your body should have succumbed by now. A fierce wind howled as flashes of lightning illuminated the scene. Kaido strode forth, his appearance undergoing a dramatic transformation. His hands and feet morphed into dragon claws and legs, a robust tail sweeping across the ground. The upper half of his face becoming draconic while the lower half retained a human likeness. His entire body was adorned with glistening dragon scales, emanating a wild and formidable aura as he entered a hybrid state, half man, half dragon. Wilton, brimming with determination, unleashed his conqueror's haki, which surged forth like an unrelenting tide toward Kaido, though his power did not rival that of Kaido's formidable haki. It was characterized by an indomitable spirit and a fearless resolve. With a sudden burst, both combatants propelled themselves forward, causing the ground within a kilometer radius to shatter explosively. The knees of the two, one large and one small, collided with a tremendous force. An abundance of dark crimson lightning encircled them. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that their knees had yet to make contact, separated by a significant vacuum of space, in stark contrast to Kaido's maniacal laughter, which conveyed his ease. Wilton's face was contorted in agony, as excruciating pain radiated through his entire right leg. The reputation of Conqueror's haki was indeed well-deserved. The Navy could not accommodate those endowed with such power. Join my ranks, and you may become the 4th prominent figure of the Beast Pirates, Kaido proclaimed, his whiskers fluttering as he extended an invitation to Wilton. He even considered making an exception to add another prominent position, though the sole drawback was that Wilton did not possess a Zoan-type devil fruit ability. However, once he became Kaido's subordinate, he could easily seek or seize a formidable Zoan devil fruit. I am the Navy, born for justice. One day, I shall eradicate all pirates, allowing the light of justice to illuminate the seas. Wilton met Kaido's gaze with unwavering resolve, his eyes brimming with determination. If you were born for justice, then what is your conception of justice? Is it merely the annihilation of all pirates? Or are you deluding yourself as a pawn of the world government? A slave at the beck and call of the celestial dragons? Kaido, far from disdainful, regarded Wilton with genuine interest. Is this yet another Sengoku? He mused. Yet in this wretched world, there exists no dichotomy of black and white. All are cut from the same cloth. Only strength embodies truth. I shall uphold the justice that reigns supreme over all. Wilton spoke with an unwavering conviction, his gaze sharp as a blade, exuding an undeniable dominance. Such is the essence of his character. Is his sense of justice akin to that of Sengoku? It appears that our perspectives diverge greatly. Those who are born into nobility ought to be thrust onto the battlefield to truly attain equality and freedom. Only through war can the value and justice of humanity be determined. Kaido comprehended this truth. This individual is undoubtedly a devotee of Sengoku. For Sengoku's notion of justice is to reign supreme over the world. It is no wonder that he has awakened the Conqueror's haki. Yet the aspiration to impose justice upon the world is an impossible endeavor more arduous than becoming the Pirate King. Nevertheless, this does not hinder his admiration for Sengoku, nor for the individual before him. With a firm resolve, he exerted his strength. Wilton's expression changed dramatically, and he could no longer maintain his stance. Transforming into a fleeting blur, he shot away, but before he could land, a chill ran down his spine. Suddenly, Kaido appeared with the force of thunder, delivering a heavy kick directly to Wilton's chest. With a spray of acrid blood, Wilton's body contorted grotesquely as he sank into the ground, which cracked in layers beneath him. The earth buckled from all directions, creating a deep pit at the center. Kaido did not relent. Another heavy kick swept across Wilton's waist. A tremendous roar erupted, and a broad avenue of devastation spread forth, shaping the pit into a spoon-like cavity. Clouds of dirt and rubble were sent flying. It was over. Kaido doubted that Wilton could rise again. His chest and spine were shattered, and his organs had been obliterated by Kaido's overwhelming will. Death was merely a matter of time. It was unexpected that a mere rear admiral could endure for so long under his onslaught. Indeed, once the chaos subsided, Wilton lay amidst the rubble. Blood staining the surroundings crimson, his body twisted in an irregular fashion. The sight was truly horrific. His defenses were no match for an emperor. Especially one like Kaido who wielded conqueror's haki, they were only marginally sturdier than tofu. Given this trajectory, it was impossible for him to ascend to the rank of admiral after the Marineford War, let alone that of fleet admiral. I can still fight. Just as Kaido turned to leave, a voice emerged from behind. Wilton, trembling, managed to stand, though his upper body struggled to remain upright. Yet, with a flash of green light, he quickly regained a measure of strength. Most negative effects dissipated. Healing magic activated. A second chance for survival. In an instant, a domineering will surge like a tempest as the thunderous sky roiled violently, with black and red lightning cascading down. Kaido turned back, his beard and purple fur cloak swirling wildly, his eyes wide with surprise and acknowledgement. This fellow could still rise, truly more tenacious than any beast. Are you a devil fruit user? Kaido pondered, ignoring Wilton's increasingly potent conqueror's haki. To withstand such a beating and still stand was a testament to either a unique lineage or the powers of a devil fruit user. Explosive twin axes. Wilton did not foolishly respond to Kaido. Instead, he leaped into the air, crashing heavily towards him. The speed of his descent matched that of his ascent. A series of earthen mounds erupted as Kaido, like a god of war, descended with a heavy foot. Wilton braced himself with one hand on the ground to evade, simultaneously executing a swift maneuver. The intense whirl of energy unleashed two colossal AoE slashing waves, yet Kaido, with his fist enveloped in lightning, forcefully countered them. Much like the dragon from before, the disparity in strength was vast, rendering many tactics ineffective. Meanwhile, Admiral Borsalino was still en route, a tempest brewing. Kaido opened his cavernous maw, unleashing a torrent of wind blades that tore through the air with unstoppable force, shattering the surface and rocks around him as if they were mere paper. Wilton's body was engulfed in a tempest of sparks as he pushed his limits with iron blocks and armament haki. Bloodied wounds erupted across his flesh, revealing the sheer ferocity of the battle. Kaido showed no signs of restraint. The wind blades entwined with haki and conqueror's haki displayed an unimaginable sharpness. In mere moments, Wilton was drenched in blood, yet he managed to land a powerful punch on Kaido's face. The sound resonated like a bell, and as Kaido shook his head, he retaliated with a kick. Wilton, attempting to shield himself, was sent flying with a sickening crack, his body transforming into a streak of light, blood streaming from his orifices. Lie down, he commanded, invoking the technique of the third-generation inhalai. In an instant, he vanished. Kaido surged after him, his right fist enveloped in dark red lightning, crashing down upon Wilton's chest with the force of a cataclysm. From a distance, it resembled a divine pillar of black and red lightning cleaving through the heavens. Blood gushed from Wilton's 7 orifices, his chest caving in grotesquely, his expression twisted in agony. Lord Wilton, a sense of dread filled the air. This is bad. Wilton is on the brink of death. Admiral Borsalino was still en route. In the far distance, Suddy, Gibeon, Shun, and a host of soldiers appeared anxious. For the beast Kaido was overwhelmingly formidable. Admiral Wilton found himself utterly defenseless. Should this continue, he would undoubtedly succumb. At this moment, only the arrival of General Borsalino could alleviate this dire predicament. As for the others, they were entirely unqualified to participate. For the overwhelming clash of their formidable wills was simply too terrifying. It resembled the epicenter of a volcanic eruption, where even a slight proximity would render them incapacitated. Boom. Boom, boom. Wilton's resilience is beyond imagination, or perhaps the iron itself is remarkably formidable, even when faced with Kaido's devastating attack named after the 4 emperors. The descending 3 realms, Inalak, he did not collapse entirely. A surge of intense rotating radiation caused Kaido to take a step back, yet in the next moment, he assertively approached Wilton once more. His colossal hand, akin to a stone mill, forcefully pressed down on Wilton's head, driving it violently into the earth. A mushroom cloud ascended. After a series of relentless strikes against the ground, Wilton was already bloodied and battered, stripped of the will to resist. Little brat, join the beast pirates, and I shall spare your life. Kaido panted heavily, his ferocious aura soaring like the sun. With a firm grip on Wilton's head, he raised it before him, intending to offer Wilton yet another chance. He valued talent greatly and had a penchant for recruiting powerful warriors. This naval officer before him was someone he genuinely admired. Wilton's body was grotesquely contorted, his limbs hanging limply as blood dripped from the tattered hems of his trousers onto the ground. His once proud chest had collapsed, a gruesome mass of flesh and blood. The swelling around his eyes had narrowed his eyelids to mere slits, and his resolute face was marred by numerous wounds, large patches of skin having vanished to reveal the underlying muscle tissue. As for his nose, it had been utterly crushed beyond recognition. Under normal circumstances, any other individual would have succumbed to such a dreadful state. However, Wilton still clung to a faint breath of life, though his body was utterly exhausted. The indomitable will of the conqueror's haki remained as potent as ever. A faint, trembling voice escaped Wilton's lips, prompting Kaido to furrow his brow and lean in closer, eager to hear the response he sought. Without timely intervention, this Navy officer would undoubtedly perish. The only way for him to survive was to agree to join the beast's pirates. I refuse. I will not submit. Wilton struggled to lift his head, resolutely declining Kaido's invitation once more, perhaps displaying a degree of ignorance. Surprisingly, Kaido exhibited no signs of anger. Rather, admiration gleamed more evidently in his eyes. He found great pleasure in this tough disposition, relishing the challenge of subduing such a resilient spirit. He believed in the allure of his own personality. A person with unwavering conviction, once genuinely pledged, would undoubtedly be fiercely loyal. The addition of a conqueror's haki wielder or prominent figure to the beast pirates would significantly elevate the overall strength and stature of the crew, placing them on par with the likes of red-haired Shanks, Whitebeard, and Big Mom. Talents like these are coveted treasures, highly sought after by any faction. Moreover, Kaido was renowned for his appreciation of exceptional individuals. However, subduing someone who possesses conqueror's haki is exceedingly challenging. Unless voluntary, they would never bow, even in the face of death. Come with me back to Onigashima. Ignoring Wilton's refusal, Kaido prepared to forcibly take him back to Onigashima, believing that years of confinement would eventually lead to change. Justice potential, futile. Wilton was enveloped in a radiant glow, and the once faint essence of his being surged dramatically. With his sunken chest and various wounds healing substantially, he unleashed a punch that seemed to cleave the heavens apart. Kaido displayed an expression of disbelief, letting out a muffled groan as blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. Unable to maintain his grip, he released Wilton, who then soared through the air, leaving behind a massive trench before collapsing at the end, buried beneath rubble and earth. Wilton stood firmly on the ground, shedding his previous weakness and disarray, exuding an aura that resembled boiling water in its fervor. A multitude of black and red sparks erupted like lightning, his eyes gleaming with an indomitable spirit, filled with a blend of dominance and fearless audacity. He had once again ascended in strength, whether it was the three-color haki or the iron block or ton press fruit. It was evident, a profound fear of death, an experience of death, a mastery over death, and a mocking defiance of death. Should he follow a conventional path of cultivation, it would likely take months, if not years, to match the growth derived from this battle. In the distance, Kaido rose from the dust, observing Wilton, who was half recovered from his grievous injuries and bore the fearless spirit of a warrior. His fierce copper eyes brimmed with combat intent. He had once again underestimated this Navy officer, as each surprise he encountered only heightened his intrigue. Let us see how many times you can rise again. With a thunderous roar, Kaido vanished from sight, only to reappear before Wilton, his fist raised high, enveloped in swirling black and red lightning, ready to strike down. Military Dragon's Ascendancy. Dumbbell Impact. As unwavering as ever, Wilton let out a desperate roar, countering with a punch that was like a menace attempting to stop a chariot. Amidst the chaos, one could discern that Wilton's fist began to flicker with black and red lightning, albeit sparingly and erratically. Yet, this heralded a promising sign. This punch, 200 tons, augmented by his iron block mode, intertwined with the color of armament haki, the unstable Conqueror S haki, and his inherent strength, far exceeded the mere 200 tons. With a thunderous boom, the heavens seemed to tremble as an abundance of black and red lightning radiated from their two fists, creating a void between them. In that moment, Wilton felt as if he had been struck by a massive oil tanker. Blood spewing from his mouth as his feet sank into the ground, ultimately losing control and being propelled sideways, causing a tremendous commotion. Kaido, too, staggered back a half step. This clash revealed that Wilton was no longer the defenseless fighter he had been at the outset. His progress was nothing short of extraordinary. He had built up his strength and now reaped the benefits. Ha ha ha, he laughed, rising from the ground. Wilton gazed at Kaido, whose expression fluctuated with uncertainty, and felt his own strength surging within him, igniting a fervor that became increasingly intense. The will to dominate both heaven and earth stirred the clouds with unrestrained vigor. Kaido leaped into the air. Wilton, driven by avarice, launched a renewed assault on Kaido, knowing that whatever fails to vanquish him will only render him more formidable. Today's confrontation was worthwhile. The swiftest man has made his entrance, delivering powerful blows that resonate with visceral intensity. Wilton, undeterred by the specter of death, relentlessly charged forward. His demeanor reminiscent of one seeking vengeance for a father's murder, executing each maneuver with a ruthless and venomous precision. Each strike was a testament to self-sacrifice, embodying the essence of mutual destruction. With a resounding clash of his dual axes, he stood firm against Kaido's punishing blow, blood spilling from his mouth as his fists crashed heavily against Kaido's head, channeling every ounce of his strength, akin to the weight of a mountain. He delivered a blow that reverberated with a deep, thunderous resonance. Kaido's head echoed with the impact, his feet sinking into the ground as he slightly bent at the waist, a fleeting haze clouding his vision. This powerful assault was no longer devoid of effect, inflicting tangible harm upon him. The sound of sonic booms erupted in the air. Kaido, with his toughened skin and formidable resilience, merely experienced a momentary daze. He swiftly retaliated with a sweeping kick. Wilton gritted his teeth, realizing that evasion was no longer an option. Thus, he resolved to confront the challenge head-on. A block of iron, hardened and fortified, prepared for the impending impact. As the assault reached its zenith, Wilton unleashed a powerful right hook that landed squarely on Kaido's face. A sharp crack echoed through the air, and Wilton was sent flying like a shrimp, tearing through mounds of upheaved earth, ultimately buried under a cascade of dust and debris, his fate uncertain. Kaido staggered, his steps erratic as he crashed into several obstacles, a trickle of blood escaping his lips. Frustration simmered within him after such a prolonged confrontation. He could no longer tolerate Wilton's resilience. With a ferocious roar, he unleashed a torrent of heat, tearing through the ground in its relentless advance. In a moment of desperation, Wilton leapt from the cloud of dust, transforming into a missile aimed precisely at Kaido. Yet, Kaido abruptly lifted his gaze, directing the fiery breath upwards in a fierce onslaught towards Wilton. Amidst a cacophony of explosions, Wilton plummeted to the ground, cloaked in darkness, and before he could rise, Kaido materialized before him, his dragon foot enveloped in the power of Conqueror's Haki. A chilling sense of danger surged through Wilton's spine. With no alternative, he crossed his arms, sparks of black and crimson lightning flashing in defense. In that fleeting moment of collision, agony etched across Wilton's face as he felt as though he had collided with an insurmountable mountain, the force exceeding his own 200 tons. Sprawled amidst the ruins of G8, blood gushed from his wounds, his hands twitching uncontrollably. Having exhausted his restorative techniques and potent abilities, Wilton understood that should he falter as he had previously, he risked a true demise. Damn it, where was Borsalino? Expanding his observation Haki to its fullest extent, he sensed no presence approaching the G8 base. Rising to face the oncoming Kaido, he felt as if he were confronting a primordial beast. For the sake of justice. At this moment, Wilton's tragic appearance shone radiantly in the eyes of Gibson and the other naval officers, as brilliant as the sun and as majestic as a deity. The unwavering conviction of self-sacrifice for the sake of justice stirred their hearts profoundly, evoking immense admiration and reverence. Tears welled up in the eyes of the onlookers. Wilton, unyielding in the face of death, fought valiantly against Kaido, rising time and again despite being knocked down repeatedly. Gradually, Kaido too began to bear the marks of battle. In a swift exchange, their fists collided with tremendous force, resulting in Wilton being sent careening backward, his teeth mingling with blood as he spat it forth. This time, Kaido was also propelled backward, blood escaping his lips as well. Though it was merely blood, a drink afterward would suffice to replenish him. Coughing and struggling to rise from the earth, Wilton's vision blurred, and he found himself unable to summon the Conqueror's Haki. His physical condition had deteriorated significantly. Even with the enhancement of iron, he was on the brink of collapse, his armament Haki nearly depleted. A few more exchanges like this could spell his end. With great difficulty, he lifted his gaze. Opposite him, Kaido too struggled to regain his footing, his disheveled hair giving him a somewhat ragged appearance. His formidable frame stained with his own blood. The mythical Zoan fruit was truly extraordinary. His second devil fruit had to be an animal-type Zoan. Mastery of the iron fruit would ultimately lead to extreme defense, while the tonnage fruit would yield unparalleled offensive power. Yet, he lacked other essential elements, such as endurance. The Zoan type was undoubtedly the optimal choice. A true man requires no excessive explanation. Action speaks louder than words. With a simultaneous explosion beneath their feet, They transformed into projectiles, crashing together with immense force, causing the ground within a kilometer radius to rapidly collapse and fracture, the circular shockwave surging forth with unstoppable momentum. Wilton delivered a powerful punch to Kaido's abdomen, only to be met with an equally forceful blow to his own face. The two combatants surged forward with the ferocity of primal beasts engaged in a savage struggle. Seizing the opportunity, Wilton executed a sweeping kick that sent Kaido sprawling, swiftly following up with a knee strike that landed squarely on Kaido's chin. Each blow and kick pushed the limits of their endurance. Kaido let out a boisterous laugh, performing several backflips in midair before crashing down to the ground. In that instant, Wilton pressed his advantage, driving his right foot toward Kaido's throat. However, the anticipated impact never materialized. Instead, a sudden wave of dread coursed through Wilton as a massive hand clutched his right foot tightly. Before he could regain his balance, his surroundings shifted to reveal the unforgiving ground beneath him. A series of explosive impacts followed as Kaido, like a vice, held firmly onto Wilton's right foot, repeatedly slamming him into the earth. Each collision resonated with the force of a cataclysm. Clouds of dirt and debris erupted, deepening the crater beneath them and causing hills to rise ominously in every direction. A minute passed. Wilton was held aloft by Kaido, his body contorted in a grotesque manner. As hot, acrid blood dripped incessantly. He had completely lost consciousness. Lord Wilton. General Wilton. How infuriating. Rescue Lord Wilton. Kill. With Wilton's uncertain fate looming over them, Suddy and her companions could no longer hold back and charged forth. Previously, they had felt unqualified to intervene, fearing they might hinder Wilton's battle. But now they were compelled to join the fray. Kaido's roars reverberated. Suddy, Gibbon, Shuin, and the 4 beast guards were at the forefront, with the soldiers behind them resolutely prepared to face death. Inspired by Wilton's selfless fight, none of them felt fear. Rather, their fighting spirit soared to unprecedented heights. A bunch of weaklings. In the face of a charge from thousands, Kaido, dismissively clutching Wilton, merely narrowed his eyes. His conqueror's haki surged forth like a tidal wave breaking free, unleashing an invisible tsunami. Dark crimson lightning crackled through the air. Suddy was forced to halt, her body leaning back, her curly golden hair thrashing wildly, her exquisite face marred by terror. The beast guards beside her, Gibbon, Shuin, and others, could not withstand the pressure, collapsing to the ground, pale and drenched in cold sweat. The soldiers behind them, without exception, fell unconscious, their eyes glazed over. In a single instant, the entire army was decimated. Lord Wilton, Suddy, her hands pressed against the ground, struggled to lift her head, her face ashen. She yearned to rise, but her body refused to respond. A pervasive sense of dread engulfed her. Just as she was on the verge of succumbing, a brilliant golden light flickered in her vision. The power of Conqueror's haki was truly terrifying. Suddenly, a nonchalant figure appeared behind Kaido. Before Kaido could turn, the blinding light flashed forth. 70. It's hard to say whether you'll survive. Kaido, have you ever been kicked by light? Time seemed to slow at that moment. Borsalino, clad in a yellow and white striped suit, with short, naturally curly hair, donned sunglasses, his hands tucked into his pockets, and his right leg raised high, a golden orb expanding at its apex. Whoa, Borsalino. As Kaido's words fell, his head was struck as if by a heavy blow, and he was sent hurtling away, mountains exploding in his wake. Until at last, a thick plume of smoke rose. Admiral Borsalino. There is hope. Borsalino's sudden appearance dispelled the atmosphere of despair, and the sight of him kicking the Emperor sent waves of joy through the hearts of all present. General Wilton is saved. They too have hope. What a brutal scene it is. Admiral Borsalino, with his hands stuffed in his pockets and his justice coat billowing behind him, gazes down at Wilton, who lies on the ground, barely clinging to life, having succumbed to a profound unconsciousness after confronting Kaido. His face, typically marked by a lewd demeanor, is now etched with seriousness. The stalwart of the Navy, Wilton, had been spoken of prior to his battle with the dragon in Rog Town, as Dalmatia often boasted of this formidable warrior. After defeating Crocodile, contending with the Fire Fist Ace and Doflamingo, and now this incursion against the Beast Pirates, it was impossible not to have heard of him. Given his pitiful state, it is evident he had exerted every ounce of strength to thwart Kaido's onslaught. You must leave this place at once. I shall handle what comes next, he declares. An Emperor of the Sea, indeed, a terrifying prospect. Borsalino lifts his gaze towards the towering Kaido in the distance, adjusting his sunglasses perched upon his nose. At first glance, he appears nonchalant, seemingly dismissive of Kaido, yet internally, he bears a heavy weight of concern. After all, he is one of the 4 emperors. Yes, Suddy and the others hastily assist Wilton away, for he requires urgent medical attention. Otherwise, the risk to his life could become dire. Borsalino, are you here to court death? Kaido's hair whips about as he rubs his face, feeling the sting from Borsalino's recent kick. No light matter. Indeed, we haven't seen each other in quite a while. Must you begin with such threats? Borsalino spreads his hands and continues, it won't be easy for you to kill me. This is not mere bravado from Borsalino. On these seas, no one can vanquish him, for he can retreat faster than anyone can pursue. Perhaps his power does not rival Akainu's ferocity, nor does his AoE attack span the breadth of Kazan's, but he dares to proclaim himself the fastest. Moreover, the admirals and the emperors are well acquainted with each other, having clashed numerous times over the years. Unless both sides adopt a philosophy of mutual destruction, clinging to the notion of either you die or I do, it is challenging to ascertain who holds the upper hand. Even when disparities in strength exist, they are rarely overwhelming. Of course, there are differences among the admirals as well. For instance, a certain clownish figure in the future may prove to be rather lackluster. If you do not flee, it presents no challenge. Kaido's grin is menacing. Had it been Akainu or Kuzan today, without external interference and with both sides committed to a fight to the death, he would possess a degree of confidence in being able to take one down. Yet, facing this yellow monkey, he harbors no assurance whatsoever. The truth is, he cannot keep up. He once contemplated completely subduing Borsalino, but ultimately, he could only watch helplessly as his opponent escaped. How utterly frustrating it is. Such blunt truths are not easily voiced. Borsalino shrugged, his hands shimmering with a blinding golden light. In an instant, he swept his left hand across the back of his right, and a cross-shaped sword of light materialized, appearing before Kaido the moment he grasped it. The Amatsukuyomi sword. The clash between the sword and Kaido's fist sent shockwaves through the air, with a vacuum between them and a flurry of black and red lightning swirling around, unleashing a powerful shockwave that disrupted the surroundings. Borsalino, why does your sword seem so feeble? Kaido, brimming with arrogance, looked upon Borsalino, who held the Amatsukuyomi sword firmly in both hands, with utter disdain. The overwhelming presence of Conqueror's haki was indeed fearsome. Borsalino, wielding the sword with great force, delivered another powerful strike, yet it was once again firmly blocked by Kaido, which did not surprise him. Perhaps only Akainu could confront this behemoth head-on. In a contest of strength, he surely could not prevail and must instead rely on his speed to maneuver. Kaido, in truth, neither of us can truly harm the other. Rather than squandering time in this futile battle, we might as well part ways and enjoy the afternoon. The clash of the sword and fist continued. As Borsalino had no desire to engage Kaido in combat, knowing well that the outcome would lead to no resolution. Exhaustion was one concern, but injury was another. Instead, wouldn't it be more pleasant to return home, sip a cup of coffee, and bask in the sunlight? How utterly mundane. The circular shockwave dissipated as both parties distanced themselves from one another. Kaido reverted from his beast form back to his human shape. Had it been Akainu or Kazan, he would have relished the prospect of combat. But with Borsalino, perhaps it was best to forego that notion entirely. It is utterly improbable for this individual to engage in a life-or-death struggle. Instead, he may resort to long-range attrition, perpetually prolonging the encounter. Such a scenario lacks interest and passion, rendering it far less engaging than the plight of Wilton, who lies motionless on the ground. The crux of the matter lies in his inability to contain his opponent. Encountering such a foe proves insurmountable, especially when the adversary continues to harass him without direct confrontation, which is exceedingly vexing. Upon witnessing Kaido's dejected retreat into his beast form, the luminous sword in Borsalino's hand vanished. This was the outcome he sought. Soon after, Kaido discovered Sasaki and 5 formidable brutes within the confines of the branch's prison, alongside several survivors awaiting their fate. Transforming into a cerulean dragon in his full beast form, he commanded the flame clouds to whisk everyone away. Borsalino did not intervene, unless the Navy was fully prepared for an all-out war with the beast pirates. Certain matters must remain unspoken. The critical issue is that provoking Kaido could indeed incite a war at any cost, potentially dragging the Navy into a quagmire. It is essential to acknowledge that the New World is not solely dominated by Kaido. Numerous powerful pirate crews and the Revolutionary Army are poised, ready to strike. A single thread pulled can unravel the entire tapestry. Some wars cannot simply be ignited on a whim. An hour later, within the relatively intact structure of the G8 branch, A phone call was underway. Fleet Admiral Sengoku, there is little I can do. We simply cannot detain Kaido. Should a battle erupt at the G8 branch, the entire facility would be reduced to rubble. Borsalino savored his coffee, leisurely observing the grim expression of the telephone snail on the table, which bore a resemblance to Sengoku. It is undeniable that this decision was the correct one. Sengoku was also aware that Borsalino spoke the truth. Unless he dispatched another admiral to the G8 branch, there was little chance of restraining Kaido. One admiral alone could not hope to contain an emperor of the sea. What has become of Vice Admiral Wilton? Sengoku inquired. Following Borsalino's report, he is teetering on the brink of death. Efforts to save him are ongoing, but it remains uncertain whether he will survive. At the mention of this, Borsalino's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. He received sudden notification that a new chapter would be released tomorrow at noon, with an unexpected surge of content. Initially, he had contemplated prolonging the writing process to over 100 chapters before unveiling it, yet fate proved unpredictable. No unnecessary chatter. The release would feature an explosive update of 20,000 words. Dear ancestors, I rely on you. Subscription requests. To summarize, Chapter 71, The Straw Hat Crew's Demise, Chapter 72. The Straw Hat Crew's Demise, Subscription Request 1. He had observed recordings of battles from other Marines, and in those visuals, Wilton's confrontation with Kaido was undeniably fearless. Although he could not comprehend such obstinacy and spirit, he could not deny his newfound respect for this vice admiral. Truly, he fought to the bitter end, as anticipated. In the silence of the Warring States period, it seemed as though they had anticipated the situation. The atmosphere grew somber, emphasizing the urgency of salvaging the situation. The Navy desperately needed a general like Wilton. I shall issue the orders, came the response. You will remain at the G8 branch for the next few days. No problem? Borsalino acknowledged, promptly using the telephone worm while leisurely sipping his coffee. Meanwhile, in the office of the five elders in Mariehua, the moonlight cast a broad and chilly ambience. A fragmented recording of a battle played in the air. I will uphold the justice that reigns over the world. Minutes later, the playback ended. The five elderly figures, either seated or standing, wore varied expressions. What are your thoughts on this Admiral Wilton? A figure clad in a white robe, bald-headed, bespectacled, and wielding a katana. The financial warrior Izambaron V. Ejru took a sip of coffee, perusing the documents on the table, which detailed everything about Wilton. Quite impressive. Reminiscent of the young Warring States, he remarked. Next to him, the agricultural warrior Shepherd X. Peter, donned in a deep red suit, sporting golden hair and a beard with a scar across his chest, displayed a satisfied expression. The remaining three elders nodded in agreement. This was not their first encounter with Admiral Wilton. After all, he had previously clashed with some of the world's most notorious individuals, including the 7 warlords of the sea, Crocodile, Doflamingo, and Port Asti, Ace. Just days prior, he had audaciously infiltrated the headquarters of the Yonko, Kaido's beast pirates. No matter how one viewed it, he was a man of both strength and courage. Importantly, this battle against Kaido showcased his sense of justice, which was of utmost significance. He is a competent subordinate, they concluded. He possesses both strength and potential, strikingly similar to Warring States, particularly in his use of Conqueror's haki and his commitment to justice. He can be observed further. At present, this admiral is still too weak, interjected the legal warrior Topman Walchuli, dressed in a deep green suit, bald with a birthmark on his forehead and sporting 2 distinct mustaches. Without a doubt, Wilton was receiving considerable attention this time. Meanwhile, in the G8 branch, amidst a dilapidated medical room, a beam of moonlight filtered through the gauzy window, illuminating the sickbed. At the edge of the bed, Sadie had already succumbed to slumber. 4 beastly guards were also crammed into the room, snoring peacefully. A faint cough broke the silence, and Wilton, bound in bandages with only his face exposed, weakly opened his eyes, exhaling a sigh of relief tinged with trepidation. At that moment, he could no longer feel his body. All that remained was a piercing pain. And he knew without a doubt that he had reached his limit. It was a matter of just one breath away from surrender. Yet, Wilton persevered. For he understood that as long as he could endure until after midnight, even the Grim Reaper would prove powerless to claim him. With great difficulty, he glanced at the clock on the opposite wall, realizing that it was merely a minute away from midnight. He had never before perceived a minute as stretching into eternity. Recovery awaited him. As the hour struck, in an instant, Wilton activated his restoration, and as a flicker of green light enveloped him, His once exhausted body experienced a revival akin to a long-awaited rainfall. He managed to draw a final breath, yet this was not the end. With his healing arts and the grand power of justice fully unleashed, the entire ward was filled with a dazzling display of light. After a moment of blinding green radiance, Wilton was resurrected, his vitality restored to half. All negative effects vanished. Taking a deep breath of fresh air, he marveled at the beauty of being alive. With his weight reduced to its minimum, Wilton floated up from the hospital bed, glancing at the sleeping Sadie and the 4 beastly jailers, stretching languidly. He gently descended to the windowsill. He tore away the bandages, soaked in the scent of medicinal concoctions, and rotated his neck, completing several sets of exercises in place. His condition was quite favorable, though he still required some time to recuperate, for his restoration, healing arts and the power of justice combined had yet to return him to full strength. "Lord Wilton," Sadie exclaimed, waking in surprise. She thought she was dreaming, rubbing her eyes in disbelief as she beheld Wilton exercising. Just earlier that day, the doctors had pronounced him beyond saving, instructing them to prepare for his final arrangements, whether for cremation or burial. Yet, merely hours later, the man whom the doctors had deemed irretrievable stood before her, fully revived. Indeed, today was a splendid day. "Oh, Sadie." Wilton turned and waved, greeting the world he inhabited, a realm that the ordinary mortals like Sadie could never truly comprehend. What fueled his audacity? It was the possession of a golden opportunity, granting him the audacity to take risks. How astonishing! Although Sadie was aware of Wilton's eccentricities, he was unprepared for the extent of them. Just moments ago, it was merely a matter of survival. A wave of ecstatic screams erupted, as Sadie leaned in with a face full of yearning, and Wilton generously indulged Sadie's peculiar inclinations. What transpired during my unconsciousness? The observation hockey had already enveloped the branch. The confirmation that the majority of the Marines were still alive indicated that Kaido had not decimated the entire branch during my unconscious state. As expected, Admiral Paulusolino had arrived. In the faintest sense, he could feel a formidable aura. After Lord Wilton fell into unconsciousness, Admiral Paulusolino engaged with Kaido of the Beasts in a brief skirmish before both sides opted for a truce. Sadie savored the sensation of dominance, continuing, however. Admiral Paulusolino allowed Kaido to rescue the Flying Six and others. This outcome was anticipated. Wilton had foreseen such a result. It is exceedingly challenging for top-tier warriors to determine a victor, let alone in matters of life and death, even when disparities in strength exist. Unless one side is overwhelmingly superior, a conclusive outcome remains elusive. Furthermore, at such elevated levels, the notion of strength encompasses various facets, not merely haki, devil fruits, or physical prowess. Some warriors embody a multifaceted mastery, while others excel in extreme speed or devastating attacks, or perhaps in formidable defense, each equipped with their own means of counterattack or survival. In such scenarios, victory typically necessitates either 2 equally matched opponents or a one-on-one confrontation where one combatant is gravely weakened or on the brink of death. Otherwise, it is exceedingly difficult to achieve a kill. Moreover, schemes and outrageous devil fruit abilities can lead to unforeseen consequences. Crucially, Paulusolino's sense of justice remains ambiguous and detached, perceiving himself merely as a worker who avoids unnecessary trouble. One could argue that Paulusolino possesses a clear and pragmatic understanding of life. This realization dictates that he would not risk his life in a battle against Kaido, whereas Sakazuki would undoubtedly engage in a fierce confrontation, never opting for a peaceful resolution as Paulusolino has. Each individual, it seems, has their own pursuits and ways of life. Now, prepare some food for me. Wilton could sense a profound hunger, seizing the opportunity to deeply reflect upon the fruits of his recent battle. The foundation he had established was undeniably solid and unwavering. Since his time in Rogue Town, he had been in a state of accumulating strength, where any explosive surge in power was within reach. Each adversary he faced was renowned in their own right, and the knowledge and experience gained from engaging with such formidable foes were immeasurable. Suddy, limping as he emerged from the infirmary, wore a countenance filled with joy. The 4 awakened beast wardens, sniffling, cast a glance at Wilton before choosing to follow Suddy, as they too felt the pangs of hunger. In the early morning, Wilton had not slept since waking the previous night. After consuming the provisions Suddy had prepared overnight, he remained alone in the infirmary, dedicating himself to fitness and training. The bounty of his efforts was considerable. His mastery of armament hockey had ascended to a new level. Prior to confronting Kaido, he had only grasped the techniques of hardening, wrapping, and emitting. Now, however, he had also acquired the skill of internal destruction. The application of armament hockey is of utmost significance, for it allows one to strike from a distance and penetrate through the surface of objects, inflicting damage directly to their interiors. The reason he found himself virtually powerless against Kaido was due to the latter's attacks affecting not only the exterior of his body, but also targeting his internal organs. Thankfully, during his training, he had taken precautions both internally and externally, ensuring that even his younger brother was not overlooked. Otherwise, after merely 3 exchanges, he would have succumbed. Unable to endure for so long, he had only begun to master this technique. With his right hand spread open, a layer of flowing dark blue-green energy surged forth, resembling mesmerizing 3D flames that captivated the eye. The quality and capacity of his hockey had surpassed its state prior to battle. As Wilton excelled in the art of armament hockey, aiming to achieve absolute defense in conjunction with his iron blocks. Now, with the enhancement of both quality and capacity, he could wield it with abandon. Next came the iron blocks, his body swelling uniformly, with veins protruding like taut steel cables and muscles resembling diamonds, exuding a distinctly angular firmness. It was evident that he was exceedingly resilient. Coupled with the hardening of his hockey, he could nearly withstand the majority of damage inflicted upon him. His observation hockey had also seen some improvement, albeit modest. If only he could awaken the ability to foresee the future or attune himself to the whispers of the universe, it would be advantageous. Yet, as there were no signs of such awakening, Wilton understood the necessity of patience and thus focused on broadening his range of abilities, especially since it would synergize with his explosive dual axes. However, the most unexpected gain was the Conqueror's hockey. As anticipated, after clashing with Kaido, his spirit intensified. The continuously flowing dark blue-green armament hockey receded from his fists, replaced by faint black-red sparks of lightning, a sign of Conqueror's hockey entwining. Regrettably, this manifestation was feeble, nearly negligible, flickering like a dying candle. It appeared that further confrontations with more formidable wielders of Conqueror's hockey were essential. Only through such encounters could his spirit be elevated and mastery of the entwining technique swiftly attained. The most significant advancement, however, was attributed to the devil fruit. After experiencing the iron blocks and the 3 types of hockey, Wilton's weight suddenly soared to 500 tons. Without any deliberate control, 2 deep footprints emerged in the solid ground. This was a genuine 500 tons, or 1 million pounds, devoid of exaggeration like that of Mabai's. Moreover, Wilton had fully adapted to this weight, implying that his mobility and attack speed remained unaffected. This meant that when he sat down, it was indeed 500 tons pressing down. Should he enter the iron block mode, combined with armament hockey and in the future, Conqueror's hockey entwining, that single punch would surpass a mere 500 tons, potentially multiplying several times over. Initially, during the skirmish with Kaido, he had only weighed 60 tons, yet by the end, it had skyrocketed to 500 tons, which was indeed rather absurd. However, when compared to the extraordinary Monkey D. Luffy, Wilton's progress seemed somewhat trivial. In the original narrative, Luffy faced Kaido for the first time and was instantly defeated by a single blow, illustrating the overwhelming disparity in their strengths. Yet, merely 2 or 3 days later, during their second encounter, Kaido found himself unable to move, the overwhelming strength neutralized, ultimately leading to his submission. Thus, the contrast was stark. In his initial encounter with Kaido, Wilton did not suffer a swift defeat. Rather, he managed to inflict harm upon Kaido. One might wonder if, after a couple of days, he could challenge Kaido again and bring him to his knees. However, such a notion is nothing short of fanciful. Presently, Wilton has indeed undergone significant enhancement. Yet should he face Kaido once more within a mere 2 or 3 days, the outcome would remain unchanged. At best, he might endure for a longer duration and inflict slightly more superficial wounds upon Kaido. From this perspective, it becomes evident that Wilton cannot yet be regarded as a formidable opponent. He remains somewhat lacking in pace. Wilton let out a sigh, feeling discontented with the progress of the ton pressure fruit, especially since Mabai's had already developed his to a staggering 10,000 tons. Although it was not a true 10,000 tons, it was certainly in the thousands. Yet, even with such weight, it fell short when faced with the select few at the pinnacle of power, necessitating a capability exceeding 10,000 tons. It is essential to understand that the monsters of the pirate world are exceedingly formidable. Take the likes of the Golden Lion, who could effortlessly levitate entire islands with the powers of the float fruit. The weight of those islands surely surpasses thousands, if not tens of thousands of tons. Furthermore, Kaido's flame clouds are capable of supporting the entire Onigashima, not to mention the devastating earthquakes and tsunamis conjured by Whitebeard. Even a single fiery blast from a kainu contains force equivalent to that of a volcanic eruption, far beyond mere thousands or tens of thousands of tons. In the realm of pirates, conventional physics is rendered moot. The study of devil fruits reigns supreme. Lord Wilton, Admiral Borsellino is aware of your awakening and wishes to see you. Came the voice of Kibby from outside. The news of Wilton's recovery and his escape from peril had already spread throughout the Navy, bringing a collective sigh of relief from the entire branch. The door swung open, revealing a bewildered Kibby. Though he was aware that Wilton had overcome danger, he could hardly fathom the nature of this miraculous recovery. Just yesterday, he was advised to mourn, and today, he was vibrant and full of life. Let us go. Vice Admiral Wilton, your recovery is remarkable. Kibby found himself at a loss for words, yet his heart brimmed with genuine joy. A closer inspection would reveal that Kibby's eyes shone with respect and admiration for Wilton. This recent battle between Wilton and Kaido had greatly inspired the rotating Navy personnel. Haha, I have yet to let the brilliance of justice illuminate the seas. How could I possibly perish so easily? Wilton strode ahead with an air of confidence, exuding an effortless charm and vibrant passion, entirely devoid of any hint of despondency. Gibbon remained silent, quietly trailing behind, his gaze fixated on Wilton's robust back, his mind involuntarily conjuring images of Wilton battling Kaido. The unwavering resolve to risk his life for justice stirred something profound within him, although Wilton ultimately faced defeat. Gibbon perceived him as remarkable and dependable. This sentiment was not exclusive to Gibbon. It resonated with Shuan and the other sailors as well, captivating everyone in their presence. As they journeyed, every sailor they encountered fervently bowed to Wilton, their spirits undeniably buoyant, radiating an inherent pride. Knock, knock, knock. Please enter. A languid voice, seemingly still in slumber, echoed from within the office as Wilton pushed the door open. What greeted his eyes was a rather unsavory figure, a tall, lanky man whose short stubble lent him a somewhat rugged appearance. Adorned in a distinctive yellow and white striped suit and sunglasses, he exuded an aura of flamboyance that accentuated his peculiar charm. Regardless of his abilities, Borsellino's visage and demeanor were uniquely striking, standing nearly at the same height as Wilton. Around 300 centimeters, Borsellino appeared almost emaciated beside him, exuding a sense of being drained of vitality. Moreover, their energies and temperaments were starkly contrasting. In a dating show scenario, Borsellino would be the one to dim the lights upon his entrance, while Wilton would undoubtedly be the coveted choice among all the female contestants. After all, Borsellino's appearance rendered him somewhat less appealing by comparison. Admiral Borsellino. Wilton's countenance was resolute, his figure upright as he executed a military salute. Although his rank was currently inferior to that of his counterpart, it would soon be equalized. Having sustained such grievous injuries, how was he able to restore himself to his former self overnight? Borsellino, removing his sunglasses, regarded Wilton with astonishment, scanning him from head to toe. Just yesterday, he appeared to be on the brink of death, yet now, he was vibrant and full of life, even displaying a healthier complexion than his own. It was indeed remarkable. I am the equivalent human, having consumed the equivalent fruit, which grants me the ability to exchange my lifespan for restoration and strength. Since consuming the Tunpress fruit, Wilton had been contemplating this matter, realizing that the truth of his newfound powers could not remain concealed. Over the past 4 years, during his use of restorative and healing techniques, as well as his latent potential for justice, General Dalmesia had often inquired, indirectly, if he was a devil fruit user. However, he had deftly deflected those questions. At this juncture, there was no longer any need for subterfuge, for he truly was a user of such powers. Rather than hide his capabilities, it would be more advantageous to weave a fanciful tale. He would be foolish to disclose the name of the Tunpress fruit. But fabricating a narrative around the equivalent fruit seemed fitting. After all, the extremity of the fruit's powers was quite subjective, and the specifics of its abilities were his to dictate. This could also serve as a prelude to his potential consumption of a second devil fruit in the future. The notion of the equivalent fruit and the equivalent human, exchanging lifespan for restoration and strength, did not seem particularly benevolent. Borsellino did not question this. The ocean teemed with various devil fruits, each exhibiting a plethora of abilities, some of which bore significant limitations or peculiar characteristics. Indeed, the glitter fruit appeared far more enticing. Yet, it was crucial to note that the exchanged lifespan was irreversible. Wilton's expression was grave, his gaze piercing, as if the irreversible nature of his lifespan did not pertain to him. Borsalino furrowed his brow, taken aback by the notion of irreversibility. Did this imply that each time Wilton employed the powers of the devil fruit, he would forfeit a portion of his life? Initially, he had considered the fruit to be advantageous, especially in critical moments when it could save a life. Just yesterday, he had been on the brink of death. Yet he had awakened revitalized overnight. Little did he realize that this revival came at the cost of his lifespan. The price was far from trivial. Thus, every activation of the devil fruit's power brought Wilton closer to death. Indeed, it was an extraordinarily extreme and merciless devil fruit. If it was truly irreversible, it would be wise to minimize its usage. Borsalino found himself at a loss, unsure whether to offer solace or sympathy. As he recalled Wilton's combat style, fearlessly charging to the front lines, which likely had already taken a toll on his lifespan. Not everyone possessed the fortune to encounter a Logia-type devil fruit, especially one as formidable as the glint fruit. For the sake of justice, the value of life seemed inconsequential. Wilton spoke with a calm demeanor, yet Borsalino discerned an unwavering resolve and steadfast conviction beneath the surface. Initially taken aback, Borsalino's gaze soon became tinged with complexity and hesitation. The other party was not speaking falsely. It was clear that he was a headstrong youth, although his principles stood in stark contrast to Borsalino's own. He could not help but admire someone with such unwavering ideals. The Warring States Marshal had tasked him with overseeing the G8 branch for a period. But he had not anticipated such a swift recovery on your part. Borsalino deftly shifted the subject. Discussing ideals and justice with someone like this would only lead to discomfort, making him appear cunning and ineffective. Therefore, he would gladly entrust this period to General Borsalino. Before Wilton's arrival, he contemplated allowing Borsalino to stay for a few more days, thereby granting him the opportunity to infiltrate the residences of the other three emperors. The pivotal presence of Borsalino would significantly mitigate the associated risks. In the event that any of the emperors personally ventured to the G8 branch to cause trouble, having a vice admiral stationed there would enhance their capacity to resist or negotiate effectively. Are you planning to leave? Borsalino discerned the underlying implication in Wilton's words. Indeed. My injuries have nearly healed, and with the formidable presence of Vice Admiral Borsalino at the G8 branch, it is undoubtedly fortified. Thus, I intend to pursue the pirates. Wilton nodded. Borsalino remained silent, merely gesturing with his hand. He hadn't anticipated Wilton's fervent dedication to his work or his vehement disdain for evil. Had he been in Wilton's position, lacking definitive orders, he would never venture out to combat pirates, for the scourge of piracy is endless. Rather than toil endlessly, he would prefer to sip a cup of coffee and indulge in a midday nap. Soon, news reached Sengoku. A fruit of equivalent exchange? Trading one's lifespan for restoration and power is indeed a profoundly extreme devil fruit. This particular fruit was not catalogued in the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia, suggesting it had evaded documentation. In the office, Crane was also present, wearing a somewhat grave expression. Aside from Zoan and Logia types, the Paramecia devil fruits exhibit a myriad of abilities, and the number of unrecorded devil fruits is undoubtedly vast. Sengoku rhythmically tapped his fingers on the desk, his eyes reflecting a myriad of emotions. He had not anticipated the steep cost of Wilton's devil fruit ability, which elevated his regard for him once more. Possessing such a devil fruit, yet still fearlessly engaging in battle, each injury equating to a depletion of his lifespan, this was akin to a slow march towards death. Crane sighed, acknowledging the gravity of the situation, knowing full well it was a slow death. Yet continuing to fight on the front lines for the sake of justice, how could one not hold such a person in high esteem? He had cast aside even the thoughts of life and death. Wilton's sense of justice is pure and admirable, albeit tinged with a certain tragic grandeur. His commitment to justice surpasses our expectations, drawing the attention of the five elders, who regard him as a promising naval officer worthy of cultivation. Sengoku increasingly appreciates Wilton as well. He has viewed the footage of the recent battle against Kaido, noting that the opposing sense of justice closely mirrors his own, a justice that reigns supreme over the world. No surprises there. The intelligence regarding Wilton, the equivalent person who consumes equivalent fruits, has also surfaced before the five elders of Merigios. In line with Sengoku's thoughts, the five elders have placed greater emphasis on Wilton. Meanwhile, at the G8 branch, after leaving the temporary office of Borsalino, Wilton exchanged a few words with Suddy before departing. He intended to continue his solitary endeavors to enhance his reputation and strength. The sky was a clear azure. At an altitude of 1,000 meters, Wilton soared with the wind, occasionally unleashing bursts of armament hockey from his feet, akin to a fighter jet's thrusters, accelerating and maneuvering with ease. Assuming a relaxed posture, Wilton clasped his shoulders in contemplation. This journey saw him donning formal attire, a snug tank top, elastic shorts, a cap, and a cloak draped behind him, symbolizing justice, which rendered him somewhat imposing, unmistakably a vice admiral of the Navy. He did not carry his dual dumbbell weapons, as his ton-ton fruit had yet to awaken, preventing him from altering the weight of external objects. Should he bring his dumbbells, he would be unable to float as effortlessly. Nevertheless, whether armed or unarmed, he could still employ his first skill, explosive dual axes, and his second skill, scorching spin. Of course, under favorable circumstances, possessing weapons would be advantageous, if only for the impression of valor they impart. So, whose territory should he target first? Unlike the Beast Pirates and the Big Mom Pirates, the Whitebeard and Red-Haired Pirates lack a fixed base of operations, primarily navigating their own territories. Thus, to raid either crew, he would need to strike from other territories. Ideally, he sought a location guarded by a commander or a vice captain, where he could engage in battle while executing his heist. Drawing a sea chart and compass prepared by Suddy from his pocket, he noted that the territory of the Red-Haired Pirates was the closest. It was settled. He would target the Red-Haired Pirates. Boom. Kill them. Eliminate those guards. Explosions echoed throughout the world's largest prison and fell down, as riots erupted across all 4 underground floors. Numerous criminals escaped, initiating a jailbreak. Chaos ensued across several levels. This was not the first riot at Impel Down. Since its establishment, there had been numerous attempts at escape, all of which had been ruthlessly suppressed. However, this time was different, for the instigators were none other than the Straw Hat crew. Damn it, why did I have to end up in Hell's Inferno? Is it all for the sake of rescuing this woman? In the tumultuous crowd on the 4th underground level, known as Hell's Inferno, Buggy found himself airborne, observing the fleeing Straw Hat Pirates. Not far off stood Mr. One, Des Bones, along with other agents from Baroque Works. 30 blooms of flowers blossomed. Luffy. We find ourselves in the scorching depths of hell, and we must hasten to reach the first floor above the sea. Robin unleashes her abilities, effortlessly dispatching several approaching guards. She has now officially joined the Straw Hat Pirates. The very reason Luffy and the others ventured into this hellish place was to rescue her, allowing her to experience the true essence of camaraderie for the first time. Back in Alabasta, she merely traveled with the crew for a brief period and assisted during the battle against Crocodile, yet Luffy had already regarded her as a comrade. Now, facing immense peril, they have come specifically to save her. When Luffy once again extended an invitation for her to join the ship, she accepted without hesitation. With a swift burst, Nami vanished from sight, only to reappear beside a guard, effortlessly subduing him. Robin is correct. We have but one chance, and we must act swiftly. Zoro dispatched a guard who lunged at him, their expressions grave. Thanks to the training from Luffy's grandfather, they have managed to master a few techniques of the 6 powers in just over 10 days, even awakening their haki. Indeed, in this brief span, the Straw Hat Pirates have undergone a remarkable transformation. Each member has made significant strides under Garp's clandestine tutelage. Nami has even learned to shave, while Zoro has awakened both armament haki and observation haki. Chopper has mastered Iron Body, and even Usopp has awakened his observation haki. Luffy has successfully entered the 2nd gear, mastering both forms of haki. It is truly extraordinary. One can only marvel at the Straw Hat crew, who can transcend their limits even in the direst of circumstances. As Luffy activated his 2nd gear, his body temperature surged, and steam enveloped him. After swiftly dispatching more guards, he landed on the ground, his expression serious. The elevator is approaching. Once aboard, they can descend to the 3rd floor of the Hunger Hell. Mr. 2 Bon Clay and Mr. 3 Galdino from Baroque Works exchanged glances of relief. They owe their chance of escape to the Straw Hat Kid. Without him, their escape would have been impossible. Just as they neared the elevator, a purple-black toxic dragon, accompanied by a thunderous roar, charged forward. Many criminals along its path recoiled in terror, some succumbing to the venom and screaming in agony. This is bad. It's Magellan. Damn, how did he arrive so quickly? Panic coursed through Buggy, Galdino, and the others. Indeed, the very person they dreaded most and impelled down was the warden, Magellan. Curse it, I should have never agreed to this. The entirety of his being felt fragmented, and Buggy wore an expression of deep regret. The condition for his release was to assist the Straw Hat Pirates in rescuing the demon child, Nico Robin, a stipulation dictated by the cunning Nami. Otherwise, he would remain confined. How infuriating. Had he known, he would have chosen to disregard his principles. Similarly, The conditions imposed upon Baroque works and other pirates in captivity were no different. Alone, he stood little chance. Together, they might prevail. Des Bones, headstrong as ever, transformed his hands into razor-sharp blades, fixating his gaze upon Magellan, who emerged from the noxious fumes. With no retreat available, they were left with no choice but to fight. The others, aware of their dire situation, steeled themselves against their fears and unleashed their individual powers. Charge! They cried in unison. Buggy, the Straw Hat Pirates, and all members of Baroque works surged forward, launching their assault on Magellan from various angles. Faced with these comical attacks, Magellan's expression darkened, and he unleashed a torrent of toxic liquid, which coalesced into a dragon-like form, engulfing everything in its path. The air was filled with anguished cries, a lament of despair. In an instant, all were submerged in the venom, rendered powerless as they struggled and shrieked in agony. It was a swift annihilation, a complete rout. They were cast into a sea of flames. Magellan, looking down imperiously upon Luffy and the others, issued cold, merciless commands to the guards at his side. He was well aware of how the Straw Hat Pirates had managed to escape. Initially, he had intended to turn a blind eye to certain matters. However, he was taken aback to discover that Garp had secretly given the handcuffs and keys to the Straw Hat Pirates, which precipitated this jailbreak. Had the Straw Hat Pirates not attempted to flee, he might have shown them leniency out of respect for Garp, allowing them to live more comfortably than the other inmates. But their foolish decision to escape, releasing so many criminals and resulting in the sacrifice of numerous guards, was unforgivable. He would report this incident truthfully to Sengoku. Whether the death of the entire Straw Hat crew would incite Garp's wrath was beyond Magellan's concern. He was merely fulfilling his duties as the warden, having committed no wrongdoing. Moreover, he had created an opportunity for escape. It was the Straw Hat Pirates' own failure to appreciate it. If these individuals truly managed to flee, the consequences would be dire. Warden, Monkey D. Luffy is Garp's grandson. Domino approached hesitantly. Humph, here, there are only criminals, he retorted. Magellan let out a cold snort. The act of escaping from prison was utterly unforgivable. Moreover, the Straw Hat Pirates had gone so far as to release various criminals from different levels to ensure their escape. Fortunately, the monstrous inhabitants of the cold hell and infinite hell remained unaffected. Had those beings managed to flee, Impel Down would likely face an unprecedented crisis, one that he might not be able to withstand. The critical concern was that allowing those individuals to escape would undoubtedly unleash chaos and bloodshed upon the world, plunging it into turmoil. The world government and the Navy would bear the brunt of this catastrophe. Should that occur, his dereliction of duty would render any sacrifice futile. Had the escape merely involved the Straw Hat Pirates without the release of other criminals, Magellan might have considered granting them leniency. However, the situation now demanded decisive action against them. Luffy and Nami were engulfed in venom, intense pain surging through Luffy's mind as he struggled to rise. Yet his body refused to obey. Helplessly, he watched as Nami, Robin, Chopper, Buggy, and Ivankov were seized by guards wearing gas masks, impaled with forks, and unceremoniously tossed into a pit ablaze with roaring flames. The entire inferno resembled a vast cauldron, teeming with bubbling pools of blood and raging fires, where falling in meant certain demise. Why? Why must it be like this again? As he witnessed his companions being cast into the sea of flames, Luffy collapsed in the venom, weeping bitterly, despair suffusing his very soul. He realized just how weak he truly was. His dream of becoming the Pirate King had abruptly ended before he had even left the East Blue. What good was his unwillingness to accept this fate? What did regret matter now? There was no time left to alter his destiny. The fiery inferno rippled as Luffy, with a face ashen as death, sank into its depths, until he was completely submerged and vanished from sight. Chapter 72. I will kill him. Chapter 73. I will kill him. Subscription request 2. What? I understand now. At Navy headquarters, Sengoku hung up the Din Din Mushi, his expression shifting between uncertainty and contemplation, his eyes filled with doubt and concern. How could such a situation arise so suddenly? Magellan had acted impulsively, yet this was part of his duty as warden. What's wrong? Tsuru entered, holding a stack of documents. Upon seeing Sengoku lost in thought, with the Din Din Mushi still in hand, she sensed the gravity of the situation. The escape of the Straw Hat Pirates and the simultaneous release of numerous criminals, all of whom had been eradicated by Magellan within the Inferno, had rendered the office silent. Initially, Tsuru failed to grasp the significance of the Straw Hat Pirates, but soon her expression shifted in realization. Was Garp's grandson among them? Sengoku did not respond, merely nodding gravely. This was indeed a predicament. Upon receiving confirmation, Crane rubbed her forehead, fully aware alongside Sengoku of Luffy's true identity and the circumstances surrounding his capture by Wilton and Alabasta, subsequently escorted to Impel Down by Smoker. It is known that Garp visited Impel Down afterward, staying for 10 days. You are also aware of Magellan's character. The commotion stirred by the Straw Hat Pirates is undeniably significant, leading to the release of numerous criminals. It is certain that the Straw Hat Pirates managed to escape their cells and unlock their Seastone handcuffs due to Garp's influence. Alas, I had intended to discuss matters with Garp, contemplating that if Luffy were to renounce his pirate identity, whether by joining the Navy or returning to his homeland, I would grant him clemency. Yet, I was taken aback by Luffy's audacious prison break. Even if he had chosen to flee alone, I could have quelled it. But to liberate those heinous criminals in a bid to enhance his chances of escape is utterly reckless. As Magellan rightly stated, should those monstrous beings from the depths of hell, whether the frozen hell or infinite hell, escape Impel Down, the world would descend into a new era of darkness, the consequences of which are unimaginable. To be candid, Sengoku holds Magellan's approach in high regard, yet Garp's situation leaves him in a bind. The initial betrayal by Dragon, who established the Revolutionary Army, caused quite a stir. With the Revolutionary Army's growing power, Mariewa has long been wary of Garp. Were it not for Garp's prudent self-preservation, his steadfast execution of government orders, his heroic deeds during the battle at God Valley that saved numerous celestial dragons, and the bonds he shares with his comrades, he would have likely faced severe repercussions by now. The intricacies and factors at play are numerous. Should one conceal them? Crane sighed. Garp's family is difficult for outsiders to comprehend. A grandfather who is a naval hero, a son who is the world government's most wanted criminal, and now a grandson venturing into piracy. The tangled relationships are a source of frustration. She shares Sengoku's perspective. Magellan has not erred in his actions. He is inherently a person of strong sense of duty, intolerant of any transgressions within his jurisdiction. The fact that he spared the Straw Hat crew, treating them differently from other criminals and providing them with ample sustenance, already deviates from his principles. Regrettably, the Straw Hat crew, in their ignorance, contemplated a prison break, even going so far as to release all criminals for their selfish aims, disregarding the catastrophic aftermath should these felons escape from Impel Down. To say it would result in widespread suffering is not an exaggeration. Foolishness. Utterly foolish. With a grandfather who is a naval hero, one would think it prudent to endure a brief stay in Impel Down, knowing freedom would soon follow. Instead, they chose the path of self-destruction, a fate Garp will inevitably learn of, and this matter cannot remain concealed. In the tumultuous era of the warring states, it was ill-advised for Sengoku to conceal matters concerning his beloved grandson. He felt compelled to personally inform Garp, lest Garp, in a fit of impulsiveness, seek trouble with Magellan. Furthermore, it was certain that Magellan had reported the situation to Admiral Akainu, and thus the five elders were also aware. Under the watchful eyes of Mariewa, Garp's impulsive nature was ill-suited. Coincidentally, Garp was on his way back, and it would not be long before he arrived at Marineford. Sengoku planned to soothe him upon his arrival, for Garp was inclined to heed his words. Sengoku had no intention of confronting Garp alone. Tsuru remained silent, merely nodding in agreement. Soon enough, approximately 2 hours later, a canine-headed warship docked at the naval port. Garp disembarked, striding forth with an air of nonchalance, greeting passing officers while unabashedly picking his nose. With a resounding bang, the office door was kicked open, and before the figure was even visible, a boisterous, hearty laughter echoed throughout the office. Garp was the first to so brazenly kick open the door to the Admiral's office. "Sengoku, bring out your donuts. Little Tsuru is here too," Garp exclaimed as he entered without ceremony, tossing aside his canine hat and plopping down on the sofa, his feet resting on the desk in a rather unruly manner. One might mistake the Admiral's office for his personal lavatory given his demeanor. "Why are you both staring at me?" Garp paused in his nose-picking, surprised to find Sengoku and Tsuru gazing intently at him. Normally, Sengoku would have berated him, and Tsuru would have rolled her eyes in exasperation. But today was different. Sengoku refrained from scolding, and Tsuru bore a troubled expression. "I have prepared a great many for you," Sengoku said, opening a drawer filled with an abundance of donuts, which he hurled towards Garp, contemplating the most tactful way to convey the tragic news of his grandson's demise in Impel Down. "When did you become so generous?" Garp fumbled to catch the flying donuts, tearing open the packaging and devouring them voraciously, all the while mumbling in disbelief. "The sun must have risen in the west today. Sengoku is unusually generous. When has it ever been that I had to rummage through cabinets to find my own donuts?" Why the silence? Carp paused, sensing an unsettling atmosphere that made his heart race. Could it be? I just returned and surely deserve a few days of leave. I cannot possibly be dispatched on another mission so soon. Usually, Sengoku would be assigning him tasks in such situations, rather than so kindly offering him donuts. The Straw Hat Pirates had broken free, releasing a multitude of criminals, all of whom had been eradicated by Magellan, including Monkey D. Luffy himself. In the wake of Sengoku's statement, Carp's expression froze in a mix of disbelief and rejection. The half-eaten donut slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground as he stood there, stunned. For nearly 4 to 5 seconds, he fixed his gaze on Sengoku, then shifted to look into Tsuru's eyes, both of which were filled with sorrow and solace. It was not a misunderstanding, nor had Sengoku misspoken. Luffy was dead? How could that be? He had only recently departed from Impel Down, and before his departure, he had asked Magellan to look after him. Although Magellan had not openly agreed, he certainly would not impose hardships on Luffy and his companions. At the very least, they would not face issues with food and drink, nor would they endure the torment that other prisoners experienced. There would also be ample time for Luffy to hone the 6 powers and haki that Carp had taught him. Veins began to bulge on Carp's face as he clenched his fists, a menacing aura emanating from him. His eyes reddened visibly. He could not accept this dreadful news. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Luffy could never die. What are you planning to do? Carp's mind was a chaotic whirlwind, exuding an overwhelming murderous intent as he instinctively moved to leave Marineford and head towards Impel Down. Tsuru immediately grasped Carp, her expression grave. Little Tsuru, tell me this is a lie. He struggled to contain himself. Tears welled in Carp's reddened eyes. Luffy was his only grandson. Just days ago, they had been together. How could they be separated so abruptly? He could not believe it, nor did he want to. He wished fervently that Tsuru would declare it all a jest. Calm down first. Tsuru was at a loss for how to comfort him, understanding the anguish that consumed Carp's heart. Damn it, how dare Magellan kill Luffy? When Tsuru did not provide a straightforward answer to his inquiry, Carp lost control in an instant, shaking her off and striding determinedly towards the exit. He was intent on confronting Magellan. Carp, Sengoku's voice thundered. And seeing Carp make no attempt to halt, he rushed forward, forcefully pinning Carp to the ground, causing the headquarters building to tremble. As the commotion echoed, naval officers from other floors hurried to the scene, drawn by the clash of 2 ferocious presences. I refuse to believe it. I must see the body. Pressed to the ground by Sengoku, Carp's face was streaked with tears, his eyes filled with lethal intent. Luffy had plunged into the searing flames of hell. His body completely incinerated, he could not possibly be alive. The very reason he had escaped was that you had given him the key. And you recklessly released other prisoners without considering the consequences. Magellan was merely fulfilling his duty as warden. The matter was already known to Fleet Admiral and the Gorosei. Magellan had done nothing wrong. Calm down. The concerns of Sengoku have indeed materialized. Observing the struggling Carp, he must firmly restrain him. Carp cannot be allowed to leave Marineford, let alone cause trouble for Magellan. Ultimately, Carp bears a significant portion of the responsibility. Had he properly guided Luffy and prevented him from embarking on a pirate's life, Luffy would not have been captured by Wilton in Alabasta and subsequently imprisoned in Impel Down. The gravest error was undoubtedly granting the Straw Hat Pirates the key. Without this key, they would have been incapable of unlocking the Seastone handcuffs, thus thwarting their escape. It was an egregious mistake to release other prisoners from different levels, as this opened the door for potential repercussions. Therefore, it is unjust to blame anyone for the annihilation of the Straw Hat Pirates. The onus lies solely on Carp and the crew themselves. They could have patiently awaited their moment of salvation, yet they hastened towards their own demise. Was it my fault? Carp, who had been struggling fiercely, abruptly ceased his resistance, his mind consumed by Sengoku's mention of the key. Indeed, the Seastone key had been discreetly acquired by him before his departure, intended merely as a precaution, yet it unexpectedly became a harbinger of doom. Admiral, Chief of Staff, Vice Admiral Carp. Numerous officers arrived on this floor, the first sight being Sengoku pinning Carp firmly against the corridor, while Crane stood nearby, sighing in dismay. What transpired? Did a dispute arise between Admiral Sengoku and Vice Admiral Carp? This was the first instance they had witnessed the two engaging in physical confrontation, leading many officers to speculate wildly. Everyone disperse. There is nothing to see here. Crane furrowed her brow and gestured for the others to leave, soon leaving only Sakazuki present. As for Borsalino, Kazan, and others like the Spider Demon, they were absent from headquarters, thus missing this commotion. Noticing Carp had calmed slightly, Sengoku rose and seized him. While Carp, with his head bowed, appeared as though his very soul had been drained, allowing Sengoku to drag him back into the office. What is happening? Sakazuki, clad in a dark red suit, wearing a naval cap and black leather gloves, draped in the great coat of an admiral, stood there. His exposed skin bore numerous tattoos, particularly from his left chest to his elbow, adorned with roses and cherry blossoms. It is safe to say he indeed lives up to his reputation as a tattoo aficionado. Furthermore, Sakazuki's demeanor was stern and unyielding, exuding an aura of formidable intensity that instilled a strong sense of pressure. There is nothing of concern. You may leave. Standing beside Carp, Sengoku waved his hand, dismissing any notion of addressing Sakazuki, for elaborating on the situation would undoubtedly exacerbate matters. One could easily surmise that Sakazuki would align himself with Magellan, likely provoking Carp with his words. Should that occur, a composed Carp might very well unleash his fury upon Sakazuki, whose notorious temperament is marked by a fierce resolve and a vehement disdain for evil. A confrontation would be inevitable, and Sengoku, already plagued by enough headaches, wished to avoid further embarrassment. After all, they were a fleet admiral and a naval hero. A modicum of decorum was in order. Sakazuki, with a stoic expression, refrained from pressing further, casting a glance at Carp, who sat on the sofa, head bowed and emanating an icy aura, before he turned and exited the office. It seemed that everyone was a thorn in his side. Sengoku felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. Retracting his gaze from Sakazuki, he observed Carp, lost in his own thoughts. None of them were allowing him a moment's peace. Being a fleet admiral was no simple feat. One could only imagine the toll the years had taken on him. And it would not be an exaggeration to say he felt utterly drained. Carp, we are powerless in this matter, and do not entertain the idea of confronting Magellan. Both the fleet admiral and the Gorosei are already aware. Sengoku had begun to prepare for a pardon in due time, but to his surprise, the Straw Hat crew had escaped, releasing prisoners from various levels. You must understand the devastation that would ensue should those criminals from Impel Down reach the open sea. The repercussions are far beyond what either of us can bear. Once Sakazuki had departed, Tsuru exchanged a glance with Sengoku and seated herself beside Carp, recognizing the need to soothe him in this moment of turmoil. I was mistaken. Kapu seemed to age a decade in an instant, his vitality drained and his eyes hollow. He deeply regretted handing the key to Luffy and felt remorseful for thinking that the harsh environment of Impel Down would toughen him up, even wishing to alter Luffy's aspirations. Had he not ventured to Impel Down, had he withheld the key from Luffy, perhaps Luffy would never have escaped and thus would not have perished. Tears welled in his eyes, and Kapu found himself choking back sobs. If given another chance, he would never hinder Luffy's dream of becoming a pirate. He would protect him at all costs. That night was destined to be sleepless for Kapu, as his mind was filled with the few memories he shared with Luffy, the majority of which were from Luffy's childhood. The days spent together were all too fleeting. He realized he was not a worthy grandfather. Outside the bedroom, Tsuru worried that Kapu, in a moment of impulsiveness, might take irreversible actions, so she took him away from the headquarters and remained by his side upon their return. Sengoku shared this sentiment. For the time being, Kapu needed to be watched closely. In the early morning, when Tsuru saw Kapu emerge from the bedroom, her heart ached with unspoken sorrow. Overnight, Kapu's hair had turned completely white. His face was unshaven, and exhaustion was evident, his eyes dull and lifeless. He embodied a state of utter despondency. The news of Luffy's death had struck Kapu harder than anyone could have imagined. It felt as though Kapu himself had died, leaving behind a shell of a man. Tsuru, accompany me to Impel Down, Kapu implored, his demeanor that of a weary elder devoid of vitality. Tsuru remained silent, locking eyes with Kapu for a few seconds. Though no words were exchanged, she nodded in agreement, knowing that Kapu was earnest. Setting out from the Navy headquarters, Kapu and Tsuru quickly arrived at Impel Down. Initially, Sengoku had refused to allow Kapu to go. But upon witnessing the overnight transformation, Kapu's hair turned white and his visage aged significantly, devoid of light. He could not bear to deny him. However, he insisted that Tsuru accompany him for safety's sake. Upon reaching Impel Down, Kapu took a moment to collect himself before proceeding to the inferno. Guided by the guards to the fiery abyss that consumed all, the crackling flames danced in hues of orange, warping the air around them. Undeterred by the heat, Kapu sat at the edge, lost in a trance as he gazed into the inferno. Is that so? I understand now. In the office of the director, Magellan heard Carp and Crane arrive at the inferno, where the devilish visage bore no trace of remorse or guilt. He believed he had committed no wrongdoing. Indeed, the facts corroborated his perspective. Neither the five elders nor Admiral Akainu, nor even Sengoku, had cast blame upon him. Rather, the latter two had acknowledged his merits in quelling the uprising. Even in the presence of Karp, he felt no pangs of conscience. Should the adversary seek vengeance, he would accept the consequences in their entirety. Having ascended to the position of director of Impel Down, he recognized the weight of that responsibility. Thus it was that Karp sat at the precipice of the inferno for 2 days, during which Magellan, at Crane's behest, refrained from appearing. Subsequently, Crane escorted Karp back to Marineford. From that moment on, Karp appeared as though his spirit had been drained. Sengoku, observing him, found himself powerless to intervene and ultimately granted Karp a respite. In the Grand Line at Baldigo, the Revolutionary Army's base lay ensconced amidst desolate sands and scattered stones. Several meters beneath the surface existed a labyrinth of secret passages. Within the commander's office, Dragon scrutinized the intelligence in his hands, trembling as his palms turned pale. The once fierce countenance was now marred by disbelief and anguish. How could this be? Luffy, his complexion drained of color, had perished. The news had come directly from the old man, stating that the mass escape had led to the annihilation of the entire force at Impel Down. A spasm gripped his heart. Only recently had the old man spoken of utilizing the harsh environment of Impel Down to fortify Luffy, even contemplating the reversal of Luffy's impractical aspiration to become the Pirate King. Everything had been meticulously arranged. Yet why? Why must he die? Energy sapped. Dragon collapsed into his chair, his eyes vacant and his heart steeped in regret. Had he intervened, perhaps, just perhaps, at that moment, a message arrived from Bello Betty. The office door swung open, and 3 figures entered in unison, the foremost adorned with a cap reminiscent of a small dog. A cigarette clenched between his lips. It was Telly Kildare, the Revolutionary Army's intelligence officer. Behind him were 2 young individuals, a man and a woman. The man donned a large hat equipped with wind goggles, sporting short golden hair, while a weapon resembling a hose was slung across his back. Beside him stood a girl with orange hair, clad in a short dress and high heels, none other than Sabo and Koala. The trio appeared to be in high spirits, engaging in jovial conversation. However, upon entering the office, they quickly sensed an unusual atmosphere. Dragon, typically composed and calm, was now a picture of sorrow. Despite calling out several times, he offered no response. Sabo exchanged a glance with Koala, and Telly furrowed his brow. They had never witnessed Dragon in such a state. Suddenly, Sabo's peripheral vision caught sight of the intelligence report on the desk, and 2 words jolted him to attention. Luffy? A throbbing headache seized him, as if an important thought was resurfacing. Sabo, disregarding rudeness, grasped the intelligence report on the desk with urgency. Upon deciphering the notification, he gasped for breath, cold sweat beading on his forehead, as waves of memories crashed over him. Luffy. Ace. His fingers turned pale as they clutched the report tightly, his complexion drained of color, and the past began to resurface gradually. How could this be? How could this happen? Impossible. It is inconceivable that Luffy could be dead. Why had he forgotten them? Sabo. What is wrong? Kurara's face reflected panic. Just moments ago, Sabo seemed fine, yet now he appeared utterly shattered after reading the report. She hurried to support him, who was on the verge of collapsing. Terry inhaled deeply from his cigarette, snatching the report from Sabo's hands, his pupils dilating rapidly. As the intelligence officer of the Revolutionary Army, how could he be unaware that Monkey D. Luffy was Dragon's son? A spurt of blood erupted from Sabo's mouth. He could not bear the reality. Just as he had begun to recall all his memories, he was struck with devastating news. His beloved brother was dead. Sabo, Kurara exclaimed, cradling the slumping Sabo in her arms, only to realize that her heart had ached so intensely that she fainted. Let us get Sabo to rest. He won't be able to cope with this right now, Terry said darkly. He understood why Dragon was in such a state. What was written? Kurara lifted the unconscious Sabo. Her eyes fixed intently on the report in Terry's hands. She needed to comprehend why Sabo was so distraught. Even Mr. Dragon, Dragon's son, Sabo's adoptive brother, is dead, Terry explained in a low, somber tone. Kurara's expression froze. Then she turned to Dragon, who slumped in his chair, a man she held in the highest esteem, now appearing as if his soul had been drained. Looking back at Sabo, her favorite person, even in unconsciousness, he murmured Luffy's name, his body racked with pain, his pale face a canvas of regret and guilt. Mr. Dragon, I entrust everything to Mr. Terry. I will take good care of Sabo, Kurara said, pursing her lips. Go ahead. Terry waved her off. After Kurara exited the office, he glanced at Dragon, sighed, opened his mouth to speak, but ultimately left, closing the door to grant Dragon some solitude. He believed Dragon would soon regain his composure, for the Revolutionary Army needed him. The scene shifted. Have you heard? Wapple's toy store has new toys. Daddy, I want toys from Wapple's toy store. All right, let's go buy some. The streets bustled with activity. Numerous children tugged at their parents, racing towards a certain shop amidst the throng. Wilton savored his takoyaki while eavesdropping on the passers-by discussing the Wapple toy store. A name that struck an inexplicable chord of familiarity within him. Wapple toy store? Could it possibly be the very establishment owned by the Wapple he was acquainted with? Yet, how could it manifest in the New World? Logically, he should still be fleeing along the Grand Line, enduring a tumultuous existence of wanderings, only to later amass wealth through the synthesis of toys using devil fruits. During his journey, Wilton was in no particular haste to raid the red-haired pirate's lair. As he traversed the island, he intended to address his lunch predicament while also relishing the local culture. After all, perpetually rushing was hardly a viable option. Especially with Borsellino stationed at the G8 branch, he had ample time before departing. To be honest, Wilton has a penchant for revelry. Perhaps this is an intrinsic trait of humanity. If this so-called Swallow toy store is indeed owned by the individual he imagines, then encountering it here would be a delightful surprise, a veritable gift from nature. He follows closely behind. Wilton soon arrived at a bustling toy store, filled with the cacophony of children's cries and joyous laughter, alongside the exasperated sighs of some parents. Come and buy. This is the newly developed toy from Wabber Toy Store, now available at a special discount of 20% off. Amidst the crowd, in a somewhat dilapidated toy shop, stood a corpulent owner adorned with deep purple hair, a large mouth, and a chin resembling a tin can, rubbing his hands together with a sycophantic grin as he observed the steady stream of children and adults entering his establishment. Ha ha ha. I, Mr. Wabor, am poised for a resurgence. Wilton stood outside, furrowing his brow while incessantly chewing on takoyaki, truly embodying the capabilities of the gum-gum fruit user, Wapple. It was peculiar indeed, by all calculations. He should have been wandering in the first half of the Grand Line. So how had he drifted into the New World? Could one truly stray so far as to become lost? The expanse was immense. This fellow's life could be described as a series of dramatic highs and lows. Originally the king of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom, he was a tyrant of the most selfish sort, abandoning his subjects to flee with the elite when the Blackbeard pirates invaded. Upon returning to the Cherry Blossom Kingdom, he was subsequently defeated and sent flying by Luffy, thus commencing his legendary descent into misfortune. He endured a harrowing escape, evading capture by the Navy. During this time, he took on the guise of a matchstick boy, and by a twist of fate, he crafted toys beneath a bridge using the capabilities of the Gum Gum Factory. Surprisingly, he captured the hearts of children, leading to the establishment of what is now known as the Wapple Toy Store. It seemed this was merely the beginning. If all went as anticipated, the toy store would expand, eventually attracting the attention of local scientists who would uncover the secret of Wapple's toys, the Wapple alloy, an extraordinarily rare memory alloy. This alloy possessed the remarkable ability to restore itself after being damaged, with hardness and reliability surpassing that of ordinary materials. With the monopoly of the unique Wapple alloy at sea, Wapple began his ascent to greatness, continually enlarging his toy store, eventually founding a manufacturing company and establishing the Wapple conglomerate. He even married a Miss Universe. His personal brand became ubiquitous worldwide, leading to the establishment of the nefarious Iron Barrel Kingdom in the South Sea. Due to the uniqueness of the Wapple alloy, the Iron Barrel Kingdom emerged as one of the world's member states, participating in global conferences where Wapple stumbled upon the darker side of the world government. Witnessing the assassination of Cobra of Alabasta by him and the Gorosei, he became privy to secrets that were never meant to be known and soon found himself back at square one. In summary, born at the peak, displaced in between, and later rising from the ashes to rebuild, only to find himself back at the beginning once more. His life was indeed a tapestry of excitement. Before long, within the span of merely an hour, the toys in the store were sold out, and Wapple, drooling with delight, counted the belly in his hands. At last, he had earned money and could cease his wandering. No one understood the bitterness of his recent escape better than he did, yet he was Wapple the Great. Even in his downfall, he could swiftly rise again. The toys had all been sold. Patrons were advised to return the next day. Upon hearing footsteps behind him, Wapple did not turn around, thinking instead of how to reward himself and strive to produce even more toys, aiming to double tomorrow's earnings. I didn't come to buy toys. I came to capture you. Wapple's body stiffened as he swiftly turned his head, instinctively squinting his eyes. Once the light became somewhat clearer, his face was overtaken by panic. Before him stood an individual clad in a tank top, form-fitting shorts, and a baseball cap, a robust and towering figure with thick eyebrows and striking features, embodying the image of a dashing, sun-kissed gentleman. The most striking aspect was the Navy Justice coat draped over him, indicating that he was at least of lieutenant rank or higher, as only officers of that caliber were permitted to wear such a coat emblazoned with the word justice on the back. Upon closer inspection, the insignia on the shoulder of the coat revealed a rank of vice admiral. Wapol collapsed onto the ground, his eyes filled with terror and despair, on the verge of tears. Just as his life began to show promise, it seemed destined to unravel before it could truly commence. What sins had he committed to warrant the Navy dispatching a vice admiral to apprehend him? Instinctively, Wapol refused to accept capture. He abandoned all thoughts of wealth and dashed toward the toy store, where an escape route lay. A flash of crimson lightning surged forth, and Wilton's eyes widened slightly. In an instant, Wapol, who had only taken a couple of steps, crumpled to the ground, his body rigid and eyes rolling back, succumbing to unconsciousness. It was as if he were an animal confronted by a predator. The innate oppression stemming from his very blood threatened to overwhelm him. Wilton gazed down upon the rigid form of Wapol, sprawled like a slaughtered pig with its legs akimbo, and an idea flickered to life in his mind. Seizing Wapol's cylindrical chin, Wilton crouched and leaped into the air, soaring upward until he vanished from sight. In the remote hinterlands of the island lay an untouched primordial forest, beside a mountain stream where icy water cascaded from above. Wapol, stricken and on the brink of death, jolted awake. He had been ensnared in a nightmare, fleeing from a vice admiral of the Navy who sought his demise. As he turned his head, the drenching water splashed upon his face, freezing him in place. Wapol, the former king of the Drum Kingdom, a member state of the world government, had been vanquished by pirates due to his cowardice and selfishness, leading to the overthrow of his regime by the new king. My orders were to execute him on the spot. Allow me to introduce myself. You may have heard of me, the indomitable Navy officer, Wilton. Wilton sat beside the campfire, leisurely roasting a wild boar, his expression inscrutable and his gaze icy as he fixed it upon Wapol. There was no other intention, merely intimidation. The palpable aura of menace sent a chill through Wapol, who had just regained consciousness. Upon hearing Wilton's self-identification, despair engulfed him. It was one thing to be pursued by a rear admiral, though preposterous, it was somewhat bearable. However, to learn that it was the infamous naval hardman who hunted him was unbearable. Not long ago, he had stumbled upon a news article about this formidable figure, a ruthless individual known for his audacity. Recently, he had single-handedly infiltrated the stronghold of the four emperors and emerged unscathed, a feat that continued to captivate public attention. The sheer difficulty and strength required for such an endeavor against the four emperors were beyond comprehension. Please, spare my life. Wapol's thoughts spiraled into despair, tears and snot streaming uncontrollably down his face as he sank to his knees, wailing inconsolably. His wretched life seemed devoid of any glimmer of hope. I beg you, just allow me to establish my toy shop. I will earn a fortune and offer it all to you. In his desperation, Wapol, a coward at heart, was reduced to a pitiful state, prioritizing his survival above all else. Wilton smirked as he gazed at Wapol, who was weeping like a child, making it hard to fathom that he was indeed a king. He exhibited none of the poise or dignity one would expect. However, he did not look down upon Wapol. Even the smallest creatures strive for survival, let alone a human, especially one who is inherently fearful of death. You make it exceedingly difficult for me. Wilton flipped the roast pig, indicating a tender texture. Wapol sniffed audibly. When it came to matters of life and death, his intelligence was surprisingly astute, instantly recognizing an opportunity. I assure you, I have discovered a business prospect. Today, the toy store's inventory has been entirely sold out. If I exert enough effort, I can produce more toys and subsequently open additional toy stores, thus amassing considerable wealth. How did you escape to the New World? Wapol's ability to generate income was beyond doubt, which was one of the reasons he intended to exert control over the other party. He anticipated a future that would require substantial financial resources. However, he would not fret over money. With formidable strength, wealth, fame, and power would be easily attainable. This is the extraordinary realm. Chapter 75, The Absurd Devil Fruit. I was once the king of the magnetic Drum Kingdom, and it all began the day you were sent flying by Monkey D. Luffy. Wilton, disinterested in Walpole's memoirs, abruptly interrupted him, nearly causing Walpole to choke. Has a valiant hero truly lost the right to reminisce about past glories? The world can be so cruel. In a desperate bid for survival, Walpole began to recount his experiences after being flung away by Luffy, tears streaming down his face as he spoke, his words laden with grievance and sorrow. Yet, The memory of his true nature rendered him scarcely deserving of sympathy. 10 minutes later, amidst Walpole's tearful narrative, Wilton gleaned how this individual had found his way to the New World. After being cast away, Walpole awoke in an unfamiliar land, destitute and forlorn, which led him to wander aimlessly. Due to the nature of the Gomu Gomu no Mi, he consumed a myriad of substances, transforming into various shapes. This eventually incited chaos, resulting in his capture by the Navy. Initially a vagabond, his plight evolved into a desperate escape, fraught with anguish and despair. Utilizing the powers of the Gomu Gomu no Mi, he evaded capture and ultimately clandestinely boarded a pirate ship, where he found refuge in the lowest warehouse. Upon awakening, he discovered he had already reached the New World, a stroke of fortuitous luck indeed. It is well known that the journey from the first half of the Grand Line to the second half, the New World, often involves traversing the treacherous Fishman Island, a perilous route with a success rate of merely 50%. Thus, he continued to evade capture, eventually arriving at this island, where he inadvertently created a factory for Gota Goma toys beneath a bridge, capturing the attention of numerous children. Seizing the opportunity, Walpole established a toy store, but alas, just days after its opening, he encountered Wilton. This implies that the remarkable shape memory alloy, Walpole alloy, had yet to be serendipitously discovered by scientists. In a world teeming with wonders, Wilton did not dwell overly on how Walpole had arrived in the New World, for the narratives of the original work were not immutable. Since fate had led him to encounter this character, one could only deem it unfortunate. From the very first glance at Walpole, an idea began to form in Wilton's mind. First, the Gomu Gomu no Mi. Second, the shape memory Walpole alloy. Third, Walpole's potential to ascend as a magnate. When he was selecting devil fruits, he had considered this particular one, the paramecia-type Gomu Gomu no Mi, which allows its user to consume any object, integrating it into their own body or synthesizing new entities, even enabling the user to devour parts of themselves to alter their shape. It could even allow one to consume another devil fruit user to acquire their abilities. Such potential is astounding. If one were to boldly explore its capabilities, could it not lead to the re-engineering of one's own genes, roots, and innate talents? Or perhaps transform oneself into a being of true steel and iron? This can be succinctly described as a rebirth. Not to mention the ability to consume the powers of other capability bearers, though one might ponder the limitations. Even if one could only absorb a single ability, it would still equate to a risk-free ascent to becoming a dual-type devil fruit user. This is currently one of the known methods to attain such a status, the other being Blackbeard's approach. The second entity, the shape memory Wabo alloy, represents a novel material, one that major powers will fervently contest to acquire in the future. It can be deemed a monopolistic industry. This alloy is deemed perfect for weapon crafting. Even if shattered, it possesses the remarkable ability to self-repair. Wilton aspires to utilize this to reconstruct his dumbbell weapon. At this moment, Wabo is engulfed in panic. The steadfast naval warrior has been fixated on him, and with each passing moment, his despair deepens. Is it his fate to perish here today? Or perhaps to be eternally confined in a cell? No. He does not wish for death, nor does he yearn for a life sentence. Should he be granted another chance, he would undoubtedly turn over a new leaf. Is it possible for you to create an alloy that can automatically restore itself even after being shattered? Wilton tore off a leg of the wild boar and tossed it to Wapple, inquiring. Wapple instinctively caught the pig's leg, swallowing hard as his rotund belly emitted a gurgling sound. Upon hearing Wilton's question, he sniffled and nodded emphatically. Will you let me go if I create it for you? It depends on my mood. Wapple, who had initially been filled with hope, suddenly appeared despondent. However, if you comply obediently, you might just spare your life. And I could even ensure you are no longer pursued by the Navy. Really? Wapple's previously defeated spirit was instantly rekindled. I will need some steel and minerals to forge the self-regenerating alloy you mentioned. Any minerals will suffice? Indeed. Wilton launched himself with a powerful thrust, his figure swiftly vanishing into the horizon. Walpole, momentarily taken aback, felt a sinister grin replace his bewildered expression. He had not anticipated such swift fortune. That foolish fellow had abandoned him in pursuit of minerals. If he did not flee now, when would he? In a flash, Walpole scrambled into the thicket, soon disappearing from sight. Meanwhile, Wilton, soaring over the town with his explosive dual axes, remained unfazed by Walpole's escape, for the latter was ever within the purview of his observation. Half an hour later, Walpole emerged from the jungle, tattered and disheveled, arriving at a rocky coastline where he collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. At last, he had evaded capture. Surely, his pursuer would be unable to locate him now. What was that sound? A deafening roar echoed overhead, prompting Walpole to instinctively glance up. A dark silhouette plummeted from the sky, crashing heavily nearby, sending a cloud of fine sand billowing towards him. That was quite a swift escape. Wilton emerged from the pit, his right hand raised high, clutching an enormous package filled with steel and an assortment of unknown minerals. His demeanor was imposing and fierce, reminiscent of a primordial beast, with dark red sparks of lightning flickering intermittently around him. In an instant, Vapol, believing he had escaped from peril, fell to his knees, his body rigid with terror. Overcome by fear, he trembled, his teeth chattering and legs quaking, rendered speechless. Dread enveloped his very soul. The call to fabricate memory alloy was made. The aura of dominance faded away. Wilton no longer intimidated Vapor. He simply tossed the package to the ground, causing various metallic minerals to scatter. My legs felt weak. Vapor wore an expression of sheer terror. Unable to meet Wilton's gaze, he was utterly paralyzed with fear. The two instances of his overwhelming presence had instilled an unprecedented dread within him. If you obediently comply, I shall spare your life. I might even become your ally. Wilton furrowed his brow, unable to bear the sight of Walpole's cowardice. It was a sheer waste that such a formidable and extraordinary devil fruit, the munch-munch fruit, was consumed by such a feeble individual. Upon reflection, it seemed that many powerful devil fruits fell into obscurity due to the incompetence of their wielders. One could only conclude that there are no inherently weak devil fruits, only weak users. A few minutes later, Walpole regained his composure. Although he still harbored a deep fear of Wilton, he realized that as long as he complied obediently, he would not be in any mortal danger. Furthermore, the possibility of Wilton becoming his backer was undeniably a glimmer of hope for Walpole. Under Wilton's watchful gaze, Walpole consumed some steel and minerals, causing a tumultuous churn within his corpulent body, akin to being a versatile processing factory. In this light, the munch-munch fruit appeared to possess capabilities similar to those of the stronghold fruit and the fusion fruit. Soon enough, Walpole opened his mouth and produced a 2-meter-tall teddy bear, which, upon landing, could move stiffly as if animated. Its energy source was neither solar nor electrical. It was quite remarkable, albeit somewhat aesthetically unpleasing. Chapter 76. Crafting Devil Fruit Weapons from Historical Tablets. Wilton raised his right hand and waved it through the air, unleashing a wave of armament hockey that violently shattered the toy, scattering its remnants across the ground. Walpole shuddered, his eyes widening in terror as he gazed at the chasm, 3 meters wide, that extended all the way to the surface of the sea. If that were to strike him, would he not spew forth several pints of blood? Wilton's actions are deliberate. His intention is to recruit Walpole to work for him, rather than to eliminate him or consign him to prison. He even plans to wield his authority as a vice admiral from the Navy headquarters to restore Walpole's freedom. His earlier claim of becoming Walpole's backing was not a mere fabrication. By keeping Walpole under his control, he essentially governs the new material, Walpole alloy, which represents a highly lucrative monopoly capable of generating endless profits. Furthermore, once he comprehends how Blackbeard has consumed a second devil fruit, he would not hesitate to choose the Yami Yami Nomi. Subsequently, he could utilize the Yami Yami Nomi to absorb other users of devil fruits, potentially becoming a wielder of 3, 4, or even more types of devil fruit abilities. However, a question lingers: can Blackbeard indeed consume 2 devil fruits of the same type? If he is limited to different types, then Wilton, having already consumed the Paramecia-type Tunpress fruit, would be unable to consume another Paramecia type. His only remaining options would be the Zoan and Logia types. The Yami Yami Nomi, however, allows the consumption of users of the same type, thereby granting him their powers. Creaking, in Wilton's gaze, the shattered toy bear's fragments seemed to possess a life of their own, gravitating towards the largest piece. Ultimately, they coalesced into one, restoring the toy bear to its original state. Gazing at the reformed toy bear, devoid of any scratches, it appeared precisely as it had when it first left the factory. Wilton continued his experimentation, twisting and breaking the head of a toy bear, reshaping it into various forms in his grasp, only for it to ultimately revert to its original state. Yet, it was not as flawless as he had envisioned. Its hardness was merely slightly superior to that of ordinary steel, and its weight was marginally lighter than an equivalent amount of steel. The speed of restoration was also not as rapid as he had anticipated, which diminished Wilton's aspirations of crafting a weapon. He proceeded with further trials. The material's resistance to extreme temperatures was not particularly remarkable. However, the toy bear was still capable of movement even when cast into the sea. Perhaps as Walpole's strength increased, or as the capabilities of the gum-gum fruit were further developed, the properties of Walpole alloy might enhance significantly. Nonetheless, with its remarkable self-restorative quality, Wapple alloy was destined to become one of the most sought-after and rare materials. It is no wonder that in the original narrative, Wapple ascended to establish the Wapple conglomerate, even founding a new regime, the nefarious Iron Barrel Kingdom, in the South Seas, and aligning with the world government. This exemplifies the nature of monopolistic industries, where profits are astonishingly high. The gum fruit not only allows one to assimilate consumed items into their physique, but also enables the synthesis of novel entities or the molding of desired shapes. Wilton was struck by an epiphany. The fortuitous encounter with Wapple was a gift from nature, and to squander such an opportunity would be a grave folly. The endeavor to forge weapons from Wapple's alloy had not yielded the desired results. Therefore, he had to devise an alternative approach. For instance, he contemplated utilizing the historical stone tablets for crafting. These artifacts were reputed to be the most indestructible materials known in the pirate world, impervious to both water and fire. With the power of the goma fruit, he surmised that he could shape them into the desired form. Long ago, he had envisioned recreating a dumbbell. Although it was termed a dumbbell, its dimensions had grown to resemble that of a barbell. He had also considered using sea stone. But as a current user of a devil fruit, engaging in combat might result in self-harm. Hence, it would be more prudent to opt for the historical stone tablets. Weight was no longer a concern, as the tuntun fruit could provide the necessary heft. What mattered most was sufficient hardness, and fortuitously, he was aware of the locations of such stone tablets. Additionally, there was another compelling reason. Objects could be imbued with life when consumed by Zoan-type devil fruits, essentially transforming them into living weapons. This presented a significant operational potential. How serendipitous! Wilton possesses a golden touch in terms of plot advantage. In a mere few seconds, he has devised a plan to forge a formidable weapon tailored to his needs. He intends to have Wapple transform the historical stone tablet into a barbell using the powers of the munch fruit. Subsequently, he will have the barbell consume a certain devil fruit that possesses life. Considering the timeline, that particular devil fruit should still be unconsumed, which presents an opportune moment for him to seize control of it for future preparations. After all, the round trip would not take many days. Wapple cautiously nodded. Although he was perplexed by Wilton's inquiry, his expression shifting constantly, he knew that responding truthfully would be the safest course. Excellent. Remain on this island, and do not entertain thoughts of escape. Otherwise, I shall wield the authority of a vice-admiral and raise your bounty to 300 million berries, personally pursuing you to the ends of the earth. However, if you comply, I will rescind the Navy's pursuit of you and offer you my protection as one of my subordinates. In the future, should you encounter difficulties, I will ensure they are resolved. With my protection, your toy store could flourish worldwide, and soon, becoming a magnate and establishing a new regime would be within your grasp. Wilton utilized both coercion and temptation, and as long as Wapple was not a fool, he should comprehend the choice before him. Initially, Wapple was filled with trepidation, an exorbitant bounty of 300 million berries, a personal manhunt. Such circumstances would surely exacerbate his already miserable existence. From any perspective, it appeared to be a path leading to certain doom. Yet, a twist of fate emerged. Should he comply, he could escape a life of perpetual flight, basking instead in the protection of a naval strongman, with toy stores proliferating worldwide, ultimately transforming into a magnate and establishing a new regime. The prospect was tantalizing and immense. Wapple felt that even a moment's hesitation would be a disservice to himself, and he eagerly nodded in agreement, as fervently as a chick pecking at grain. He had endured enough of a life marked by turmoil and fear. He envisioned a world filled with his toy stores, an ascent to wealth, and the founding of a new government. He was determined to rise again. With such thoughts in mind, he acted without delay. Wilton knelt down, his right hand pressing against the beach as it illuminated with a dazzling array of colors. He adjusted his return coordinates from the G8 sector to this very spot. The return ability could only be employed once a day, including the modification of coordinates. After finalizing the adjustments, Wilton retrieved the ever-evolving sea chart from his pocket, carefully pinpointing a direction before crouching slightly. As he propelled himself forward, a massive explosion of fine sand erupted beneath him, and he shot forth like a cannonball, vanishing into the sky. Vapor sat down abruptly on the ground, spitting out the sand from his mouth as he gazed at the distant speck in the sky. He obediently settled beneath a coconut tree, no longer daring to entertain any reckless thoughts. In the high altitudes, clouds raced backward in a frenzy as Wilton felt his weight diminish. Utilizing his skill, he unleashed his twin axes to hasten his journey. Just before his descent, He concentrated a significant amount of armed color into his feet, releasing it to accelerate once more. His destination, Alabasta. Wilton carefully stowed away the nautical charts. He recalled that Alabasta housed two historical poneglyphs. One lay within the subterranean burial hall, its current status after Crocodile's involvement uncertain. This particular poneglyph chronicled the tale of the king of the underworld in Wano country, a place he was destined to conquer one day. Furthermore, he possessed the accompanying design. The other poneglyph resided within a mysterious underground ruin, a deep pit where Luffy, Zoro, and Chopper had inadvertently fallen during their passage through the desert. It seemed to be the first recorded appearance of the poneglyph. The location was nestled beneath a series of hills not far from the city of Yuba. Chapter 76. Under him, all beings are equal. 1. Chapter 77. Under him, all beings are equal, combined. 1. They sped forth, enduring 4 days and nights of relentless travel. Wilton journeyed from the New World to Alabasta, a majestic red earth continent that soared into the clouds. For Wilton, it posed no hindrance, and he traversed it with remarkable ease. Wilton first arrived in the capital, concealing his presence beneath a dark hooded cloak that obscured his features and figure. He swiftly focused his attention on Cobra, who was engaged in official duties. Upon noticing a shadow in the office, Cobra immediately became alert and raised his voice, intending to rouse the guards stationed outside. However, those guards had already succumbed to unconsciousness, lying motionless on the ground. Where lies the essence of history? Wilton found little motivation to seek the historical text of the underground offerings. He deemed it far more efficient to threaten Cobra instead. I am at a loss for your meaning, Cobra replied, his expression shifting as he cast his gaze towards the door. After a prolonged silence, a sense of dread settled in his heart. He realized that the guards had likely been incapacitated. I refuse to squander any more time with you. Should you fail to lead me to the historical texts, I shall unleash a bloodbath upon the entire palace. Believe me, no one will be able to halt my advance. Wilton lowered his voice, his eyes narrowing slightly as an overwhelming and domineering will surged towards Cobra, whose pupils dilated instantly, his face contorting with terror. Seeing Cobra on the verge of losing consciousness, Wilton withdrew his conqueror's haki, leaving the man pale and gasping for breath. It was clear he had encountered a truly formidable presence. 5 minutes later, Wilton and Cobra found themselves in a secluded chamber within the palace, devoid of any furnishings, save for a colossal square stone tablet inscribed with ancient characters. It was not the Crimson Milestone Stone. Cobra, possessing a keen sense of timing, realized that his decision to yield had been wise. On their way, they had stirred the palace guards, yet faced with over 50 of them, the adversary had dispatched them all with nothing more than a mere glance. This incident evoked thoughts of the legendary conqueror's haki in Cobra's mind. Wilton felt it was indeed correct to approach Cobra directly, for this fellow had indeed removed the historical text chronicling the underworld king. Next, amidst Cobra's somewhat astonished gaze, Wilton boldly lifted the enormous historical stone tablet, which weighed a staggering 50 tons. The initial relocation had required a considerable exertion of effort. With a resounding boom, the scene unfolded. Wilton crouched slightly, employing his skill, the explosive dual axes, to shatter the palace and vanish into the night. 50 tons posed no challenge for him. Cobra remained utterly silent. The desert at night was exceedingly frigid. After several leaps propelled by the explosive dual axes, Wilton swiftly arrived at a set of ruins. He recalled the map of Alabasta that Suddy had given him during his previous endeavor to defeat Crocodile, allowing him to easily locate the hill ruins not far from Yuba City. This must be the place. Observing the crumbling remnants before him, one could faintly discern that it had once been a thriving city. He discarded the historical stone tablet onto the ground, and with a powerful strike, the surface, littered with sand and debris, formed a pit. There were no underground ruins here. This was not the correct location. After more than 30 explosive detonations reverberated, Wilton pinpointed a spot in the yellow sands a kilometer away, beneath which lay an abyss of darkness. Fearlessly, he leaped into it, lacking a torch for illumination. He activated his conqueror's haki, using the ethereal black-red sparks to illuminate the underground ruins. Who would have thought that conqueror's haki could be utilized in such a manner? Moments passed. Wilton hoisted a historical stone tablet and leaped to the ground, successfully acquiring 2 historical stone tablets from Alabastan. Task accomplished. He stacked the 2 tablets and securely bound them together with a pre-prepared rope, lifting them aloft. The return journey, however, proved to be somewhat arduous. Regrettably, it was impossible to carry any items back to the city. Otherwise, a single return trip could have resolved everything. Suddenly, the ground erupted beneath his feet. Wilton utilized his skill, the explosive twin axes, to leap into the air, extending his observation hockey to its maximum range. After several consecutive jumps, he reached the surface of the sea. Concentrating his armament hockey on his feet, he propelled himself forward, continuing to employ the explosive twin axes, albeit at a slightly reduced speed. His energy was depleting faster than when he had begun, yet he possessed 3 rescue opportunities. Whenever fatigue set in, he could simply tap his golden finger. Soon enough, he found himself moving intermittently, occasionally seeking refuge on an island to rest. After 6 days and nights of this arduous journey, Wilton descended heavily upon the sandy beach. Wapple, who was gnawing at a coconut tree, was nearly struck with a heart attack upon witnessing Wilton crash to the ground along with 2 massive cubic stones. The stillness of the night only amplified the shock. "You made a most prudent decision," Wilton remarked, observing the dazed Wapple with satisfaction. The moonlight illuminated the fallen coconut trees behind Wapple, indicating that he had not ventured far in days. Fortunately, Wapple was a user of the munch-munch fruit, which ensured he would never go hungry. However, consuming the trees and stones offered little flavor, akin to chewing on wax. Wilton approached to combine the 2 stones into a barbell. A tad glitchy, he envisioned a left azure dragon and a right white tiger. "Just remember to erase the ominous markings atop them." Wilton gestured, sharing some of his thoughts with Wapple. At present, he intended to forge a single barbell weapon. Carrying 2 would be somewhat cumbersome. Moreover, the absence of a weapon did not impede his ability to utilize skills. In the future, should he acquire a superior animal-type devil fruit, he could indeed create a second barbell weapon. "Very well," Wapple responded with a sycophantic demeanor, scampering toward the stone tablet. The cryptic symbols inscribed upon it eluded his understanding, thus he paid them no heed. He leaped, exaggerating his mouth-s opening, and devoured a piece of the stone tablet in one gulp, followed by a second. Such is the marvel of the devil fruit. Remarkably resilient, yet no matter how tough, I can consume anything. A tumultuous sensation stirred within his belly. These stones were harder than any he had previously ingested, but Wapple remained confident in his abilities. 10 minutes later, his stomach continued to grumble. 2 days hence, Wapple opened his cavernous mouth, and from it emerged a colossal barbell, measuring 3 meters in length, deposited upon the ground. At either end were not mere weights, but rather intricately crafted heads, a vivid dragon-s head on the left and a lifelike tiger-s head on the right. Their fierce, bared fangs and snarling visages exuded an aura of formidable ferocity and intimidation. Furthermore, both the dragon and tiger heads boasted a diameter of 1 meter. The surface of the barbell shaft was engraved with patterns reminiscent of dragon scales, stretching 1 meter in length. This peculiar design rendered it somewhat incongruous. It was too large to be considered a dumbbell and too unwieldy for a barbell, with the heads being disproportionately large and the shaft rather short. Notably, the dragon's forehead bore the character for justice, while the tiger's forehead was inscribed with the character for righteousness, together embodying the essence of justice. Wilton stepped forward, effortlessly grasping the colossal weight, manipulating it with such ease that it felt as though it weighed a mere 100 tons. Each swing exuded a formidable power, resonating with an overwhelming force. The menacing hammer, resembling a ferocious tiger's head, rested upon the ground, its apex aligned with Wilton's crown, for he stood at a height of 303 centimeters, while the barbell measured 300 centimeters in length, leaving him only 3 centimeters taller. Upon discovering that he exceeded the height of 300 centimeters, Wilton recognized his innate potential for greatness. Indeed, a man should wield such heavy weaponry, embracing a bold and unrefined approach, breaking through obstacles with the sheer force of will. Wilton was quite satisfied with this weapon, which weighed a staggering 100 tons. When combined with the weight of the ton-pressed fruit and the force he exerted while swinging it, the total mass was truly beyond imagination. Moreover, the issue of weight could be easily resolved. Once the ton-pressed fruit awakened, even a single blade of grass in his hand could weigh hundreds or thousands of tons, while a mountain could feel as light as a feather. He whimsically decided to name it the Justice Bell, for he would henceforth embody justice himself, dictating right and wrong. The Equality Bell sounded equally appealing, as beneath him, all beings would be equal. The dark azure hockey immediately enveloped the Equality Bell, for he intended to continuously infuse it with his hockey. It was said that the supreme great sword was cultivated over many years by top-tier masters using their hockey. Although the Equality Bell was already sufficiently robust, it would be foolish not to enhance it further, as Wilton practiced the art of armed color through constant consumption and regeneration. He had long employed armed color to refine his body, and it had proven effective. "This is my den mushy number," Should you encounter insurmountable troubles in the future, you may mention my name and give me a call. Wilton has commenced his training with the equality bell, focusing on his biceps while simultaneously reciting his phone number. This latest synthesis of the equality bell by Wobble has sparked new ideas within him. The swallowing fruit is far more potent than previously imagined. It is essential to understand that the historical stone tablets are numerous, and utilizing them solely for weaponry is the most superficial and valueless application. Fortunately, Wilton has conceived a strategy for maximizing their benefits. Should this endeavor prove successful, his influence within the Navy headquarters will significantly increase, enhancing the likelihood of achieving his ambitions. He could potentially experience a remarkable surge, leaping to become one of the ocean's most formidable experts. An individual who fails to utilize connections is a fool. He must persist. He might even transform his current submissiveness into a decisive and forceful approach. Wobble remains astounded as Wilton effortlessly wields the 100-ton equality bell, instinctively nodding in a manner reminiscent of a chick pecking at grain. The sheer power is terrifying. Wielding 100 tons feels as light as a toothpick. The sound generated from a casual swing is sufficient to obliterate him into a mere pulp. He diligently memorizes Wilton's contact information, recognizing it as his future anchor of support. Navigating the world without a background is exceedingly disadvantageous, and the hardships endured during his recent wanderings have fostered significant growth and understanding. The Banks Restricted Zone, also known as Punk Hazard, was once a research site for the world government, housing various prisoners. 2 years prior, due to an experiment conducted by M. Caesar Carrot, a vast quantity of toxic gas was released on the island, rendering it a desolate wasteland. Soon, following the conclusion of the Marineford War, Akainu and Akiji will engage in a 10-day duel here to determine who shall ascend to the rank of admiral. Ultimately, Akainu will emerge victorious, and the climatic upheaval resulting from their battle will transform Punk Hazard into a fearsome island of ice and fire. A year ago, M. Caesar Carrot escaped from the prison ship and returned to the island, dissipating the toxic substances and continuing to exploit the island's prisoners for his nefarious experiments. Currently, Akainu and Akiji have yet to clash, allowing Punk Hazard to retain its primal appearance, with remnants of structures faintly visible amidst the jungles. In the center of Punk Hazard lies the research facility, surrounded by numerous guards clad in eclectic attire, armed with a variety of firearms, gas grenades, and rocket launchers, creating an imposing fortress. Suddenly, a shadow descends from a height of 1,000 meters, akin to a missile striking the heart of the research facility. In an instant, an explosion erupts, engulfing the entire compound in a wave of heat, as a shockwave rapidly expands, sending debris flying and injuring numerous guards, who are hurled to the ground, bleeding profusely. What has transpired? What is happening? An enemy attack? The sudden explosion left everyone in a state of bewilderment. Instinctively, all present raised their weapons, aiming towards the billowing clouds of dust, where a vague and peculiar silhouette could be discerned. The force generated by the impact of the ton-press fruit was indeed formidable. Yet the training with iron blocks and the use of armament hockey proved to be quite effective. Amidst the ruins, enveloped in a haze of dust and sparks, Wilton, bearing the equality bell, shook his head and stood up. His observation hockey rapidly radiated outwards, confirming that he had arrived at his destination. After leaving his contact information with Wobble, he departed, with no intention of interfering in Wobble's ascent. Simultaneously, he contacted headquarters and, after some inquiries, discovered that Wobble was not being targeted by any notable figures. It was merely a routine bounty capture. Thus, Wilton exercised his authority as a vice admiral to rescind Wobble's bounty. He also had Wobble craft an outfit from Wobble alloy, ensuring that he would no longer have to worry about wardrobe malfunctions or torn clothing. However, any use of the return to city ability would render the attire essentially moot. This time, he had taken a circuitous route for 2 days and nights to reach the Banku restricted zone with a singular purpose: to acquire the artificial zone-type fish fruit. Mythical beast form, specifically the Azure Dragon. This was the crowning achievement of the world's foremost scientist, Dr. Vegapunk. Created using Kaido's lineage factor, the first artificial devil fruit of its kind. It is noteworthy that the Azure Dragon form is Kaido's ability and belongs to the mythical beast category. Nevertheless, Vegapunk had perfected its creation. Aside from the difference in color, its functions remained identical. Determined, he resolved to bring Vegapunk under his control. The mere act of artificially creating a devil fruit would accelerate his ambition to unify the world. It is essential to recognize that Vegapunk had not only perfected the mythical beast form of the Azure Dragon fruit, but also the sweet fruit of the Seraphim. the quick slice fruit, the meatball fruit, and the swim fruit. This implies that any zoan or paramecia-type devil fruit could be artificially produced, provided he obtained the lineage factors of their respective users. Only the logia type had yet to be conquered. Initially, apart from his objective concerning the Azure Dragon artificial devil fruit, Wilton also intended to bring Caesar under his control to work for him. Considering the timeline, Caesar should have already colluded with Don Quixote da Flamingo and might have begun producing defective devil fruits to sell to Kaido. However, in terms of cost-effectiveness, Vegapunk ultimately held greater value. Who goes there? Halt. The alarms of the research facility blared, and numerous guards emerged, weapons raised, directing their aim toward the dissipating dust. Suddenly, without warning, a torrent of black and red lightning surged through the air, accompanied by an overwhelming and tyrannical will that radiated dominance. The guards fell unconscious to the ground, unable to even pull the trigger. What is happening? Why are the Navy's hardened soldiers appearing here? Deep within the research facility, in a laboratory, Caesar gazed at the screen displaying surveillance footage, where Wilton's strikingly handsome and rugged visage appeared in stunning 4K clarity. Caesar recognized him immediately. Scattered across the disheveled desk were recent newspapers, one of which detailed Wilton's uproar at the headquarters of the Four Emperors, the Beast Pirates. Damn it! His pupils constricted. Suddenly, in the surveillance feed, Wilton turned his gaze towards Caesar's direction, as if he could see through the screen. It was a disconcerting feeling, as if he had been discovered. With a resounding crash, the formidable steel door, over a meter thick, was brutally kicked open in the surveillance footage, causing Caesar's eyelids to twitch. If such a kick were to connect with a person, it would surely be fatal. The intruder is in Corridor 6. Eliminate him immediately. Caesar swiftly seized a phone book, his voice echoing throughout the entire research institute, prompting guards from various locations to rush towards Corridor 6. Observing the influx of subordinates, Caesar felt assured of victory. He doubted that the formidable Navy man could best them all, especially given that each guard was equipped with a variety of toxic gas weapons he had developed. However, within mere minutes, the once jovial expression on Caesar's face darkened, his demeanor shifting as he leaned forward, intensely scrutinizing the surveillance feed. What was happening? How could all those guards be incapacitated after a mere exchange? Wilton continued to bulldoze through one steel door after another, drawing ever closer to Caesar's position. His observation hockey was firmly locked in. After all, Caesar's presence was the most potent in the entire research facility, akin to a light bulb in the darkness, impossible to remain unnoticed. Chapter 77, Failed Artificial Devil Fruits, 2, after 10 minutes. Virtually all guards dispatched to thwart Wilton had succumbed after a single encounter, the Conqueror's hockey effortlessly sweeping away the lesser foes. With a scowl, Caesar turned to glare at the laboratory door, which was inevitably flung open with brute force, revealing Wilton, the embodiment of equality, standing there. Navy strongman Wilton. Are you here to apprehend me? Caesar refrained from attacking immediately, pondering whether his location had been compromised, prompting the Navy headquarters to send a formidable operative to capture him. Logically, his movements should have remained a well-guarded secret, known only to Don Quixote da Flamingo. Could it be that da Flamingo had betrayed him? Unthinkable. Their collaboration had already established a firm trajectory. Da Flamingo would never relinquish the benefits brought forth by the artificial devil fruit. No one would easily forfeit such an opportunity. Wilton remained silent, casting a lofty gaze upon Caesar. Indeed, he possessed a striking individuality, characterized by his long, pointed black hair, adorned with a pair of horns, complemented by a touch of violet lipstick and expertly applied eye makeup. His flat nose and elongated eyebrows added to his distinctive appearance. Due to the nature of the gas fruit, a gaseous aura enveloped him. Standing at approximately 309 centimeters, he exuded a sinister presence, clearly not a man of virtue. And indeed, he was far from being one. Caesar Clown, a wielder of the gas fruit, bore a bounty of 300 million berries. To preserve your life, it is wise to comply. Otherwise, your demise is assured. Where's the room containing the failed experimental subjects of the artificial devil fruits? Wilton faintly recalled that in the original narrative, Peach Boy inadvertently consumed the artificial dragon fruit in the chamber designated for the failed experiments of artificial devil fruits. At this juncture, he should not have been deceived into the confines of the bank's restricted area. What? Upon hearing Wilton's words, Caesar's demeanor shifted drastically. He was incensed. Feeling utterly disrespected. Did they not realize who he was? He was none other than the genius scientist, Caesar Clown. However, the subsequent statement made him uneasy. What was happening? How did the marine brute come to know about the artificial devil fruits? Had they discovered his illicit manufacturing of these fruits? Nevertheless, Caesar quickly regained his composure. After all, he had the formidable Don Quixote da Flamingo backing him, and his own capabilities were no trifling matter. How dare a mere marine vice-admiral threaten him? Such insolence was intolerable. I am a genius scientist, a wielder of natural abilities, with a bounty of 300 million berries. What gives you the audacity to think you can eliminate me? Moreover, do you dare? He mused, wearing a sinister expression. Yet, deep within, anxiety gnawed at him. After all, his movements and secrets were at risk of exposure. Should this information leak, he might be forced to relocate yet again and could potentially face the pursuit of the Marines. A powerful figure? Was he referring to that clown, Don Quixote da Flamingo? Wilton wore a playful expression, yet he did not deny that Caesar possessed a certain level of strength. After all, the gas fruit was of the Logia type. Although his development was not as outrageous as that of the three Marine admirals, it surpassed the abilities of Smoker's smoke fruit, Carib's swamp fruit, and Monet's snow fruit by a considerable margin. Utilizing his observation hockey, he scanned the entire research facility but found no trace of Monet, indicating that Don Quixote da Flamingo had yet to send her to monitor Caesar. How do you know? Caesar's comically large face fluctuated between emotions, evoking a sensation akin to being seen in a state of undress as he glanced at the composed Wilton, prompting a flicker of doubt within him. Resolutely, he concluded that the Marine must not be allowed to leave this place alive, and he needed to vacate swiftly. For the Marine could very well be an envoy sent by the Navy. In an instant, without any forewarning, Caesar decided to strike first. Clenching his fists, he abruptly opened them, employing the powers of the gas fruit to instantaneously extract all the air from the surroundings. The laboratory was plunged into a vacuum. Die in suffocating agony, he declared, confident in his victory. No living organism could survive in his vacuum realm, for air was of paramount importance to all forms of life. Wilton's eyes widened fiercely, and in an instant, an unstoppable and overwhelmingly domineering will surged forth like a colossal tsunami, crashing towards Caesar. A multitude of black and red lightning sparks spread throughout the laboratory like venomous serpents. The once smug Caesar retreated at once, his gas-filled attire and flamboyant hair swirling wildly. His eyes filled with terror and disbelief. Cold sweat poured from his forehead, his complexion paling as if a giant hand had seized his heart, rendering him breathless and nearly collapsing to the ground, the sensation of fear magnifying and enveloping his very soul. Conqueror's hockey. How could it be conqueror's hockey? This overwhelming will to dominate, where those who submit prosper and those who oppose perish, shattered Caesar's mental defenses in mere moments. Despite Caesar's formidable strength, he, like Wapple, was a coward who feared the strong and clung to life, easily intimidated to the point of inaction when someone grasped his vulnerabilities, obediently begging for mercy instead. For such a timid individual, the impact of conqueror's hockey was infallible. It is thus understandable why the original Caesar obediently followed Doflamingo's commands, even allowing himself to be easily manipulated by Nami and others. He was undeniably a mad and malevolent scientist, possessing both power and intellect. Yet his character was that of a coward, a pitiful figure akin to a lump of clay that could not be molded. To ensure Caesar's compliance, Wilton tightened his grip on the bell of equality, raised it high, and with a forceful swing, unleashed its power. In that moment, the barbell's impact generated a wave of dark blue-black domineering aura, flashing with black and red sparks, tearing through the smooth, hard surface of the ground with an unstoppable force, engulfing Caesar entirely. A thunderous explosion resonated as the laboratory's thick steel walls crumbled, leaving a vast pathway that extended into the forest beyond the research facility. As for Caesar, he lay bloodied and unconscious at the end, his eyes rolled back in his head, succumbing to the terror of the conqueror's hockey without any resistance, enduring Wilton's domineering assault in a state entwined with that very aura. Truly, he proved to be utterly defenseless. Wilton approached Caesar, whose body still trembled intermittently, casting a condescending glance as he furrowed his brow. He had anticipated a considerable effort upon entering Banks' penalty area. However, upon witnessing Caesar's cowardly and fearful demeanor in the face of conqueror's hockey, he realized that his opponent was merely a gilded fade, impressive in appearance yet utterly ineffectual. Hey, wake up! Wilton was exceedingly rough. Grasping the dragon's head of the bell of equality, he began to slap Caesar's comical face back and forth, delivering 3 or 4 strikes, yet Caesar showed no signs of awakening. Wilton surveyed his surroundings, spotting a small puddle not far away, its water tainted with an unsightly darkness, likely a result of industrial waste. Grasping Caesar's hair, he flung him aside with a forceful motion, coughing and gasping for air. The unconscious Caesar felt as though he had just emerged from a nightmarish drowning experience, abruptly awakening to sit upright, his gaze still clouded with confusion. However, upon seeing Wilton, clarity returned, and his body trembled uncontrollably. The sharp pain radiating from his face caused him to draw in a sharp breath. Had there been a mirror before him, he would have been horrified to discover that his visage was swollen and bruised, resembling that of a pig's head. "Take me to the chamber of the failed experiments of the artificial devil fruits." Wilton loomed with an air of authority, his piercing gaze reminiscent of a sovereign wielding the power of life and death, exuding an undeniable aura of dominance. Indeed, Caesar scrambled to his feet, no longer defiant. He bent low, adopting a servile demeanor, his eyes filled with fear and trepidation. After a brief detour, guided by Caesar, Wilton was led to the chamber housing the failed experiments of artificial devil fruits, where an array of discarded inventions lay in disarray. A thorough search ensued. Wilton discovered a transparent glass container amidst a myriad of unknown objects, within which lay a singular fruit, its surface adorned with dragon scales and crowned with two horn-like protrusions of a pink hue. This was a failed prototype of an artificial devil fruit, far from the perfection of the creations I have produced. As Wilton shattered the glass container and examined the pink-hued fruit with keen interest, Caesar scoffed dismissively. This devil fruit was crafted by Vegapunk, yet it was merely a botched attempt. In contrast, the artificial devil fruits he had devised were truly flawless, a testament to the considerable advancements he had made beyond Vegapunk's efforts. Wilton cast a glance at the disdainful Caesar, a man not only brimming with arrogance, but also a narrow-minded coward, devoid of integrity and plagued by forgetfulness. Is he truly oblivious to his current predicament? How can he still harbor contempt for Vegapunk, when his very life hangs by a thread? You possess a venomous pet, do you not? Ah. You are aware of that too? Caesar widened his eyes in disbelief, his swollen, purplish visage reflecting sheer horror. He had been contemplating a desperate escape with the aid of the slime, or a potential reversal of fortunes. How could it be that even before the game had begun, his secrets were laid bare? How is it that the Navy's stalwart warriors seem to possess knowledge of all things? I can perceive your past, and foresee your grim future. A tragic demise awaits you. With an expressionless demeanor, Wilton instilled fear in Caesar, whose complexion immediately paled, devoid of any color. He was incredulous, yet this individual did not seem to be deceiving him, and the entire situation had been exceedingly bizarre, as if he possessed knowledge of everything. SAD, the giant drug. The land of the dead, muscle relaxants, Koro, KX launchers. Collaborating with Don Quixote da Flamingo to produce SAD, subsequently cultivating artificial devil fruits in Dressrosa, and ultimately selling them to the Beast's pirates. The Big Mom pirates must have established some connection with you, providing funding for your giantification research. This web of interests is quite extensive, involving a warlord of the sea and two emperors. With each utterance from Wilton, Caesar's heart grew increasingly colder. As his inner doubts deepened, this individual was not merely deceiving him. He genuinely possessed the ability to perceive his past and future. How else could he possibly be aware of such secrets? The research on the giant drug, along with the connection established by the Big MOM pirate crew, remains under negotiation, a matter he has kept entirely to himself. Furthermore, the Death Realm, a clandestine project of mass destruction, is known solely to him. The muscle relaxant, Koro, and the KX launcher are merely concepts at this stage. Damn it, some secrets are known only to him, with no one else privy to their existence. Wait, will he meet a dreadful end? Caesar was utterly convinced, his entire demeanor betraying a profound panic, with cold sweat glistening on his fearful visage. What to do? What to do? Observing Caesar, who was lost in his own tumultuous thoughts, one could see a myriad of emotions flicker across his face: despair, horror, and dejection, each transformation occurring with astonishing rapidity. Wilton cannot be considered as deceiving Caesar. Being aware of the narrative, he indeed comprehends both Caesar's past and future, albeit in a somewhat biased or embellished manner. Caesar remains excessively fearful of death, easily swayed to fill in the gaps with his imagination, as his mental defenses and willpower are exceedingly fragile. In moments of clarity, he hears only my voice beckoning. I alone can save you. If he wishes to escape death, he must obediently comply. Let my bell of equality consume this cursed fruit of the devil. Wilton recalled that Caesar possessed the knowledge to imbue objects with the essence of devil fruits. The pet slime, for instance, was a toxic gel that had consumed the zoan-type salamander fruit. From the moment he encountered Wapol, he conceived the idea of creating artificial devil fruit weapons, initially intending to utilize Wapol's alloy. However, the alloy failed to meet his expectations, leading him to opt for the historical text stone instead. Fortuitously, a flawless artificial dragon-formed devil fruit had yet to be consumed by Momonosuke Kazuki. Thus, he resolved to have Justice Bell devour it. This decision would provide him with significant leverage while simultaneously allowing him to covertly control Caesar in preparation for the future. Although Caesar may not rival Vegapunk in terms of cost-effectiveness, he undeniably possesses considerable utility. After all, he is a genius scientist. While he may falter in other areas, his authority in research remains substantial. Eliminating him, akin to Wapol, would be a regrettable loss. It is far more prudent to retain him for maximum benefit. You must save me. I am willing to comply with any demands you make. The phrase uttered by Wilton, "I can undoubtedly save you," resonated like a celestial melody. The final lifeline. Caesar, overwhelmed with tears and snot, contemplated clinging to Wilton's leg for support. However, upon receiving a fierce glare from Wilton, Caesar became paralyzed with fear. Too intimidated to move. Is it feasible? Wilton's voice was deep, one hand holding an artificial devil fruit, and the other clutching the bell of equality. Can, he stammered. Caesar nodded vigorously, fearing that Wilton might deny him this opportunity. The fright he had endured today was overwhelming, leaving his mind in disarray and his heart in turmoil. Without pausing, Caesar led Wilton to a new laboratory, where he commenced the creation of artificial devil fruit weapons. Exerting himself diligently, Wilton stood outside the laboratory, gazing through the glass at the industrious Caesar within, observing every meticulous step. It is simple to describe yet complex in execution. An hour later, before Wilton appeared a pink barbell, its hue transformed into a delicate peach blossom. To be frank, this color seemed rather incongruous with his rugged persona. A macho pink? A resounding dragon's roar resonated throughout the laboratory, as the once ordinary bell morphed into a diminutive pink dragon, its limbs poised and tail swishing gracefully. The dragon's head swayed back and forth, adorned with two delicate whiskers that danced in the air. Puffs of pink flame clouds materialized beneath it, and astonishingly, the petite dragon soared into the sky, appearing to tread upon the clouds as it circled around Wilton and Caesar. In its nascent state, it exhibited the ability to summon flame clouds, unlike Kinemon, who took considerable time to master such skills. It was evident that this was indeed the most exquisite of mythical beasts, and the intelligence of the pink dragon seemed to surpass that of ordinary or ancient breeds. Remarkably, it recognized Wilton as its rightful master, coiling around him in midair before settling before him, its large, captivating eyes radiating with docility and joy. Caesar's expression fluctuated between uncertainty and intrigue. Did that scoundrel from Vegapunk not claim that this artificial devil fruit was a failure? Yet, at this moment, it appeared anything but flawed. Quite the contrary. It seemed that the more vibrant the weapon, the more formidable its lethality. The success was unexpectedly seamless. Wilton reached out to caress the head of the pink dragon, increasingly enchanted by its charm. This creature was a reincarnation of the Eastern divine dragon from a past life, embodying a totemic essence. Moreover, the pink dragon possessed all the attributes of Kaido's azure dragon form, albeit requiring cultivation to fully realize them. However, with Kaido's bloodline factor coursing through it, the dragon retained certain memories, leading one to believe that its mastery would be achieved more swiftly than Kaido's own. Given that its body is akin to the historical text stone tablet, the pink dragon's defenses would likely surpass even those of Kaido, rendering it almost immune to physical attacks. This assertion is not an exaggeration. Its resilience far exceeds Wilton's current ironclad defenses. Unless something capable of shattering the historical text stone tablet emerges from the depths of the ocean, it is improbable that any harm could befall the pink dragon. What follows next? Wilton spent 3 days in the bank area, aiding and guiding the equal being Bell and swiftly familiarizing itself with the fundamental abilities of the azure dragon form, such as riding the clouds and summoning the winds. During this period, Caesar remained quite compliant. Despite his growing calmness, he held Wilton's words in unwavering belief, concocting numerous scenarios in his mind. In a desperate bid for survival, he assiduously sought to ingratiate himself with Wilton. He had also sealed all information, ensuring that news of Wilton's presence in the bank area would not leak, which led him to secretly execute those under his command, a display of ruthless cunning. Regrettably, Wilton had no time to attend to him, as he was focused on helping the equal being Bell master its basic abilities. Currently, The equal being bell possesses 3 transformation stages. The first is a pink barbell weapon form, resembling its appearance prior to consuming the artificial azure dragon fruit, albeit with its color altered to pink. The second transformation is a miniature pink dragon, measuring 3 meters in length. The third transformation is a pink giant dragon, expanding to 10 meters in length. It appears that both enlarging and shrinking can be further developed. There are no hybrid forms resembling those of other zone-type users. Within 3 days, the equal being Bell has fully grasped the flame cloud ability and can now ride the clouds. However, its mastery over heat, foul winds, lightnings, and flames remains superficial. Should these abilities be developed to the level of Kaido, coupled with the physical prowess of the historical stone tablet, the difference between it and the true Kaido would be minimal. This implies that Wilton would always have a Yonko by his side, and the capabilities of the equal being Bell would effectively enhance his own offensive methods. This is my contact information. Without my command, you are to keep our relationship concealed. Continue your collaboration with Don Quixote da Flamingo. When your life is in peril in the future, I shall come to your rescue. It would be prudent for you to obey. For should you defy me, I can personally see you to your end at any moment. In due time, I will revoke your bounty, granting you your freedom. Before we part ways, Wilton continued to coerce, entice, and intimidate Caesar, who had become thoroughly ensnared in his grasp. Caesar, being the coward he was, understood all too well that exposing Wilton would simultaneously unveil his own collusion with Don Quixote da Flamingo. This entanglement also implicated Kaido of the Beast and Big Mom, along with the perilous experiments involving artificial devil fruits and gigantification. Should the Marines and the world government become aware of these matters, it would spell catastrophic doom. The gravity of the situation was beyond what either Caesar or Da Flamingo could bear. Perhaps only a formidable alliance between Kaido and Big Mom could stand a chance against such impending calamity. Caesar nodded fervently. Over the past 3 days, he had pondered Da Flamingo's involvement, yet the more he contemplated, the more he realized that the repercussions were beyond Da Flamingo's capacity to withstand. At this juncture, his only recourse was to rely on Wilton. Crucially, Wilton had not demanded anything overly burdensome from him. His only stipulation was for Caesar to develop various high-yield crop seeds, such as rice, wheat, potatoes, and sweet potatoes. Essentially, any edible agricultural product would suffice. It is worth noting that in this world of pirates, potatoes, sweet potatoes, wheat, and rice were indeed present, and in a remarkable variety. Caesar did not perceive this task as particularly daunting. After all, he was a genius scientist. With dedicated focus, he was confident that he could cultivate a range of high-yield seeds, making multiple harvests within a year a feasible dream. As for everything else, Wilton permitted him to proceed as usual, with the understanding that should significant troubles arise, he could seek clandestine assistance. Apart from Da Flamingo, it appeared he had another pillar of support in the shadows. Coming to this realization, it seemed he bore no losses at all. However, he subtly reminded Wilton that his bounty was not so easily rescinded. To put it bluntly, Wilton lacked the requisite qualifications and authority unless he were an admiral. The matters at hand were far too intricate. Just wait. In the future, you will be grateful to have crossed paths with me. Wilton comprehended Caesar's intentions. A subtle smile gracing his lips, exuding an air of audacious confidence as if all were within his grasp. The rank of Major General was not his final destination. Neither were the titles of General or Marshal. His true ambition and goal lay in becoming the sovereign of the world. Thus, Caesar would not meet his demise at Wilton's hands, for he still held value. A person of great ambition must embrace all forms, be ruthless and cunning. Whether righteous or wicked, any tool that serves his purpose is a weapon in his hand. The justice he has long maintained is merely a facade of positivity for the outside world. When he attains a certain level of power, he will define what justice is and who embodies evil. As for the reason behind entrusting Caesar with the study of various crop seeds, it is simply preparation for the future. Regardless of the world, food, weaponry, medicine, and wealth form the bedrock of any vast kingdom or power. Mastering these elements equates to controlling everything. This is particularly true in the world of pirates, where wars rage incessantly and violence, theft, and pillage are rampant. The gravest threat, aside from warfare, is the scarcity of food. It is difficult to fathom that in an extraordinary world, a lack of food could exist, reaching a dire state. Especially in war-torn nations where sustenance is more precious than gold. It is no exaggeration to assert that many kingdoms could be easily controlled through food. In regions plagued by conflict, The one who can provide sufficient provisions is akin to a deity. As Wilton's words fell, he cast the equality bell from his hand, which instantly transformed into a colossal 10-meter-long pink divine dragon, exuding an aura of ferocity befitting the king of all beasts. Wilton gracefully leapt into the space between the colossal dragon horns, amidst a chorus of resounding dragon roars, as the equality bell soared into the heavens, ascending towards the clouds. No longer would he need to fly personally on his journeys. Damn that Vegapunk for deceiving me. Watching the immense figure vanish into the clouds, Caesar cursed under his breath, having long believed that this artificial devil fruit was a failed experiment. However, after 3 days of interaction, he realized that apart from its unusual hue, everything else was perfect. To his astonishment, Vegapunk had indeed succeeded in creating a flawless artificial devil fruit. The disparity between this achievement and his ongoing attempts at perfecting his own creations was staggering. How infuriating. He too must craft an impeccable artificial devil fruit. The events of the past few days must remain concealed. It appears that the marine brute is also a user of a devil fruit, or else how could he possess knowledge of Caesar's past and foresee the future? A divination-type devil fruit, perhaps? Yet another fruit not documented in the devil fruit compendium. Regardless, the death realm must be brought into existence. Ensuring his own salvation in times of peril, turning back to the laboratory, Caesar once again embraced his arrogant demeanor, not placing his entire fortune and life in Wilton's hands, but rather intending to continue his research on immensely destructive weaponry. With formidable arms at his disposal, he believed he could resolve any future complications independently. 1,000 words offered. Starting point. Thanks in Fantasy White Gale 1987. 100 starting coins. Chapter 79. Eliminate the red-haired officer gap. Chapter 80. Eliminate the red-haired officer gap combined. Days swiftly passed, and in the blink of an eye, 5 days had slipped away. Is this for real? Has the Marine gone mad? Or has the Marine brute lost his sanity? Could it be that the Marines truly intend to take action against the 4 emperors? On this day, a piece of news spread across the seas, stirring tumultuous waves, as Wilton once again surged to the forefront of trending topics. Extra, extra. The Marine brute has invaded the territory of the red-haired pirates, eliminating numerous affiliated pirate crews with bounties exceeding 100 million. Shortly after the Marine brute's incursion into the stronghold of the 4 emperors, the Beast Pirates, he has now launched another attack on the territory of the red-haired pirates. Just days prior, the 4 Emperor Kaido had assailed the G8 branch, and the Marine brute bravely confronted him. Following this, Marine Admiral Kazuru arrived on the scene. Such actions by the Marine brute may be under the orders of the Marine Fleet Admiral. Could another Marine hero be emerging? The sea, which had maintained a precarious balance for so long, was on the brink of chaos once more. As the news reports proliferated, a wave of shock and speculation ensued. Some admired the courage of the naval stalwart, while others dismissed it with scorn, and many entertained theories of naval conspiracies. However, numerous factions awaited the response of the red-haired pirates. It is important to remember that each of the 4 emperors reigning over the New World is formidable. The actions of the naval stalwart undoubtedly serve as a provocation. As a member of the 4 emperors, a reaction is to be expected, such as a direct assault on the naval branch, akin to Kaido's approach, with the intent of eliminating the naval stalwart. Fortunately, at a critical moment, Admiral Kazuru intervened. Otherwise, the naval stalwart would have faced devastating consequences for his attack on Onigashima. What transpired? At the naval headquarters, Sengoku furrowed his brow as he scrutinized the news report. While the external world speculated whether Wilton was acting under his orders, pondering what storm the Navy was brewing, the reality is that Wilton acted independently. I had forgotten to mention that recently, Borsalino contacted me to inform that Wilton had departed from the G8 branch to hunt down pirates. Wilton believed that with Borsalino stationed at the G8 branch, everything would be secure. Rather than squander time at the G8, he deemed it more prudent to venture out to eradicate as many pirates as possible. He reasoned that eliminating a single pirate equated to saving an innocent life or a family. Suru entered the room carrying a stack of documents, her expression somber. Hunting pirates? Are you referring to the 4 emperors or the red-haired pirates? Sengoku rubbed his forehead. During his prior assessment of Wilton, he recognized him as an active commander, deeply committed to combating evil. As Tsuru noted, Wilton is not one to engage in elaborate schemes. He is a naval officer who immerses himself in diligent work. Sengoku, as a leader, appreciated this quality, contrasting it with the lethargy exhibited by Borsalino and Kazan, who required prodding akin to a toad to leap into action. I'm uncertain. Perhaps we need to contact Wilton to ascertain the truth. Rest assured, the four emperors are unlikely to initiate a full-scale war with the Navy over this matter. Did we not previously wish for Wilton to stir things up? Suru smiled, for she had been exhausted from her efforts concerning Garp. Wilton's attack on the territory of the red-haired pirates has indeed made waves for the Navy. My concern is that Wilton might fall victim to Shanks. Sengoku shook his head. He did not wish for such a promising and hard-working subordinate to meet an untimely demise before fully realizing his potential. He harbored many expectations for Wilton. It is worth noting that even the Gorosei are keeping a close watch. Let us closely monitor the red-haired pirates, as well as the other four emperors. Wilton is not so easily dispatched. Heron, indeed, harbors a degree of confidence in Wilton. Reviewing Wilton's record, it is evident that he has remarkably survived encounters with the world's most fearsome individuals, including the four emperor, Kaido of the Beasts. He has not only vanquished Crocodile but also repelled Doflamingo and Fire Fist Ace. Such feats are not those that an ordinary person could accomplish. Even seasoned vice-admirals like the likes of Demon Spider and Fire Mountain would find it impossible to replicate Wilton's achievements. This alone speaks volumes. Luck, after all, is a form of strength. In the New World, somewhere upon the ocean, the red-haired pirates are sailing. Their audacity is truly remarkable. Do they perceive us merely as stepping stones to enhance their reputation? On board the Red Fourth, Beckman, with a cigarette poised between his lips, scrutinizes a newspaper with a solemn expression, while the jovial Lucky Roo nibbles on a leg of meat beside him. Captain, the outside world must be watching our reaction. Should we strike against the Navy like Kaido or eliminate one of their formidable officers? The crew does not regard Wilton's incursion into their territory with great concern. As one of the four emperors of the New World, they have weathered countless storms and fear nothing, facing even the collapse of the heavens with equanimity. This embodies the confidence of the red-haired pirates. Ha ha ha, how troublesome it is to be unexpectedly attacked, Red-haired remarks nonchalantly, seated on the deck steps. Sipping rum while gazing out at the sea. A stack of newspapers lies beside him. He had recently been engrossed in the antics of Kaido, and now he finds himself in a similar situation. Hasn't Gabu returned to his hometown? I recall it being quite close to Fan Island. Perhaps I should inquire if he is interested in dealing with this Navy officer. He adds a note of caution. You should be wary. Surviving encounters with the world's most menacing individuals in Kaido is no small feat. No need to reach out. I believe Gabu has already arrived at Fan Island and may even be clashing with the Navy officer. Beckman flicks the ash from his cigarette. Well aware of his comrades aboard, it is likely that Gabu, upon seeing the news, immediately made his way to Fan Island, coincidentally returning to his hometown, which is in proximity to it. He trusts that news will arrive shortly. As Beckman surmised, two formidable presences are currently at Fan Island, poised for confrontation. The Navy's strongman, Wilton, has made the gravest error by provoking the red-haired pirates. On a small hillside opposite Wilton stands a tall man with a fierce countenance, dark red long hair, and razor-sharp fangs. Roar Gabu, one of the principal officers of the red-haired pirates. It is well known that the officers of the red-haired pirates are highly esteemed, recognized as the most balanced and formidable pirate crew. Each officer aboard their flagship warrants respect. At this moment, Gabu gazes down upon the notably active Wilton, his fierce eyes reflecting a weighty danger. Wilton's upper body was clad in a striking red and white fitted tank top, which could barely conceal his broad, sculpted pectorals and the neatly arranged 8-pack abs. His lower half was adorned with a pair of elastic shorts, showcasing the formidable definition of his calf and thigh muscles. Atop his head rested a black and white cap emblazoned with the word justice, while behind him billowed a coat of the same virtue, fluttering majestically in the breeze. Most notably, a pink dragon coiled around Wilton's upper body, a manifestation of his awakened conqueror's haki, exuding an aura of invincibility and dominion. The presence of the pink dragon intensified his already commanding presence, imbued with an imperial air that radiated both nobility and grandeur. It was unmistakable that he was no ordinary individual, embodying a powerful essence that commanded respect without the need for anger. Upon departing from the confines of Banks territory, he made his way to the domain of the red-haired pirates. Fan Island was not his initial target. Prior to this, he had launched assaults on other islands under the red-haired pirates' dominion. Yet, he encountered no significant adversaries, only vassal pirate crews, some of which were formidable. But all fell before the resounding toll of his bell of equality, akin to facing divine judgment. Ha ha ha. At last, I have encountered a worthy opponent, roared Gab, a fighter of the red-haired pirates. The pink dragon bell entwined around Wilton danced with vitality, its head finally resting upright on his right shoulder. exhaling two streams of air from its nostrils, its fierce gaze emanating from its large, captivating eyes. It was difficult to perceive it as merely a weapon. Come forth. It is either your demise or mine. There is nothing more to be said. With a commanding sweep of his right hand, Wilton's piercing gaze narrowed, exuding an overwhelming aura of supremacy and unparalleled dominance, as he unleashed a torrent of defiance towards the furious Gab. The winds howled fiercely, and a multitude of black and crimson sparks crackled through the air like a swarm of venomous serpents. Gab's long, dark red hair danced wildly as he tilted his head back, his eyes filled with astonishment and gravity. The same conqueror's haki that the captain possessed astonishingly manifested in this naval officer, an occurrence that seemed almost implausible. However, compared to the captain, he still fell short. In terms of prowess, your conqueror's haki lacks the necessary refinement. Although the reason behind the Navy's awakening of this haki remains a mystery, this is where it ends. In the blink of an eye, Gab appeared before Wilton, his fierce visage radiating murderous intent. The red-haired pirates were not to be trifled with. As a member of the Four Emperors, how many weights do you think you can withstand against me? Wilton exhibited no intention of retreat. He entered the iron block mode, with his muscles and bones swelling prominently, while the dark blue armor swiftly enveloped his entire being. The iron block signified resistance to physical damage, and the armament haki served as a shield. The combination of both culminated in an extreme form of defense. His hand, as large as a fan, seized the tail of the pink dragon bell, which instantly transformed into a barbell-like weapon, while the dark blue armor surged, flickering with crimson lightning sparks. Bolstered by the devil fruit's 600-ton might, he either refrained from striking or, if he did, it would lead to mutual destruction. The roar of his attack was palpable. The explosive twin axes, 600 tons. In the blink of an eye, an attack imbued with a fierce roar coiled around Gab's fist, the armament haki enveloping it, and it surged toward Wilton's visage with the power to obliterate. Simultaneously, the bell of equality he held aloft descended with cataclysmic force. Time seemed to slow down. Wilton's unwavering stance caught Gab off guard, yet the arrow was already on the string and could not be unshot. He had no choice but to charge forward with relentless aggression. It was hard, exceedingly hard, like a punch striking diamond, as Gab could distinctly feel the rigidity reverberating through his fist. At that moment, an eerie sense of danger enveloped him, and his vision darkened, only to be followed by a heavy blow to his head. A myriad of black and crimson sparks erupted like lightning, as the indomitable dragon-headed staff, inscribed with the character for Zhang, came crashing down upon Gab's skull. Upon closer inspection, one could discern that there was no actual contact. A 1-centimeter vacuum separated them. With a cataclysmic roar, an explosion resonated, compressing Gab's entire head. The sound of his skull fracturing was piercingly acute. The ground around him shattered and heaved as chunks of the earth erupted, unleashing a torrent of soil and rock that shot forth like bullets. In the blink of an eye, the surface around the two was concave, forming a massive pit 1,000 meters deep. Wilton found himself deeply entrenched in the earth, shifting sideways for over 30 meters before finally stabilizing himself. He lifted his head, a wisp of smoke curling around his visage. A trickle of blood escaped from his mouth and nose, yet it was of little concern. He had withstood that blow, in comparison to Kaido's inhuman fist. The strike from the enraged Gab was evidently lacking in power. Within the depths of the pit, where stones tumbled incessantly, flashes of black and crimson lightning intermittently illuminated the scene. The battered Gab lay amidst the chaos, bloodied and disheveled, his consciousness clouded and his ears ringing with a deafening roar. His vision was a blur, yet through sheer determination, he resisted the pull of unconsciousness. He struggled to rise, but his body refused to obey. Wilton's catastrophic strategy would catch anyone off guard. Who could have anticipated that from the outset it would be a matter of mutual destruction? This approach stands in stark contrast to conventional combat. In life and death struggles, especially between formidable opponents, suffering severe injuries in the initial round likely foreshadows a downward trajectory in subsequent confrontations. The chance of a comeback appears exceedingly slim, as a single misstep can lead to a cascade of errors. A deafening sonic boom reverberated through the sky as Wilton, riding the momentum of his success like a meteor, grasped the barbell with fierce determination. His entire being was enveloped in dark red sparks of lightning as he propelled himself towards the beleaguered Gab, who was ensnared in the pit. A chilling sensation permeated the very soul. Gab, fueled by the remnants of his will, rose to his feet, baring his sharp teeth as he began to gather his strength. With a thunderous roar, a shockwave erupted, propelling him skyward. If any other officers from the red-haired pirates had been present, they would have noted that the power of Gab's roar was far from its usual potency. Clearly, being able to unleash an attack at this moment was the pinnacle of Gab's capabilities. 600 tons. The air was explosively compressed, amidst a cacophony of deafening explosions. Wilton descended with unwavering resolve, impervious to Gab's feeble attempt to resist. In a moment of dire conceit, Wilton raised the bell of equal life. And from the fearsome dragon head dripped fresh blood, alongside remnants of brain matter and streaks of crimson. The ground beneath roared with the grotesque remains of Gab. Its upper body reduced to a mere pulp of flesh. It was beyond the point of no return. What a pity. Had Gab not fallen for Wilton's cunning ruse from the outset, it undoubtedly would have endured many more blows, rather than succumbing to 2 unrelenting strikes from Wilton's full force. Ultimately, it was a grave underestimation of the enemy, compounded by ignorance of their capabilities. How could it be that Lord Gab was slain? It seemed unfathomable. In the distance, a pirate, gripping a telescope, was filled with dread, his face etched with disbelief. That was Lord Gab, a key officer aboard the flagship. Yet now, he lay crushed by the might of the Navy's formidable weights. A thunderous roar echoed, reverberating with an awe-inspiring dragon's growl as the bell of equal life transformed into a magnificent 10-meter pink dragon. Wilton leaped into the midst of the dragon's horns and soared skyward, swiftly vanishing into the clouds. His silhouette was striking, exuding an air of unparalleled grandeur. He was indeed a man riding a dragon. News of Wilton's defeat of the red-haired pirate's officer, Gab, swiftly spread across the seas, igniting a tremendous uproar. The previous reports merely indicated an invasion of the red-haired pirate's territory, with no engagements between the Navy's stalwart and the main ship's officers of the crew. Yet this time, a significant officer had been slain. Everyone knows that the main officers of the red-haired pirates are renowned for their formidable strength. And now one has fallen to the Navy's might. This posed a considerable dilemma. At Navy headquarters, Sengoku reviewed the latest intelligence, astonished that within just 5 or 6 days, Wilton had managed to eliminate a principal officer of the red-haired pirates. This feat had certainly elevated the Navy's reputation. Since his appointment as fleet admiral, no vice admiral had demonstrated such dominance. Even the prospective admirals, Momonosuke and Tashigi, lacked Wilton's impressive accomplishments. A victory here or there could be attributed to luck, but a series of triumphs could only be ascribed to genuine prowess. The red-haired pirates had vanished from their surveillance. The expression on Crane's face turned grave. Previously, the crew had been under their close watch. However, following the revelation of Wilton's act against Gab, they had seemingly disappeared. Can we contact Wilton? He needs to evacuate swiftly. Yet, they were unable to reach him. Then let Borsalino keep a closer eye on the situation. Sengoku acted without the slightest hesitation, demonstrating the significance he placed on Wilton. A day later, on Fan Island, the red-haired pirates gazed upon the gruesome sight of Gab, mangled beyond recognition, his death a pitiful spectacle. The leader, red-haired Shanks, wore an impassive expression. Beside him, Beckman inhaled deeply from his cigarette, while Jesus Burgess polished his sniper rifle and Lucky Roo continued gnawing on a leg of meat. The other officers busied themselves with their own tasks, yet a suffocating aura of oppression enveloped them all. I underestimated the Navy's stalwart, Shanks mused, a realization dawning upon him. It should have been evident that someone capable of surviving the likes of the world's most fearsome man in Kaido, and who had managed to defeat or repel 2 of the warlords of the sea, could not be an ordinary adversary. Gripping the hilt of his sword, his dark cloak billowed ominously behind him as he raised his gaze, his eyes glinting with a fierce intensity. This was a provocation initiated by the Navy. Regardless of whether it reflected the Navy headquarters' intentions, the Navy's stalwart must perish. The murder of a red-haired pirate's officer was utterly unforgivable. A suffocating intent to kill surged to the heavens as Shanks drew his weapon, lifting it skyward, while an endless cascade of black and crimson lightning began to descend. In that instant, it felt as though doomsday had arrived. The Navy stalwart had touched upon his forbidden scales. After laying Gab to rest, Shanks poured a flask of strong liquor before the gravestone and then turned towards the coastline, with Beckman and the others following closely behind. I shall return with the head of the Navy stalwart. The tranquil words drift gently with the breeze, stirring an inexplicable tremor within one's heart. Outside, chaos reigns. In the lofty heights, flashes of lightning and rumbles of thunder converge, as a mass of ominous clouds perpetually shifts, revealing a fleeting, serpentine silhouette within. Is this the trial of transcendence? Enveloped by the storm, torrents of thunder strike from all directions, while Wilton fortifies his iron blocks, allowing the bolts to pound upon them. Akin to relentless forging. Having dealt with the wrathful Gab, he prepared to depart from the territory of the red-haired pirates, setting his sights on the next adventure. The Whitebeard pirates. Along the way, he encountered this magnificent tempest of thunderclouds. A thought arose in his mind, to harness the power of thunder to temper the iron blocks. A notion that proved remarkably effective. Yet, the intensity of the thunder was overwhelming, with its sheer volume and density creating a fiercely destructive magnetic field. In stark contrast, the Bell of Equality thrived amidst the storm, its form akin to a historical tablet, its resilience several times that of Wilton's, possessing innate powers to summon wind and lightning. The thunderclouds felt as welcoming as home to the Bell of Equality. It was truly painful. His body, charred and exuding the aroma of roasted flesh. Wilton's hair stood on end as he expelled a plume of black smoke from his mouth, his exposed skin resembling heated wrought iron. Yet, in the face of the steadfast progress of the iron block, the pain was but a trivial matter. It has been demonstrated that harnessing lightning for the refinement of the iron block yields remarkable efficiency, even surpassing the speed of combat, as the tempestuous forging penetrates every facet, honing each cell to perfection. Clearly, it is imperative to bring Enel under control. It appears that within the new world lies an island of thunder, perpetually enveloped in storms. An idyllic sanctuary for the cultivation of iron blocks. To put it plainly, should the iron block be mastered to its fullest potential, the path to contend for the rank of admiral would be well within reach. A body of steel may indeed be the most rudimentary requirement. There exists the potential for absolute immunity, unparalleled defense, and even the ability to rebound enemy assaults. After years of relentless dedication to the iron block, he has now attained a physique of bronze skin and iron bones. Coupled with the augmented hardness of armed hockey, the prospect of achieving an indestructible form is within sight. His internal organs have also become resilient, devoid of vulnerabilities. The next step involves mastering the iron block to a state of permanence, existing perpetually in a state of a steel body without the need for conscious exertion, akin to Charlotte Lean's iron balloon form. Following this, he aims to reach the level of an indestructible diamond body, should he attain the hardness akin to the historical stone tablets. It would be a rarity for anyone to inflict lethal damage upon him through physical means across these vast seas. In summary, there are three main stages. The steel body has been achieved. The next step is to unlock the consistent state of the steel body. The second step is to attain the diamond-level indestructibility, and the third step is to achieve the form of the historical stone tablet. There exists a fourth and fifth step. Should he persist in this arduous endeavor, perhaps he could realize an immortal form, transcending time itself and existing eternally. Such aspirations, when contemplated, may readily be dismissed as improbable. 5 consecutive days have passed. In the midst of the vast tempestuous clouds, Wilton finds himself continuously besieged by thunderous strikes. While the Equality Bell transforms into a 10-meter-long divine dragon, relentlessly battering him. He revels in the extremities, for he possesses the means of recovery, healing spells, and the potential for justice to safeguard him, allowing him to recklessly subject his body to such torment. Thus, amidst the thunderclouds, one can often hear the deafening clang of iron, yet this desolate sea remains largely untrammeled by human presence, compounded by the inclement weather that renders him nearly invisible. As for venturing into the realm of the Whitebeard pirates, that endeavor must be temporarily set aside. He intends to fully exploit this natural training ground first. Moreover, his current reputation suffices. In terms of achievements, he far surpasses seasoned vice admirals like the Ghost Spider and the Flying Squirrel, creating a noticeable lead. What remains elusive is the acknowledgement of his merits. After all, compared to vice admirals like the Ghost Spider, his experience is still somewhat lacking. However, there is no rush. During the Paramount War, as long as he performs admirably under the scrutiny of many, any opposition to his ascension to admiral would be futile. Imagine a commander endowed with exceptional capabilities, exceeding all performance metrics. His promotion would seem a matter of course, yet there are those who would seek to suppress him. One must ponder whether such actions might dishearten others, potentially unsettling the stability of the Navy headquarters. The clarity of rewards and punishments is crucial to the stability of a ruler's reign. If even this cannot be assured, who would willingly obey and serve? 5 days have passed once again. Wilton has thoroughly exploited this storm cloud, utilizing his 3 significant recovery abilities whenever he is on the brink of exhaustion. He is, without a doubt, relentless in his endeavors. He seeks a greater voltage of lightning, akin to that found on Thor's Island and Enel, Apple Island, named for its resemblance to the fruit. is abundant in various types of apples, rendering it a prosperous land. Crucially, this island is under the protection of the formidable Big Mom pirate crew. It seems to leverage the pirate flag of Big Mom to deter other pirates, unlike Totland, where islands are directly ruled by her crew. In a nearby tavern, silence pervades the atmosphere, so palpable that one could hear a pin drop. The owner, the waitstaff, and the patrons alike are all wide-eyed, fixated on a table by the window. There, 3 towering stacks of plates, each nearly a meter high, have accumulated. Wilton appeared as though he had been starved for 10 days and nights, ravenously devouring his meal with an insatiable eagerness. Indeed, he had endured such hunger. Although restorative magic and potential for justice could alleviate all negative effects, including the gnawing sensation of hunger, the instinctual void was not easily adaptable. Upon leaving the stormy clouds behind, he arrived at the nearest island and promptly sought out a tavern, ordering an astonishing 100 servings of food. In the grand scheme of life, nothing surpasses the significance of a hearty meal. His appetite was truly remarkable. How long had he been without sustenance? As expected, he was the formidable Navy man, Wilton, who had recently vanquished a commander of the notorious red-haired pirates. It was rumored that the red-haired pirates were now pursuing him. A tourist recognized Wilton and even produced a newspaper from 10 days prior, which had yet to lose its trending status. The absence of pirates in the tavern was solely due to their recognition of Wilton, compelling them to depart. Staying would have been unwise. Who among them was unaware that the Navy man was a force to be reckoned with, often likened to the legendary Monkey D. Garp, boasting an illustrious record of victories? The world's most fearsome man, Kaido of the 100 Beasts, had failed to defeat him, and he had dispatched the warlord Crocodile, repelled the warlord Doflamingo, and even subdued Ace, the 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates. Recently, he had eliminated a commander of the red-haired pirates. His adversaries were renowned names in the vast ocean, all engaged in high-stakes battles. Once or twice, fortune might have favored him. But such a consistent record could not solely be attributed to luck. It underscored the extraordinary prowess of the Navy man. Moreover, it was said that he held a deep-seated disdain for piracy and malevolence, maintaining a zero-tolerance policy towards criminals, having repeatedly purged entire islands of their pirate infestations. Those pirates with self-awareness had already vacated Apple Island, while those remaining were a collection of arrogant and overconfident brigands, deluding themselves of their own prowess. Some even harbored thoughts of using Wilton as a stepping stone to elevate their own reputations, a folly common amongst the multitude of pirates at sea. Surviving until the end could potentially lead to becoming a significant figure, yet the odds were exceedingly slim, as most perished without a trace of value. Boss, bring me the cheapest bottle of wine. Also, a bowl of egg noodles, but hold the eggs. In this peculiar atmosphere, a middle-aged man, leaning on a sword, entered the tavern. He sported short black hair and a circle of stubble around his mouth. His tightly shut eyes concealed a scar in the shape of an X on the left side of his forehead, which extended down to his eyes. Standing at an imposing height of approximately 270 centimeters, he donned a purple kimono entwined with a matching scarf, his feet clad in wooden sandals, presenting an amiable demeanor. However, the rugged features of his face betrayed a hint of despondency, reminiscent of someone who had lost all their money in gambling. The genial uncle made his way directly to a table by the window. Despite his closed eyes resembling those of a blind man, his movements suggested otherwise. Wilton, who had been indulging in a feast, lifted his head from a pile of dishes and cast a surprised glance at the quietly waiting gentleman, but soon returned to his meal. It was indeed unexpected to encounter such a figure here. The world is both vast and minuscule. No eggs in the egg noodles? The tavern owner was taken aback, momentarily stunned by the request. The man simply did not want eggs, having lost everything to gambling. Ha ha ha, the middle-aged man chuckled, scratching his head without a trace of embarrassment. His meager funds could barely afford the cheapest bottle of wine and a bowl of plain noodles. Just a moment. The owner finally comprehended, realizing that this blind man was a destitute gambler. Nonetheless, as a business owner, he could not turn away a customer. The fact that the man spoke candidly indicated that he indeed had the means to pay for the cheapest wine and noodles. Thank you. The middle-aged man expressed his gratitude, perhaps oblivious to the disdainful glances from other patrons or simply indifferent to them. If you don't mind, I would like to treat you to this meal. Shall we share a table? Wilton gnawed at the meat leg, and at some point, he lifted his head to gaze at the middle-aged man. The latter, displaying no surprise, nonchalantly vacated the table and took a seat on the stool to Wilton's left. The attentive waiter at the counter promptly cleared away the empty plates from the table. Please serve this gentleman the finest wine, the most exquisite noodles, and do not forget to add an egg. Additionally, bring another serving of all the signature dishes." Wilton raised his hand, and on the dragon head of the equality bell to his right, a pair of eyes materialized, fluttering as they observed the middle-aged gentleman. The ever-friendly and smiling middle-aged man instinctively turned towards the equality bell, a flicker of curiosity gracing his features, though he quickly returned to his composed demeanor, facing Wilton. It was indeed a great honor for him to be invited to dine with such a stalwart of the Navy. "It is my privilege to host someone of your caliber for a meal and drinks," he remarked with a hearty laugh. An unspoken understanding passed between the two. Those of exceptional skill often share a silent connection. This middle-aged blind man was none other than Fujitora, the future admiral of the Navy, a user of the gravity fruit. His mastery of observation hockey had reached the very limits of the atmosphere, allowing him, in conjunction with his devil fruit powers, to effortlessly summon meteors for widespread destruction. At present, he was merely an unrecognized master in the world of pirates, a vast realm likely harboring many such talents. "I am no master, merely an ordinary gambler." He humbly waved his hand. Wilton chewed on his ham, opting not to engage further in the matter of mutual flattery, and instead shifted the conversation to whether there was an interest in joining the Navy, offering to provide an introduction. "Given your capabilities, I believe that serving as an admiral would be well within your reach." As his words hung in the air, a gentle expression transformed into one of surprise. As he scrutinized Wilton intently, after a brief pause, his tone shifted. "You, General Wilton, have overestimated my abilities, and I currently have no intention of joining the Navy." Overestimated? Perhaps? Indeed. Wilton could only roll his eyes in exasperation. With the formidable prowess of a top-tier warrior, how could one afford to be so modest? While the average person might remain oblivious, he was acutely aware. Without a doubt, in his lifetime, he had encountered an extraordinarily powerful master, and should a genuine battle ensue, it would undoubtedly be he who would ultimately yield. Such a figure was indeed worthy of alliance. Currently, it appeared that the other party had no intention of joining the Navy, or perhaps they recognized that this particular moment was ill-suited for such a commitment. From the original text, it was clear that this individual was not a simple ascetic, but rather someone with ambitions and objectives, such as reforming the Navy and abolishing the warlord system. They genuinely cared for the safety of innocent civilians, embodying the traits of a relatively conventional admiral, albeit one who was disobedient. It seemed that none of the admirals in the Navy were particularly compliant. Most acted according to their own whims and possessed their own convictions, rendering the position of fleet admiral quite precarious. Particularly, Sakazuki was arguably the most unfortunate and pitiful admiral in history, devoid of dignity. His subordinates harbored their own agendas, selectively obeying commands while openly defying his orders. Even the celestial dragons showed him no respect, almost openly declaring that Sakazuki was merely a dog they kept on a leash. His treatment was even less favorable than during his time as an admiral. Were Wilton in Sakazuki's position, any display of open defiance or insincere compliance would be met with swift retribution, regardless of whether one held the rank of admiral or vice-admiral. Such disobedience would not go unpunished. Those who betrayed the Navy would find themselves relentlessly pursued to the ends of the earth. At that juncture, the stability of the Navy or the potential for its unraveling would be of no concern to him, even if it meant piercing the very heart of the Navy headquarters. He would stop at nothing to establish his absolute authority as fleet admiral. It would serve as a warning to others. Dignity is earned through one's own actions, not bestowed by others. He would never find himself in a position akin to Sakazuki's, where he was renowned yet powerless, living in a state of frustration devoid of honor. At times, actions must be driven by impulse. The two men lapsed into silence, each enjoying their meal, occasionally raising their glasses in a toast. After about half an hour, Wilton felt satiated and prepared to depart, intent on continuing to cultivate his reputation and strength. Considering the time, poor Gasti. Ace was likely to engage in a duel with Blackbeard on Bonero Island, and he intended to seize the opportunity. As it stood, the impending Marineford War would have to be postponed. The cumulative power amassed over the past 5 years had yet to fully manifest, and despite the advantages he possessed, he was still unable to attain the strength of an admiral within mere months. Ultimately, he was still outmatched by Luffy, whose growth was more extraordinary and formidable. Acceptance of this fact was inevitable. He needed more time to develop. As long as Ace remained under his control, he could initiate the Marineford War at any moment. A year or two would suffice for his growth. The prior training amidst the thunderclouds had revealed a more expedient path to power, venturing to Thunder God Island. Once he achieved mastery over the iron body, possessing a resilience surpassing that of steel. Along with the immense force of his Tun-Tun fruit and a complete command of Conqueror's Haki, he would be ready to execute his plans. The Marineford War represented a critical step towards his aspiration to unify the world and ascend as its sovereign. No significant blunders could be permitted. Upon attaining the rank of admiral, he could cultivate a loyal cadre, enabling him to accomplish numerous objectives. In 2 to 3 years, when the moment was ripe, a slight misstep on Sakazuki's part would allow him to ascend to the position of fleet admiral without contest. Thereafter, he would enact sweeping reforms within the Navy, transforming it into a bastion of his own authority, ready to confront any divine or demonic opposition. Should the world government turn hostile, he would respond with force. As long as he bore the banner of justice alongside his meticulous preparations, success would be within reach. Ultimately, the annihilation of the 4 emperors, the dismantling of the world government, the eradication of the revolutionary army, and the suppression of all dissent would not remain a mere dream. However, this grand vision must be anchored in strength. Without it, all aspirations would be nothing more than castles in the air, mere daydreams. This meal would remain etched in his memory. If the opportunity arises, I shall extend an invitation, provided that fortune favors me. Upon noticing Wilton rise to depart, I lifted my head and smiled, though the meaning of my words eluded me. It seems I have a rather favorable impression of Wilton, and indeed, it is true. Wilton has consistently cultivated a positive public persona. Recently, he has dominated the trending news, making it nearly impossible not to hear about him. It is precisely for this reason that he found himself in this tavern. The two did not engage in grandiloquent discussions, rather. Their exchange was limited to a few simple words, almost akin to a fleeting acquaintance. Wilton made no deliberate efforts to cultivate friendships, for he believed that eventually, the other party would find themselves working under his command. At present, he felt significantly superior in both strength and status. Perhaps their next encounter would yield a different dynamic. Haha. Wilton let out a hearty laugh, waving his hand dismissively at the notion of equality among all beings. Encountering such a significant event in his life here was indeed unexpected, yet merely a chance occurrence. However, before departing from Apple Island, he resolved to further solidify his persona by cleansing the island of its pirates. He had often proclaimed that eliminating a single pirate equated to saving a life, perhaps even a family. Thus, mere words were insufficient without action. Stepping out of the tavern, Wilton inhaled the fresh air, closing his eyes to bask in the sunlight. His code of righteousness billowed behind him as if stirred by an unseen wind, and he suddenly opened his eyes, revealing a fierce determination. His observation haki radiated outward, swiftly scanning for formidable presences. On this day, the pirates remaining on Apple Island faced an unprecedented crisis. The naval forces were merciless, slaying pirates indiscriminately as they swept from west to east. Regardless of whether they bore bounties of 200 million or merely 10 million berries, none could escape death. Chaos ensued, as a multitude of pirates, stricken with terror, fled the island, the air thick with the scent of blood. In the aftermath of the battles, Wilton sought out the pirate ships, compensating the treasures on board, allowing many citizens to profit significantly. They hailed his name in gratitude. Naturally, the following day, news of Wilton's cleansing of the pirates on Apple Island spread, reigniting interest in the trending topics. Many factions noted that this was not Wilton's first endeavor of this nature. Previously, the town of Magic Valley in the Grand Line had also experienced his righteous intervention. It appeared that Wilton was indeed alive. Did the removal of a single pirate truly equate to saving a person, perhaps even a family? At the naval headquarters, Sengoku observed the news of Wilton's actions on Apple Island, feeling a slight sense of relief. He had received word that the red-haired pirates were in pursuit of Wilton, conducting a coordinated hunt. It could be said that Wilton was in a precarious position. He had steadfastly upheld his sense of justice, yet the scourge of piracy was relentless. Kong recalled their first meeting, when Wilton had articulated a sentiment that lingered in his mind. The battle against pirates was never-ending. Indeed, it was true. Yet, with each pirate that was vanquished upon the seas, it truly meant the salvation of another life, the preservation of a family. Wilton was not mistaken. Regardless of the warring states or the crane, neither perceives Wilton's murderous intent as excessive. Rather, they find it quite commendable. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that Wilton is not as extreme as Sakazuki. From the reports, it is evident that Wilton did not harm any civilians during his pursuit of pirates, and subsequently compensated for the treasures taken from them. This exemplary post-incident management not only enhances Wilton's personal image but also bolsters the Navy's positive reputation. However, his somewhat extravagant approach raises eyebrows. Compensating the entirety of the treasures seems unnecessary, as a careful calculation might suggest that only half of that amount was requisite. Potato Island, governed by Charlotte Snack. One of the 4 Sweet Commanders and the 25th offspring of the Emperor Charlotte Linlin, is destined to be defeated and excluded by one of the supernovas, the Monk. The Navy's tough man causing a ruckus on Apple Island? From an external perspective, Potato Island resembles an oval, akin to a genuine potato, in the central town's palace. Snack peruses intelligence reports, his expression exceedingly grim. It is worth noting that Apple Island proudly displays the flag of the big MOM pirates. And the Navy's tough man causing chaos there reflects a blatant disregard for their presence. Recently, he has heard whispers of the Navy's tough man, who allegedly dispatched a cadre member of the red-haired pirates. A multitude of words at my disposal. I implore subscriptions and monthly votes. Chapter 82, Lurking Blackbeard, 1, Chapter 83. Lurking Blackbeard, 1. Indeed, not only has he slaughtered pirates on Apple Island, but there are also rumors suggesting that we, the big MOM pirates, fear the Navy's tough man, leading to various disparaging remarks. A pirate kneels, seething with rage as he reports the situation. The comments circulating outside are unbearably harsh. They claim that the big MOM pirates have shown no reaction, supposedly out of fear of the Navy's tough man, labeling them the weakest of the 4 emperors. The origin of this information remains a mystery, but it certainly casts an unfriendly shadow over the reputation of the big MOM pirates. It is likely that Mother has yet to receive news of this incident. As long as we eliminate the Navy's tough man before she does, there will be no wrath from her. Charlotte Snack snorts, preparing to take matters into his own hands to eliminate the Navy's tough man. Anyone who provokes the big MOM pirates must perish. Conveniently, Potato Island is in close proximity to Apple Island, allowing for swift communication. He must resolve this matter before Mother is informed. The incident occurred under their protection, and if the big MOM pirates remain unresponsive, it could adversely affect their other territories under protection. Such a situation cannot be tolerated. This is a matter of Mother's face, the prestige of the big MOM pirates. Is Lord Snack truly going to take action personally? The ability to eliminate a cadre member of the red-haired pirates indicates that the Navy's tough man possesses considerable strength. Thus, my personal involvement will ensure no unforeseen outcomes. Meanwhile, Wilton, who had already departed from Apple Island, remained blissfully unaware that he had incurred the wrath of the Big Mom pirates, with the Sweet Commander personally pursuing him. Such attention signifies great importance. In the case of other adversaries, it would be unthinkable for a commander to engage directly. Typically, it would require the demise of several subordinate pirate captains before such an escalation occurred. The adage to kill a chicken, one need not use a bull's knife, aptly illustrates this principle. Now, upon reflection, Wilton seems to have inadvertently or directly provoked all 4 emperors. His confrontation with Port Yasti, Ace and Alabasta has established a connection with the Whitebeard pirates. Meanwhile, the Beast pirates have felt the wrath of Kaido himself. The red-haired pirates have mobilized their entire crew to hunt him down. At this moment, the commanders of the Big Mom pirates have also joined the fray. If he can withstand these onslaughts, Wilton's reputation is bound to soar once more. It is time to set sail for Bonero Island. High in the sky, a pink divine dragon glides through the clouds, with Wilton seated upon its head, his cloak of justice billowing behind him. Considering the timing, the spark that ignites the war at the summit is about to be lit. He has lost considerable time during his 10 days and nights of training amidst the thunderclouds, so it would be prudent to arrive at Bonero Island ahead of schedule, lest he encounter complications from tardiness. This journey to Bonero Island also presents an opportunity to visit Sky Island. Missing the chance to encounter Enel previously remains a bitter regret. Bonero Island is conveniently located in the first half of the Grand Line. In the original tale, after Blackbeard departed from Magu Town and returned to his ship, he witnessed the ascending currents leading to Sky Island and learned that the one he conversed with about dreams was none other than Monkey D. Luffy. When he prepared to strike, the ascending currents affected his vessel, leading it to be submerged by the sea during the ensuing journey, which forced him to rest at Bonero Island. During this respite, he witnessed the Straw Hat Pirates wreaking havoc at Eni's lobby, prompting him to consider capturing Luffy and his crew once more, or rather, a pirate with a bounty exceeding 100 million berries, thereby drawing the attention of the world government. His aim was to supplant the Desert King Crocodile and become the new Shichibukai. Alas, He was pursued by Ace before he could even leave Bonero Island. Wilton's decision to depart for Bonero Island ahead of schedule stemmed from his successful maneuver of sending the Straw Hat crew into Eni's lobby. Consequently, the subsequent events in the Valley of Gods, Skypiea, Long Ring Long Land, Water 7, Judiciary Island, the fearsome trio of the ghost ship, and the Shambodia incident will no longer transpire. This has resulted in Enel continuing to reign over Skypiea, while Lucci and other CP9 agents remain undercover in Water 7. And Gecko Moria persists in his experiments with zombies. Wilton does not guarantee that the Bonero Island incident will not occur again. History tends to follow a pattern. Regardless, he must prepare in advance. Should the Bonero Island incident fail to materialize, he can proactively pursue the fire-wielding Ace instead. It is essential for him to maintain control over uncertainties. Furthermore, there lies the secret of Blackbeard consuming 2 devil fruits. G8 branch. Since Wilton's departure and the subsequent establishment of Borisolino in command, the surrounding waters have been remarkably tranquil, with no pirate crew daring to pass through. After all, the branch is under the oversight of an admiral, renowned for his unmatched speed. On this particular day, a warship docked at the harbor, from which a battalion of Marines disembarked, reinforcing the G8 branch's forces as a precautionary measure. Leading the contingent was a rear admiral, none other than Smoker. Following the events in Logtown and Alabasta, Smoker had ascended 2 ranks from colonel to rear admiral, eager to serve in the new world. Upon learning that Wilton was stationed at the G8 branch, he decided to join him. Smoker perceives Wilton as a leader of action, embodying justice, and believes that being beside Wilton would offer him greater opportunities for his talents to flourish. The headquarters was also pleased to transfer the rebellious Smoker, as the other vice admirals were not particularly fond of him. Additionally, there were 2 other colonels, the sword-slicing hero Pin and Berrygood, both possessing formidable strength and significant potential. With proper cultivation, they are destined to become stalwarts of the Navy. In the original narrative, Pin was responsible for escorting Nico Robin, earning his moniker as a naval officer capable of slicing pirate ships as if they were mere steaks. He wields a large sword, demonstrating exceptional swordsmanship. Berrygood, on the other hand, is a devil fruit user, possessing the powers of the superhuman type Doka Doka fruit, allowing him to transform his body into spherical particles, akin to the Chop Chop fruit. This alone attests to the Doka Doka fruit's potential. It is noteworthy that Berrygood has a cordial acquaintance with Shun. The arrival of these individuals significantly bolstered Wilton's foundation at the G8 branch. While their initial strength may not be apparent, the passage of time will undoubtedly reveal their potential, making them an influential support system in the future. Moreover, there are over 100 other elite Marines. Whether Wilton can transform them into his allies depends on his capabilities. The headquarters evidently holds Wilton in high regard. Furthermore, the neighboring G7 and G9 branches, manned by vice admirals, remain on standby to support G8. This heightened vigilance arises from fears of the red-haired pirates seeking retribution against the Navy for failing to locate Wilton, along with the ever-looming threat of the beast pirates. Wilton